Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Person to go crazy just by being in the world of death, but since Tyrion was a decent wizard, he was surviving in this place with his strength of mind alone. Tyrion could have easily kept the death aura at bay with his mana and kept his mind sane. However, since it was Tyrion's first time encountering such a situation, he could not even manage such a basic task and started to feel weak. Well, it's all because the master of the tower is so weak, Li Shin muttered. Li Shin could already see why the yellow magic tower was considered the weakest after the black magic tower. Despite having the relics of Estania, a genius hextech engineer, Tyrion could not do anything impressive using the golems, which clearly showed that he was at his limit. At novel bin at. Stop. Stop it, already, Tyrion shouted. Normally, Li Shin did not reveal his emotions on his face, but this time, he gave a contemptuous look. You don't deserve it, Li Shin muttered. Li Shin's black mana had built up on his palm. He stretched his hand out to Tyrion. No, Tyrion shouted. Tyrion's hollow eyes were soon covered with black mana. Fear hit him like an angry bull. Tyrion groaned. Deep flare. Black flames set Tyrion ablaze and the flames burned even more intensely when they sensed his feelings of fear and horror. Drop. The black flame that seemed to devour everything went out, and a yellow bead fell to the floor and rolled toward Li Shin. It was a control device for the golem. When Li Shin took a closer look at it, he frowned because he was unable to use it unless he knew the specific activation pattern of the relic. Do you remember the pattern? Li Shin asked Tyrion, who died and became a soul. Tyrion shook his head because he had lost his memory of it. Tisk. Li Shin clicked his tongue and left the ruins. In his room in the Black Magic Tower, Li Shin was lost in his thoughts when he heard a knock on the door. When he opened the door, Reyna was standing there smiling, shaking Li Shin's bottle of black liquid. Were you busy? Reyna asked. No, that's all right. What brings you all the way here? Li Shin asked. Well, I should come visit if he who knows death has passed the test. Reyna laughed at him. Reyna seemed like she was expecting a retort from Li Shin, but Li Shin did not bother to respond to her. Is it that funny? Li Shin asked. Of course it is. I never thought you'd give an answer like that there, Reyna said. When Reyna had asked Li Shin if he was he who knows death in her room previously, she had only been joking with him. However, Li Shin had answered yes, and Reyna still did not believe him. Why would you ask if you won't believe me anyway? After saying that, Li Shin left her room. Since Li Shin seemed so bold, Reyna thought about the possibility of him being he who knows death, but no matter how hard she thought, it did not seem right. Those rumors could not be true, and it did not make any sense for such a person to be doing this here. You're so boring, just take this for now, Reyna muttered. Reyna handed him back the cursed liquid that he made during the test. After verifying the effectiveness of the cursed liquid, Reyna had been quite shocked. Do you mind giving me the recipe for this cursed liquid later? Reyna asked. Although she had seen Li Shin make the cursed liquid, she needed Li Shin's recipe, because the quality and effect of the cursed liquid varied depending on the amount of mana power used and the method taken. Yeah sure, Li Shin muttered. Are you really going to tell me? Really? Reyna asked in excitement. Reyna asked again because she was surprised. She did not expect Li Shin to tell her the recipe because people normally did not share their recipes, they were a secret. Although Reyna asked, she was not expecting a positive answer from Li Shin. Well, if you don't want it, that's fine, said Li Shin. Oh, no? What are you talking about? I want to know. Of course I do, Reyna replied. Li Shin smirked when he saw how eager Reyna seemed. He then handed her a piece of paper that was on the desk. What's this? Reyna asked. This is the recipe, Li Shin replied. Huh. Reyna was surprised to hear that. I wrote it down in advance because I thought you would ask for it, Li Shin explained. Thank you, said Reyna. Seeing Reyna's reaction, Li Shin quickly nodded and sent her away. Now that he got the passing result, it was time for Li Shin to register. Hello, Li Shin. Congratulations on the pass, the employer said. Thank you, Li Shin replied. Here is the uniform for the second-class wizards, and this is the key for your new room. The second-class wizards use the accommodation located on the 4th floor, so you can go there, the employer explained. All right, Li Shin replied. After the introduction, when Li Shin was about to go to the accommodation, he encountered a familiar person. Hey, you've become a second-class wizard, haven't you? Congratulations. Raymond smiled warmly and congratulated Li Shin. Thank you, Li Shin replied. By the way, did you hear about the rumor? The Blue Magic Tower had collapsed completely. I can't believe Shane is dead, Raymond said. Li Shin had expected the Blue Magic Tower to collapse, because Cigarette was also there with the people of the Red Magic Tower. What happened to the Red Magic Tower? Li Shin asked. Well, I heard that their master, Helen, was severely injured and that she would not be active for the next several years. But, I guess they still have quite a lot of combat power left because they said they will still participate in the D-League when the Blue Magic Tower had already given up. Li Shin had hoped that the Red Magic Tower would also give up on participating in the D-League, but it was too big a wish. Still, it was not a bad result because Helen could no longer add to the combat power of the Red Magic Tower. Oh, I see, Li Shin muttered. A few days had passed since the death of Tyrion, the master of the Yellow Magic Tower. It seemed like there was a lot going on inside the Yellow Magic Tower, but they never disclosed any of their internal affairs. Sometimes, people would hear news of the disappearance of the master of the Yellow Magic Tower, but most people thought it was nonsense. Since it had been a while since such news was heard, Li Xin was looking for the right timing. Hello, Li Xin? What you did at the last lecture was so cool. Will you please study the cursing course with me? Hello, my name is Tuna, and I recently became a third-class wizard. I applied to this tower after hearing rumors about you, Li Xin, said Tuna excitedly. Since Li Xin had been wandering outside the Black Magic Tower most of the time, he had not realized how welcoming the atmosphere inside was. The atmosphere outside and inside were completely different. Listening to lectures at the Black Magic Tower and working in this tower made him feel comfortable. Since he was from the same magic tower as most of the wizards present, he did not receive any hostile looks. In fact, they could be acting too kindly toward Li Xin. I was thrilled to hear the news that you made fun of the wizards at the Blue Magic Tower last time. I can't believe there's such a figure in the Black Magic Tower. Respect. Since they had so often been looked down upon, the wizards at the Black Magic Tower loved Li Xin for simply making fun of those wizards in the other magic towers. Moreover, some people even respected him because Li Xin had shown some outstanding performances at the lectures. And there was a person who called Li Xin the future of the Black Magic Tower, just because he had the same name as He Who Knows Death. How much have they been scammed? The name Li Xin and an ability that matched his namesake were enough to attract the attention of everyone who was in the magic tower. I heard there's a supernova that has appeared in our tower these days. Do you know him? Raymond asked. Li Xin had been bumping into Raymond so often now that Li Xin was almost sad if he didn't get to see him. Don't make fun of me, and call me like you used to. Li Xin smiled. Haha, I'm just practicing in advance, so don't mind it, Raymond replied. When a Clart saw Li Xin's skills during his second-class lecture last time, he said that he will soon become a Clart. Raymond's reaction changed so much as the story spread and got to him because a first-class wizard could not talk to Clart so rudely. Anyway, are you planning to take the first-class test soon? Raymond asked. I think I should, Li Xin replied. You are aware that there are branches starting from the first class, right? There's a curse branch and summon branch. Raymond explained. People in the Black Magic Tower were biased toward the curse line, but there still were quite a few people who had not given up on the summon line as well. For cursing skill, the wizard had to be able to use a certain level of curses in the test. And for the summoning skill, the wizard had to be able to summon the undead that was specified during the test. Until now, since most wizards had not seen Li Xin's summoning skill, they thought Li Xin would definitely take the test in the curse field. Will you definitely be getting tested for the curse line? Raymond asked. I think I'll try both, Li Xin replied. What? Raymond was surprised to hear Li Xin's response. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Li Xin, Varin shouted. Li Xin, who was heading to the northern section of the Gold Magic Tower, turned his head to look when someone called out his name. It was Varin, who seemed to have also passed the exam, as he was now wearing the uniforms worn by second-class wizards. Hey, Li Xin, what are you doing here? Varin asked. There are some materials that I need to get from this place, Li Xin replied. When Li Xin replied, Varin looked around. Thankfully, there were not many people wandering outside. And, as expected, the brutal atmosphere these days had discouraged people from loitering outside, so Li Xin and Varin hardly saw others around. Don't you know that all the magic towers are pretty sensitive these days? Why is a wizard from the Black Magic Tower hanging around here? Varin stared at Li Xin and said. Then why don't you mind your own business too? Li Xin tried to go about his own business when he heard a familiar voice. Varin, what are you doing here? Gordon asked. Li Xin stopped in his tracks. Oh, I met a guy I know, Varin replied. There was a handsome man who was wearing glasses with a sleek appearance. His name was Gordon, head Clart of the Gold Magic Tower. You know a guy from another tower? Gordon seemed surprised. It was natural for Gordon to be amazed as Varin usually despised other wizards and never greeted others. Oh, is it the wizard named Li Xin? Gordon asked when he noticed Li Xin's black uniform. Yes, Varin replied. Oh, he's the one who has the same name as He Who Knows Death, said Gordon. What's that? Varin asked. Well, you don't need to know that yet. I've heard rumors about him. With that kind of talent, I don't think he had to go to the Black Magic Tower though, Gordon said. Well, there was no need for me to go to the Gold Magic Tower as well, Li Xin replied. Li Xin laughed inwardly at Gordon's obvious remark. Gordon was a person who persistently tormented Li Xin, together with Varin, in his past life. Knowing his real personality, encountering him made Li Xin feel disgusted. You're arrogant, Gordon muttered. Ha, you're still proud of what you did last time? Then why don't we have a match right now? I'll show you whether you should be saying things like that about the Gold Magic Tower, said Varin. The intention behind his request was obvious, he just wanted to crush Li Xin, who had outperformed him. Varin would hurt someone if he got a chance, Li Xin thought. Li Xin would not be surprised to see Varin and Gordon do that. It wasn't his first time seeing the duo crush wizards with potential in this way. Alright, then I'll be the referee, said Gordon. Li Xin was about to reject Varin's offer, but hesitated at Gordon's offer. Wait. To be honest, the gold and white magic towers were definitely the strongest magic towers here in Sia. Among them, the ones who contributed the most to raise the gold magic tower to this position were the master and head Clart, Gordon. His position was just a head clart, but his actual skills were close to that of a master. If Li Xin could secretly take Varin and Gordon out under the pretext of this match now, it would make it much easier for Li Xin to deal with the master of the Gold Magic Tower in the future. However, the problem was that if Gordon died, there was a possibility that the next operation would not work if the master became a lot more vigilant as a result. Things could become more complicated. I guess I'll just follow my original. At that time, a wizard who was wearing the uniform of the Gold Magic Tower passed by, noticed the three, and approached them. Is that you, Varin? Oh, you are here too, Gordon, the wizard asked. What's the matter? Gordon asked. Well, the master wanted me to inform the wizards of our magic tower that they should take care of themselves better for the time being and don't go out anywhere but just stay at the magic tower, the wizard explained. Why is he saying that all of the sudden? He never said things like that before, Varin said to the wizard with a puzzled look. Recently, the Yellow Magic Tower officially announced that the master of their tower died. I think there was an assassination. They also declared that they will not be participating in the D-League this time, the wizard continued. When they heard about this sudden news, their faces instantly stiffened. The assassination of the master was major news. Even if the master was from the Yellow Magic Tower, his skills were unquestionably good. Besides, his death meant that the masters of other magic towers could be in similar danger. Furthermore, it would be more dangerous for those wizards who were at a lower rank. Also they said they would announce the culprit soon, said the wizard. Really? Did they find the culprit? Varin asked. Well, I'm not too sure about that, the wizard replied. After hearing the words of the wizard from the Gold Magic Tower, Li Xin's expression subtly stiffened. So, they are going to announce the culprit. There was no way for the Yellow Magic Tower to have a clue about what happened. Li Xin thought that only the master of the Magic Tower knew the location of the relics and the deputy master probably only knew about their existence, but nothing more than that. No way, did the master of the Yellow Magic Tower really tell the deputy master where the relics were located? Li Xin thought that was not reasonable considering the personality of the master of the Yellow Magic Tower. Even if he had talked about the ruins due to the heavy atmosphere these days, he would have never told anyone about how to get in. He never imagined that I would have killed him that day. That was why Li Xin did not expect such a situation. However, what if they had noticed? As the thought processed, Li Xin's eyes were fixed on the two. You said you wanted a match, didn't you? Let's do that right now, said Li Xin. Huh? I thought you would say no and chicken out, said Varin. Varin liked the idea and so he accepted Li Xin's words. However, the wizard who came to tell them about the rumor looked worried. But, the master told you to return right away, said the wizard. Don't worry, there's a place we know. We'll just do a quick match and return immediately, said Gordon. All right sir, the wizard replied. When the wizard who informed them was just about to go, Li Xin called him. Would you like to go with us and watch our match? Li Xin asked. Huh? Why is he joining us? Varin asked. I thought it would be nice if we had some audience for the two of us fighting, Li Xin replied. After hearing Li Xin's words, Varin got excited and agreed. Right? You should watch us fight, and share the result widely with the other wizards, said Varin. Huh? Well, okay, said the wizard. When the wizard expressed his willingness to join, there was a bitter smile on Li Xin's stiff face. The four headed to Gordon's private training ground. This is my personal training ground, meaning, you can fight as much as you want, because this place is so durable that it can even withstand my magic, Gordon said proudly. Li Xin and Varin faced each other on the training ground. It's been a while. During Li Xin's previous life, he had many encounters with Varin. When he had reached the 15th floor in his previous life, Li Xin had started out in the Gold Magic Tower, and he had become a student of the Master of the Magic Tower, who recognized his capability. At that time, Varin was already a student of Gordon. Since Varin had arrived at the Gold Magic Tower earlier than Li Xin, Varin and Gordon kept Li Xin in check when Li Xin became the student of the Tower Master. The reason Li Xin suffered the most on the 15th floor was because of these two. Thinking about the hardships they had caused him, Li Xin smirked. You would have grown into a pretty decent wizard in 5 months, in time for the D-League, but, at novel bin at. As of now, Varin was just a greenhorn with high growth potential. Alright, you may begin, Gordon announced the start of the match. Varin and Li Xin activated their mana as soon as the match started. The next moment, a puddle of water appeared under Li Xin's feet and the water clung to his feet, rendering him immobile. Why don't you try blocking this, said Varin. With Varin's bold provocation, a mana circle appeared in the air, and lightning energy gathered over the mana circle. Blitzgun! Varin shouted. Wong! The thick bolt of energy gathered was fired at Li Xin. Its power was more than enough to kill its target upon contact. However, to Li Xin, it was a terribly familiar and obvious spell, to the extent that he even considered it boring. This is a spell that I've seen many times. Li Xin smirked and gathered his mana. A tendril of mana grew from the tip of his wand all the way to the ceiling, connecting to the wall of the training hall. Lightning rod. The lightning bolt produced by Varin's blitz gun, which seemed about to pierce through Li Xin, suddenly changed its course and flowed along the mana tendril and into the lightning rod that Li Xin had created. What? What's going on? Varin was shocked at the sight. It was a spell that Varin had never experienced before. Panicking, Varin tried to move his mana, but it was useless. The lightning bolt that was supposed to disappear after hitting the ceiling had clung to it instead and was now flowing through the walls of the training hall. Take back your magic, just as you gave it away, Li Xin muttered. Li Xin's mana moved once again, gathering the lightning energy which pulsed through the walls. If Head Clark Gordon had Blitzgun as one of his best skills, then the Tower Master had Thunderbolt, which was also what Li Xin had learned as his very first ultimate skill and his main spell. Thunderbolt. Rumble crack? Like dark clouds in the sky, the clouds of lightning energy gathered in one place on the ceiling, threatening to rain lightning upon the ground. At that moment, Gordon's expression stiffened as he watched Li Xin's magic from behind. He quickly extended his mana to conjure a barrier of lightning over Viren. Gordon's lightning energy spread all over the training ground, clashing with Li Xin's own lightning energy in a match of sparks. If Viren gets hit by that directly, he will die. The Thunderbolt, one of the best spells of the Gold Magic Tower Master, was now being used by a wizard of the Black Magic Tower named Li Xin. Gordon could not understand how that was possible. He wondered why Li Xin could use that spell, and whether he was a secret student of the Tower Master. Countless thoughts flashed through Gordon's mind at the moment, most importantly, the fact that Viren clearly did not have the ability to stop that spell with his skills. If the Tower Master had been the one to use Thunderbolt instead, even Gordon himself would not have been able to respond in time to save Viren. Luckily, there was a slight delay in Li Xin's magic, which gave Gordon a chance to step in. At his behest, a thin barrier made of lightning energy formed in the air, just in time for Li Xin's Thunderbolt to blast it. The clash sent a wave of lightning energy along the barrier. Crackle. The lightning energy spread rapidly and Li Xin's Thunderbolt flowed along the membrane and toward Gordon as if it had been aimed at him from the very start. No way, was he going after me? It was a completely unexpected development, and when Gordon tried to stop the Thunderbolt that was in front of him, chains of death came up from the blackened floor and bound his whole body. Wait. The chains of death were unbreakable as long as Li Xin lived. As he stood there incapable of doing anything, Gordon's heart was pierced by Li Xin's Thunderbolt. Kia! Gordon screamed. His body convulsed in spite of his will, and Gordon felt the burns caused by the lightning energy. He tried to defend himself by summoning mana. However, even though he succeeded to an extent, the amount of lightning energy was simply too much for him to handle. Ku! Ha, 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 Gordon screamed. Every single one of his muscles was spasming uncontrollably. Collapsing onto the floor, he stared at Li Xin with bloodshot eyes. Then, Viren and the other wizard of the Gold Magic Tower, who were watching them, ran to Gordon in shock. Don't touch me. Gordon barely managed to speak and tried to push them away from him. Ugh. Gordon groaned in pain but still clenched his fists and tried to move slowly. Li Xin was surprised to see how great his willpower was. It was impossible for ordinary wizards to try to protect themselves from the Thunderbolt's energy by circulating their mana once they were struck by the spell. Master, are you alright? Hey, what are you doing? My master got hurt because of you. Viren started yelling at Li Xin. Viren was furious to see how injured Gordon was, so he grabbed Li Xin by the collar. Whether he was just stupid or pretending to be stupid even in this situation, Viren behaved as if Li Xin had not done this on purpose. Let go of me, Li Xin demanded. Ugh, Viren gasped. When Li Xin grabbed Viren's wrist, Viren easily let go of Li Xin's collar. Compared to Li Xin's strength stat, which was well over 100, Viren's strength was ridiculously low. Crunch. Li Xin twisted Viren's wrist, and Viren started screaming, collapsing onto the floor. The wizard of the Gold Magic Tower who had been watching the situation fell on his knees and started to tremble. PP please don't. FF forgive me, the wizard pleaded. Li Xin was speechless. He certainly had a bad relationship with Gordon and Viren, but this guy had nothing to do with it. Li Xin was aware that this guy was nothing more than a creature of the tower, and he was still hesitant to kill such a passive opponent. Sigh. Li Xin knew that he could not allow his resolve to waver like this. There were times when it was inevitable to kill others in order to climb the tower. However, when Li Xin placed his hand on the left side of his chest, his face stiffened. My heart is... Li Xin's heart was beating peacefully, as if the thought of having to kill the wizard in front of him did nothing to disturb its calm rhythm. When Li Xin realized that his expression was betraying his inner struggle, he closed his eyes and apologized. I'm sorry. The wizard could not be kept alive because no one was allowed to know that Li Xin was the last person to meet Gordon and Viren. Li Xin turned and headed to the door to exit the training ground. At the same time, thin yet powerful thunderbolts came crashing down from the ceiling, striking the three wizards of the Gold Magic Tower. Then, above them, the Grim Reaper appeared. Wake up! Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As the magic towers were being attacked one after the other first, the blue and red towers, then yellow and gold, the wizards fervently looked for clues to find the culprit of this series of incidents. Among the blue, red, and green magic towers, which were considered the middle lines of Sia, the blue and red towers had been almost destroyed, while the green magic tower was the only one that remained intact. Despite the collapse of his competitors, the master of the green magic tower was not pleased, rather, he felt his anxiety growing. The blue and red magic towers had a fight with each other which led to self-destruction. Shane died and Helen will have to lie down for years. In addition to that, Tyrion was assassinated, and Gordon from the Gold Magic Tower is missing. Baron, the master of the Green Magic Tower, seemed worried as he paced up and down his room, biting his thumb. What if the whole thing started with one group, or rather, one person? And if that's the case, who the hell is that person? Baron tried to think of a suspect. However, no matter how hard he thought about it, Baron had no idea who the culprit could be. He could not think of anyone who could manipulate flames with enough power to kill the masters of the magic towers. In fact, Helen was the only person who came to his mind, because she had the skills to do something like that. Well, if this continues, with only about 4 months left until the D-League, the most likely tower to win was the White Magic Tower. The master of the Gold Magic Tower, Aster, remained safe, but the White Magic Tower was in the best position in terms of combat power. It was obvious that the victory would belong to the White Magic Tower anyway, unless there was a miracle. What if the White Magic Tower secretly raised a flame wizard? Well, everything would make sense if it's that insidious Abel. Baron, who was processing his thoughts alone, nodded and sat down. It must be the White Magic Tower. The Black Magic Tower also had their combat power intact, but with their skills, no one believed they had any chance of winning. Besides, Baron thought that the Black Magic Tower could not afford the extra effort to raise such a great flame wizard. If the White Magic Tower was the real culprit, it made sense that the Black Magic Tower was safe. There were only a few people who thought like this now, but there was a rivalry between the two magic towers that had lasted for a long time. It was clear that Abel would rather leave the Black Magic Tower intact and become a D-Leaguer to trample them thoroughly later. Beep. When Baron pressed the button on the desk, the Deputy Master opened the door and entered. "Did you call me, sir?" the Deputy Master asked. "Send a secret messenger to all the towers except for the White Magic Tower," Baron ordered. *****. There was a huge test room in the Black Magic Tower lined with audience seats along its interior. On the field, there was only a Clart and Li Xin, and in the surrounding audience seats, numerous wizards from the Black Magic Tower had gathered. At the front, there was a head Clart and the Deputy Master, who both visited to watch how Li Xin would perform. The head Clart sat down and started explaining. "We've decided to test both curses and summoning skills. Your first test will be about curses." Usually, it was common to choose one of the two fields because the test for the first class required the wizards to select one and conduct research on it. However, Li Xin had announced that he would do both, which was a very unusual case. Considering Li Xin's achievements and the skills that he had shown during the lectures done in the Magic Tower, the fact that he was taking the test for both fields at the same time and he had declared that he would challenge the Clart class immediately after the first class test had convinced the Deputy Master and the head Clart to be part of the audience for his test. Li Xin was the first person in history to attempt the leap from a learner to a Clart in such a short period of time. Within the Black Magic people were already referring to Li Xin as the most talented prospect of all time. The first cursing test is a competition with a Clart. You can put a curse on each other and knock down your opponent, the head Clart explained. Since it was already quite obvious that Li Xin would most certainly be promoted to the first class, whether or not he could become a Clart became the biggest question on the wizards' minds. Therefore, they decided to increase the difficulty of the first class test to assess whether he was qualified to be a Clart. "What kind of curse are you going to choose, Ethan?" the Deputy Master asked the head Clart. Do you have a curse you're confident in?" The head Clart looked at Li Xin and asked. "Anything is fine for me," Li Xin replied. "Oh, you have a lot of confidence. What about you?" the head Clart asked the Clart. The head Clart's eyes shifted from Li Xin to the Clart, and the Clart also replied firmly that anything was fine. "Then why don't we go with Ledin? That will allow for an accurate check of their pure skill level," Reina suggested. Ledin sounds fine." Ethan agreed to Reina's suggestion, and the two people on the field also nodded. "All right, so you will put a curse on each other and whoever kneels first loses," the head Clart explained. Ledin was a curse that made the target heavier. On the field, Li Xin and the Clart faced each other and slowly activated their mana, and their energy filled the test room. "I'll make you regret saying that anything is fine," the Clart muttered. The Clart sounded like he was warning Li Xin. He was offended that Li Xin seemed so carefree when a Clart like him was the opponent. It had barely been a few months since Li Xin had entered the Black Magic Tower, while the Clart had begun his career here more than a decade earlier. Although some differences in talent were expected, the differences in basic skills were critical in this test, because there was no point in using tricks for Ledin. The Clart, Dane, was determined not to let Li Xin get away with it. He wanted to show the newbie the difference in skills and experience. "You may begin." The head Clart announced the start of the competition. At the words of the head Clart, the heat in the test room began to increase. For the first time in the history of the Black Magic Tower, there was a competition between a Clart and a second-class wizard, and it made the wizards of the tower watch the competition intensely, palms all clammy with sweat. The black mana, which was considered the signature magic of Li Xin's, moved. The spell containing the energy of death flew toward his opponent, the Clart, and a curse was engraved on it. "Coop!" Dane gasped. Surprised by the power of the curse that was stronger than he had expected, Dane, the Clart groaned, standing his ground with much difficulty. At the same time, Li Xin was also struck by the curse sent by the Clart and was resisting it. Unlike the Clart, whose face was noticeably distorted, Li Xin stood there looking no different from the beginning. There was a rumor about he who knows death being in the Black Magic Tower. When the wizards saw Li Xin's black mana and how he easily gained the upper hand over the Clart, they began to wonder whether Li Xin was the very same he who knows death. Even Dane felt that way as he was fighting Li Xin. "Kung!" Dane gasped again. When Dane was cursed the second time, his legs began to shake. Not only that, His body became very heavy, and his face became more and more distorted. Dane looked up at his opponent. Li Xin was still standing strong. Besides, other wizards around him were looking at Dane contemptuously as this competition went on. Dane could hear the other wizards nearby saying that he had tarnished the Clart's authority and that he was an incompetent wizard. Even as his composure faltered, Dane tried to keep his mind as focused as possible and cast the spell. Both of the two wizards had been hit by 2 spells of leaden by then. Dane wanted to believe that Li Xin was only pretending to be fine, but Li Xin seemed too fine for Dane to think that way. How on earth is that possible? Dane knew that at times like this, he had to be calmer. Therefore, Dane calmly analyzed the curse that Li Xin had cast while putting his curse on Li Xin. When Dane analyzed Li Xin's casting speed, the power of his curse and its scope of attack, he realized that, I think he is about the same level as me. Dane and Li Xin had been casting their curses almost at the same time and the curses struck each other at a similar level of power. For a moment, a strange thought came into Dane's mind, but it was time for him to cast the third curse. Besides, if he were to give up at this point, he would be mocked for the rest of his life in the Black Magic Tower. When the third curse struck him, Dane gritted his teeth, but soon, he realized that something was off, his eyes wide open in surprise. Huh? What's going on? For a moment, Dane could not determine what was going on, and a wave of shame hit him. Dane could hardly feel the weight of the curse in his body this third time. You son of a bitch. As Dane looked at Li Xin with a frown, Li Xin stood there with a blank expression. However, Li Xin did seem like he was struggling a little more compared to before. When Dane saw that Li Xin still looked calm, he was going to burst from anger and embarrassment, but he stopped right away after noticing the faces of the onlooking wizards. The contemptuous looks from a moment ago had disappeared, and the wizards were no longer looking down on Dane. Therefore, Dane continued casting his spells with a puzzled look. As the curse spells went on the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th time, the facial expressions of the wizards who were watching changed from moment to moment. The contempt that Dane had observed earlier now turned into surprise and cheer. By this point, the expectations the audience had for Li Xin to emerge victorious were gradually shifting to the Clart. Dane thought that maybe he was holding out well. He thought his attacks could have reduced the power of Li Xin's curse unknowingly. These thoughts flashed past his mind quickly. Haha, there's no way that can be true. Holding back his laughter, Li Xin knelt down. At the same time, the crowd applauded. Li Xin's entire body had been trembling earlier. Seeing how he had been sweating all over, no one had thought that he was putting up any act in this test. Are you all right? The deputy master approached Li Xin and asked. Yes, I'm fine, Li Xin replied. I never knew how great your persistence was, the head Clart said to the Clart, as he helped him up. Ah, it's nothing, Dane the Clart replied. There was applause for both Li Xin and Dane looked at Li Xin with mixed emotions. You look tired, so go take some rest before the summoning tea, said Ethan, the deputy master. No, I'll do it right away, Li Xin replied. Would that be all right? Ethan asked again. Yes, Li Xin replied. Even when Ethan asked again, Li Xin was determined. Okay then, let's get moving, said Ethan. The place where the summoning test was to be conducted was unlike the cursing test venue. There was a prison with a cage in this test room. These people will be in charge of this test. The head Clart pointed to the 3 Clarts, whose studies focused on the summon field. The summon field was not the mainstream field of study within the Black Magic Tower, having only a few people studying it. Among them, these 3 wizards were the ones who had the highest rank. The Master, Deputy Master, and Head Clart were all from the curse field, and the summon field had not produced wizards of such classes for a long time. For this test, all you have to do is to defeat the hobgoblin in that cage with the undead you've summoned. One of the Clart of the summon field stepped up and explained the test. After listening to the explanation, Li Xin looked at the hobgoblin in the cage. The hobgoblin was a monster that was in charge of leading the whole goblin village. Not only did the hobgoblin have superior physical abilities compared to other goblins, but the reason people feared him the most was because of its high intelligence and excellent communication skills, unlike the regular goblins. The hobgoblin was a tricky monster to deal with because of its ability to bring unruly goblins together. However, the test here was to deal only with one hobgoblin. Is the hobgoblin the only thing I have to deal with on the test? Li Xin asked. Yes, that's right, but don't worry too much. Even if you can't beat the hobgoblin, you've already shown a lot by beating the Clart in the cursing test, so that will be taken into consideration, the same Clart explained, because he and the other Clarts thought Li Xin asked because he felt burdened to deal with the hobgoblin. When Li Xin heard the Clart's explanation, he found it ridiculous and tried to hold back from laughing. Well, I knew it would be easy, but I didn't expect it to be this easy. Li Xin could not believe that his opponent was only that one hobgoblin with no other subordinates, meaning there was no need for his main magic to be used. The black mana that swirled around Li Xin disappeared as if it vanished into the ground, and his shadow expanded to create a huge portal. Shadow space. Li Xin's strongest undead were asleep in his shadow space. Come out, bark, Li Xin ordered. Among them, a skeleton that would most likely leave the strongest impression came out from the portal. Bark had thick bones, a hideous-looking skull, and teeth that were sticking out. His huge body was dripping with black mana. As soon as the skeleton ogre Bark, who was emitting black mana from his huge body, emerged from the portal, he let out a roar. Kuerok? Arg. AMM monster? A monster has appeared. What did he do? No way. The wizards were startled and started screaming, but Li Xin simply stood there casting spells as if he could not hear them. Kill him, Li Xin ordered. Bark raised his club aggressively, but the hobgoblin just trembled and could not even think of avoiding it. There was nothing the hobgoblin could do, because it was already frozen on the spot due to the fear emitted by Bark. Wong. Crack. Just like that, the hobgoblin's skull broke, its big body was crushed at once, and he fell to the floor. The wizards had been stunned by Li Xin's cursing ability since a while ago, but now, the wizards of the Black Magic Tower could not take their eyes off the scene, amazed. In the midst of a crowd who had been frozen to the spot as if time had stopped, there was a sudden sound of footsteps. When the three Clarts heard the sound, they flinched, and soon realized that it was coming from Li Xin, who had finished the test. Did I pass? Li Xin asked. The three Clarts, whose mouths were open in amazement, nodded vigorously as if they had a motor installed on their necks. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Reina walked up to Li Xin, who had become a Clart as well as the eye of a typhoon within the Black Magic Tower. I guess we're both Clarts now, said Reina. I guess so. Li Xin smiled. Make yourself comfortable. Ah, no wait, you will be progressing further up soon, so should I show my respect in advance? Reina asked. Unlike what she had said, Reina clearly seemed nervous, because she was worried about how Li Xin might ask her to behave. When Li Xin noticed that, he smiled and stopped her. I don't really care about that, so just do what you've been doing, Li Xin said. Well, shall we? Haha. Okay, but you were amazing. I was really surprised by the last test, Reina said. Do you have any interest in the summon field? Li Xin asked. What do you mean? I'm busy studying just the curse. I'm not a monster like you, Reina explained. At novel bin at. Thinking that Li Xin would probably be glad to teach her about the summon field, she considered showing her interest, but she decided to say no, because she thought it would be too much for her. Reina had been called a genius a lot, but if she tried to follow real geniuses who were really monsters, she would be destroyed eventually. Why don't we talk about cursing next time? Reina suggested. Sure, Li Xin replied. After Reina left, while Li Xin was on his way to his newly assigned room on the 7th floor, he encountered the three Clarts, who were in charge of the last summoning test. Oh, hi, Clart Li Xin. Can we talk to you for a second? One of the Clarts asked. Sure, Li Xin replied. The three Clarts followed Li Xin to his room and timidly entered. Wow, the Clart was amazed. This room is much better than ours, said another Clart. Well, Li Xin deserves it, said the third Clart. The three people sat down as they admired the interior, which seemed to be much better than theirs, although they had been Clarts for much longer. So what brings you here? Li Xin asked. Clart Li Xin, don't you want to focus on the summon field? A Clart asked. That's right, with your level of skills, you can easily be the best wizard in the summon field. You can be the best necroman, another Clart started to explain. Clang. When Li Xin put down the cup from which he was drinking tea, the three Clarts heard the clattering sound loud and clear. I will study and handle all the black magic, Li Xin replied in a determined voice. But that will be too hard, the Clart tried to explain. Stop, please don't make me say it again, Li Xin said. When the three Clarts saw Li Xin's determined attitude, they shut up, as if they were honeyed mutes. To be honest, the wizards in our summon field are in a very difficult situation. The summon field is no longer taught in school, and now we have to teach ourselves, the Clart explained. We need a genius like you, someone who can break through our blocked path, another Clart explained. Looking at the trembling hands of the Clarts, Li Xin could tell how desperate they were. Li Xin could tell how hard it must have been for them. Just because I will deal with everything doesn't mean I will be neglecting the summon field. I will help you guys for sure, Li Xin explained. Really? The Clart seemed excited. Thank you so much, another Clart shouted. The Clarts seemed elated and excited to hear Li Xin's positive answer. They looked like kids who just received some extra pocket money. How did you make that ogre into a skeleton? The Clart asked. I had a hard time making that hobgoblin into an undead too. Besides, it wasn't easy to handle it even after I succeeded, another Clart explained. How many of those undead can you control at your best? The third Clart asked. I'll let you know later. At the sudden barrage of questions, Li Xin waved his hand and stopped them. Li Xin barely managed to calm them down, and sent them off. However, as soon as he sat on the sofa, someone else knocked on the door. Come on in, said Li Xin. It was the Clart Dane whom Li Xin had faced in the last cursing test. Why did you do that? Dane asked. When Dane asked him out of the blue, Li Xin pretended like he did not understand what Dane was talking about. What are you talking about? Li Xin asked. I already know that you went easy on me, said Dane. Do you think that I went easy on you? Don't you think that it was because I couldn't cast my cursing spell properly as your curse was so strong? Li Xin asked. That's not even pos. Dane could not finish his sentence. Don't underestimate yourself. It's entirely your achievement and the result you deserved, Li Xin explained. Dane wanted to ask more, but seeing Li Xin's determined attitude, Dane kept his mouth shut. I see, Clart Li Xin, Dane muttered. Dane got up from his seat, and just before he exited the room, he said one more word. Thank you. When Li Xin tried to sit leaning against the sofa after Dane left, someone knocked on the door again. Li Xin frowned. Recently, people visited him so often that he could not do anything properly. Besides, the frequent visits were to the point that his head started throbbing. Li Xin even thought of calling either Mei or Worry to block the door, but he held it in. Come on in, said Li Xin. Li Xin wondered who it was this time, so he looked at the door that opened and saw that it was Ethan, the deputy master. Why is Ethan here? Li Xin looked at him with a puzzled look. Would you like some tea? Li Xin offered. Yes, thank you, Ethan replied. When Li Xin put the tea on the table, Ethan had a sip and put the cup down. Then he looked at Li Xin. You know, are you interested in becoming a deputy master? The master from the Green Magic Tower, deputy masters from the Red and Black Magic Towers, and a clerk from the Gold Magic Tower gathered at a cellar located in the western part of Sia. Baron, the master of the Green Magic Tower, who had called for this secret meeting, spoke. The masters of the Red, Black, and Gold Magic Towers could not come, and the Blue and Yellow Magic Towers said they have no interest in talking about this issue, Baron said. That's totally understandable, because the Blue Magic Tower barely has anyone left, and the Yellow Magic Tower is still busy looking for evidence of the assassination of their master. Well, it's the same for our Gold Magic Tower, said the clerk of the Gold Magic Tower. Baron did not like the idea that the Gold Magic Tower had sent their clerk to this important meeting, but he let it go for now. As you all know, the only towers that haven't been attacked are the White, Green, and Black Magic Towers. And here, we have a representative from both the Green and Black Magic Towers, but not from the White, said Baron. Does that mean that you think the White Magic Tower is behind this incident? The clerk of the Gold Magic Tower asked. Yes, to be honest, I see it that way. What could be the motive behind these incidents? What else is there, other than to win the D-League that's happening soon? If it continues this way, it's obvious that the White Magic Tower will win the D-League, said Baron. But couldn't there be another reason? Ethan, the deputy master of the Black Magic Tower, asked. Okay, well, if that's not it, what do you think it is? Tell me, Ethan, said Baron. Ethan had asked so that they would not jump to conclusions, but he could not think of another plausible reason for the recent events. If this continues, the White Magic Tower will not only win this D-League, but the gap between them and the rest of us in terms of power after the D-League will continue to grow, said Baron. You're right. We must find and kill the person behind all this, the deputy master of the Red Magic Tower said determinedly. The Red Magic Tower was the first one to get caught up in these incidents, and the Blue Magic Tower was just second to Red in terms of the damage taken. Helen was practically retired, and even the head clerk could not be considered as their main offensive power anymore since he would need a long time to recover. Besides, many of the wizards in the Red Magic Tower were also injured. Therefore, the Red Magic Tower was determined to find the culprit and get their revenge. I agree with you. I don't want to simply allow the White Magic Tower to advance like this, Ethan muttered, and others nodded in agreement at Ethan's words. However, we have some internal affairs to sort out, so we will help you as soon as those are done, Ethan added. Adat novel bin adat. How can you be so sure that it's the White Magic Tower? We never know. The black one here could be the real culprit, said the clerk of the Gold Magic Tower. Things had almost reached a conclusion, with the White Magic Tower being the culprit behind this whole incident. However, the clerk of the Gold Magic Tower suddenly intervened, putting a stop to the plan to form an alliance to go against the White Magic Tower. You better not think that you have the same status that you used to have. Gordon is dead and your rising star Varin is dead as well. If you still believe in your past prestige and talk to me like that again, I'll burn your mouth. You understand? Baron shouted. How dare you talk to us like that? Do you really want to get killed? I'm already annoyed that they sent only a clerk to such an important meeting. Ethan seemed offended hearing the words from the clerk of the Gold Magic Tower. When Ethan added on to what Baron had said, the face of the clerk of the Gold Magic Tower turned red, but he did not argue back. Just like the wizards had said, the stature of the Gold Magic Tower was no longer as great since the death of Gordon and Varin. Yeah, we need to gather as much offensive power as possible, so think about what you want to say before you actually say it. Alright. If you're going to suspect the Black Magic Tower, bring plausible evidence before you even say that. Okay, the clerk of the Gold Magic Tower felt anger boiling inside, but as a wizard of the Gold Magic Tower, he could not compare with his opponents who were the masters and deputy masters of their magic towers. The clerk of the Gold Magic Tower knew that he could not win against everyone who was present in this meeting. Our Gold Magic Tower will stay out of this matter, said the clerk of the Gold Magic Tower. What did you say? Hey, did you get upset because we said something to you? The clerk of the Gold Magic Tower shook his head and repeated himself when the wizards from other towers started arguing. No, this is not my opinion, but our master had already ordered me to deliver this message even before I came here. The Gold Magic Tower expressed that they will watch the situation a little longer because they believed that it was the White Magic Tower behind this, but they thought there could be another possibility. Therefore, they wanted to find the traces of Gordon and Varin first before making the decision. When Baron heard the message from the master of the Gold Magic Tower, he nodded and accepted their reasoning. Besides, considering his characteristics, Baron expected that Aster, the master of Gold Magic Tower, would react this way. And it did not seem like the clerk in front of him was lying. Well, he will end up joining us anyways. Baron thought that way, and concluded the secret meeting. Currently, only the Green, Red, and Black Magic Towers were united as an alliance aiming to bring down the White Magic Tower. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Meanwhile, in the Black Magic Tower, the wizards were eager to listen to Li Xin's lecture after seeing him summon the undead. After a lot of requests, it was finally decided that Li Xin would give a special lecture on the summon field. Originally, wizards in the lower classes were not allowed to give a lecture until they became a clart and showed a good performance. However, Li Xin had made an extraordinary achievement during the test to become a clart. He was allowed to give a special lecture because even the deputy master and the head clart were impressed by Li Xin's performance. Li Xin accepted the request to do the special lecture. Therefore, Li Xin got a chance to give a lecture in the largest lecture hall in the Black Magic Tower. Since there were numerous requests, the largest and the best lecture hall in the tower had filled up with people coming to listen. In fact, there were not enough seats for everyone. Not only were there second-class wizards, but first-class wizards and clarts also gathered to listen to the special lecture. Even the head clart and the deputy master came in to listen. Li Xin could have possibly felt nervous in front of these many wizards, but he showed no signs of nervousness even though he stood alone on the large platform. Wow, there are a lot of people here even though it's only a lecture on the summon field. In the meantime, Li Xin had heard from the three clarts about the topics they had learned in the summon field in the Black Magic Tower. Therefore, Li Xin had a good sense of how much the people knew. Additionally, Li Xin had demonstrated part of the lecture to the three clarts in advance. Having received their feedback, Li Xin was sure that his special lecture would be successful. Alright, I will start the special lecture. Li Xin started to speak. Although the deputy master and head clart were present in the lecture hall, since the majority of the audience were of a lower rank, Li Xin decided to speak in a more relaxed tone. What do you think are the advantages of summoning? This branch has no limitations in battles. Usually, wizards are capable of mass destruction, but there's only so much a wizard can do alone on a battlefield. Their offensive power may be strong, but that means their defense can be weak. If they encounter many opponents on a chaotic battlefield, it's almost impossible for the wizard to survive alone. And the same goes for other classes besides the wizard, Li Xin explained. Li Xin seemed very calm and relaxed, exuding confidence, as if he had already experienced everything before. Along with his outstanding performance of magic that everyone had seen earlier, Li Xin had the ability to keep everyone focused on his every word, even though he was actually only stating the obvious. The charisma that the audience sensed from Li Xin even as he stood there alone was captivating. But, the Dark Wizard is different. Curse is also a good branch, but summoning has a big merit that is different from that, Li Xin explained. There was a large space between the platform and the audience. On top of that, Li Xin made a passage using his black mana and skeletons started to appear one by one. Starting from a weak skeleton made of just thin bones, there was a skeleton ogre that sent a shiver down the student's spine just by looking at it. The giant skeleton ogre took the lead, followed by the skeleton archer, mage, and warrior. The skeletons stood there, their hideous black auras gushing out. The only one exception is the Dark Wizard of the summoning branch. We call them necromancers. They kill the enemy and raise the dead body to create an undead. And using those undead, they kill again, and raise them back again as undead, Li Xin added. The death aura and murderous intent that were spewing out from the undead made the hearts of wizards in the same space quiver in fear and excitement at the same time. It would have been scary if they had met those undead as opponents, but the prospect that these undead would be a more reliable ally or subordinate than anything else made their hearts beat faster. They kill again, and by doing so, the core continues to prosper, Li Xin explained. The mana of Li Xin had spread and the core of undead started to roar. Arg. Oh my god. What's going on? They're not coming here, are they? The wizards in the lecture hall started to panic when they heard the sudden roar, because Li Xin had shown to the fullest how intimidating the core of undead could be. This is what you call a necromancer, otherwise called the one-man core, said Li Xin. The overwhelming appearance of the undead core made the wizards tremble. Even knowing that these undead were not opponents, the wizards still felt like they were going to get a heart attack in the presence of their death auras. Get rid of the prejudice that the dark wizards of the summon field would be weak, because these are the people who can be stronger than anyone else, Li Xin explained. The wizards of the Black Magic Tower, who had been listening to Li Xin's every word, began to aspire toward the summon field, as they looked at the undead core in front of them. So, from now on, I will tell you the secret of summoning, said Li Xin. Click. When Li Xin flicked his fingers, the assistants brought in a cart with a dead body from the side of the lecture hall. The way you have learned to summon is fundamentally wrong, said Li Xin. When people heard what Li Xin said, the lecture hall became noisy with discussions. The most important thing here is dominance. It's not just about aligning bones and connecting them to raise them up forcefully, Li Xin explained. There was a dead body of an orc warrior placed between the platform and the audience. Li Xin had returned all the undead he had summoned into the shadow space. What you see over here is the dead body of an orc warrior. Currently, even the first-class wizards are finding it difficult to raise an orc. Why is that? Li Xin pointed to the first-class wizard who was sitting at the front and asked. Isn't it because orcs are strong individuals? The first-class wizard replied. No, it's not that, said Li Xin. Li Xin shook his head firmly and pointed to another wizard who was sitting next to him. Well, is it because the orcs are rebellious? Said another wizard in a small voice. When he spoke in a voice that was getting smaller and smaller as if he did not know the answer, Li Xin could hear a giggling sound here and there. It was because most of the wizards in the lecture hall thought that it did not make sense for a dead body to rebel. That's right. I see that you have some insight, Li Xin said. The wizards were surprised by Li Xin's answer, including Ethan and the head clart, who were sitting at the front. The orcs have a high fighting spirit, and the stronger they are, the worse it gets. The fact that we are not keeping this factor in consideration in the first place tells me that your first step to summoning is wrong, Li Xin explained. The soul swayed over the cold, dead body of the orc warrior, and Li Xin could clearly see its violent soul. The first thing you must add to your magic is the power to suppress them, called dominance. Even if the body is dead, their soul still remains. The dominance, coercion, and charisma that captivates the soul, those are the key points of summoning. Li Xin explained with passion. Then, the black mana of Li Xin flowed over the orc warrior. Necromancers need to be tougher than anyone else, Li Xin explained. A strong will to suppress and subordinate the soul was expressed by Li Xin's mana power. When the soul of the orc warrior faced Li Xin's black mana, it began to tremble at the powerful dominance contained in the black mana. The reason why it is difficult to make an old dead body into an undead is that as time goes by, the soul bound to the body is more likely to leave. Do you understand? We have to subordinate the soul of the body first, not the body itself, Li Xin explained. There was a powerful dominance in Li Xin's black mana. Also, Li Xin could see the soul of the orc warrior because he could see souls. Be my subordinate, Li Xin ordered. The soul of the orc warrior that was shaking as if it had seen some kind of a devil was sucked into the dead body. The next step is the decomposition of the body and the addition of power to the bones, Li Xin explained. As Li Xin scattered the black mana, it permeated through the body of the orc warrior, and at the same time, the flesh of the body rotted and disappeared. Crunch creak. The bones began to connect with each other, creating a strange noise. As the black mana was injected into the bones creaked and the skeleton orc warrior got up. The wizards stared blankly at the strange yet amazing sight with their mouths agape. Kauyug. The skeleton orc warrior roared. Under the influence of black mana, the skeleton orc warrior gave a more ferocious roar than before. The skeleton orc warrior with shining black eyes hit the podium on the platform. Then, with a breaking sound, the podium broke as if it were a tofu being crushed. The sight of the skeleton orc warrior instilled motivation rather than fear among the wizards. The skeletons you make can be as strong as you want, and any monster can be your subordinate, so please don't limit yourself. Do you have any questions? Li Xin asked. The wizards who had been listening to Li Xin's special lecture fell in love with his demonstration and speech, so all of their hands went up to ask questions. After Li Xin's lecture, the three clarts who were in charge of the summon field had trouble dealing with the huge influx of questions and requests from all the attending wizards. They were asking questions like whether there would be any more lectures on the summon field, and when it would be held. Some wizards even asked if it was possible for them to switch from the curse field to the summon field instead. Others also asked if they could have an appointment with Clart Li Xin. At first, these three clarts were a little bit annoyed by these questions and requests, because they were not Li Xin's assistants or secretaries. However, they could understand the wizards' reactions because the three clarts also had similar responses when they first saw Li Xin's summoning skills, which were beyond their levels. This time, even though it was already their second time seeing Li Xin's demonstration, they could not help the desire to learn more and the excitement that gushed out from the core of their being. Since they were still amazed the second time, they knew that it was a natural reaction for the wizards who were seeing it for the first time. In fact, several clarts who had already made solid achievements in the research of the curse field started to show interest in switching to the summon field as well. What would it be like if I worked on the summon field from now on? I heard that Clart Li Xin covers both the curse and summon field, is that right? Should I try that as well? What do you think? How long would it take to make such a skeleton ogre as my subordinate? Can you guys also do that? Forget the ogre, what about the lizardman sorcerer? I want to have the lizardman sorcerer as my subordinate. How long would that take me? These questions clearly showed how much they had not been interested in summoning previously. The three clarts wanted to insult them, but they held it in. Mr. Clart, I have a question. If I study the summon field, can I become like Clart Li Xin? When will it be possible for me to have dominance over 30 subordinates? The one-man corps sounds so cool. I'm sure all of you Mr. Clarts can do that, right? After the three clarts in charge of the summon field had sent away the other clarts who had questions, the wizards of lower ranks approached them. The three clarts struggled to reply to the wizards' questions, because they knew next to nothing about the current situation of the summon field. I don't know that either. How would I know how to do that? Please, Clart Li Xin, come here and do something about these guys. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hello, Mr. Clart Li Xin. These are all the letters addressed to you. The employer on the first floor handed Li Xin a box with dozens of letters inside when Li Xin went down to the first floor. When Li Xin scanned the box, there were so many letters that he laughed. He decided to take them to his room, because he could not throw them away publicly. When Li Xin quickly looked through the letters, he noticed a familiar name. Cigarette. Li Xin seemed interested. When Li Xin noticed the name Cigarette written on the cover of the letter, he took it out, and left the remaining pile on the side. Cigarette had written that he had something to tell Li Xin urgently tonight, so he asked if Li Xin could please come out to the open space in the southeast. Li Xin did not know what Cigarette wanted to say, but he thought it would be a good idea to meet Cigarette at least once. Li Xin folded the letter and kept it close. He was aware that Cigarette would be the biggest unknown variable in this plan. He then went out to the open space as suggested, arriving just on time for the appointment. When he arrived, Li Xin could see that Cigarette was already there and had been waiting for him. "You're here," Cigarette muttered. "Why did you call me?" Li Xin asked. "I've heard rumors that you became a clart. Is that right? Plus, I heard that you gave a great lecture on the summon field as well," said Cigarette. "Get to your point," said Li Xin. Li Xin sounded like he would leave any moment if Cigarette did not get to the point quickly. Cigarette gave a cold look. "Li Xin, you're he who knows death, right?" Cigarette asked. It seemed like Cigarette was very wary of the title He Who Knows Death. If even Cigarette, a challenger from another dimension, knew that Li Xin was He Who Knows Death, Li Xin had to assume that most of the challengers on the lower floors would know this as well, even if the ones on the higher floors might not. Li Xin realized that the effect of the title of Pioneer of the World was much greater than he had expected. Li Xin could not imagine how far this information about him had spread. "Well, what if I am?" Li Xin asked. "I know you're a challenger, too. I just wasn't sure if you were really that Li Xin, but it became clear after I saw your moves in the Black Magic Tower," Cigarette explained. "So what?" Li Xin asked. "So, what I want to say is that no matter who you are, it will be difficult to defeat all the magic towers and win if you only rely on the combat power of the Black Magic Tower. Why don't we do this together?" Cigarette suggested. Li Xin smirked at Cigarette's sudden proposal, because Cigarette had earlier been convinced that the wizard whom he had fought with earlier was definitely not Li Xin. Cigarette had thought that Li Xin, a dark wizard, would never be able to use such a high level of water and fire spells. "Well, why should I do that? There's no reason for me to join you guys since the Red Magic Tower has already been destroyed," Li Xin explained. "The Red Magic Tower is not ruined. Our Deputy Master is still around, and we have many clarts left. Besides, they have me," Cigarette said proudly. "I think you're overconfident. If I kill you here, wouldn't the Red Magic Tower be done for?" Li Xin laughed at him. Upon hearing Li Xin's provocative words, Cigarette raised his vigilance to his best ability and activated his mana power. "Do you think you can kill me?" Cigarette asked. The air that surrounded the two wizards changed in an instant. It was certain that Cigarette had a different level of skills from the other challengers Li Xin had seen so far. Besides, it was ridiculous for Li Xin to compare Cigarette's skills to those whom Li Xin had taught on the first floor, such as Park Haiwen, Park Ju Hyuk, and Baek Hyun. There was no need to pick a fight with Cigarette at this moment, because Li Xin knew that Cigarette's combat power would be useful in the upcoming battle against the White Magic Tower. "Let's not do this, because nothing will be solved even if the two of us fight here." When Li Xin made it seem like he was giving in, Cigarette stopped activating his mana. "Do you know about the culprit behind the incident?" Cigarette asked. "No, I don't," Li Xin replied. "I think there are one or two culprits behind the incident. They are likely a powerful flame wizard and cryomancer, or a wizard who is highly skilled in handling both of these elements. Actually, I encountered the ice wizard for a second, and it felt like we were at a similar level. Honestly, if the flame wizard is also at that level, I will be overwhelmed to deal with them on my own," Cigarette explained. Cigarette assessed himself in a more objective manner than what Li Xin had expected. It was a little contrasting to his confident demeanor, which seemed even arrogant sometimes. "Well, if you're a challenger, you probably know what the hell difficulty is like. One of us would not be able to clear this floor, but if we cooperate, at least one of us will clear this stage. Why don't we first defeat that power and have a battle between the red and black magic towers at the end?" Cigarette suggested. "Don't you think I could be the culprit?" Li Xin asked. "You can't be the culprit. There's no way a wizard on the 15th floor is skilled enough to handle both the fire and water spells like that, and also master the black magic so proficiently. Plus, you're not a great wizard, so it's impossible that you're the culprit," Cigarette explained. Cigarette's ideas were reasonable. Although Li Xin had used a water spell at a high level of skill during the last lecture at the Blue Magic Tower, he only showed excellent control skills and did not show a high-level spell. Besides, Verin also mentioned that he could also demonstrate that much. "So, you want to cooperate?" Li Xin asked. "Yes," Cigarette replied. "All right, let's form an alliance for the time being," Li Xin replied. "After we destroy the White Magic Tower and kill the culprits who are either challengers or someone from the tower, we will have a battle then," said Cigarette. Both having their own minds, Li Xin and Cigarette shook hands and made an alliance. Back in the Black Magic Tower, the Deputy Master visited Li Xin again. "Are you done thinking?" the Deputy Master, Ethan, asked. "Yes," Li Xin replied. "Great, I think it's time for us to talk now. Soon the Alliance will be attacking the White Magic Tower together, and our tower has to support them. As you know, the Master of the Black Magic Tower is not interested in the growth of our Magic Tower. Instead, he is just focused on improving his own magic skills," Ethan explained. During the last time the Deputy Master had visited Li Xin, he had proposed to Li Xin that they should bring down the current Master of the Black Magic Tower. Already, more than half of the tower was under the influence of the Deputy Master, and Ethan needed Li Xin's help to carry out his plan, because Li Xin recently became a key figure in the Black Magic Tower. Li Xin was very important in Ethan's plan. If Li Xin refused Ethan's plan, Ethan's whole plan could potentially go down the drain in an instant. "Okay, so what do you think? We'll get rid of the Master, then I'll be the new Master and you will be the Deputy Master immediately. Together, we will try to revive the Black Magic Tower together. It is possible if it's you and me," Ethan explained. Li Xin could tell that Ethan wanted to get Li Xin's agreement. Li Xin looked into Ethan's desperate eyes and said, "All right, let's do it together. I'll be on your side." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The reason why Ethan had been postponing such a huge deal was that he wanted to first ensure that he had enough influence in the tower. Secondly, Ethan could not accurately assess the hidden ability of the master. Thirdly, it was due to external circumstances. However, all of these had now been settled. Knowing that he had influence over more than half of the people in the magic tower, when Li Xin decided to stand on his side, it was as good as having gained the trust of the whole tower. Besides, no matter how much the master of the Black Magic Tower had been withdrawing himself to develop his ability, Ethan was confident that he could defeat the master with Li Xin's help. Moreover, the D-League was no longer a concern, because other magic towers had begun to collapse. Now was the time to bring down the master of the Black Magic Tower and consolidate the might of the magic tower and grow stronger. "It's me, master. Please open the door." Ethan knocked on the door to the master's room. Ethan had brought Li Xin and the head clerk with him to confront the master. He knew the master had not been there for a while, because whenever Ethan called the master, there was no response. Therefore, Ethan thought that there would be no response this time as well. "If you don't open it, I'm going to break in." As Ethan was thinking that, the voice of the master of the magic tower came from the inside. "Come in, the door is open," said the master. Ethan was surprised to see the master letting them in more gently than he thought. It made Ethan feel uneasy. When Ethan opened the door and entered the room, he saw the master, who seemed relaxed, sitting. The master greeted the three people. "Why did you come?" "I think I told you not to come until I told you to do so," said the master. "Do you know what's going on outside?" Ethan asked with a bit of reproach in his voice. Ethan's words were tinged with resentment towards the master of the magic tower who had not been taking care of the wizards of the tower even till now. "Yes, I am aware of that. I heard that other magic towers are in chaos right now," said the master. "Sigh, I guess you still know what you need to know, even though you're stuck here," said Ethan. The master remained speechless. "And you still chose to neglect our Black Magic Tower." Ethan burst out in anger. Then, the master of the magic tower got up from his seat and looked through the window. "Do you know why this happened to our Black Magic Tower?" the master asked. "Of course, I do. It's because we are weak," Ethan replied. "Yes, you're right, and that's why I had to be strong," said the master. It wasn't just Ethan who was put under pressure all these while, because Lakia, the master of the Black Magic Tower, sounded grave, as if he had also been through the same. "What's the point if you're the only one who's getting stronger here? You're not the only one in the magic tower," Ethan shouted. "No, I have to be strong. The growth of our Black Magic Tower began to stagnate after our ancestors were cut off from us. I had to raise that threshold, because if I could not do that, others could not go up further," Lakia explained. "How can you be so sure of that? Most wizards can't even get to the starting point of the road that you've paved. You're just giving excuses," Ethan shouted in frustration. The more Ethan spoke, the more intense his emotions became. And he ended up pointing his wand at Lakia. "Adat novel bin adat. I don't think I'm wrong, Ethan," said Lakia. "Well, same here. Please step down from your position as the master. If not, you'll have to die here," said Ethan. Mana had gathered at the tip of Ethan's wand, and he signaled with his eyes at Li Xin and the head clerk. "I know you're strong, Ethan, and our level of skills may have been similar in the past, but they are different now," said Lakia. After saying that, Lakia also pulled up his mana. The two mana clashed, and Ethan's confident face stiffened when he felt the backlash. "Coop." Ethan gasped. Ethan groaned and retreated. His mana was deflected away easily. This was because while Ethan was taking care of the magic tower, Lakia's status rose to the next level, causing a big gap in power between the two. There was a faint bitterness in Lakia's expression when he felt the difference. At the same time, Li Xin's shadow space unfolded and Mei stood up. "How dare you!" the head clerk shouted because he thought Li Xin was going to attack Lakia using Mei. The head clerk suddenly attacked Li Xin, but he was blocked by Mei's magic. Ethan clenched his teeth and stared at the head clerk and asked, "I expected it. Were you planning on betraying us?" "I've been following the master since the beginning," the head clerk replied. At that moment, other passages were created beneath the ground, and from there, Wari and Callan popped out. When Lakia felt the fierce morale from the summoners, his face stiffened rapidly. The head clerk was busy dealing with Callan's magic. "Ha ha ha, yes, we have Li Xin with us. Lakia, you will be done today, too." Ethan laughed. When Ethan's mana power gathered and headed to Lakia, the red-eyed swordsman Wari intervened and cut the magic with his sword. "Huh? How did you do that? I mean, what are you doing?" Ethan, whose face was distorted, shouted at Li Xin. Li Xin stood at his spot, looking at the three people, expressionless. "What do you mean? Be quiet if you don't want to all die," said Li Xin. "WW what?" Ethan started to panic. "I can't believe the weak are trying to kill each other instead of thinking about joining forces." Li Xin shook his head and called out Lillian. There was a sudden rush of red blood that gathered in the air, and out of it came a creature with a class that was different from everyone. She had pale white skin, and purple hair. A beautiful woman in an antique dress looked at the three, her eyes like red jewels. "You inferior ones," Lillian muttered. There was a sudden surge of overwhelming power. The three people held their necks and fell to their knees under the choking pressure as if they were about to suffocate. Unlike Lakia, who could hold out a little bit more, Ethan and the head clart looked like they were about to faint. When Li Xin noticed that, he stopped Lillian with a gesture. I can't believe it's using up this much of my mana power, just to summon someone her class. Despite the increase in his mana power, the use of Lillian was still a little burdensome to Li Xin. Ha, oh my, sigh. The three people were shocked, staring blankly at the ground. If you don't want us all to die, cooperate, said Li Xin. The White Magic Tower was located in the middle of Sia, and many wizards headed toward there. The wizards from the Green, Red, and Black Magic Towers had formed an alliance, and these people were now moving to the White Magic Tower. Baron was leading this alliance and was planning his next moves. No matter how strong the White Magic Tower was, the alliance was superior in combat power. If things went smoothly, they would knock down the White Magic Tower together, and the Green Magic Tower, the strongest tower after the White Magic Tower, would become the deleaguer. The only regret of the alliance was the absence of other magic towers. The Yellow Magic Tower had said in the past they would expose the culprit who killed the master of their magic tower, but there was still no news about that. The Blue Magic Tower was not in any condition to help, and the Gold Magic Tower still had the same indifferent attitude. Only the Black and Red Magic Towers were actively trying to defeat the White Magic Tower. We would definitely be able to win this, right? The White Magic Tower had won the D-League the last time. Right after the D-League was over, they continued to be active in matters outside their tower. However, as days passed, they had not revealed any of their internal affairs. The other wizards had thought that it would not be surprising if that insidious Abel had been hiding a secret weapon. The master of the Yellow Magic Tower, Gordon from the Gold Magic Tower, Hemingway from the Blue Magic Tower, and Shun Grammys from the Blue Magic Tower had died. The other wizards thought that if the wizard who had finished off these strong men was indeed inside the White Magic Tower, it would not be an easy fight. You seem to have a lot of worries, Lakia said, looking at Baron, who did not look well. I'm okay, but anyways, I heard you've achieved a lot in the meantime. I look forward to seeing what you've got now, said Baron. I thought so, but the world is big and there are many outstanding people out there, Lakia muttered. Stop trying to look humble, Baron muttered. The masters of the Green and Black Magic Towers and the deputy master of the Red Magic Tower led the alliance, and they arrived in front of the White Magic Tower. Numerous wizards dressed in uniforms of one of the three colors of the alliance were lined up at the back, and Li Xin and Cigarette were there as well. Remember, we are allies today, Cigarette said anxiously. Okay, I got it, Li Xin replied. Li Xin gave a quick answer to Cigarette, who seemed anxious and wanted confirmation from Li Xin. Li Xin then looked at the wizards who were coming out of the White Magic Tower. Among them, the master of the White Magic Tower stepped forward. Well, everyone still gathered here. As I said earlier, I'm not the culprit of the previous cases, Abel said. Abel, there's no point in denying it like that. If you want to prove your point, bring us the proof that you're not, said Baron. Where would the proof be? I've been in the Magic Tower this whole time. Abel expressed his anger as if he found this whole situation unfair. Abel, given the circumstances, you have to be the culprit, Lakia said. When Abel heard Lakia, who suddenly interjected, his expression stiffened. Shut up, I'm not the culprit. Besides, I think the culprit is from your Black Magic Tower, Abel shouted. Mr. Abel, how would that even be possible for the Black Magic Tower to be the culprit? They are struggling to even achieve anything, said the deputy master of the Red Magic Tower quietly. Ahem. Lakia cleared his throat to let them know that he was uncomfortable to hear those direct words of the deputy master of the Red Magic Tower. The deputy master of the Red Magic Tower noticed and shut his mouth. Ugh, you guys just don't understand. Do you really have to do this? Abel seemed frustrated. Yeah, so you better show us the wizard you've been hiding. If you don't, you'll be in big trouble, Baron said. As soon as Baron finished saying that, he began to activate his mana power. As they saw Baron get ready, Lakia and the deputy master, who were standing next to Baron, also started to activate their mana power. If one did not have a good sense of mana, they were likely to be subjected to Baron's wind spell, because that magic was invisible. Whoosh! Even though they were staying alert and paying attention to their enemies, the robe of a clart was suddenly sliced off with the sound of the wind. Oh my! A clart gasped, thinking what might have happened if the blade of the wind had passed through his neck instead. However, the blade of the wind, which had been flying secretly, could not hit its next target because it was blocked by Abel's shield. After all, you're still a coward to make that kind of a move, Abel muttered. I call this my strategy, Baron replied. While trash-talking, Abel activated his mana and cast a spell that could reverse the situation. Flash grenade. The sphere of light that extended from Abel's wand shone more and more strongly above the alliance of the Green, Red, and Black Magic Towers. A moment later, it exploded, emitting a dazzling light. The intensity of the light was strong enough to blind everyone. Li Xin immediately used his mana to set up a membrane to reflect the light, but it was only a temporary measure and could not completely block the light. Coop. Everyone close your eyes and spread your mana wave. The deputy masters and head clards shouted hastily, but most of the wizards could not properly deal with the sudden attack. Besides the wizards below the first class, the clards also suffered damage. At least, they had avoided being blinded with Li Xin's help. Attack! Abel shouted. At the same time, the attack from the White Magic Tower began. The arrows of light and the point lasers started to attack the wizards in the alliance and caused damage. Numerous people were hit in a short period of time, as the flash grenade blocked their vision. Then suddenly, a bottle flew from within the Alliance camp and exploded on the camp of the White Magic Tower. What's going on? Black liquid spread like fog and mixed with the air. Small particles floating in the air entered the respiratory systems of the wizards of the White Magic Tower. Since it came out of nowhere, Abel had no time to judge the impact that this liquid powder would cause. Therefore, Abel, who somehow became impatient and anxious, started casting a large-scale spell. Wave of light. Try blocking this as well if you can. Coop. As soon as Abel cast a spell, Abel gasped. As the wave of light spread and fanned outwards to sweep away the wizards of the Green, Red, and Black Magic Towers Alliance, a sudden mana reflux occurred in Abel's body. What's going on? The moment Abel saw his magic, his mana power went out of control. It felt like his mana power was struggling with unbearable pain, and shouting at Abel to stop. Therefore, Abel, who could not make this obvious to other wizards, clenched his teeth and cancelled the magic that he had cast. Everyone, stop casting any more spells. At the cry of the head clart, the wizards of the White Magic Tower hurriedly stopped using their magic. Damn it, is it because of that black liquid that I saw a moment ago? Abel knew for sure that the liquid powder was sprayed by the Black Magic Tower. He was surprised to see such a powerful curse with such a wide attack range. The moment he saw the powerful light, the aggression of the mana power intensified and it became extremely difficult for him to control the mana. Since when did the Black Magic Tower make these things? Since it was the first time that Abel had encountered this kind of a curse, he could not cope with it very well. However, it was not too difficult to find a solution, because it only took Abel about 10 seconds to undo the spell. At novel bin at. Shit. Abel clenched his teeth and burned all the remnants of the liquid powder that had entered his body. However, the wizards of the opposing side were already almost ready for a counterattack. You look terrible, Abel. You cowards. Abel shouted. Imprint of darkness. Lakia cast the unique magic that he had developed while neglecting all the wizards of his tower. The mana that formed at the tip of his wand turned into deep darkness and attached to Abel's heart. It then started creating a mana circle. Coop. Abel gasped. The mana that extended from the imprint of darkness began to wrap around Abel's mana blood as if it was sealing the blood. What the hell? Abel shouted. The mana that entered his mana blood was sealed in, agglomerated, and was caught in the darkness. It's going to be hard for you to activate your mana for a while, said Baron. Ugh, Baron. Abel shouted. This is becoming easier than I thought, Baron muttered. When Baron was just about to cast his spell to kill Abel, who had become helpless, there was a strong thunderbolt. Rumble crack? From the dark sky, a strong bolt of lightning struck Baron. It was the thunderbolt, the kind of magic that was familiar to Baron. The power contained in the sudden thunderbolt was not something one could easily see. The lightning that pushed through the barrier of wind struck Baron's shoulder. Coop. Baron gasped. Due to the barrier of wind, and the wind armor that protected Baron at all times, the power of the thunderbolt was reduced drastically. However, it was impossible to block the attack completely. Baron touched his numb shoulder, clenched his teeth and turned to see the wizard who had cast the thunderbolt spell on him. When he turned around, there was a group of wizards of the Gold Magic Tower. The master of the Gold Magic Tower, Aster, took the lead. Aster, what the hell do you think you are doing? Baron shouted. Baron, stop that right now. You're headed in the wrong direction, Aster explained. What are you talking about? Baron shouted at Aster with a frown. To Baron, now was the best time to get rid of Abel, who was considered the most dangerous enemy here. However, things could get very difficult if Aster intervened. Moreover, if the Gold Magic Tower were to join the White Magic Tower, the chance of winning would drop to less than 50%. Damn it, nothing's going the way I wanted. Baron, and you too Abel, look closely and see who is the real enemy we have to fight, said Aster. Aster took out a white bead and added mana into it. Light came out of the bead and a short video appeared in the air. What's that? Huh? Wait, that person is that Gordon? And that's Clark Li Xin, isn't it? Confusion arose among the wizards as they saw Gordon, Varin, and Li Xin appearing on the projection together. Look carefully, said Aster. The video started playing, and it was a scene where Li Xin's thunderbolt had struck. When Gordon blocked Li Xin's attack with the membrane made up of lightning aura, the chain of death appeared and bound Gordon. Unable to resist, Gordon was shot through the heart and collapsed. After that, all three of the wizards of the Gold Magic Tower were killed by Li Xin and disappeared into the darkness as an undead. All the wizards who were watching the video were confused, including the wizards of the Black Magic Tower. By watching this video, it was obvious that Li Xin was the real culprit behind this incident. This is an emergency video memory that Gordon had hidden in his training ground, and I found it yesterday, Aster explained. When Li Xin heard the story, he recalled the moment when Gordon's thunderbolts were scattered all over the place. Was that the trigger? Gordon had already suspected Li Xin to be the real culprit of the series of incidents. That was why he suddenly asked Li Xin and Varin to have a fight at his training ground. However, Gordon probably did not expect himself to be defeated so easily. You made a point there. Now do you understand, you idiots? Aster shouted. Aster's mana shot up and moved the thunderbolt up in the sky. A thunderbolt more powerful than the one that had fallen on Baron fell on Li Xin. Ugh, is there no other way? As soon as the video played, Li Xin activated his mana in preparation for anything that would happen. Lightning Rod. The thunderbolt struck and Li Xin's lightning rod drew the blitz in. At the same time, the blitz that gathered in the lightning rod of Li Xin ricocheted toward Abel, who was cursed and unable to move. Thud crash. A wall of earth which rose from the ground, broke and scattered the blitz. So the culprit was you, Li Xin, said the deputy master of the Yellow Magic Tower. The wizard who made Aster's blitz ineffective stepped out among the wizards of the Gold Magic Tower. It was the deputy master of the Yellow Magic Tower who had come to avenge his master after watching Aster's video memory. Everything keeps going wrong. At that time, a streak of mana power was detected near Lakia by Li Xin's mana. Wuong bang. Baron's air gun, which was shot as a surprise attack, exploded in the air when it hit Lakia mana. The waves of flames that hit Lakia one after another were also blocked by Ethan's deep wall and disappeared without achieving its purpose. Come over here. Ethan shouted. At Ethan's urgent call, Lakia moved to the camp of the Black Magic Tower. The wizards of the Black Magic Tower united behind Li Xin and Ethan. The Red and Green Magic Towers were on the left side of the Black Magic Tower, and the wizards of the White Magic Tower were in the front. Also, the wizards from the Gold Magic Tower were on the right and they all surrounded the wizards of the Black Magic Tower. It became more annoying. Although the combat power of the wizards of the Green and Red Magic Towers had decreased to some extent in the earlier fight against the White Magic Tower, most of the wizards were still ready to fight on. Besides, the wizards of the White Magic Tower were still in a good condition. The addition of the Gold Magic Tower and the Deputy Master of the Yellow Magic Tower made the upcoming fight much less favorable for the Black Magic Tower. And even the surrounding wizards of the Black Magic Tower could possibly become enemies against Li Xin, since he was the culprit behind all these incidents. Why did you do that? Ethan asked. When Ethan approached Li Xin with this question, Li Xin's eyes sank coldly. However, at the moment when Li Xin was wondering whether to attack Ethan or not, Lakia corrected Ethan's question. No, it's not the time to ask that question. Is there a way to overcome this situation, Li Xin? Li Xin had thought that the Black Magic Tower might hand Li Xin in as a sacrifice to save the Black Magic Tower from this situation. However, Lakia and Ethan's expressions showed that they were not considering that at all. They were just thinking about how to resolve this dire situation. When Li Xin noticed that, he smirked and looked around. The wizards of the Black Magic Tower were looking at Li Xin with a nervous look on their faces. However, most of them did not resent Li Xin nor have an expression of discontentment, especially those who had some kind of personal interaction with Li Xin. I believe in you, Li Xin. You must have a plan, as always, right? Raymond stepped forward and asked. I'm not a shameless person who forgets a favor. I will do my best to help. The Clart, who competed against Li Xin in the first class test, stepped forward with a determined expression. I guess it's time for me to use the summoning technique that I've learned from you. You said that in your lecture last time, that the only wizard who can beat many opponents is the Dark Wizard. That's the summon field? We'll show it to them this time. The three Clarts who were in the summon field were fired up with enthusiasm and summoned the undead. Remember that you're he who knows death. Show it to them. Show them you're that Li Xin. Reina touched Li Xin's wand with her wand with a big smile. Others around them seemed to dismiss her words as just a joke to raise their morale, but there was a kind of sincerity in her eyes this time. It seems like the wizards of our tower are relying on you more than they rely on me. Haha, Lakia laughed and muttered beside Li Xin. Did you expect this to happen? I almost made it more difficult for the wizards of our magic tower by fighting against the master, said Ethan. Ethan clutched his wand tightly and activated his mana. He seemed like he was ready to sacrifice himself if it was necessary. When Ethan looked at the wizards of the Black Magic Tower who were around him, he could totally understand their reactions. The wizards of the Black Magic Tower had been treated with disdain and contempt by wizards of other magic towers. Finally, the Black Magic Tower was seeing growth, and with the return of the Master of the Magic Tower, they were starting to unite as one again. Besides, with the help of Li Xin, they seemed to see a new beginning for their black magic. To them, even if Li Xin had done something wrong, Li Xin was more important than the wizards of other magic towers. I don't think there's any good way out. At that time, Li Xin opened his mouth. What Li Xin just said were words that failed other wizards' expectations, but their faces did not show any signs of disappointment. Rather, they seemed eager to fight until the end. Seeing their determination, Li Xin smiled happily. Then, looking to the front, Li Xin asked Lakia and Ethan who were standing next to him. Don't you blame me? Li Xin asked. Why would I blame you? We're a family now that you have entered the Black Magic Tower. But you know, your earlier actions, don't you think that's too much for the Master of the Magic Tower? That was definitely a little too much. Lakia joked, trying to make Li Xin less nervous. I blame you, Ethan interrupted. Why didn't you come earlier? Then we could have seen the wizards of our magic tower grow even a little bit more, Ethan continued. As Ethan spoke, Li Xin's black magic had created several black portals all over the place. Well, then I guess there will be no need to blame me, said Li Xin. Huh? What are you talking about? Ethan asked. Li Xin's skeletons started to walk out of the black portals. When this is over, you'll be able to see that the wizards of our magic tower have grown tremendously, Li Xin explained. Swoosh crack. At that moment, Li Xin's skeleton burst into flames, burning its joints and scattering the body into pieces. A familiar silhouette could be seen through the burning flames, and Cigarette, who seemed angry, walked out among the wizards of the Red Magic Tower. Have you finished giving your last story, traitor? For how long are you going to just stare at it? Attack them, the deputy master of the Red Magic Tower shouted. When he shouted, the battle, which was slowing down, suddenly resumed in full force. Baron, who was attacked by Aster, activated his mana power and aimed for Lakia. He had to deal with Lakia in order for them to bring Abel, who was now incapacitated, back into the offensive. Bang! Without warning, there was an explosion. Already busy dealing with Baron, Lakia had to be mindful of other wizards who were also coming after him. Die! Someone from the Green Magic Tower shouted. After the loud cry, the blades of wind flew from the camp of the Green Magic Tower. That magic was becoming increasingly troublesome, but a skeleton appeared out of nowhere and blocked the blades of wind. We will protect the master of our magic tower, the subordinate of a Clark shouted. When the subordinate of the Clark shouted from the back, the morale of the dark wizards of the summon field rose. They recalled Li Xin saying that dark wizards were the best for a large-scale battle. Summon the undead. If we're small in number, we can always summon them. We are the one-man core. The undead started to rise from everywhere. Individually, the undead were not that great. However, just increasing the number of core helped increase the wizard's morale. You have the power to eliminate the anxiety of the people around you just by your presence, Lakia said while spreading his mana throughout the whole space. Buy me some time, and I'll show you that I haven't been wasting my time, Lakia muttered. Okay, Li Xin replied. Lakia began to create an ominous atmosphere using his mana. Do you think we'll let you use magic? Baron shouted. Baron tried to sabotage Lakia, but was thwarted by Mei, who popped out of the black portal, and his magic. The next moment, Lakia's magic was completed. Panic Station. It was a curse spell that covered an extensive area. It was a type of magic that was more effective than anything else in such large-scale battles. It was a curse that impaired the judgment of others, and made it impossible to distinguish the self from others. This spell might not work for Clarts and other wizards with higher ranks, but most of the wizards on the battlefield were below first class. Lakia were going for that, because if the wizards of the lower ranks started attacking their fellows, no matter how much the Clarts concentrated, they would get distracted. What are you doing? Why are you attacking me? Coop. Stop them? Stop these guys. The enemy's camp quickly became a mess. The Clarts were somehow able to resist the curse spell, but many of the wizards with lower ranks began to attack their own allies. As a result, the Clarts were overwhelmed by the curse because they were distracted by the wizards of their own camp. Rumble crack? Suddenly, a thunderbolt appeared and was about to strike Lakia. Then, at that precise moment, the red-eyed swordsman appeared and cut down the spear that was approaching Lakia at a lightning speed from the sky. Damn it, why am I still not able to do this properly? Worry grumbled. After cutting down the spear from the sky with ease, Worry grumbled and shook off the blitz that remained on the sword as if he was dissatisfied. Bang, ugh, bang, bang, bang. It was impossible for Worry to keep cutting down a series of thunderbolt streaks. Worry, who barely avoided the thunderbolt, stiffened when he got hit by the blitz that bounced off the last bolt. Coop. On one side, Mei was struggling to deal with Baron. Gundo, who ran toward the deputy master of the Yellow Magic Tower, was hit by a fist of stone and was flung off. Lakia could not counterattack properly, because he was casting his field magic. Ethan was involved in a fierce battle with the deputy master of the Red Magic Tower, but he was gradually forced backward because of the constant attacks around him. Callan was in charge of the deputy master of the White Magic Tower, but if it wasn't for Li Xin who helped him at the right time, he would have collapsed already. Surely the enemy wizard's offensive was too strong. It was true that the combat power of the Black Magic Tower was originally weak. While it looked like they were gaining power, the enemy's combat power was still too strong for them to deal with. If this continued, it was obvious that the camp of the Black Magic Tower would collapse in no time. Once again, they needed a game changer. Tyrion, Gordon, and Shun Grammys, Li Xin called out. When their names were called out, these skeleton mages crawled out of the black shadow. They were wearing a yellow, gold, or blue robes respectively, and their black eyes were shining. You bastard. The deputy master of the Yellow Magic Tower shouted. Seeing Tyrion, who had become an undead, the deputy master of the Yellow Magic Tower pushed off Gundo and cast a spell on Li Xin. However, his spell was helplessly blocked by a stone wall that rose from under the ground. Master. The deputy master of the Yellow Magic Tower tried to call out to the master who was now an undead, but there was no answer. Wung fizz. Gordon's blitzgun disappeared in the air when it hit Aster's thunderbolt. Crunch. Aster gritted his teeth so tightly that it looked as if his jaw would fall out and stared at Gordon, who had become an undead. You idiot, Aster muttered looking at Gordon. The deputy master of the Red Magic Tower frowned as he got hit by the water cannon fired by Shun Grammys. You bastard? How dare you do that to dead people? The deputy master of the Red Magic Tower shouted. The deputy master of the Red Magic Tower dealt with Shun Grammys with mixed feelings. Certainly, his magical ability was significantly lower than when he was alive, but the important thing he had to remember was that he was now dealing with dead wizards. The wizards are agitated. The wizards started to realize that killing was not the way out of this terrible war. Facing the fact that one's own death could be used to cause another death began to confuse the wizards. Focus? Those aren't the wizards you knew, the deputy master of the Red Magic Tower shouted. When the wizards of the Gold Magic Tower witnessed Gordon's admirable performance, the blitz gun, they were agitated, and it soon caused the wizards to be distracted from the battle. You stupid idiots, the deputy master of the Red Magic Tower shouted again. And on the other side, wizards could see the deputy master of the Yellow Magic Tower throwing up blood and collapsing as the undead Tyrion's magic pierced through his abdomen. Coop. The deputy master of the Yellow Magic Tower gasped. Master. The deputy master died at the hands of the master he had served, and soon another undead emerged. Wake up, Li Xin ordered. The flesh of the dead body decomposed, and from it, a skeleton mage arose after being united by black mana. The skeleton mage's black eyes were shining. Look at that. It became an undead. No way. Is that what happens to us when we die? The wizards were experiencing a kind of fear that they had never experienced before. Those who thought they would die in honor of fighting for their tower began to lose their willpower when they saw how this bizarre battle unfolded. I can't do this anymore. This doesn't make sense. I didn't know that dark wizards were like that. Eventually, there were even wizards who wanted to escape from the battlefield. At that moment, a strong wave of energy hit the deputy master of the Yellow Magic Tower who had just returned from death as an undead, and burned it into ashes on the spot. What the hell? It just disappeared. Through Li Xin's vast mana detector, another streak cut through the air and flew directly toward Gordon. It was similar to the flash that melted the skeleton of the deputy master of the Yellow Magic Tower. Li Xin, who sensed it reflexively, activated his mana and put shield upon shield in front of Gordon. Wung bang! Powerful enough to sweep away the flames, the energy cannonball continued to melt through Li Xin's shields. Eventually, the energy cannonball broke through the dozens of layers, burned down Gordon's body and disappeared. When Li Xin turned to where the energy was coming from, he saw Abel, who had broken through Luckia's imprint of darkness. Abel was staring at Li Xin with his eyes burning with anger. Sigh. Abel was short of breath. Abel, who had broken through the imprint of darkness a while ago, immediately fired a series of flash cannonballs. It was powerful enough to break through Li Xin's shield and melt Gordon down. This power showed that the battle would have been much harder, if not for the imprint of darkness that were used initially. Also, it reminded Li Xin that Abel should not be given any time to recover. I didn't expect Abel to be like this even at this time. Li Xin was aware that he should kill Abel now when the rebound struck him after using a series of admirable performances. The black mana wound around the enchanted silver tree wand, and as the wand soared into the sky, the fear in the battlefield was injected into the mana, adding strength. This is... Aster, who felt the mana flow, mumbled with a look of shock. Meanwhile, the blackened thunderbolt gathered in one place and struck the ground. Dark thunder. The wizards, head clerks, and deputy master from the camp of the White Magic Tower used the light from their wands to try to protect Abel. However, it was not enough to stop the lightning of death that struck from the sky. Rather, the lights, which seemed to indicate their fear, were absorbed by the darkness and further enhanced the power of the lightning of death. Rumble crack. Abel turned to face the death sentence from the sky alone. He was vaporized, even his bones, and disappeared. Oh, no. Adat novel bin adat. No master. Abel. The cries of other wizards echoed across the battlefield, but they were not in a situation to grieve over Abel now. The dark thunder was not a spell used for only a single target. Coop. Oh my god. Arg. Save me. The thunderbolt of death spread across the ground to the surrounding wizards, arousing great fear. It was only a single streak of lightning, but it did not take long for all the wizards of the camp of the White Magic Tower to descend into chaos. In this perfectly reversed atmosphere, a sphere of flame broke through the space and flew towards Li Xin. Cigarette had been waiting for a gap that Li Xin had missed while using a large-scale magic, to reveal the best magic he could do. There was a moment where there would be a moment's break immediately after using the spell Dark Thunder. It was the moment when Li Xin's mana activity was diminished and the mana blood in his body was briefly exhausted. Cigarette's red flame penetrated through the wizards and the undead, stretching out like a lightning bolt. Contrary to Li Xin's idea that Cigarette would block the Dark Thunder itself, Cigarette, from the time he realized Li Xin was the culprit, was only waiting for this one window of opportunity. There was a great prestige associated with being he who knows death. Cigarette did not think that all the rumors surrounding that title were true, but even if only half of them were true, that meant Li Xin was a talented person who could not be underestimated. Even if Li Xin was not the real culprit, Cigarette would have only thought about doing a sudden attack on Li Xin during the war. Therefore, immediately after Li Xin cast his ridiculously large-scale magic, Cigarette sensed that this was the best time to attack him. Whoong. Whoosh. Just before the bullet of fire, which was too fast to be the typical flame magic, could hit Li Xin's heart, the red blood that arose from Li Xin's body had formed a shield, and all the blood that had been sprayed across the battlefield gathered to form a thick wall. Bang! The red flame was a proud spell of the Heinz family. The bullet of the red flame, which was renowned for melting everything it touched, seemed to have evaporated the red blood at first, but eventually, it exploded without achieving its purpose and disappeared. Li Xin thought that he could have been seriously injured this time if it wasn't for Lillian's defense. Lillian, who appeared next to Li Xin, also looked at Cigarette with an interesting look. Was the flame quite hot this time, baby? Lillian asked with an enchanting smile. The wizards, who saw Lillian's enchanting smile, stiffened on the spot. On the other hand, Cigarette clenched his teeth and glared at Lillian. In his expression was a shock that his magic had been blocked so easily, the resulting fear and anger. Lillian, please take care of Cigarette, Li Xin ordered. All right, master. Shall we play now, you little fire boy? Lillian laughed at Cigarette. A race that uses blood. Is she a vampire? Cigarette muttered. Cigarette was aware that the light spell was the most effective against vampires. However, second to the light spell, the fire spell was also effective, since the moment blood touched fire, it would burn and disappear. However, the vampire in front of him had blocked his red flame so easily. Therefore, it came to Cigarette as a great shock and he could not think of what to do next. You don't have to worry about that, Cigarette, Li Xin said. What do you mean? Cigarette asked with a frown at Li Xin's sudden words. I don't want to drag it out any longer, said Li Xin. Li Xin saw his mana power drop drastically after the appearance of Lillian. Therefore, he knew that any further delays in the fight might result in the depletion of the mana power, resulting in his defeat. If it had not been for the mana storage of the Silver Tree Wand, Li Xin would not have even considered launching a war. Summoning of the World of Death. Li Xin summoned the World of Death, a place where the dead lived and breathed in. The place descended upon Sia. Wizards began to stiffen when they came into contact with the World of Death, where they saw the dark red sky and devastated land. Its appearance was enough to overwhelm any wizard, regardless whether they were allies or enemies. My body. It feels weird. My mana power has slowed down. What's that? The morale of the undead heightened, and they became more ferocious. The undead started attacking the wizards. It was time to bring an end to this long war. Li Xin looked as the brutality of the battlefield unfolded before him. Hundreds of wizards fought in this battle and many of them lost their lives. The goal of this floor was to win at the D-League, but Li Xin did not have enough time to wait until the D-League. Therefore, Li Xin made the difficult choice of the shorter path which he had worked tirelessly for. Unfortunately, the result was this. Most of the wizards in Sia died and the damage done was practically too great to recover from. Aster was lying unconscious, seemingly on the verge of death. Baron was killed by Worry, his heart pierced by a sword. Cigarette had collapsed on the floor with a pool of blood that he coughed up. How can you use all these elemental spells at such a high level? How can a dark wizard do all that? Cigarette asked. The world is big and there are many outstanding people. If you think you are already at world-class standard, you will not develop any further in your magic, Li Xin explained. Crunch. Li Xin could hear the sound of Cigarette grinding his teeth angrily. Squeak. Blood left traces where his fingers had scratched the floor, and drops of water fell on it. Sob sob. Cigarette started crying. Why are you crying? Do you think something is unfair? Li Xin asked. No, it's not because something is unfair. It's just that I feel so stupid. People around me have always praised me since I was a child, and I've become arrogant. I thought I deserved all those praises, but now I feel so stupid, I've overestimated myself, Cigarette explained. Thud, 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 thud. As Li Xin watched, Cigarette hit the floor like crazy, to the point that he crushed his own fist. Ah! Cigarette screamed and cried. Seeing Cigarette cry with his head on the floor, Li Xin was reminded of his past self. Li Xin's expression hardened. Everyone experienced frustration at some point, and similarly, Li Xin had also suffered many setbacks that led to frustration. Li Xin could see his past self in Cigarette, who was screaming and trying to face up to his own fall. Tisk. Li Xin clicked his tongue. Li Xin thought that killing this guy here might be good for the future, because this wizard might seek revenge on Li Xin later. However, at that young age, Cigarette had the ability to use that level of flame spell and the boldness to challenge the hell level difficulty. Besides, he had admitted his mistake and was regretting his actions. If Cigarette were not Li Xin's enemy, Li Xin thought he would be a great student to take in and teach. Li Xin could not bear to kill this wizard. I guess not everyone can play the villain. Li Xin shook his head and activated his mana. Besides Lakia, Aster was the only surviving master of the magic towers. Aster used to be Li Xin's teacher, but it was too long ago. Besides, the Aster that he had encountered earlier was not the same Aster who was lying here unconscious. Li Xin pointed his wand at Aster who was unconscious, and the thunderbolt that extended out of his wand took Aster's last breath. All the masters of the magic towers are dead, except for the black magic tower in Sia. All the masters of the magic towers have lost their qualifications as D-Leaguers, except for the black magic tower. The black magic tower has won the D-League. Lakia has become the 17th D-Leaguer. You have cleared the 15th floor. Your achievements will be recorded. Amazing achievement? Many gods are paying attention to you. You have achieved 250,300 points. You have received 250,300 points. Your health point has increased by 6,300. Your mana power has increased by 19,000. Your strength has increased by 6. Your agility has increased by 7. Your intelligence has increased by 20. Your dominance has increased by 20. You have acquired a title, the successor of the 7 elements. Li Xin, who pushed back that endless stream of messages, sat in front of Cigarette and looked at him. Cigarette, who thought he would be dying here, could not hide his shock when he saw the system message saying that the stage had ended. Why? Cigarette asked. Behind that one word why were many questions, but there was only one answer for Li Xin to give. It's up to me, said Li Xin. Cigarette looked at Li Xin with a puzzled look for a while when he heard the unexpected words from Li Xin. The next moment, Cigarette laughed and tried to get up, albeit with difficulty. Is it some kind of whim of the strong? Cigarette asked. Maybe, Li Xin replied. It will be different next time, said Cigarette. Sure, said Li Xin. Cigarette, who was shaking and covered with blood, hesitated but bowed at Li Xin, and left the scene. Did he want to say thank you to me? Li Xin had sent him away. He turned around to go to the wizards of the Black Magic Tower. They had won the war, but not many people would be happy about it. It was not a pleasant thing to receive the message that he had cleared the stage while looking at the wizards of the Black Magic Tower who had died. Reina had collapsed, one arm lost, Ethan's mana blood had been destroyed because he was forcibly using his mana. Besides, Lakia was exhausted due to excessive use of mana. No wizard in the Black Magic Tower remained on the battlefield unscathed. On the side, Li Xin could see Raymond whom he had encountered on his first day at the Black Magic Tower. He was lying on the cold floor but his body was still warm. Standing in front of Raymond's dead body, Li Xin put his hand on the martyr for a second and then took it off again. Master, these are. I know that, Li Xin replied. If Li Xin were to save Raymond like this, he might feel a moment of satisfaction, but he would not feel any better about the futility that would follow. Li Xin was aware that this world would be destroyed as soon as he left anyway. Getting attached to anything here would only wear Li Xin's feelings down. I'm not a doll without emotions. As people ascended numerous floors of the tower, they were worn out emotionally and their sensitivity to one's life gradually eroded. Having climbed more floors than any other human on Earth, Li Xin was aware of the fact better than anyone else. I am alive, Li Xin muttered and repeated the phrase over and over again. There were countless times that Li Xin had almost died. In fact, he came into contact with death more times than that. However, Li Xin tried to remember every moment that he was alive. I am. The throbbing head and his sore body told Li Xin that he was alive. The immortal sphere. Was it a coincidence that Li Xin got this? Or was it inevitable? Suddenly, this question came into Li Xin's mind. Clart, Li Xin, Lakia called out to Li Xin and struggled to go closer. He barely managed to get to Li Xin, who was lost in his thoughts, and sat in front of him. Master, Li Xin replied. Thank you, Lakia said. At novel bin at. Swoosh. The background changed with Lakia's words and there was a man kneeling in a wide field, touching the grass, a breeze blowing. Thank you, said the man. If anyone else there had seen this scene, they would have thought this man was talking to grass. In fact, he was talking to a black spirit that was among the blades of grass. This spirit, which only appeared at night, did not seem to go together with the green grass. However, the man did not care about that at all because this spirit did more good than harm for the world. There is light because there is darkness. Don't be disappointed, said the man. People's perception of the spirit of darkness was not very good, but the man knew that the spirit of darkness was indispensable. Wuong. At that moment, the world began to shake as if there was an earthquake. The man could tell that something was about to happen. The moment he realized it, his whole body stiffened and he could not move. The spirit of darkness stabilized his body and calmed his pounding heart when his hands and feet were trembling with fear. The man's body was rigid and he could not run away. As if trying to get him to flee, the spirit of darkness pushed him away, but the man could not move. Come with me. I'm not going alone, the man shouted. The air, which seemed to be at the brink of being distorted any moment, split with a huge sound, and a monster that the man had never seen before in his life appeared from the gap. The spirit of darkness could only calm down this man for a moment. The man could not do anything because of his body that stiffened in fear. He had no choice but to look at the spirit that was blocking the monster that was approaching. As if assimilating with the darkness, a black fog arose and the man who was swallowed up in it watched the spirit of darkness get crushed by the monster in front of him and vanished. The monster also disappeared, as if it could not see the man, but the man still could not move for a long time after that happened. The scene changed once again. This time, there were 7 people surrounding a large round table and one of the spirits from the underworld was standing next to them. Among them, there was also the man who had just lost the spirit of darkness. He was sobbing. Those who invaded this place are demons, who are devils. You cannot defeat those devils with your own power, so we'll lend you our strength, said a spirit that was covered in white, on behalf of the spirits of the underworld. The humans agreed. The scene changed yet again. The peaceful land that was full of life from earlier was gone. The world seemed like it was about to collapse and disappear. A devil propping a huge book up with his several heads confronted the 7 wizards. You seem afraid, said the devil in a relaxed tone. The devil, Dantalion, could read people's minds. Do you think you beat me? Dantalion asked. The 7 wizards attacked Dantalion with spells of different elements, but Dantalion completely destroyed all of their spells as if he could predict all of their moves. Still, there was one wizard among them whom Dantalion could not read, and it was the wizard of the dark elements who was wearing a black uniform. You're just all black. Dantalion shouted. Whenever Dantalion fought back against the wizards, the wizard of the dark elements intervened, and Dantalion, for the first time, seemed to panic because things were not working out the way he wanted. When Dantalion's signature ability to read the minds of others was sealed and one of his neck was chopped off, he threw himself into the air and vanished. The devastated land and polluted atmosphere began to be purified again, as time in this world went fast forward. Months passed by as if they were only seconds. The city that had been ruined started to flourish again, and 7 huge magic towers that represented the city emerged in each area. Humans continued to develop their magic and tried not to lose the power of the elements they received from the spirits to defend against the devils who might invade again. However, the complacency of peacetime ate away at their growth. In order to resolve this situation, the humans created a competition among the magic towers. They temporarily created leaders who represented each magic tower, and they started a competition called D-League in order to regain the glory of the past. Right after the competition was launched, it seemed to work as intended. However, the D-League became a stepping stone to distort their world, just like a single deviation could destroy everything. There were competitions and discord among wizards. There was contempt and jealousy. A hierarchy among magic towers emerged, and people started destroying each other's magic in order to rank higher. Eventually, hundreds of years of conflict were enough to cause the humans to lose all power that the spirits had left behind. Humans no longer had the means to resist the invasion of the demons. Even the underworld gave up on them, and Dandelion, who regained his power, completely devastated the world. The 7 magic towers that represented Sia, the city of magic, were destroyed beyond recognition. They had to experience the humiliation of building a castle for Dandelion. Then, the recollection of the past ended. The title as He Who Knows Death revealed the trajectory of life that led the opponent to its death. Lakia, Aster, Abel, Baron, Tyrion, and Helen and Shane, who were not here, were the successors of each magic tower and also the masters who represented each magic tower. The world that Li Xin saw a second ago was not the trajectory of their lives. It was the original cause of death, which traced back to a time long before these wizards. No way. Wasn't death limited to living creatures? Did what I just see show the cause of the death of this city, this world? Your understanding of death has increased. A message appeared suddenly. It had been a while since he saw this phrase. Li Xin had seen it when he first received the immortal sphere and remembered many deaths. The title, He Who Knows Death, is enhanced. He who knows death. Aren't you actually the god of death? If not, aren't you an avatar made by the god of death? Hashtag you can see through death. Hashtag you can see the dead. Hashtag you can feel the energy of the dead. Coop. Li Xin gasped. Suddenly, all his senses heightened and its range began to expand. It felt like something dark and cold was stimulating his senses one by one. Li Xin started feeling nauseous and the world around him seemed to spin around. Death. Li Xin took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. This was a battlefield and a place where countless wizards had died and disappeared. All those deaths seemed to penetrate his skin and slice through every single cell. There was a thick cloud of energy of the dead all over the place, and now, Li Xin could clearly tell that countless people had died here before the city was built. Li Xin passed by Lakia and stopped. Unlike the numerous deaths that happened here, an energy of death, that was very different from the rest, could be felt. Tyrion, Li Xin called out. At Li Xin's call, Tyrion poured his mana to the ground and dug a pit dozens of meters deep in front of Li Xin at once. After digging the ground, the energy of death felt stronger. Li Xin jumped in there without hesitation and broke the strong mana barrier with his strength and landed on it. It was a powerful barrier that was almost the level of the barrier that Jean had built on the first floor. However, over the years, its power had been distorted and the barrier was now about to break. When Li Xin broke the barrier, the demon power started to pour out like crazy. You have found Dandelion's 9th head, replica, ... The eerie eyes on the head stared at Li Xin and the demon power in his eyes penetrated Li Xin's head. You have discovered Dandelion's 9th eye. The 9th eye tries to manipulate your memories. You have resisted. Memory manipulation was one of the powers of Dandelion. The demon attacked Li Xin suddenly, but his power did not work on Li Xin. What's going on? Li Xin had somewhat expected to discover the replica, because the energy of death felt odd here. In fact, Dandelion's head was sealed here. Since Dandelion succeeded in invading this spot again in the original world, rather than the created world, Li Xin had expected the replica to be here. However, Li Xin did not expect that it was simply sitting here without losing its power until someone came. If someone else other than Li Xin had arrived, that person would have fallen victim to the power of memory manipulation, forced to repeat the horrors of the past. Dandelion stared at Li Xin with big, blue eyes. Li Xin was not sure if he had seen it correctly, but Li Xin sensed embarrassment in Dandelion's eyes. After he had shown his power first, there had been no response from Dandelion. I was lucky, Li Xin muttered. If it was a power other than memory manipulation, it would have been quite difficult for Li Xin to deal with. Perhaps, the immortal sphere had protected Li Xin from the power of memory manipulation. From this incident, Li Xin could be sure that the power of the immortal sphere is at least above the level of a demon monarch. The immortal sphere was a speck of a forgotten god. As soon as the god was forgotten, most of the god's power was lost. However, it was less likely for that to happen to those who had worked their way up to the class of transcendence and became gods. Under Dandelion's constant stare, Li Xin frowned and activated his mana. He directed his mana toward Dandelion's head. The sight of it made Li Xin feel very uncomfortable. The stones that were around Dandelion protruded with thorns and crushed his 9th head as easily as tofu. At the same time, with a loud noise, the demon power inside the head scattered and disappeared. You have resolved the hidden stage, the remnants of Dandelion. You will be given an additional reward. You have acquired the fragment of divine status. You have acquired the title, the man who destroyed the head of the demon monarch. The antagonism between you and Dandelion has gone up to the maximum. You are more likely to encounter Dandelion's core if you go to the demon world. Well, I didn't know I could get the fragment of divine status here, Li Xin muttered. Li Xin had acquired the fragment of divine status earlier when he defeated Jaren on the 3rd floor. Fragment of divine status. This is a fragment of the divine status that had been broken into many pieces. If you collect all the fragments, you will be able to acquire one proper divine status. Li Xin was full of questions. How many pieces of fragments did he have to collect? After collecting them, did he have to combine them on his own, or did they combine on their own? Besides, did the divine status mean they would increase his divine status stat by 1 or actually give Li Xin a true divine status? Li Xin put in the fragment of divine status and sighed when he saw the message that did not tell him anything important. Antagonism between me and Dandelion. To be honest, considering the penalty, this reward was not all that good. Dandelion was the monarch of the demon world and he was considered the king in the world of this tower. Moreover, his influence was formidable, and it was clear that Li Xin would have to go to the demon world at least once as he climbed the tower. In that case, Li Xin might have to confront the entirety of Dandelion's core. Titles. The man who destroyed the head of the demon monarch. Wow, how did you manage to destroy the head of the demon monarch? I really want to praise you for your courage. Hashtag there is a certain probability that the demons will be afraid of you. Hashtag you will decrease the ability of the low-rank demons by 15%. Hashtag you will decrease the ability of the mid-rank demons by 10%. Hashtag you will decrease the ability of the high-rank demons by 5%. The successor of the 7 elements. You are a successor recognized by the spirits of the 7 elements. Hashtag you will easily be liked by the spirits of the 7 elements. Hashtag your proficiency in the 7 elements increases rapidly. Hashtag when you encounter the spirits of the 7 elements, the probability of encountering the high-rank spirits increases. These 2 titles that Li Xin had acquired from this stage would be of great help when Li Xin went to the demon world or the underworld. I guess it's not too bad. The title the successor of the 7 elements was an especially great bonus for Li Xin, because even if he were to rise to the position of the great wizard, it was difficult for him to master all the different spells of all elements. His main focus was on thunderbolt and darkness. Li Xin could also use the flame and ice spells, but the quality of those spells was not comparable to his main magic. Li Xin could use other elemental spells at a higher level than most wizards, however, it would take a lot of time and effort to reach the level of the best wizards. Besides, Li Xin knew that reaching such a level would require innate talent. Li Xin already saw the ability of the successor of the 7 elements using his title as he who knows death. Successors were typically people who possessed natural talent and stood out among ordinary people. The fact that the defeat of Dandelion gave rise to this title was evidence for how remarkable the abilities of successors were. As the demon power vanished, Dandelion's head was so crushed that Li Xin could not recognize the shape. After looking at his head, Li Xin climbed up the pit. He had lost quite a lot of his undead in this battle, but the number of undead that he could take with him was limited anyway. Li Xin had to put the rest of them either in the world of death or abandon them here. Besides, even if Li Xin put them in the world of death, it was unclear whether the undead would be able to survive there. At least I've got something. Li Xin looked at Shun Grammies. Shun Grammies had survived this battle and he was considered an undead with enormous potential. Li Xin had to use 30 dominance stat to utilize this guy. Considering that the matured May required 35 dominance stat, the system proved Shun's potential. I guess I should send Tyrion to the world of death. To be honest, each of the dead bodies of the wizards here were worth a lot, but Li Xin could not take all of them with his current ability. If Abel had been there, he would have taken Abel instead of Shun. However, Li Xin could not make Abel into an undead because he was completely destroyed by the Dark Thunder. Also, Aster was a brilliant wizard, but in terms of potential, he was no match for Shun. Moreover, there was no need for Li Xin to take Aster with him, because Li Xin himself was already a Thundermancer. Harpness, Li Xin called out. Did you call me? Make them all into undead and put them in the world of death, Li Xin ordered. Li Xin pointed to some of the valuable wizards and commanded. He was hoping they would survive in the world of death and develop their capabilities like Callan. Take me to the 16th floor, said Li Xin. Li Xin, who finished all his work on the 15th floor, moved to the 16th floor surrounded by light. As soon as Li Xin arrived, the first thing he did was to check the messages and the community. Li Xin checked it often in case the block on Isosha's messages and community was lifted, but there were still no messages from them. I'm on the 20th floor, and again, a team of undermost challengers went up. I'm still stuck here because I'm too scared to go up. I hope they are okay. When will the 29th floor be cleared? Since a lot of undermost challengers went up, wouldn't it be soon? What do you mean? There's a rumor that all countries have banded together, but Korean rankers are capable of defeating them all. Look at the difference in their achievements. How can you compare like this? Don't you know what Isosha is like? It's a place where the challenger on the 29th floor can meet another challenger from the 21st floor. Don't you know what that means? But you don't know yet, do you? To be honest, Isosha had been closed off and no one has come out since then. So we won't know the truth. Didn't you see the audio file and the video? Did you not see how the Koreans and their allies were betrayed and robbed on the 29th floor? But the undermost challengers keep climbing up. Since 8 people went up this time, I believe there are already more than 100 people from undermost. According to the official, we have more than 1,000 enemies though. Is that possible? Don't worry, we have Mr. Li Xin. Things will be all sorted out when Li Xin goes up. True that, I agree with you. Yeah, you're right, everyone is nothing compared to Li Xin. Well, we never know. Mr. Li Xin is not Korean, so he could just abandon everyone and go up, right? No way. Stop saying such things. Mr. Li Xin is an honorary Korean. What are you saying? Are you a spy? How dare you insult Mr. Lishin? Look up who this guy is. We gotta start the investigation. The community was still burning with interest over the stories about Isosha, especially because of the video and voice files that were suddenly released. In the video, there were scenes of people from other countries betraying Koreans and attacking the alliance just before they cleared the stage in the Demon Castle. In the voice files, several individuals from all over the world were talking about the closure of Isosia, saying they need to capture Korea. And that was indeed what happened. Since then, the messages and community had been cut off, and there had been no challengers coming up to the 30th floor from Isosha. People could not understand what was going on. Lishin looked back at the posts that were posted on the community and checked if there was anything useful. So far, there's nothing. There were about 2 days left until the start of the next stage on the 16th floor. Lishin had been busy preparing for the next stage. 2 days later, the stage on the 16th floor began. You have entered the 16th floor. Escape from the labyrinth of pain. It was a huge space that was blocked on all sides including the top and bottom, except one side. The only way to move was to go forward. When Lishin looked around, he could tell that there were 3 other people who had been summoned to the same place. There was a lightly dressed man with a sword, a woman in a tight dress with purple hair, and a blonde-haired woman in white clothes with a spear. However, the blonde-haired woman was not human. Elias. There was a pair of white wings on the woman's back, which was definitely the wings of the Elias. The other 2 also looked a little surprised and puzzled when they saw her. The man did not seem to know the identity of that angel, but the woman seemed to have noticed it. An angel? The woman asked. When the angel heard the woman ask, she answered with a bright smile. Oh, I guess you know. You're right, I'm a low-rank angel, Mariel. Mariel introduced herself. An angel? For real? Are you an angel? Wow, it's my first time seeing an angel? You are so beautiful, the man exclaimed and looked at Mariel top to toe, as if he was looking at a strange animal. Anyone would have been offended, but Mariel still smiled brightly as if that did not bother her. I'm Alice. I'm Flida. The purple-haired woman with an enchanting aura introduced her name and the man who was holding a sword next to her also introduced himself. Then after, they all turned to Lishin and stared. Lishin said his name. The 3 did not react much after hearing the name, other than just nodding lightly. Based on their reactions so far, it seemed like they did not know about the name Lishin. But both of you are quite beautiful. Since we met like this, let's do our best to escape from this place. I, Flida, will be your knight to protect these beautiful women, Flida said confidently. Okay, Alice replied with a reluctant look. Flida did not mind Alice's reaction. He tried to appeal to the women with a big laugh. As Mr. Flida said, everyone should cooperate and work together. This labyrinth is not an easy place to escape from, said Muriel. You're right. Plus, if everyone has come this far, they can probably do their job, Alice muttered. You women are right, but don't worry because I'm here. Ha ha ha. Flida shouted and laughed. After all 4 of them reached an agreement, they began to move along the only path. Lishin, who was following behind Flida, was lost in thought as he looked at Muriel's flapping wings. I can't believe I met Elias here. Lishin thought he would have to go over to the 30th floor to meet Elias, but it was a great luck to meet one on the 10th floor section. His original plan had to be completely revised, because the Elias had to be taken to the target point for him to get the divinity stat. Since Lishin had encountered the Elias, he had a chance to acquire this stat for free. This would be very helpful, especially if they were trapped inside a labyrinth. Well, there's a crossroad in front of us. My gut tells me Flida was interrupted. We have to go to the left, said Lishin. Flida looked confused when he saw Lishin decide the direction without any hesitation. What do you know about this place? Flida asked. I know the way here, Lishin replied. All 3 seemed surprised by Lishin's words, but Alice's response was slightly different. What was that? The subtle difference on Alice's face was a tactic in expression management that would have been hard to notice if it had not been Lishin, who had met numerous human figures. Wow, that would make things easier. We will be able to easily clear this stage if we just listen to Lishin. The price we will need to pay for this stage will be lower, thanks to Mr. Lishin. Do you believe him? We only met this guy a few minutes ago. Unlike the 2, Alice was doubtful of Lishin's words. However, Alice also had a point. How can we believe that you know the way? And it's more suspicious that you are showing your cards so easily, Alice asked with suspicion. At Alice's argument, Flida and Marielle started to reconsider. I don't think I can trust you. I'm going to the right, said Alice. Flida and Marielle looked troubled by her opposition. I, Flida, cannot leave a woman alone. I will also follow Ms. Alice, said Flida. Marielle seemed more worried when she saw Flida follow Alice. Can't we all go together? Muriel asked. If that guy comes this way, I won't stop him. But I'm not going that way, Alice said with determination. Adat novel bin adat. When Marielle saw Lishin, who was now left alone, she tried to head toward him. It's fine, I'll go with you. Well, there's no need to split up already, Lishin said. Lishin gave in without any hesitation. Good. It would be nice if we all went together. I'll protect you with all my might. Muriel shouted in joy. The labyrinth of pain was complex and full of traps, so the survival rate was not very high, and it took a considerable amount of time to escape. However, as more challengers began to climb up, more people had collected and gathered information about the labyrinth. After putting together these pieces of information one by one, a map was created. Thanks to this, most of Earth's challengers got a map before challenging the 16th floor. Although the map was designed to help the challengers survive, the map was not 100% accurate. The biggest problem was that it was not easy to find the way out even if people looked at the map. Since the labyrinth was so large, there were hundreds of starting points and dozens of escape points. In addition, not all exits at the escape points were open. Only a few were open, and this was determined at random. Besides, the exits could open or close when the traps inside the labyrinth were activated. Therefore, even with a map, it was almost impossible to move with confidence. There must be something about this woman. There had been a few disagreements between Li Xin and Alice along the way, but there also had been times when they were in sync, especially whenever the group was ready to move forward. In those moments, they would always need a clear route before they decided to proceed. It was an action that could not be done unless they had certainty. Ha ha ha, why should we bring something to eat? We can escape before then? Are you okay, Mariel? You're already too skinny, so you have to eat well, Flida said, laughing. I'm fine, because an Elias doesn't get hungry, Mariel replied. Wow, really? You are so lucky. Flida seemed surprised. I've heard that the labyrinth is a difficult place, but I think it's fun. It's fun to defeat monsters sometimes, Mariel said. Mariel, you're beautiful, and you even fight well. Are all angels like you? Flida asked. The two were blushing. The hardships that would soon follow had not crossed their minds. Tisk. Li Xin, who was slowly following them from behind, clicked his tongue and shook his head. He remembered every single road on the 16th floor. Thanks to this ability to never forget what he had seen once, Li Xin was able to be sure of where he was now. Besides, the other thing that Li Xin could be sure of was that Alice also knew the way exactly. If we continue this way, we'll escape this place in 2 days. Alice was definitely taking the shortest way out of here, but she was pretending from time to time as if she did not know the way very well. It was clear that she either had the ability to master the map perfectly, or to find the way. However, one thing that was suspicious about her was that she seemed too confident that the exit would be open, despite the possibility that the exit could be shut. We can't just go on like this. Kuoe? Thud, thud. All of a sudden, there was a scream coming from the front. Wait, this sound is... It was a cry of the monster, Devagar cow, which was also known as a crazy cow. Thud, thud, thud. The walls and the ground shook as if there was an earthquake. Based on how loud the sound was, there was not only one or two of them. Is that a monster? Alice muttered. Be careful, everyone. Mariel shouted. Don't worry, Flida, will protect you all, Flida said confidently. Thump, 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 thump. The noise was getting louder and louder. It was the sound of excited Devagar cows running straight into the walls. 5 times in a row. From the vibrations of the walls, it was clear that 5 Devagar cows were headed their way. Previously, they had only encountered small monsters, which did not require the challengers to reveal their true skills. Those small monsters were easily knocked down by Flida and Mariel with their spears and swords. However, if there were 5 Devagar cows, they would have to show what they were made of. Hey, why don't you fight with them this time instead of just staying behind? Alice criticized Li Xin with a slightly heightened voice. Alice was also standing still behind Flida. Then why don't you fight too? Li Xin replied. Frowning, Alice looked forward without responding to Li Xin. Her gaze was fixed on the corner at the end of the long straight corridor. This was the corner where the Devagar cows would soon appear. In order to deal with their attacks without being hit by their strong body slams, it was better to wait for them before this long straight corridor. Devagar cows were said to be medium-sized monsters, but by simply summoning Bark or Beltiar, they would be easy to deal with for Li Xin. The attack pattern of the Devagar cows was merely about physical power which came from their large body size and weight. Just one tanker to counter them, even if there were dozens of them, would have been sufficient. However, since Flida and Mariel were not tankers, Alice would have to show her skills. Here they come. The 5 Devagar cows jumped out of the corner and slammed their bodies against the wall. They turned around and began to rush toward them. It was just a simple attack pattern that was nothing special, but considering their big sizes, fast speed, and overwhelming power, the challengers had no choice but to feel threatened. Wong? Flida flicked the sword from his waist using his left thumb, and there was a sudden change in his aura. Flida's previously frivolous demeanor disappeared and he started to look serious, even fierce. His calm eyes quickly scanned the opponents who were approaching. We have to kill that speed. Flida, who clutched his sword tightly, rushed to the Devagar cow on the left, and then kicked the ground for a boost to run over its head. It was Flida's conviction to put on his serious mode whenever he held his sword, even though he could be a shallow person normally. Hape. After organizing his thoughts, Flida swung his sword. A blue sword aura cut through the Devagar cow's thick skin and cut one of its eyes as well. Whoosh splash! His eyeball was slashed and blood splattered all over the place. As he twisted his sword, some blood landed in its other eye. Kofach. The Devagar cow roared in pain. One eye was blinded and he could not open the other one because of the blood. The Devagar cow, who was struggling with pain, roared and turned away. Kup. Another Devagar cow roared. Kiaake. The other Devagar cow roared as well. Boom, thud. The Devagar cows collided with one another and their formation was ruined in an instant. The 3 Devagar cows collapsed. The Devagar cows, having lost their momentum, were now just prey that could be easily captured. Another slash through the skin and into the tendon of the leg neutralized two of the monsters at once. Did he already figure out the opponent's strategy? Li Xin, who was watching Flita from the back, was surprised and showed admiration. While Flita was in charge of the 3 cows, Mariel also handled the other 2 cows with little difficulty. The battle ended much more quickly compared to what Li Xin had expected. Neither of them were tanker-like fighters, but they were able to beat the overwhelmingly powerful and agile Devagar cows. The battle and the incompatibility with their opponents showed a difference in ability. Li Xin nodded in acknowledgement of the high ability of the 2 fighters. Ha! Alice sighed. Alice frowned and snorted at Li Xin as she watched the scene, because Li Xin did not do anything this time, just like herself. Li Xin did not even pay attention to her gaze, simply ignored Alice. Flita had no complaints about them sitting out of this fight, because he was able to show off his skills in front of the beautiful women. Also, Mariel just did not care because of her stupidly kind personality. Lastly, Alice, who had read the personalities of these people with ease, made good use of them. Flita, you're so awesome. Alice complimented him. Ha ha ha, was I? Flita was blushing. Yes, and thank you, Mariel. I was scared, but thanks to you, we survived, Alice said. No worries, it's natural for someone with power to help, Mariel replied. Alice's attitude changed completely from what it was like before. Li Xin did not want to say anything about her tactics for survival, nor did he look down on her because of that. Li Xin thought that everyone had their own way of life and they all had different levels of ability to cope with situations. You seem like you're getting a free pass again this time, said Alice. Well, I think it's the same for you, too, Li Xin replied. But, I'm leading the WA. Alice paused quickly. So, were you leading the way for us the whole time? Li Xin asked. That's not what I'm trying to say. Anyways, if you're not going to do anything, don't disturb me and stay quiet. After realizing her mistake, Alice's facial expression got stiff and she stared at Li Xin for a while. I'm disturbing her. Li Xin reflected on her words, smirked, and went over to where the dead Devagar cows lay. When Alice saw that, a fishy smile appeared on her face. I heard that it's quite tough to get the meat out of the Devagar cow, because the muscles are strong and their skin is tough. But, if we get past that part, people say that the meat tastes really good, Alice explained. Is that so? Flita asked. Then shall we have a meal? Alice asked. Huh? Is it already time to eat? But wait, can you prepare the meat from this, Alice? How can you handle such a big guy with such frail hands? Flita asked as if he was worried. How would I do that? Alice asked back. Huh? Then how are you going to eat this guy? Flita asked with a puzzled look. Flita could not understand Alice's intentions, so he tilted his head, eyes wide. Alice's expression hardened for a second but quickly realized it, and spoke to Flita with a bright smile. Will you do it for me, Flita? I don't think I'm strong enough to do that, Alice said. Oh, but I don't have the sword to slaughter him, Flita replied. What do you mean? You have one right there. Can't you just use that? Alice asked. For the first time since he had been here, Flita looked uncomfortable. He looked at his sword and then at Alice, and let out a tentative ah. Many thoughts seemed to pass through Flita's mind. This sword contains my mind, and it's definitely not made to get meat from these monsters. Flita got interrupted. Flita, pretty please? I'm hungry, said Alice. Alice put her face close to Flita and her big eyes sparkled. Seeing that, Flita could not refuse her request. He accepted it reluctantly. Thank you so much. You're the best, Flita, Alice said. When the delighted Alice flashed her big bright smile and gave Flita a hug, he blushed and stood rooted to that spot. Mariel, come eat with us. You've done a lot to catch this, said Alice. I don't get hungry, so it's okay, Mariel replied. But you can still taste the food? No, Alice asked. Oh, that's true, but I don't know how to cook, said Mariel. That's okay. You've worked hard, so you should eat with us, Alice said. Okay then, thank you for the meal, said Mariel. After thanking them, Mariel waved at Li Xin who was a few feet away. Mr. Li Xin, you Mariel muttered but was soon interrupted. Why should we eat with him when he didn't do anything? We're doing all the hard work, so he should be grateful that we have let him come along while we clear the way, said Alice arrogantly. But still, he's in our team, so why don't we help each? Mariel was interrupted again. Mariel, humans have their own rules. I understand your kindness, but you can't do that. Do you understand? Alice asked. Mariel looked at Li Xin with a puzzled look on her face when she saw how determined Alice was. I'm fine, you guys can eat. I'll take care of myself, Li Xin said. Ha, I think he's fine, so let's not worry about him, Alice said. After hearing what Li Xin had said, Mariel, who had nothing else to say, just nodded. Since Flita did not have any experience butchering before, he was struggling to cut the skin of the meat. When Alice saw him mincing the meat, Alice was annoyed but she just watched him do it because there was nothing else she could do. They could eat the meat as long as they cut it and roasted it. At that time, Li Xin approached the Devagar cow that had collapsed to one side. He took out the knife he had on his waistband. Huh, wasn't that a sword that he wore as a decoration? Alice laughed at him and watched Li Xin. Let's see how much he would struggle, she thought. The sword was pure white and it seemed so elegant that it would not have been a surprise if it were a royal family heirloom, passed down from generation to generation. Alice did not know much about the sword because it was always in the scabbard, but now that Li Xin had taken it out, the sword did not seem to be ordinary. No way. Is he a talented player or something? Alice thought about the possibility for a moment, but most of the people who usually carried both a sword and wand were not that great. In fact, almost everyone was like that. While Alice was wondering whether Li Xin was the son of a high-ranking family, Li Xin began to cut the flesh of the Devagar cow without hesitation. Master, what are you doing right now? Splash, swish, swish. As he began to cut the flesh apart, Martyr began to scream. Arg? I've never cut anyone properly before, Arg. Shut up. It's dead, so can't you cut it? Li Xin said. No, but still, Arg. When Alice saw Li Xin wearing the robe and holding a wand, she thought he was a wizard. However, when she saw him cut the thick skin of the cow without much difficulty, she was frozen on the spot, her mouth open with amazement. Wow, that was amazing, Mr. Li Xin. Mariel shouted. Wow, where did you learn that? That was amazing. Flida complimented Li Xin as well. Mariel and Flida expressed admiration when they saw Li Xin butchering with a long sword that was unsuited for it. One of the essential skills of climbing the tower was the skill of preparing meat. The challengers never knew when they would starve, or when they could replenish their food. Although he was a wizard, preparing the meat was child's play to Li Xin. Alice grinded her teeth as she watched Li Xin prepare the meat from the Devagar cow. Then, she looked at the meat that Flida had prepared. Flida had tried to cut it well, but since he did not have the skills, such as separating fat or draining blood, the meat was badly damaged. Even if one only glanced at it, they could tell there was a significant difference in quality between the meat prepared by Li Xin and the one by Flida. At least he won't be able to cook the maya. Click, swoosh. With a snap of the finger, Li Xin created a small bonfire over the fat and skin of the Devagar cow. Li Xin stuck a big piece of meat on Martyr and placed it on fire. Soon, the juicy meat was ready. The outside was crispy and the juice that oozed from the meat would make anyone salivate. At novel bin at. It's too hot, master, says you who can endure the heat of hell, Li Xin muttered. Sob. This isn't nice, master. Li Xin did not care even if Martyr was whining, but he soon turned around when he could feel a gaze on him. It was Mariel, who had said she was not interested in eating. Come here and eat, Li Xin offered. What? Really? Can I do that? Mariel asked. Of course, you caught it. You have the right to eat, said Li Xin. Thank you. Mariel replied in happiness. Mariel came over quickly and ate a piece of meat that Li Xin had prepared with the Martyr. Surprised by the taste of the meat that melted in her mouth, she exclaimed after each bite. When Flida saw that, he wanted to ask to try a piece, but after looking at Alice, he was pressured and did not ask for one. Hey, Flida. What is this? The meat's gone bad. Alice yelled at Flida. I tried my best. Flida muttered. Ugh, why is the fire so weak? Alice shouted in annoyance. Normally, just being able to grill meat was good enough, but the equipment that she had brought could not control the intensity of the fire with as much ease as Li Xin's magic. Moreover, Flida had no skill in grilling meat as much as Li Xin, so the difference in taste was obvious. Some parts were tough, some were undercooked. Alice took a few bites of the grilled meat, then threw it away, as if she was annoyed. When Li Xin saw that, he reached out to Flida, who was very discouraged. Flida, come over here and eat, Li Xin said. Huh? Flida asked. You had a hard time catching it, too. You deserve to eat, said Li Xin. Huh? Oh, do I? Flida asked. Flida, who was conscious of Alice, slowly went to Li Xin's side and started eating the meat. Wow, it tastes like the best meat dish I used to eat in my hometown. Is your class chef by any chance? Flida asked. Nah, it's not, Li Xin replied. While the three enjoyed themselves, Flida could feel the gaze from behind him. His face became stiff. Well, wouldn't it be nice if Alice joined us, too? Flida asked. Why would you ask that? If she wants to eat, she'll come and ask me, said Li Xin. Surprised to hear Li Xin's blunt answer, Flida kept quiet and began to eat the meat again. Alice, who did not say anything because of her pride, could not resist the smell of the meat and turned away. She realized that it was her own loss if she remained proud like this. It was not that she did not have anything to eat, but she did not want to eat this unappetizing food alone, when they had to stay together for the next 2 or 3 days. I want some, said Alice quietly. What? Li Xin asked, without even turning to face her. Crunch. It could have been the sound of the bonfire, or the sound of her teeth grinding. Let's eat it, together, Alice said again. When Li Xin heard Alice's trembling voice, he smirked. Didn't you say earlier that people who didn't do anything don't deserve to eat? Li Xin asked Alice coldly. When Alice heard Li Xin's cold voice, her facial expression turned stiff and she turned away from them. Alice had kind of expected that kind of a response, but she clenched her teeth and went back to grill the meat that she was working on. Alice tried to ignore them. But you know, I have different values from you. It's good to share it with your comrades, right? So, let's eat this together, Li Xin offered. When Alice heard Li Xin's offer, her hand that held the meat up stopped moving, because she did not expect to hear that from him. Alice did not expect Li Xin to reach out to her first because they had been hostile to each other the whole time. I'm fine. How could I get something to eat if I didn't do anything? Alice replied. Well, all right then. I'm not going to offer it another time, Li Xin said. There was disappointment in Alice's slightly flushed face when she heard Li Xin's harsh words. Are you serious? Shouldn't you ask me at least once more? Mariel asked Alice one more time, as if she had read her thoughts. Ms. Alice, why don't you eat with us? This is so delicious, Mariel offered. I mean, if you say so. Alice pretended to give in and then glanced at Li Xin. At the same time, Mariel looked at Li Xin as if she was asking for permission from Li Xin. Come eat with us, said Li Xin. After hearing Li Xin's words, Alice turned around and brought the meat that she had been grilling and sat next to Flida. Why did you bring that? Li Xin asked. Flinching at Li Xin's words, she stopped putting the meat on the fire and looked at Li Xin. She had brought it with her without realizing it because she did not want to come with empty hands. However, when she thought about it again, it was useless. Oh, right. Why did I bring this? Alice replied. Flida flinched when Alice threw the meat that she had brought with her away, without even a second thought. I worked hard for it though. Flida suddenly looked sullen and tried to just focus on eating the meat. When Alice ate the meat that Li Xin had prepared and grilled, she was instantly surprised by the taste. It was more delicious than what she had expected. She tried to stifle the exclamation coming out of her mouth. This is okay. Alice cleared her throat. When Li Xin saw Alice clearing her throat in embarrassment, he smirked at her and quickly glanced at Mariel. Mariel was smiling at Alice, who was really enjoying the meat. Mariel, go ahead and eat, said Li Xin. I think you have a kind heart, Mr. Li Xin, Mariel replied. Well, we survive by helping each other out, said Li Xin. At novel bin at. Li Xin said something that he did not want to say and looked at Mariel who was smiling innocently. He thought that if she were an angel made by the system of the tower, there would have been a message saying that Mariel's favorability had increased. Since her emotions were pretty obvious, there was no need to put in more effort to read Mariel's feelings. Good. In order to acquire the divinity stat, Li Xin had to win the favorability of Mariel. With that in mind, giving some meat to Alice was nothing and Li Xin could do it 100 or even 1,000 more times. When Li Xin turned around, he saw Flida picking up the remaining meat. Flida, there's no need to pack them, because we won't be able to preserve them anyways, said Li Xin. Oh, is that so? Flida asked. The pungent smell of blood and the dampness that made their skin wet added to their annoyance. Since all sides were surrounded by walls, the air was hot and stuffy. If they were to try taking the Devagar cow's meat right now, it would definitely go bad in less than 30 minutes. We'll have to go now, Alice said. At Alice's words, Flida and Mariel looked at Li Xin. And when Li Xin noticed that, he nodded slightly. Only then did they get up and get ready to leave. The atmosphere in the group was subtly changed by a simple dish. So far, Alice had led the group, but the power balance had shifted a little to Li Xin. However, that was not what mattered to Li Xin right now. We're really going to get to the exit soon. If Li Xin's intuition was correct, the exit would be open by the time they arrived at their destination. However, they could not leave the labyrinth like this, because that was not the way Li Xin wanted to escape this place. There were 3 ways to escape this labyrinth. First, it was to find the exit, get there, and then wait for the exit to open. The second option was to keep walking around until they find an open exit. Lastly, the third option was to defeat the monster and find the Hearthstone. There were boss-level monsters in the hidden area of the labyrinth, and if they found them and killed them, you could acquire the Hearthstone. Li Xin did not want a quick escape. He had to make a decent achievement even if that could take him a few more days. There's another forked road in front of us. Where should we go? Flida said that and turned back. At first, he looked at Alice, but his gaze quickly shifted to Li Xin. Go to the left, said Alice. She had to be aware of the atmosphere, but she still expressed her opinion as if she knew nothing. Flida and Mariel, who would have normally followed Alice's instruction right away, waited for Li Xin to confirm even after hearing her words. When Li Xin nodded, confirming her instruction, Flida took a step to the left with a sigh of relief. Alice was annoyed by the atmosphere of the group that had changed, but since she had to get food from Li Xin for the next day or two, she clenched her teeth and held it in. Still, since Li Xin went the way she wanted, there was no need to overthrow the authority in this group yet. As Alice was moving with that thought in mind, Li Xin had already made all the plans to use her. Well, first, I'll go as you wish. There was no point in turning around now, so Li Xin just decided to use her properly. Hey guys. Flida tried to get people's attention. While wandering around the labyrinth for a long time, they encountered a stone statue that blocked their way. It was a statue of a knight who was wearing thick armor and a helmet. Wow, it's a knight. Flida seemed interested. Don't touch it. Alice shouted. Surprised by Alice's sudden shout, Flida turned back just before he was about to touch it. When people looked at her as if they were asking why, Alice told Flida that he should not touch anything in the labyrinth. All right, Flida replied with disappointment. Aren't you overthinking it? Until now, we did not set any trigger off as a result of touching something, Li Xin said and suddenly reached out and tried to touch the stone statue. Then, noticing that his hand could not move any further in front of the stone statue, Li Xin smiled slightly. He knew that it was because of the intangible mana that held his hand immobile. Aha! Li Xin's eyes were fixed on the stone statue, so he could not see Alice's facial expression, but he was sure that her face would have stiffened. Maybe she was clenching her teeth because she could not hide her facial expressions well. And Li Xin was right. You son of a bitch! Alice cursed inwardly. She did not want to reveal her hand for no reason when she had not yet found out the identity of Li Xin. However, she had used her psychokinesis power instinctively because of Li Xin's sudden unexpected behavior. Alice did not see Li Xin's expression, but she did not think that Li Xin, a wizard, would miss seeing this ability. She felt like she was being played by Li Xin somehow. As this thought struck her, her face went stiff, making it difficult for her to keep a poker face. Oh well, I guess it's better to be careful in the labyrinth. Let's just go the other way, said Li Xin. However, Li Xin, who turned around, had the same look as before. Did he not notice that? It was only for a moment that Alice activated her psychokinesis power. She started thinking that Li Xin might not have noticed it because she undid it right away. Oh well, that kind of a guy might not be able to notice it. Alice decided to think that way. However, after turning back from the stone statue, an undead sprang out of the black passage that extended from the shadow of Li Xin without anyone knowing. Ugh, you're so full of yourself? I can see that you're thinking about something else inside. Wari grumbled and showed discomfort. Wari lifted his sword, his red eyes shining. I'll feel better if I do something that she said not to, Wari muttered. Red lines were carved over the large stone statue, and Wari's sword swung along those lines in a beautiful arch. Swoosh, thud. The statue's body was cut in half and fell to the floor, creating a loud sound of stones scraping against one another. It's always fun to make a mess, Wari muttered. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After passing the statue of the knight, and many turns later, the four finally reached the exit, although only Li Xin and Alice knew about the truth of this route they had taken. Alice had been showing Li Xin some respect because of her issues with food, but as she reached the end of the labyrinth, she began to reveal her true colors. Ugh, I told you not to touch that, Alice shouted. Mariel, the dead bodies of the monsters are flying over here. I told you to be careful, Alice shouted. Why do you keep following me? I've decided on the path, plus, you don't even fight. Is it only about cooking well? Alice shouted again. The hostility that had originally been directed only to Li Xin was extended to Flita and Mariel. Nevertheless, the foolish Flita and Mariel were just smitten by her. You're making it sound as if you knew the way, Li Xin said. Alice did not say anything in response. She had difficulty answering that, so she ignored his words and just moved forward. Why does she have to hide her ability to that extent? Whether she was lucky to find one of the escape routes that she memorized, or knew the way because she had a special ability, she did not have to hide her ability as a guide to this extent. She has a lot of things to hide. Li Xin did not have to care about that anymore, because this companionship would soon be over. As the four turned the corner, at the end of a wide and long straight corridor, they could see an exit to escape this tedious labyrinth. With the thought that they could escape soon, the three people, except Li Xin, heaved a sigh of relief. And they were about to go forward to escape. Kugugugung! Suddenly, the walls of the labyrinth cracked, and knights that looked somewhat familiar walked out from the walls. What? What's going on? Why are they here? Alice started to panic and glared at the knights with eyes open wide. It was the statue of a knight that they encountered a while ago. Dozens of knights who looked just like the knight from before were blocking the way out. Unlike Alice, who was nervously biting her nails, Flita and Mariel were ready to fight. Well, that's all right. As long as we get their leader, the rest of them will be a piece of cake to deal with, Alice explained. But, who's the boss? They all look the same to me. Look at the pattern engraved on the back of their hands. The one with the gold pattern engraved on it is the leader, Alice explained. Alice revealed the information she had. You even know this. A map did not tell the challenger all the traps, because the traps were not always the same. It might also have been luck that Alice knew about this, but Li Xin was convinced that that was not the case. Whoa, I see. All right, Flita, will lead you guys to freedom from this dreadful labyrinth. Flita shouted with confidence. The desire to escape this place was contained in his voice. I guess that guy suffered a lot, too. Flita and Mariel had confronted the knights first, and Alice also revealed her skills this time because no matter how good they were, it was not easy to face dozens of knights on their own. You fight, too, Alice ordered. I will, Li Xin replied. In front was Flita, who had swift swordsmanship skills, and Mariel, the Elias. At the back, there was Alice with her psychokinesis and Li Xin with his flame spell. Although it was the first time they properly cooperated to fight, their synergy was quite good. I found him, Flita shouted. Once he had found the knight with the gold pattern, Flita forced his way past the knights and relentlessly aimed his attacks at that single one. He was able to handle the leader knight because Alice was supporting him at the back with her psychokinesis power. Ha! Great job everyone! That was truly amazing. Alice, you're a good fighter too, aren't you? Mariel asked. Ha, this is it. I've gotta get out of this annoying place quickly. Alice ignored Mariel's comment and tried to get past the knights. Suddenly, another black portal sprang up in front of the exit. Thud, thud, thud. An undead emerged from a huge portal and revealed its big body. Beltiar walked out, leaking black mana with a greatsword on his shoulder. Following Beltiar, there was Mei wearing his robe, Wari whose red eyes were shining, and lastly, Shun who was emitting cold air. There were only 4 undead, but the aura they exuded was much more powerful than that of the dozen of knights they had encountered previously. What's going on? What the hell is happening? Alice stuttered and faltered because she was stunned. Besides, Flita, who was always confident in encountering the monsters of Labyrinth, closed his mouth and clenched his teeth for the first time. On the other hand, Mariel boosted her fighting spirit and mustered her strength. You can't go through here. Beltiar stopped the knights. Thud. Beltiar showed his resolve by striking the ground with his greatsword. As Alice clenched her teeth with a serious look on her face, Li Xin smirked behind her. You'll panic a little. I think it's a kind of devil, Mariel said. Mariel, clutching her white spear, said it in a cold tone that people had never heard from her. I used to be during my lifetime, but not anymore, Elias, Beltiar replied. The essence never changes, Mariel said. I was born again under the great Death Ruler, Beltiar said. The Death Ruler? That sounds like a dangerous name. Where is your master? Mariel asked. When Mariel asked, Beltiar flinched and looked at Li Xin, who was standing behind Mariel. When he made eye contact with Li Xin, he quickly turned away. You do not deserve to see my master. Go back, or you will suffer death, Beltiar said. You're guys. You're not the monsters of the labyrinth. Alice, full of conviction, said, glaring at the undead. May was stunned when he heard what Alice said, so he rapidly activated his mana power. I guess you're not planning on going back. If that's the case, die, all of you, May shouted. When May took out his wand and struck the ground in front of Alice soared and headed toward her. Surprised by his fast casting speed, Alice looked serious and her stone-hard fist was wrapped in her psychokinetic power. Ugh, you undead. At first glance, she seemed relaxed, but Alice frowned as May's mana power got increasingly stronger. How dare you? Flita turned to help Alice. You play with me. Worry rushed towards Flita. While Flita was on his way to help Alice, Worry rushed toward Flita. He had no choice but to pick up his sword and fight back. Tisk. Flita clicked his tongue. Worry's strength made it difficult for Flita to extend his sword. Worry stared into Flita's eyes with his red eyes. Their eyes met for a short moment. Flita looked away because it felt uncomfortable. They had just been looking at each other, but it felt like Worry was reading his mind. Therefore, Flita's eyes flickered for a moment. It is our duty to punish the demon, so I will put an end to your life here, said Mariel. Ha ha ha, bring it on. I'll show you the power of the black mana. Beltiar laughed at her. Chang? There was a loud sound as the great sword and the spear clashed. So the skills that she had been showing us so far were not all. Li Xin looked at Mariel from the back, and he was surprised to see Mariel's true strength. He did not expect Mariel to show a comparable level of strength to Beltiar. Li Xin also turned to Shun as if he was accusing Shun of not attacking. When Shun noticed that, he quickly activated his mana power. A bullet of ice formed on the tip of Shun's wand. The mana that gathered in a circle spun at a tremendous speed and shot toward Li Xin. It was a new magic that Shun had developed after seeing Cigarette's bullet of red flame and understanding the flow of mana. As if he wanted to be evaluated for the magic, Shun presented his magic to Li Xin. Swoosh, whoosh, a membrane of fire appeared from the tip of the wand and another shield was laid over its outer surface. After noticing at once that Shun had maximized his penetrating power, Li Xin immediately used his defensive magic accordingly. Since he had only revealed his flame spells so far, he was planning on defending the attack by using only the flame spell and other basic spells. Li Xin tried to reduce the power of the bullet of ice with the membrane of fire and reduced its penetrating power with layers of shield. Sylphade web. The mucus-like web rapidly reduced the spinning of the bullet of ice. Li Xin had revealed his new skill of casting 3 magic spells simultaneously, but the other 3 challengers did not have the time to notice that, since they were already too focused on their own battles. Whoosh bang! The bullet made by Shun disappeared, leaving behind only a small explosion. Knowing that it was only a series of basic spells, Shun realized that there was a great difference between the magical ability of his master and himself. I want to learn. A bright light flashed from Shun's head, and his mana power blazed up like an active volcano. What's wrong with him all of a sudden? All he had to do was attack Li Xin a few times and receive Li Xin's attack a few times. However, Li Xin could tell that his aura was getting stronger over time. It was obvious that Shun's mana power was getting overheated. I guess he is just too excited. Li Xin could understand Shun, because he was one of the wizards whose desire was to test every skill they possessed against a wizard they had longed to fight with. There was no way Li Xin would not be able to understand that. Alright then, show me all you want. I'll teach you a lesson. Li Xin also moved his mana power accordingly. Mana dissipated like dust, and Shun's mana poured out like it was an inexhaustible supply. Therefore, the frost began to form all over the floor, walls, and ceilings. Crack crack. Huh? What's going on all of the sudden? Flita and Mariel, who had been fighting fiercely next to Li Xin, stopped for a moment and looked at Shun. Shit. Alice was stunned, and cursed when she felt Shun's mana wave. Water can change into anything, Shun said. When the 3 challengers heard Shun, they got goosebumps all over their bodies in an instant. They knew what he meant when he said it could change into anything. Shun's mana power that had been fluttering around like dust, and the gradually solidifying fragments of ice were aiming for their blind spots. Be careful, everyone. Mariel shouted urgently. The density of the mana power increased rapidly. Flita and Alice flinched momentarily at Mariel's cry, because there was no way to avoid the attack. Crack, crunch. The 2, who had foreseen the bleak future to come, looked puzzled when there was no change. What the heck? There were ice pellets all over the place, and they shivered. Besides, hundreds of sharp icicles were pointing at Li Xin, but they were all frozen on the spot due to the mana power that Li Xin scattered. Is he a dual wizard? A dual wizard was a wizard that used 2 elements at a high quality. Alice was not stupid enough to not believe what she had seen. What if those icicles were pointing at her? What if they were pointing at Flita or Mariel? Would they have been able to stop those from approaching them? Alice did not know. Crash crack? With a single hand gesture by Li Xin, all of those icicles fell at once and the pieces of ice scattered on the floor. That was mind-blowing, Flida muttered. That remark was as far as Flida's appreciation went, but Mariel continued to exclaim in admiration. Li Xin, who had completely blocked Shun's magic, gave Shun, who had his head down, some advice. Water can change into everything, but if you're too focused on that, you won't be able to use ice properly, Li Xin muttered and suggested to Shun. All right. I got it, Shun replied. After hearing Shun's response, Li Xin quickly looked around. Since the undead all stopped fighting, Li Xin reproached them using his eyes for not continuing their battles. When the undead noticed that, Mei, Wari, and Beltiar quickly resumed their attacks. Shocked by the sudden attack, the three challengers glanced at Li Xin. Li Xin was panting and he seemed no longer able to use magic, as if he had run out of his mana power after blocking that critical attack. If it wasn't for Li Xin, we would have all been dead by that monstrous undead. I have to step up now. Damn it, is Li Xin out of mana power now? Fortunately, that skeleton wizard guy seemed like he lost all his strength too. Where the hell did these monsters come from? May's spells had become more precise and stronger, and Alice was now struggling to even block the spells. Wong? The psychokinesis that had been holding May's stones eventually failed to last. Therefore, the stones that had been floating in the air stopped for a moment, then accelerated and flew toward Alice. No, Li Xin cried out. Alice, who had closed her eyes tightly, opened her eyes when she heard a familiar voice. Before she even realized it, Li Xin stood in front of her, defending her. Huh? What are you doing? Alice shouted in surprise. Alice had thought she would certainly be crushed by the pile of stones, but she saw the stones flying over Li Xin's shoulders. The wind howled as a few stones that were about to strike them froze in midair, but most of the stones continued to fly toward them. Bang 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 bang. Suddenly, Wari, who had been battling Flida, pushed him off and appeared behind Li Xin, knocking out all the stones. Flida freaked out because he thought that the skeleton was trying to sneak an attack on Li Xin and Alice, but the skeleton was actually protecting them. In such an incomprehensible situation, not only Flida but Alice and Mariel as well tried hard to understand what was going on. However, they could not come up with a reason. Alice was not sure why that skeleton was doing that all of the sudden. Besides, she was worried that the skeleton might turn around and stab Li Xin and herself with that sword, but fortunately, that did not happen. The fight between Beltiar and Mariel had also stopped for a while, and there was a momentary lull. It was not just the three challengers who were perplexed. Mei, who had attacked with the stones, Wari, who had blocked those stones, and even Shun and Beltiar, who had been watching them on the side, were stunned to see what happened. You son of a bitch, our master almost got hurt. Did I know that would happen? What am I supposed to do if the master just jumps in out of nowhere? Can't you even control that much? You can just pretend like the stones missed them and shoot them somewhere else. Do you think it's easy to change the route all of a sudden? Ugh, what do I expect from you, you idiot? Fuck. At novel bin at. Mei and Wari did not say anything out loud, but enough remarks were exchanged through their eyes. Then they began to move again. After a momentary pause, Wari bounced off the ground and redirected the attack to Mei. Chang? The intangible shield and the sword clashed. Thinking about it, I really didn't like you. You're going to die here. Wari shouted all of the sudden. Mei's mana power was unstable for a moment, because he was shocked by the Wari's ridiculous act. However, he took the situation calmly and responded to Wari accordingly. All right, you idiot. Let's have a fight then. Mei shouted. A fight between Mei and Wari began out of nowhere. Mana power flashed here and there, and loud noises reverberated around due to the clashes between the two. Since it was becoming more difficult to fight back, Flida thought it would be a good chance to run away while the skeletons were fighting each other. He supported Alice and Li Xin, and they retreated. On the other hand, Mariel did not know what to do. Thanks to the two skeletons who were fighting each other, Mariel's burden was reduced. However, the other two undead were formidable, and if the challengers had to join the fight again and deal with them, it could have been really dangerous. Mariel, we should run away when they're busy fighting with each other, Flida shouted. Okay, Mariel replied. Mariel glared at Beltiar for a second and retreated. However, the undead did not come after the challengers. Mr. Li Xin and Ms. Alice, are you guys okay? Mariel asked. I think I'm fine but... Alice looked at Li Xin with a slightly puzzled face, because Li Xin looked very pale. Mr. Li Xin. Mariel cried out. Hey, are you okay? Did you get beaten up by that skeleton? Why did you do such a thing if you're not feeling well? Flida asked. I'm fine. Don't worry about it, we're a team. I only thought of saving our team member, so I did it without even realizing it, Li Xin replied. There seemed to be no open wounds that were clearly visible on Li Xin's body, but his complexion did not look good. It looked as if he had suffered an internal injury. The thought that he had jumped in to save his team member even in this state of injury moved Mariel, and she started tearing up. Mr. Li Xin. I'm so touched. I've never met a human being with such a warm heart, said Mariel. No, don't mention it. I just did what I had to, Li Xin replied. Hey you, Li Xin, you were such a nice guy, weren't you? Flida said. It was not just Mariel, but Flida was also looking at Li Xin as if he had fallen in love with Li Xin. Standing at the side, Alice seemed hesitant to say anything. Thank you, said Alice. No, don't mention it. I'm glad that you're okay, Li Xin replied. When Alice heard what Li Xin said to her, she blushed. However, Li Xin had no time to pay attention to her response. You acquired a deep favor ability from Mariel. Hidden quest, communicating with Elias. Save Mariel, the Elias, from a crisis while maintaining the deep favor ability. Reward, divinity stat. Nice. It was worth the hassle. Originally, Li Xin thought of working much harder than this, but since the angel Mariel was much simpler than what Li Xin had thought, it was easier for Li Xin to get Mariel's favor ability. Only then was Li Xin able to see Flida and Alice. Flida was looking at Li Xin in a way that was very unsettling, and Alice was staring at the wall on the other side with a bright red face. Li Xin did not understand what was going on with these people, but there was no need to pay attention to them anymore. Let's get going. No, wait, don't move. Mariel shouted. Li Xin, who was moving his body casually, suddenly could not move as if there was a restraint. Mariel pressed his shoulders down, and he lay on the floor. What are you doing? Li Xin asked. Stay like that for a moment. I'll heal your body, said Mariel. Divine power appeared at Mariel's fingertips. No matter how good Li Xin's physical ability was, he was tired from constantly moving in the labyrinth for almost 2 days. However, with a touch from Mariel, the golden glow of her divine power spread throughout his body, and it began to relieve his fatigue, as if every part of his body had been massaged. Huh. Mariel had a puzzled look on her face. What's wrong? Flida asked when he saw Mariel's confusion while treating Li Xin. Are you all good, Li Xin? Mariel asked. Oh, my. Li Xin had twisted his inner mana blood to make him look temporarily unwell. However, after accomplishing the hidden quest, Li Xin had undone it. Therefore, Mariel was puzzled when Li Xin seemed too normal while she was treating him. Li Xin quickly caused his physical condition to deteriorate again. Coop. Li Xin gasped. Mr. Li Xin. Mariel cried out. Hey, are you okay? Flida asked. Oh my god, what's wrong with him? Alice asked. The three were shocked to see Li Xin throwing up blood and panting all of the sudden. Therefore, they checked his condition again. Ms. Mariel, what's going on? Flida asked. Huh? What's going on here? Mariel seemed to panic. Mariel, what the hell are you doing? He got worse. Alice shouted. I'm sorry, this can't be happening. I'll try again. Mariel replied. Be careful this time. Alice shouted. All right. Mariel replied. At Alice's series of requests, Mariel took a deep breath and attempted to treat him once again. This time, Li Xin's complexion improved. Are you okay? Mariel asked. Yeah, thanks to you, I got better. Thank you again, Li Xin replied. After getting up, Li Xin checked the time. It's time for the monsters to show up soon. It was an event that occurred repeatedly at a certain time. A wave of monsters would appear in front of challengers who stayed in the labyrinth for a long time. At one point, the summoned monsters roamed the labyrinth and attacked the challengers. It was a way to prevent the challengers from taking time to slowly explore the labyrinth. Li Xin had to win first place in this wave, because that's how he would be able to get the reward. To do so, the best thing to do was to find the starting point of the wave and kill the monsters there. We have to move quickly, because the wave will start soon, Li Xin said. Where are you going? No matter where you are, the monsters will come. I agree, wouldn't it be better to stay here, closer to the exit? Since this is the end part of the labyrinth, I think it will be less burdensome when we encounter the wave. Both Alice and Flida had a point. However, Li Xin had a different intention than the two. I'm not trying to avoid the monsters, Li Xin said. Huh? What are you talking about? Flida asked. No way. Alice looked at Li Xin with a look of consternation, because what she thought Li Xin was trying to do next was crazy. I'm going to go to the starting point of the wave and defeat all the monsters, said Li Xin. That's crazy. How can you defeat all those monsters? Alice strongly opposed Li Xin's suggestion. However, the other two challengers seemed to agree with his idea. It sounds fun. Plus, if we kill them all, we'll also get a lot of rewards, said Flida. Are you trying to take on all the burden so that other challengers don't get hurt? You are truly amazing, Mr. Li Xin. Mariel was the only one who greatly misunderstood Li Xin's intentions, but he did not bother to correct her. You don't have to come with me if you don't want to. I'm going anyway, said Li Xin. After seeing Li Xin's determination, Alice bit her lips and fell into agony. What is she thinking about? Just like Alice said, this was a very dangerous thing to do. There was no reason for Alice to join him and take risks because she had the ability to find her way out. Besides, Li Xin was sure that she was considering his option because of the favor ability toward them. The next moment, Alice said quietly, I'll go with you. What's wrong with her? With her skills, it would not have been difficult to escape the labyrinth even if she did not follow the trio. Even if it was difficult to deal with the wave, it was nothing compared to following them to the starting point and fighting the monsters there. There must be something I haven't caught yet. Li Xin decided to let her come along and then figure out her intentions later on. Besides, Alice's combat power was not a great threat to him. Okay then, let's go, Li Xin said. With Li Xin's permission granted, Flida sighed with relief, because he knew that he would not be able to refuse Alice if she wanted him to join her instead. Flida thought that it would not necessarily be a bad idea to be alone with a beautiful lady like Alice, but for the sake of things working out smoothly, it was best to be with someone like Li Xin. Li Xin's group moved more smoothly than ever before. Now that the group was completely under Li Xin's leadership, Alice was more cooperative than ever. Li Xin kept an eye on her, trying to figure out why she had changed her stance so suddenly, but each time he glanced at her, he realized that she had been looking at him too. This made Li Xin's doubt grow even more. She keeps turning away. Li Xin thought that this behavior was indicative of the fact that Alice was trying to hide something very important from him. While Li Xin became more and more on guard, the group members stopped in their tracks because a voice came from afar. Shhh. They even stopped breathing just in case there was someone who could hear them. They sneaked up to the wall and looked toward the place where the sound was coming from. What is that? I think there's people there. 3 men and a woman had surrounded a group of people and were attacking them. The group that was being attacked seemed to be challengers as well. How can they do such a terrible thing? Shouted Mariel in rage. When Li Xin and the group members looked at the scene closely, they saw that the 2 women and 1 man on the defending side were seriously injured. The 2 women still looked somewhat capable of moving around, but the man was covered in blood. He looked as if he was about to die. Alice wanted to just walk by, but her opinion was drowned out by Mariel's shouts of anger. In the end, Mariel, who could not watch any longer, suddenly ran out. Hey, what are you doing? It's not right to bully challengers like that. They are just like you. Mariel shouted. Who are you? A man asked. Wow, she's pretty, another man muttered. Here comes the apostle of justice, the woman whispered. When the 3 men saw Mariel's face, they changed their attitudes in an instant, but the woman was not happy about it. Li Xin did not intend on just watching the scene anyway, because he had to care about Mariel's impression of him, but somehow it seemed like he was just getting dragged into this situation. Oh well, there's nothing I can do now, Li Xin muttered. You bastards! You're harassing women because you have nothing better to do? You lack chivalry. Flida stood next to Mariel and shouted as if he was chastising them. Alice looked at them and grabbed her head in exasperation. With nothing else to do, she followed them, but she stiffened when she saw one of the men in the attacking group. No way, TT that is. The man Alice saw was known as Fighting Dog, one of the challengers who climbed the tower from her dimension. He couldn't even be considered properly human, just as his nickname said. He was a rabid dog, a monster born and raised to fight in the underworld. Her legs refused to carry her any farther, and she started to tremble. No, we have to run away, Alice mumbled. When Li Xin saw her panic, he grabbed her arm. What's wrong? Li Xin asked. He's a monster. We can't win against him, so we better run away now, said Alice in a shaky voice. Li Xin turned her around and held onto her arms. Seeing her break down like that, as if past trauma had just caught up with her, Li Xin lightly patted her shoulder. Alice looked up at him. Don't worry. At least I won't let you get hurt, Li Xin said. It was something that anyone could have said, and it could very well be nothing more than false bravado. However, Alice felt her growing fear subside in an instant. Her heart was still pounding fast, but strangely, her fear and anxiety had disappeared. She stared blankly at Fighting Dog again. Coop. Alice gulped. The guy was looking at her with a creepy smile. Oh, we have 2 beautiful ladies here, said Fighting Dog. The lewd way he looked at them made Alice feel very disturbed, as if his hands were all over her body, but at least she was no longer afraid. The blonde one is mine. Stop talking shit, who says that? Haha, it's great that I don't have a competitor. That handsome guy over there is mine, said the woman. Flida and Mariel were outraged as they saw how their opponents teased them in their face, as if they were auctioning for objects. You filthy ones. Flida shouted. Even the heavenly god will not forgive people like you, said Mariel. Flida and Mariel took on the 2 men standing on either side of Fighting Dog. The woman next to them tried to join the fight, but she found that she could not move. An unknown force was holding her in place. What's going on? The woman seemed surprised. You're playing with me, you stupid bitch, said Alice with her usual cool look, having completely shaken off her fear. What a cheeky bitch, Fighting Dog muttered. His voice was very rough, as if he had thick mucus stuck in his throat. The fear associated with this man, Fighting Dog, was so intense that Alice's mana was disturbed just by hearing his voice. She started to shiver again, as if she was really affected by PTSD, but at that moment, Li Xin stood in front of Alice and faced the guy. Are you the leader of this group? Li Xin asked. Get out of my way if you don't want to sorry. Let me rephrase. Get out of my way if you want to live a little bit longer, said Fighting Dog. Hearing his words, Li Xin laughed. A moment later, the tip of his wand flickered with lightning. Wung fizz, fizz. Li Xin's lightning bounced off the blades of Fighting Dog's tiger claw gauntlet. In that short amount of time, Fighting Dog was able to sense Li Xin's mana and block the magic, displaying great reaction speed and agility. Fighting Dog's confident attitude was not groundless after all. You cheeky bastard. Fighting Dog shouted. Fighting Dog jumped out like a cannonball and swung its claw with a force that was enough to tear Li Xin apart. Whoong! Clang! However, the claw was stopped by an invisible barrier that appeared in the air, the sound of metal striking metal echoing several times in just a moment. Clang! 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 Fighting Dog could not believe that Li Xin had just blocked his attack, so he struck at Li Xin again and again. However, no matter how much he clawed at the barrier, he couldn't even get near Li Xin. Ah! Fighting Dog roared. Clang! 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 He tried to strike from all sides, as well as from above. However, a barrier would appear exactly at the spot where his attack landed, and it did not seem possible to break through it. Clong! Suddenly, the barrier exploded, and the resulting shockwave blasted Fighting Dog away. You have taken away Turkaran's health points. Your health points increased by 1. Kup, kak. Fighting Dog coughed and spit out blood. He then clenched his teeth and glared at Li Xin. This can't be true, Fighting Dog said. Did you think you could mess with me with that level of skill? Li Xin laughed at him. Li Xin did not make it obvious on the surface, but he was manipulating his mana at a certain risk. The shield barrier was a first-order basic elemental spell. Naturally, its actual power depended on the ability of the caster, but the spell itself was a low-level one, easy to use, but not terribly powerful. When Li Xin spread the barrier over a wide area, its defensive power was weakened, and it also consumed a great amount of mana to boot. Besides, with only a single layer, Li Xin could not block the attack of a challenger like Fighting Dog, so Li Xin had layered a few barriers in order to block the first attack. This had successfully stopped Fighting Dog, but seeing the excessive mana consumption, Li Xin immediately decided to change strategies. He had to focus his defensive power onto a smaller area, so he shrunk his wide barrier into a small shield. He layered several of these shields on top of each other and reinforced them. Then, he also put up a mana shield that would absorb the impact of the opponent's attacks until maximum capacity was reached, which would then set off an explosion. It was a technique that other wizards would not have recommended. Li Xin had done two things at the same time, which was against the common sense of ordinary wizards. With the size of the shield thus reduced, he was running the risk of letting an attack slip around it and hit him, especially if he somehow miscalculated the opponent's attack pattern. In other words, the shield had to be placed precisely in the way of the attack at the precise moment of the attack. This involved keeping up with an attacker who moved at a speed that normal people couldn't even follow. Furthermore, it was a great risk to use a technique that triggered an explosion the moment a threshold was reached. If the caster failed to predict the exact moment when the impact shield's capacity reached maximum, they would also get in big trouble. This technique was a gamble, and Li Xin had just won it. It was a high level of mana control that would not have been made possible for anyone else other than Li Xin, who had brilliant talent in the field of magic and was in his previous life a great wizard. The other three challengers, who did not reach this level, simply thought that Fighting Dog lost because he was being careless. You fucking bastard! Fighting Dog shouted. Just die, said Li Xin. Swoosh, crack. A lightning spear shot out from the tip of Li Xin's wand and into Fighting Dog's throat. The man seemed unable to believe that he was about to die, even as death struck him. An instant later, he collapsed on the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Your boss is dead, Li Xin said. The once heated battle cooled down instantly at his calm words. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Thank you very, very much. The three who had been attacked were able to recover thanks to Mariel's treatment. They expressed their gratitude, then left the scene, leaving the three attackers kneeling on the ground, with Fighting Dog's corpse laid beside them. You should just kill people like these, said Alice. But I don't feel good about killing those who surrender, Flida muttered. Then do you want to keep them alive? They were trying to kill us. Alice looked at Flida as if he was talking nonsense. When Flida noticed her glare, he shut his mouth. Still, I don't feel good about killing them. They surrendered, said Li Xin. Well, that's true. I think I was a little aggressive. Alice suddenly changed her attitude after hearing Li Xin's words. Mariel, who was listening to their conversation, shook her head. No, these criminals should be severely punished. Li Xin was surprised to hear that. If this was the heavenly realm, we could have administered a reasonable punishment, but we can't do that in this place. Therefore, they must pay for their sins with their lives, said Mariel. Li Xin was a little puzzled by Mariel's words. It was quite unlike her to be this aggressive. For a few moments, he was left speechless. Actually, the reason why he had suggested leaving these people alive was that he was trying to stay in Mariel's good graces. However, Mariel was actually in favor of killing them. Adat novel bin adat. Well then. Li Xin muttered. No, wait. How can you kill us when we got rid of our weapons and surrendered? That's right. If you forgive us, we won't do it ever again. Please. I have a family to go kak. Suddenly, spikes emerged from the ground and pierced the hearts of the three challengers. The three vomited blood and groaned, their eyes filled with hatred. You have to stop talking nonsense, Li Xin muttered. Li Xin had lived a life long enough to not believe what such people said. Besides, he had the same opinion as Mariel. After killing the three challengers without hesitation, he immediately turned around and moved forward. Alice and Mariel followed him. Flida, who was a little late in figuring out what was going on, noticed the collapsed challengers and followed Li Xin's group as well. Now that I see this, I wonder, how many elements can he use? Alice could not bring herself to say her thoughts out loud. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. But are you sure you know the way? Alice asked. Yeah, Li Xin replied. Alice had full confidence in Li Xin's outstanding combat ability because she had seen it in the battles they had fought so far. However, finding their way in this labyrinth was another matter. Li Xin was moving forward without a single trace of hesitation, but Alice thought it was necessary to know for sure whether he actually knew where he was going. Otherwise, she was prepared to use her skills. I don't forget what I see, said Li Xin. Alice thought Li Xin was bluffing in a way that did not even make sense, but there was a smile on her face. Men tend to bluff a lot in front of the girl they like. No, even with his lacking skills, Li Xin had still thrown himself into danger to save her. He had even tried to reassure her when she had been panicking. In Alice's mind, it was clear that Li Xin liked her, so Alice followed Li Xin, trying to hide her red cheeks. Ms. Mariel, is it that hot in here? Flida asked. Well, not really, no, Mariel replied. But then, why is Alice's face so red? Oh, maybe she's sick. Alice's face flushed redder when she heard their conversation. I'm not sick, so just shut up and get going. Alice shouted. Li Xin and his group arrived at the starting point of the wave. They were shocked to see a purple portal that seemed dangerous. The portal was increasing in size as well as its concentration of mana. You're saying that monsters will be pouring out of here, right? I'll do my best not to let a single one of them get away. Ha! I can't believe it turned out like this, but we'll be okay since we have you, Alice said, looking at Li Xin with a look full of trust. Actually no, you three will be in charge of this place, Li Xin replied. Li Xin was not planning on staying, because there was another place he had to go. Don't worry, there aren't that many monsters from this portal here, said Li Xin. Despite Li Xin's request, Alice and Flida could not hide their anxiety. But where are you going? Flida asked. You want us to deal with this place by ourselves? No way, I only came here because you see Alice was worried. Please, Li Xin said. Alice was about to say more, but upon hearing that she closed her mouth instead. Her face was stiff. She had suddenly realized that she had been relying too much on Li Xin. I will be dealing with other portals, Li Xin said. That's right. I'm sure Li Xin has an idea. Mariel supported Li Xin. When Alice and Flida saw that Mariel was supporting Li Xin, they could not do anything but nod. Li Xin, who had been closely watching Alice for a long time, found that her gaze settled somewhere else for a moment. What was that? I thought she was looking at something. Alice, who had seemed unlikely to follow Li Xin's opinion until the end, stared at the blank space for a moment, suddenly changed her attitude and looked ready to accept the new challenge. So, what kind of ability does she have? It was clear to Li Xin that she had changed her attitude after seeing the system message, which meant that she had received a clue to lead her to this decision. Li Xin tried to think of what Alice's ability was and thought, maybe it was the ability to predict the future or the equivalent. No way. There were some possibilities that came to Li Xin's mind, but he thought it was still too early to jump into conclusions. First of all, Li Xin had to focus on dealing with the wave. Even after you defeat all the monsters, stay here. I'll come back, said Li Xin. After saying that, Li Xin immediately moved to the starting point of another wave. That place was not too far away, but far enough. Here it is, Li Xin muttered. A faint mana wave was detected by Li Xin's mana detection zone. There was a device hidden here, which was difficult to find unless Li Xin specifically tried to search this place with his mana. When Li Xin pushed a part of the wall with his hand, a hole was formed in the floor and Li Xin disappeared into it. Li Xin could feel the shifting/moving of the space in there. The momentary sensation soon disappeared and the black surroundings reverted to some place in the labyrinth. It was a huge space that made one look small standing alone there. The stench of the place filled his nostrils and the floor was covered with the remains of corpses. Then, energy gathered rapidly on one side of the wall and a black portal began to form. The first wave begins. You have 2 hours until the wave ends. The army of the dead walked out from the black portal. The eyes of the skeleton knight, who was immersed in the darkness, shone blue in the dark. The skeleton knight rode the skeleton horse and came out of the portal, leading the undead out of the portal. You are. The skeleton knight muttered. You're Declan, the corpse cleaner, Li Xin replied. Are you a challenger? So, you came here with some knowledge, Declan, the skeleton knight, said. That's right, Li Xin replied. Well, I don't know how you already know about this, but you are a fool, Declan replied. The Death Knight, who was also referred to as the corpse cleaner, drew his sword with black mana surrounding him. The number of his soldiers was not so great yet, but Li Xin was aware that the size of his army would grow much larger during the 2 hours until this wave ended. Crack thud. Part of one of the walls in this huge space opened and an avalanche of dead bodies poured out from it. Wake up, soldiers of the dead, Declan ordered. The monsters twisted their bodies and got up. Then, Li Xin heard the screams of those who were forced to become an undead and suffer eternal death. Ah! This was a place where the dead bodies of the labyrinth gathered. The Death Knight was an undead that had the power to make more undead. He used to be a commander of a military force who had become more powerful over time. He was a hidden boss the challengers had to face if they failed to escape from the labyrinth within a certain period of time. However, Li Xin decided to come here to block the last wave on his own. You should be my soldier, too, Declan ordered. Hidden stage, the corpse cleaner Declan. The knight, Declan, who was trapped in the labyrinth and suffering from hunger, began to eat the dead bodies around him and he eventually could not overcome the energy of death and became the Death Knight. Declan, who wandered aimlessly through the labyrinth, unable to live or die, began stockpiling dead bodies in his loneliness, and he received the power to create undead from the god of death. Free Declan, who became the corpse cleaner, from this eternal death. Pieces of dead bodies poured out every minute, and these pieces came together and became the undead, the soldiers of Declan. You cannot do anything, alone, said Declan. Yes, that's right, Li Xin replied. Black mana swirled over Li Xin's silver wand. Wong. With a single swing from Li Xin, a black fog formed, along its trajectory, covering the undead. No way, how can a human have the power of death? Declan was shocked. Black mana. #death element. Hashtag you will have a strong dominance over the undead species. The black mana exerts dominance. Ah! The undead, which had hardened like stone statues, screamed with fear. What the hell? It became increasingly difficult for Declan to exert control over the undead. This is ridiculous, Declan muttered. Declan had thought it was impossible for his power, that had the power of death, to be defeated so easily. Yet, this power was becoming unstable. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, starting from the small skeleton goblins to the giant Devagar cows, they began to escape Declan's control and knelt in front of Li Xin. Death Ruler. Hashtag the dead are easily afraid of you. Hashtag your dominance over the dead is strengthened. Hashtag you are easily acknowledged by the dead. To the dead, in the presence of the Death Ruler, a ruler more powerful than any other king had come to this place. You have taken away the dominance over Silver Mane Wolves from Declan. Because of your title, the Death Ruler, the required dominance of the Silver Mane Wolf was reduced from 5 to 4. You have taken away the dominance over Devagar Cow from Declan. Because of your title, the Death Ruler, you have taken away Declan's dominance. Your dominance has increased by 1. You have taken away the dominance over long-legged ground rats from Declan. You have taken away the dominance. Declan, who was in denial that his power was weaker than that of a human, got on the skeleton horse and charged toward Li Xin. Clang! How dare you, Beltiar said. The great sword that rose from the floor blocked Declan's sword. How dare an undead do that to me? I was chosen by the god of death. Declan shouted in anger, directing his powers at Beltiar. I'm Beltiar, the head of the army of death. Beltiar introduced himself. The black mana that surrounded Beltiar did not allow Declan's power to approach him. Coop. Declan gasped. Declan looked at Beltiar with a surprised look when he realized that his power was nothing compared to Beltiar's. The army of death. Declan muttered. Yes, that's right, Beltiar replied. In his panic, Declan's sword trembled slightly. At the same time, Li Xin's black mana, which rose up like a wave, hit Declan. Whoosh. Coop, you, Declan could not speak properly. Li Xin was able to exert a power that was greater than anyone else, because his black mana was much darker than Declan's darkness. Until a few moments ago, Li Xin had not been able to appreciate how great of a power the title Death Ruler endowed, but he finally started to realize. It was the same with black mana, because wielding such mana alone seemed enough to put one to death. After confronting Li Xin's mana and sensing its essence, Declan came down from his skeleton horse and knelt on the floor. Death Ruler, the one who knows death, Declan muttered. Declan, be my subordinate, Li Xin ordered. There is one thing I want to ask you, said Declan. What is it? Li Xin asked. Are you a living human being? Declan asked. This question that came out of the blue shook Li Xin's heart like ripples in a quiet lake, because it was a question that hit the crux of his greatest concern. Declan had not known such a significance, but by a stroke of luck, he asked the right question. You're right, Li Xin replied. I want to stop this boring life where I can't live or die, said Declan. Well then, try your best and fight back until the end. I'll give you one last chance, said Li Xin. Unlike his original intention, Li Xin truly planned on giving him a chance. You have 1 hour 51 minutes and 17 seconds until the end of the wave. Make all the dead bodies that are strewn here into your soldiers from now until the end of the wave, said Li Xin. You may regret saying that, Declan said. Li Xin smirked at Declan's unnecessary worries. Declan's strategy seemed to be about depleting Li Xin's mana, but taking over the dominance using the black mana was not the only way. Crack, thud, a part of the wall opened up and piles of corpses poured out of it. This meant that the wave had begun and that many monsters were dying. Thud. When Declan hit the floor with his sword, the power of death spread throughout the entire space. The creaking skeletons rose to their feet and their eyes shone blue. Hundreds of undead were created in a single moment, and if other challengers had seen this ridiculous power, they would have tried to run away immediately. I will do my best, said Declan. Do your best, so it helps you at least a bit, Li Xin said. At first, Li Xin thought that dealing with the wave might be a little challenging, because this ridiculous power of Declan was more than enough to be called a one-man corps. However, things were different now. Come out, Li Xin ordered. One by one, Li Xin's subordinates walked out of the shadow space. Declan's undead army was afraid of Li Xin's, who were covered by black mana, having been influenced by Li Xin's mana. Now, Li Xin was finally aware of how much influence the absolute power of death exerted over the dead. The black mana exerts dominance. You have taken away the dominance over Red Striped Snake from Declan. Because of your title, the Death Ruler, you have taken away the dominance over. You have taken away Declan's dominance. Your dominance has increased by 1. As Li Xin climbed the tower, he had analyzed the mechanism of the stat extortion of the skill chaos. The increase in the number of simple hits and damage did not increase the probability of the stat extortion. It was only when there was valid damage done to the opponent that the probability increased. Besides, there was also a clear difference in the probability of acquiring each stat. If someone had done damage using their strength, they were more likely to extort the strength stat, and if they used their magic, they were more likely to extort the intelligence stat. The results of his analysis were evident even now. When Li Xin exerted dominance over Declan's subordinates one by one, his dominance stat increased despite the low probability, and this was the proof. This is the chance to increase my dominance stat significantly. By now, it was obvious that Li Xin was placed first in the achievement score for this wave. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Coop. Declan was battered and was barely managing to hold out. He leaned on his sword that had been plunged into the floor for support. He had truly tried his best to beat Li Xin, but it was impossible. The first wave has ended. The rank of the first wave is being calculated. First, Li Xin, 32,407 points. Second, Decan, 8,730 points. Third, Versailla, 3,820 points. There was a great difference in scores between first and second place, but it made sense because Li Xin had basically managed to deal with all the waves on his own. You have become the first place in the first wave. The prize for the first place winner will be rewarded. You have acquired a random card, silver, dot. Li Xin had pushed aside the random card, silver, that appeared over the system window for a while, and went to Declan. Declan, Li Xin called out. I did my best, Declan replied. Yes, you did a great job, Li Xin said. The black mana that appeared from the tip of Li Xin's wand engulfed Declan. At novel bin at. The black mana tries to dominate Declan, the corpse cleaner. Declan accepts the black mana. Declan has become your subordinate. Your dominance has increased. Your dominance has increased. Your dominance has increased. Li Xin's dominance did not increase as much as he had hoped. Perhaps it was because Declan had lost a lot of dominance during the battle. However, that was still okay, because Li Xin had already taken over a lot of his dominance. Harpness, Li Xin called out. Yes, ruler. Send Declan back to rest, Li Xin ordered. All right. The black mana was lifted from Declan. The black fog Harpness created expanded instantly and the sickle of death cut Declan diagonally. Swoosh. The black lines that were similar to ghosts were cut off by the sickle of death and the last restraint that remained on him was released. Thank you, Master. Declan thanked Li Xin. Declan has gone back to rest. You have cleared the hidden stage, the corpse cleaner Declan. The prize for the hidden stage will be rewarded. You have acquired a random card, gold, dot. Both the random card, silver, and the random card, gold, appeared in the air. The random cards were cards that were given out at random that grants an ability corresponding to the achievements one had made while climbing the tower. There were 3 types of ability that these cards gave out, skill, title, and stats. Although the bronze and silver did not allow one to choose, one could start choosing from any of the 3 types with the gold card and beyond. It went from bronze, silver, gold, white, and then black. The higher the level, the higher the probability of getting a higher level of ability. Gold and silver were in the mid-range, but even then, there were still plenty of decent abilities available. I'll start with the silver card. When Li Xin tapped the back of the silver card, the card began to turn at a high speed. Then, it slowed down and the card front was revealed. You have acquired a skill, Charisma of the Conductor. Charisma of the Conductor. Hashtag there is a 10% increase in dominance when leading more than 50 military units. Nice. Li Xin got the perfect skill, and just in time too. To be honest, he needed an ability to support him as a necromancer rather than his ability in the field of magic. Next up was the random card, gold, and this was the real game. When Li Xin tapped the gold card, the card spun fiercely with a whirring sound. Then, it slowed down and the reward was revealed. Li Xin was surprised. What? When Li Xin returned after clearing the wave, he saw that the other 3 were lying on the floor, exhausted. They had fought so fiercely that even Mariel was panting, unable to get up from the floor. Li Xin. Hey, you, Flita shouted. You guys must have had a hard time, said Li Xin. When Li Xin said that, Flita started lamenting about how difficult it was for him. You won't even believe me. I tried so hard to block those ones from coming, Flita muttered. Hey, Flita. Didn't you see the wave ranking? Alice asked accusingly. No, not yet. I haven't watched it yet because I was too tired, Flita replied. Ugh. Take a look at it right now, Alice said, shaking her head. What about the ranking? Flita could not finish his sentence. As he spoke and looked at the ranking, Flita was startled. He then turned to Li Xin so suddenly that he almost twisted his neck. Flita became the 6th place in this wave with 1,850 points. However, Li Xin had more than 30,000 points. A while ago, he had barely managed to get 1,850 points after fighting like a mad dog, so he could not believe that Li Xin managed to get 30,000 points. What in the world? Flita muttered. Mr. Li Xin, how did you do this? Mariel asked. Yeah, what exactly do you have to do to get more than 30,000 points? I've never heard of a challenger who got such a score before, Alice said. They asked Li Xin for an answer because they could not understand what was going on. As people who had experienced the wave, they knew it was almost impossible to achieve such a score. Others would not know about this unless they have experienced the wave before. You just have to try hard to block them, said Li Xin. Li Xin did not feel the need to answer their questions. Besides, it was kind of hard to explain. You gotta be kidding me? How on earth did you do that? Flita asked again. After seeing Li Xin's attitude, Alice seemed to have given up on asking and Mariel nodded and muttered, oh, so you just have to try harder. However, Flita continued to nag at Li Xin, as if Li Xin's words did not make any sense to him. I'll tell you later, said Li Xin. Really? Really? Flita was excited to hear that. Yeah, Li Xin replied. Li Xin thought that since Flita was a simple guy, he would forget this over time. The only thing left to do was to get the last divinity stat, so now Li Xin could complete the 2 tasks at once, while dealing with the final boss to escape the labyrinth. Let's go, said Li Xin. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Thanks to Li Xin's guidance, the group was easily able to get to the place where the boss of the Labyrinth of Pain was located. There was a huge door that looked like it was 10 meters tall, and beyond it was the final boss whom Li Xin and the group had to defeat in order to escape the labyrinth. The boss beyond this door was the strongest one in the Labyrinth of Pain, and upon defeating this boss, all the exits were supposed to open. Besides, since these challengers could get the Hearthstone for sure, they did not have to go through the hassle of finding a way out again. We should be going the right way, right? Alice grabbed her head, looking confused. Knowing the power of the boss here, Alice kept wondering whether they had made the correct decision, but she had no choice but to follow. Are we going in now? Mariel, who had finished preparing for the battle, asked Li Xin. Wait a second, said Li Xin. The three challengers felt nervous for a moment when they saw Li Xin frown. When the place got quiet, they could hear some footsteps. Someone's coming? Stay behind me, Ms. Alice, and Ms. Mariel, said Flida. When Flida took a few steps forward to protect the two ladies, he was able to see several unknown challengers from afar. There were quite a lot of them, at least 10 challengers. Most of them had the same aura as the fighting dog from earlier. When the man at the front noticed Li Xin's group, he flinched and signaled to his group. He then approached Li Xin's group alone. Although he was quite big in size and had a sharp gaze, he did not seem antagonistic because he approached with a bright smile. I didn't know someone was here already. Nice to meet you all. My name is Decan. Decan introduced himself to Li Xin's group. It was the guy who came in second place for the ranking of the first wave. Although there was a big difference between Li Xin's and his score, his was already very high considering that there was a margin of almost 5,000 points to the third place. Why is he introducing himself first? Is it to see if I'm the one who got first place on the ranking? Li Xin's group and Decan stood in front of the door of the room of the strongest boss in the labyrinth. It was very unlikely that challengers who were not of a certain caliber would come here in the first place. For a player as skilled as Decan, there would have been no need to suss out who the opponent was. That was if a strong challenger like Li Xin was not around at the first wave. He's just trying to see if I'm Li Xin. He seemed like a sly guy and Li Xin had a bad feeling about that. Nice to meet you, said Li Xin. Haha, you don't have to look that worried. We are not planning to fight at all, said Decan. After declaring his innocence, Decan's gaze shifted from Li Xin to Mariel. I'd like to hear an introduction from this beautiful lady over here, would that be okay? Decan asked. Oh, my name is Mariel, and this is Alice, this is Flida, and Mariel started introducing everyone in her group. What brings you here? Li Xin interrupted Mariel, who was about to introduce Li Xin, and asked Decan a question instead. I'm here to defeat the boss here, but I never thought that there would be another group here already, said Decan. Well then, are you going to back down? Li Xin asked. That's a little tricky, but, by the way, are you the leader of this group? Decan, who had a keen observation, asked. Decan looked at Li Xin. It seemed like Decan was telling him to just admit his identity because he already knew. When Li Xin smirked at Decan after noticing his intention, Decan seemed uneasy, but it was only for a moment. Decan seemed to be very good at keeping a poker face. I am the leader of this group. Let me introduce myself. I'm Li Xin. Li Xin introduced himself. When Li Xin proudly revealed who he was, surprise flashed across Decan's face. Oh, you're that one who got first place in the first wave? Decan asked. That's right, Li Xin replied. After hearing Li Xin's answer, not only Decan, but the rest of his group also started mumbling something about him. When Alice and Flida saw that, they smiled proudly. I'm very curious about what your ability is, Mr. Li Xin, but you probably won't tell me about it, right? Anyways, I have a suggestion. Do you know about the boss here, Mr. Li Xin? Decan asked. Well, do you know something about the boss? Li Xin asked back. Yes, I do. Why don't we share our information? And then we can cooperate and defeat the boss together. Dealing with the boss will not be easy for you, Mr. Li Xin, because your team members could be in danger, Decan suggested. Decan talked about Li Xin's team members, rather than Li Xin himself, because his score of 30,000 points suggested that Li Xin could deal with the boss alone, no matter how strong the boss was. Besides, even if it were said to be impossible, he would still be able to escape from the boss easily. Alright then, let's do this together, Li Xin agreed to Decan's suggestion. Are you sure? Decan asked. Decan was expecting Li Xin to reject his offer, and that was why Decan now had to think about his next move. Decan was rather surprised when Li Xin agreed so readily. No, don't. Alice shouted. At that moment, Alice, who was standing at the back, pushed Flida away and stood next to Li Xin, trying to stop him. I just remembered that guy. He's Decan, the king of the fighting dogs and also the ruler of the underworld. Aren't I right? Alice shouted. What are you talking about? That's not me. Decan pretended like he did not know what Alice was talking about with a firm look on his face. However, Alice did not give up. He's a piece of shit. He always uses the fighting dogs to his advantage and then gets rid of them. I'm sure he will stab you in the back, Alice said. No, Mr. Li Xin. I'm not him, said Decan. Have you ever seen that man named Decan yourself? Li Xin asked. Huh? No, I have not. But I've definitely heard of him. I'm sure he looks like that. Alice could not finish her sentence. Well then, that means you're not sure. Then why would you say something like that? Is it just your gut feeling? Li Xin asked accusingly. Alice could not respond, because she had not expected such a cold reaction from Li Xin. If it's your gut feeling, then I'm disappointed in you, and if it isn't, tell me the reason why, Li Xin said. And again, you are not saying anything as usual, Li Xin muttered. The coldness injected in each word from Li Xin became more intense as he spoke. It even seemed like once they reached the end of the conversation, there would be no connection left between Alice and Li Xin. I don't think I can trust you anymore, said Li Xin. After hearing Li Xin's words, the last shred of hope inside Alice died. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry to hear that. Then Mr. Li Xin will go with you, Decan said. All right, I'll tell you, said Alice. Li Xin turned back to Alice. Alice approached Li Xin as if she was conscious of her surroundings and whispered in his ear. I can tell when my opponent lies. Not only that, I can see the truth hidden in it, Alice whispered. What? A unique ability. Li Xin was shocked to hear that. Yeah, it's the ability called the Eyes of the Wise Man, Alice explained. Li Xin's eyes had never opened this big since he had entered the labyrinth. So it was really the Eyes of the Wise Man. This was the ability that seemed the least likely one out of what Li Xin had imagined. In his past life, the Eyes of the Wise Man was possessed by someone else. So then, that hypothesis was correct. The extortion of unique abilities came into Li Xin's mind. Few people had been suspecting that, but they could not be sure of that. However, the evidence was here. If what she's saying is true, I cannot have them steal it. Decan was one of the worst enemies to deal with in the future. People had thought that without the Eyes of the Wise Man, he would not have been such a troublesome enemy. That also meant this unique ability was among the highest level ones out of all unique abilities. Li Xin did not think that Alice had lied to him. It would not make any sense if she knew such an ability existed unless she wielded it. Li Xin went back to Decan. I think I should just trust my team member more than you, said Li Xin. Do you really trust that chick? Decan asked. There was a sudden change of tone in Decan's voice. Seeing Li Xin's face, he had realized that their negotiations had already broken down. Decan began to show his true colors. Yes, I think this lady is more reliable than you, Li Xin replied. At novel bin at. Tisk. Decan clicked his tongue. As soon as Decan frowned, thorns rose from the floor. The thorns rushed toward Alice as if they were about to pierce Alice's neck, but Li Xin, who had already predicted the situation, froze the thorns and stopped the attack. Tisk. Decan clicked his tongue and withdrew. Suddenly, the tension of the battle had escalated rapidly. Thank you, said Alice. Stay back, Li Xin said. Li Xin had meticulously spread the wave of mana around Alice, because Alice was someone who should never die here. The Eyes of the Wise Man had solidified her importance. Kill them all, Decan ordered. At Decan's direction, the 9 fighting dogs that were behind him began to attack. Alice, Mariel, and Flita took charge of 6 fighting dogs, and the other 3 fighting dogs, along with Decan, started attacking Li Xin. While Li Xin was defending himself against Decan, who had been shooting thorns from his whole body, and the other fighting dogs who were trying to get close to Li Xin heard a scream coming from his group. Mariel! Alice shouted in shock. While trying to protect Alice, Mariel collapsed on the floor, spilling blue blood after her abdomen was penetrated by the claw of the fighting dog. The fighting dogs were not in good condition either, but Flita, Alicia, and Mariel were more severely injured. Flita was full of wounds, and Alice was panting, perhaps because she had used her powers too much. Please run away, I'll sacrifice myself, Mariel said. As Mariel was struggling to get up, the swirl of divine power began to rush toward her spear. WWW, what are you doing, Mariel? Alice shouted. Don't do that, Ms. Mariel. You shouldn't sacrifice yourself. And if someone needs to sacrifice, then that will be me, Flita shouted. It's an angel's duty to protect you all. I will do my duty, said Mariel calmly. When the divine power was about to burst, a lightning bolt struck in front of them. Rumble crack! The sudden thunderbolt neutralized the fighting dog that was attacking Mariel at once. The fighting dog shook, his eyes rolled, and he fell to the floor. Mr. Li Xin. Mariel was surprised. Li Xin, who was covered with wounds as he forcefully broke through Decan and the fighting dog's attacks, stood in front of Mariel. Sacrificing is unacceptable, Li Xin said. But, Mariel muttered. Undo that divine spell right away, Li Xin ordered. Mr. Li Xin, Mariel was startled and her eyes shook like an earthquake. The divine power that was about to explode any moment was scattered and disappeared. Once undone, the divine spell had a long cooling time before it could be used again. Normally, Mariel would never have undone it, but at Li Xin's firm command, Mariel had undone the divine spell right away. You have saved Mariel, the Elias, from danger. You have cleared the hidden quest, communicating with Elias. You have acquired the stat, Divinity. Divinity. A power built on pure and sacred energy. Hashtag you will acquire divine power. Hashtag the recovery effect will be increased by 10%. Finally I got it. Li Xin had put in so much effort to acquire this stat. However, before he could enjoy his newly acquired power, he had to block the incoming attacks. Decan's eyes had changed, because he noticed that Li Xin had just activated a new power. Hurry up and kill him? This is your only chance. No, it's too late, Li Xin replied. There's nothing more to lose now. Li Xin did not have to control his power to clear the quest. Besides, he did not have to care about Mariel's favorability anymore. Still, I think it's too much to bring out the undead. Gundo, Li Xin called out. At Li Xin's call, Gundo was summoned from the bracelet with mana. Did you call me, master? Gundo replied with a confident voice and stood in front of Li Xin. The aura felt from Gundo was completely different from what Li Xin had felt from the lizardman guardian warrior that he had faced when he first came up to the second floor. Protect those people, Li Xin ordered. All right, Gundo replied. In addition, another subordinate appeared on the battlefield. An attractive woman walked out of the portal of blood that was created in the air. Seeing the beautiful jewel-like red eyes, Flita approached her with a vacant look. Lillian, Li Xin called out. At Li Xin's cold voice, Lillian undid her enchantment. Then, Flita finally came back to his senses and looked around to see where he was. It was not just Flita, but all the fighting dogs except Decan were enchanted. Among them were the top rankers of the last wave, but those were all meaningless. You fucking idiots! Focus! Decan shouted. Even though Decan had shouted, it seemed like his group members could not get out of the enchantment. Decan clenched his teeth and glared at Lillian, who was exuding an aura that was as dangerous as Li Xin. Lillian was so beautiful that it was enough for Decan to be shaken for a moment. However, Decan was able to keep his mind straight because he saw the danger contained in it. Though I kind of restrained myself, that guy is impressive. Lillian, who was indeed a little bit impressed, stared at Decan. It seemed like Lillian was saying, let's see how much you can withstand my enchantment. Stop, Li Xin ordered. Tisk. I was going to play with an interesting guy for the first time in a while. Lillian, with a really sad expression on her face, undid her enchantment and stepped back. Ha, ha, Decan panted. Decan felt like his mind and body were exhausted just by enduring the simple enchantment. Mental defense differed greatly from physical defense, and enchantment was the ability to affect such one's mental state. Decan felt helpless for the first time. Thud. At that time, Decan got on his knees as if he had lost his strength. Suddenly, Decan began to beg Li Xin for his life, his head on the ground. PP please, forgive me. At the sight of Decan kneeling on the floor, the fighting dogs that were released from the enchantment were shocked and did not know what to do. What are you doing? You punks? Get down right now, Decan yelled at them. Why yes, sir, the fighting dogs replied to Decan. When the fighting dogs heard Decan's yell, they shoved their heads onto the floor. Li Xin, Mariel, Alice, and Flita looked at them, finding this whole scene ridiculous. Huh? Li Xin sighed. Lillian, the vampire queen, typically used enchantment as a basic passive skill. As a result, Li Xin could not simply summon Lillian at any occasion. The power of widespread enchantment consumed too much of Li Xin's mana too rapidly whenever it was in use. Therefore, it was still quite difficult and overwhelming to have Lillian as a subordinate. I better tell her not to turn into her original body for a while. At novel bin at. It was not easy for Li Xin to deal with Lillian because she often acted on her own will. Decan, Li Xin called out. Yes. Decan replied with a loud voice. Whether Decan actually had no pride, or that he was too good at reading the situation, Decan was acting differently now. I am not thinking of saving you at all, said Li Xin. No, please. Coop. Decan gasped and dropped dead. At Li Xin's gesture, Lillian had formed thorns of blood which pierced through Decan and the fighting dogs' bodies. Lillian tasted their blood as it was sucked out, then frowned. Tisk, that was nasty, Lillian muttered. The sight of her sucking the human blood would have given anyone who was looking goosebumps. However, Lillian still seemed beautiful to those who had fallen prey to her enchantment. Ms. Lillian? My name is. Flita spoke in a nervous voice, but he did not get a chance to finish his sentence. Hey kid, you should grow up a little bit more first, Lillian replied. After pushing Flita away with her index finger on his forehead, Lillian disappeared in the blood-red fog. Huh? Where did she go? Flita was surprised that she disappeared. Ignoring Flita, who was still unable to escape from her enchantment, Li Xin approached Alice and Mariel. It seemed to Li Xin that these ladies were having difficulty understanding what was going on right now. My skill, the eyes of the wise man, did not work at all this time, said Alice, puzzled. However, that totally made sense, because Lillian's class was significantly higher than that of Alice's. The eyes of the wise man only worked when the opponent was at most in a similar class as Alice. It was the first time it did not work on someone besides you, Alice said. Li Xin already expected that the eyes of the wise man would not work on him because he had the divine power. Besides, if she could use the skill of the eyes of the wise man on Li Xin and saw the truth, she would not have been acting this way. Who was that just now? The aura that I felt for a moment was even comparable to that of the archangel, Mariel asked Li Xin. Well, I don't know. She's beyond my control, Li Xin replied. Li Xin did not plan on revealing the identity of Lillian. There was no need for him to reveal that information, and besides, it was obvious that it would be more tiring for Li Xin if they figured out who Lillian was. The other three challengers did not ask Li Xin any more questions, because his attitude already showed them that he was not planning on telling them anything further. I'll deal with the boss beyond this room on my own, so wait outside, Li Xin said. But I think it might be hard to do it alone. Mariel looked worried and said. Yes, that's right, we can at least help a little. Alice said. No, just look at your conditions right now. Mariel is fatally wounded, so it will be hard for her to recover. So just stay out of this, Li Xin explained. At Li Xin's determined attitude, the others had no choice but to listen to him and follow his instructions. Mariel and Alice dragged Flita out of the room, because he was still lost in the enchantment. Then, Li Xin stood in front of Decan and the fighting dog, who were now dead. Li Xin called out Harpness and raised Decan up. Decan, who was surrounded by the black mana, was not as powerful as he used to be when he had been alive, but there was still a way for Decan to grow. Li Xin thought about the skill that he gained from the last random card, Gold. Strengthening of the corpse. Hashtag you can strengthen the undead by consuming corpses. The dead bodies of the fighting dogs were scattered all over the place, and using them as sacrifices, Li Xin activated this new skill. Strengthening of the corpse, said Li Xin. You have used the corpse of Mulka to strengthen Decan. The strengthening has been successful. Decan's strength has increased by 1. Decan's agility has increased by 2. You have used the corpse of Vermango to strengthen Decan. Decan's intelligence has increased by 2. You have used the corpse of Divergoyan to strengthen Decan. Decan has acquired the skill, Iron Armor. Decan's strength has increased by 1. You have used the corpse of Gyukang to strengthen Decan. Out of the 9 bodies, 8 of them were successful in strengthening the undead and 1 of them failed. It was a fairly high success rate. It seemed like that was due to abilities of the fighting dogs were great in the first place, which was a reasonable conclusion because the success rate was less than 30% when Li Xin used where Declan was. Decan. Hashtag strength, 151. Hashtag agility, 189. Hashtag intelligence, 102. Hashtag indomitability, 21. This was the ability of Decan after he had turned into an undead. Even if Li Xin had raised Decan's ability using the skill strengthening of the corpse a while ago, that did not mean he had fully recovered all of his original abilities yet. Still, Li Xin could not believe that Decan had such a high level of abilities. What was more remarkable was the stat called indomitability. When Li Xin saw how Decan could endure Lillian's enchantment, he had expected this skill. However, the stat was higher than Li Xin had expected. Indomitability. Hashtag you will not submit easily under any kind of adversity. It had a simple description, but the use was not as simple. It was possible to withstand the enchantment of Lillian with this indomitable power. This stat was so crucial that it was said to be a necessity for competence in related fields. Since Li Xin had taken away the dominance stat from Declan this time, Li Xin had plenty of room in the shadow space. Do I just need to deal with that one in there now? Li Xin immediately pushed open the huge door. It seemed to open very easily for its size. Huge stone statues placed on the inner side of the door greeted Li Xin. Creak. A total of 10 huge stone statues turned their heads toward Li Xin. Then, the stone statues that were holding various weapons, like a sword, spear, axe, and shield, started to move their bodies slowly. Thud. The huge door closed. The eyes of the stone statues started to give a strong glare, with light coming out. The stone statues here were almost incompatible with the main magic of Li Xin, which included the thunderbolt and ice spells. This was a battlefield where black magic was more suitable than just basic spells. From Li Xin's shadow space, the undead started to walk out. With the help of Harpness, Li Xin opened the black portal from the world of death. Hashtag your dominance over the dead is strengthened. Due to the effect of Death Ruler, the required dominance for Wari had reduced from 38 to 27. Due to the effect of Death Ruler, the required dominance for Mei had reduced from 35 to 25. Due to the effect of Death Ruler, the required dominance. The ordinary undead soldiers poured out from the portal along with Li Xin's subordinates including Wari, Mei, and Beltiar. Hashtag there is a 10% increase in dominance when leading more than 50 military units. With another increase in Li Xin's dominance, more undead were assigned to his corps than before. Thump. Out of the numerous undead, only Beltiar and Bark were the ones that were similar than the stone statues. When a stone statue with a sword struck the ground with its huge sword, 2 of the undead were crushed in an instant. It seemed like the stone statues had extraordinary power at first glance. Among them, the stone statue placed in the middle of the place, which looked like a knight wearing a helmet, was outstanding in its strength and agility, and no other stone statues were comparable. Summoning of the world of death. This was not the time for Li Xin to save his combat power. Originally, Li Xin had considered dealing with the boss of this place on his own, but things were different now. Thump. One of the stone statues that was hit by Beltiar's fist flew away and crashed into the wall. It was a fierce battle, and Li Xin took out his martyr and blocked the pieces of the stone statue that came flying toward him. Are you also going to fight, Master? Yeah, I can't just watch them fight, Li Xin replied to the martyr. But it doesn't seem like magic would work the best here. You're right, I won't be using magic spells, Li Xin replied. But then, how are you going to fight? I guess I can fight with this, Li Xin said playfully. Stunned by Li Xin's answer and tone, the martyr shouted in disagreement, but it was useless. Hey, I've learned a lot about swordsmanship, said Li Xin. After saying that, Li Xin held the martyr and rushed toward the stone statues. *****. From among the horribly smashed stone statues, Li Xin opened the door and walked out. Li Xin was completely covered in dust. When Li Xin entered the boss room and began to fight, the other challengers who stayed outside could feel vibrations. Therefore, they went to the front of the door, waiting for the fight to end. Through the wide open door, Alice and other challengers could see huge pieces of stone statues. When they saw how much of a mess the room was in, they could tell how fierce the fight had been. Li Xin. Flita shouted when he saw Li Xin walk out. Are you okay? Alice asked with a worried look. Mr. Li Xin. Mariel said. I'm all right. Take these are the hearthstones, said Li Xin. Li Xin handed out the blue stones to each of the 3 people who were waiting outside. There was 1 hearthstone for each stone statue, and only the statue of the knight, who was the boss, had 3 hearthstones with it. After the battle, Li Xin had acquired 12 hearthstones, but he was planning on leaving the remaining 8 hearthstones behind after distributing 1 hearthstone to each challenger. That's insane. Did you really destroy all of those stone statues on your own? Flida asked with a surprised look. Who are you, really? Considering that my unique ability is not working on you, Alice was puzzled. Mr. Li Xin, do you happen to be of divine blood? Mariel asked Li Xin with a careful look on her face. They were only on the 16th floor, and it really did not make sense that a human could display such abilities. Since Li Xin had displayed a great difference in ability even with Mariel, who was considered an outstanding warrior in the heavenly realm, she started thinking that he might really be on par with the Archangel if Li Xin continued to climb the tower this way. Mariel knew that it was a blasphemous idea, but that was how Mariel felt when she looked at Li Xin. Divine blood? What's that? Flida asked Mariel. Yeah, what's that, Mariel? Alice also asked. It seemed like the 2 challengers had no idea what that meant. However, as soon as Li Xin heard the word divine blood, his facial expression became a little stiff. Oh no, nothing? I think I made a mistake. Mariel started to apologize, but she could not finish her sentence. No, I'm just a human, Li Xin replied. Really? Are you really just an ordinary person? Mariel asked again. Yes, that's right, Li Xin replied. Li Xin smiled bitterly at Mariel's reaction, because even Mariel, who was so kind by nature, subconsciously looked down on the human species. Besides, it was a general perception of the upper species that humans were weak and inferior to them. Human beings are a species with a lot of potential. They might be slow to grow, but they also learn and develop on their own, Li Xin explained to Mariel. I see. I think I was mistaken, Mariel replied, and she really meant what she said when she met Li Xin. Alice, Li Xin called out. Yeah, Alice asked. I'm not sure if I'll be able to meet you on the later floors, Li Xin said. Alice said. We have a problem in our dimension, so I won't be able to reach you from the 21st to the 29th floors. So take good care of yourself, and never say anything about your abilities. Just don't reveal them at all, no matter what happens, Li Xin explained. Confused by Li Xin's sudden words, Alice hesitated for a second, but soon nodded. Alice just thought that Li Xin was saying those things because he was worried about her. If you get out of this place, lay low until you reach at least the 30th floor. And leave me a message when you get to the 30th floor, alright? Li Xin said. Okay, I will, Alice replied. Li Xin could choose to take Alice safely to the 20th floor. However, Li Xin was aware that it would make it more difficult for Alice to grow properly. Besides, Li Xin did not have to worry about her meeting the guy who stole the eyes of the wise man from Alice, because that had happened somewhere beyond the 30th floor. After having asked Alice, Li Xin grabbed the hearthstone. Well done, everyone, Li Xin said to everyone. What about me? Don't you have anything you want to say to Flida seemed disappointed. To the 17th floor, Li Xin said. Li Xin disappeared with the shining hearthstone. Flida had been waiting for his turn to receive some advice from Li Xin after Mariel and then Alice. Flida turned around with a disappointed look. Flida tried to talk to the ladies who were still there, but both of them were already ready to use the hearthstone as soon as Li Xin had left. Wuong Hung. Flida, who was left alone, muttered and disappeared from the spot using the hearthstone. *****. You have cleared the 16th floor. Your achievements will be recorded. Amazing achievement? Many gods are paying attention to you. Few of the gods want to talk to you. You have achieved 242,800 points. You have received 242,800 points. Your health point has increased by 8,300. Your mana power has increased by 15,980. Your strength has increased by 7. Your agility has increased by 8. Your intelligence has increased by 15. Your dominance has increased by 20. Your divinity has increased by 1. The gods, who had not asked for a conversation for a while, suddenly requested to talk to Li Xin. The gods stopped trying to talk to Li Xin because he never accepted any of their requests for a conversation. However, Li Xin was aware that when the gods made such a sudden request, that meant that there was something in this stage that got on their nerves. It's probably the eyes of the wise man or something about Declan. Li Xin was the only one who received some information about the eyes of the wise man, and it made sense that the gods would be curious to know about that unique ability. If so, the gods would have asked Alice to have a conversation just like they had done with Li Xin, but she would not have told them either, because Li Xin had warned her already. Li Xin thought that the quick-witted Alice would have understood what Li Xin wanted to say. But if they want to talk to me because of Declan, then the gods could have been curious about Li Xin's ability that surpassed the power of the god of death. To be honest, the power that Declan had used might have been a very small speck of the god of death. However, it was still a great deal that Li Xin had defeated something of that caliber when he was only a challenger on the 16th floor, just a human. Request for a conversation. Li Xin asked. Will you accept the god's request to have a conversation? Bullshit. If you're so curious, use your karma to become an incarnate. Then I'll let you know, Li Xin said. Even if Li Xin said things like this, the gods did not respond to these words. That was natural because they valued their own the most. But I guess the only one that's somewhat like a god is the god of death. Other than this one, none of them are anything like gods, Li Xin muttered. You have entered the 17th floor. Destroy the Herman Temple. The Herman Temple was an old temple built on a wide plain. The place felt familiar to Li Xin, as if he was on Earth. There were blue skies and fresh air, as well as weathered stones and mosses all over the place as well. The Herman Temple. Do we just need to defeat those monks? Besides Li Xin, there were many other challengers who had also been teleported to this large temple. On this floor, several challengers had to cooperate to destroy the Herman Temple. However, as much as there was cooperation, competition was inevitable. Some of the challengers had already made their moves, starting to approach the monks who were cleaning the surroundings of the temple. Who are you guys? A monk asked. Of course we are challengers. The challengers replied. The temple is not accepting any guests right now, so please go back, the monk explained. Well, what if I don't want to do that? One of the challengers said. At the challengers' provocative words, not only the aura of the monk whom they were talking to changed in an instant, but the other monks who were sweeping the temple floor too. So, these were uninvited guests, the monk muttered. The monks were just wearing light clothes and holding brooms in their hands. However, just because they were of the lowest rank in the temple did not mean that they were people to be trifled with. Ba 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 bam! The monk launched a series of surprise attacks against the challenger. The challenger, who had been provoking the monk a while ago, started to panic and was pushed back. Kill them all! The challenger shouted. After hearing the cry, the challengers who were in the same group joined the fight. Unfortunately, the monks outnumbered the challengers. The challengers, who quickly began to lose ground, then retreated from the temple. What kind of monks are so strong? Weren't we just at the entrance though? Shit, then how much stronger would those guys that are actually in there be? The monks did not even bother to chase them away. In fact, they did not even pay attention to the challengers who retreated. They just stood there like robots which had one instruction to stay where they were and protect their spot. As long as the challengers stayed out of the boundaries in the temple, the monks did not care much about them. Hey there, you wizard with the silver wand. Why don't you come over here and join us? Yeah right, don't just stand there alone. Besides, what can a wizard even do alone? If a monk goes after you, you will probably run away without being able to use your magic properly. How did such similar people get together again? The three had called out to Li Xin, the only human being that was around them, but Li Xin did not even try to pretend to hear them. Hey, can't you hear me? One of the men shouted with anger. When one of the men was annoyed by Li Xin's disregard, he tried to approach Li Xin. At that moment, Li Xin took a step forward because he had finished identifying all the challengers that were around him. Most of the challengers were humans with high intelligence, but there were also many different species such as elves, beastmen, orcs, and trolls. Among them, Li Xin could detect one of the challengers who exuded an outstanding wave of mana. That one had already entered the temple. Li Xin ignored the other challengers and walked into the temple, because if he took his time outside, Li Xin might lose the chance to become the patriarch of the temple. Adat novel bin adat. Are you also an uninvited guest? The monk asked, blocking Li Xin's path. Still, Li Xin tried to ignore him and just pass him by. However, the monk grabbed Li Xin by the shoulder and stopped him. When other challengers saw what Li Xin was doing, they thought Li Xin was reckless and that he would soon be beaten up the monk. The other challengers all expected Li Xin to return to them soon. We don't just let anyone into the temple, the monk explained to Li Xin. Get out of the way, said Li Xin. A powerful grip pressed down on Li Xin's shoulder, but Li Xin easily pushed the monk's hand away and continued walking. The monk seemed puzzled for a moment. He tried to catch up to Li Xin again, but a sword from Li Xin's shadow space rose up in between the monk and Li Xin. What? What's that? Is that an undead? Wait, so he was a necromancer. The other challengers watched the scene with surprised looks. Even at a glance, they could see that this undead was giving off an unusual aura, because the black mana was flowing all over the sword of the red-eyed undead. You are. The monk started to panic. You play with me, said Wari to the monk. The monk, having avoided Wari's sword, got into a fighting stance with a determined look on his face. Several monks had gathered around. However, when two of the monks tried to grab Li Xin, Wari quickly disappeared and stood behind Li Xin once again. I said, you're playing with me, said Wari. Right after Wari had finished saying that, the monks launched a series of attacks to get Wari. However, Wari was able to avoid their cooperative attacks pretty easily. The series of cooperative attacks made by the monks was a perfect match for Wari's ability, because the trajectory of the enemy's attacks were clearly visible for Wari's red eyes. Koop, swoosh, thump, kayuh, ko. The monks collapsed one by one. Even though they were struck by Wari's sword, stabbed in the abdomen, and lost their arms, they did not give up. Shit. That's how strong the one who had just been summoned. Is a necromancer usually that strong? All I've seen so far was them summoning goblins and a few stupid orcs. As the challengers watched the unbelievable scene, chills went down their spines and they were instantly jolted alert. They suddenly remembered the words that they had said to Li Xin a while ago. Let's just stay quiet until he clears that place. Yeah, we should just do that. I agree. While Wari blocked the monks, Li Xin entered the temple. There were monks inside. Among them, there was a Buddhist man who was wearing a different costume. How did you get in here? The Buddhist man asked Li Xin. I just came in, Li Xin replied. When Li Xin replied, the Buddhist man looked at Li Xin with eyes slightly opened. The Buddhist man then activated his power, realizing that what Li Xin said meant he had already knocked out all the other monks who were outside. Yet, there was no sign of battle on Li Xin's clothes. Even the Buddhist man himself, who had been teaching martial arts to the monks, was not at all confident that he could fight all the monks outside and emerge completely unscathed. That meant that the opponent, Li Xin, was more skilled than himself. Stop him with all your might, the Buddhist man ordered. Wow, you're quick to judge the situation, Li Xin muttered. There were 3 ascetics and 7 monks against Li Xin. In total, there were 10 Buddhist men who were blocking Li Xin and standing in front of him. However, Li Xin did not feel nervous at all. Li Xin had recently knocked out 10 of them who were several times stronger than these Buddhist men. Therefore, these Buddhist men were nothing to be scared of. Bark and Gundo, Li Xin called out. When Li Xin called their names, a skeleton orc and a lizardman guardian warrior were summoned through the mana of the bracelet and they appeared from the shadow space. The aura of the 2 giant monsters was enough to make the monks, who had done a lot of spiritual training, flinch. You use magic. The Buddhist man seemed surprised. Try to stop me, Li Xin said. Wuong bam? Without any notice, Bark struck the floor with the club, cracking the floor. Following Bark's attack, Gundo punched a monk and sent him flying, but a moment later, Gundo was pushed back slightly by an ascetic's attack. Again, Li Xin tried to move on to the next room, leaving this place to the 2 undead. Since there were 3 ascetics in this battle, Li Xin could not guarantee that they would win for sure. However, considering Wari who would soon join them after defeating all the monks who were outside, Li Xin thought there was enough combat power. As Li Xin moved on to the next room, there were 16 ascetics who were in the middle of a training using dummies. The number is getting bigger and bigger. Beltia. Li Xin was surprised. When Li Xin was about to send Beltiar to deal with this area, someone came in from the other entrance. After noticing their presence, Li Xin hurriedly withdrew the wave of mana power and hid behind a pillar. It was a group of challengers consisting of 1 from the Miao tribe, 2 humans, and an elf. The group of 4 came out of nowhere and began attacking the ascetics. It was a battle of 16 to 4. Moreover, these Buddhist men were all ascetics, not just ordinary monks. Even though the group of 4 already knew about this, they still fought them without hesitation. In other words, they were confident they would win this fight. This room with 16 ascetics was not meant to be cleared by only 4 challengers. Nearly 40 challengers had entered the stage, and this was a room that was hard to clear unless there were many of them who worked together. However, these 4 seemed poised to win the battle relatively easily. In particular, the elf swordsman was showing unrivaled skills. It was this one whom Li Xin had detected earlier on. Whenever the ascetics tried to get into their formation, the elf swordsman dug in precisely and prevented that from happening. The elf swordsman also used his sword at the right timing, so more and more ascetics were wounded. Based on what I just saw, he's practically as good as Wari. Li Xin could have been wrong, because he did not know much about the swords. However, Li Xin could tell that the elf swordsman's exquisite mana operation and efficiency were as good as Wari's. The elf, who had just struck down one of the ascetics with a sword, suddenly turned around and ran toward Li Xin, activating his mana. Then using his sword, the elf cut down an entire pillar. The pillar collapsed, and at that very moment, Li Xin walked out of the dust. I didn't expect him to attack me like this all of a sudden, Li Xin muttered. Li Xin was quite startled. It was amazing that he had noticed Li Xin's presence, but his determination to kill Li Xin without hesitation was even more amazing. If Li Xin had not detected the elf's mana with precision, Li Xin could have been injured by such a powerful sword attack. As soon as Li Xin had sensed the mana wave of the elf, Li Xin overlay the extremely small shields. By making a structured connection in the shields, Li Xin was able to disperse the impact of the attack. Nevertheless, the shields were almost broken. The sense of death that Li Xin had not felt in a long time came back to Li Xin once again. To be honest, over the time since he had started climbing the tower, there had not been any enemies who were a real threat, so his sense of alertness was diminished. However, this time, with this elf, Li Xin had to stay alert. That's incredible. The elf was also shocked, because simply a shield was able to block his sword attack. The elf's sword attack was something he was confident could break through any defense magic. He could not believe that simply a shield could stop such an attack. Not only was Li Xin hiding, making him less noticeable by others, but he could not believe that Li Xin was also able to block one of his admirable performances vision using simply a shield, which was a common magic of the first rank. Honestly, the elf swordsman was not afraid of the ascetics, whether there were 16 of them or 32 of them. However, he was afraid of the challenger who stood in front of him this moment. What's going on, Vula? The woman of the Miao tribe asked the elf swordsman. The woman of the Miao tribe who had killed all the monks approached Vula, the elf swordsman. There's a monster hiding here, said Vula. Vula's face was stiff and he seemed very nervous. When the woman of the Miao tribe noticed how sensitive he was, she could not even talk to him because she thought she might be slashed if she got on his nerves. What was that technique just now? Li Xin asked. When Li Xin asked that question to Vula, he frowned because he thought Li Xin was mocking him. Don't deceive me, said Vula. I've never done that, Li Xin replied. Why would you be curious about the technique that was blocked with just a shield? Vula shouted. When he shouted at Li Xin, he decided to stop talking. The elf was hot-tempered. Li Xin simply blocked the attack because he had been attacked first, but Vola was getting angry at Li Xin. I don't want to kill him though. Li Xin thought Vola was at the level of Dekan, perhaps even better. He thought that outstanding challengers like them must remain standing, because this tower was a place where no matter how highly skilled, one could never know when they would die. Every resource was valuable. That technique you used just now, there is a 2% deficiency in that technique, you know, Li Xin said. What did you say? Vula asked, glaring at Li Xin. One of the barbarian tribes in China. The refinement of mana is the elf's unique way of manipulating mana, Li Xin muttered. In the midst of the confrontation, Li Xin's sudden advice on Vola's technique made Vola lose his energy and be disheartened. What is he trying to do with me? Is he trying to distract me or something? Vola decided to listen to Li Xin for a moment because it seemed like Li Xin knew about the mana manipulation of the elves. It was also because Li Xin did not seem nervous about this battle at all. What you just did was very good mana manipulation. Of course, there are still some things you have to work on, but the refinement of mana that maximized your slashes was great, Li Xin explained. So what is it that you want to say? Vola asked Li Xin with an annoyed voice. Unless they had known something about a clan's refinement of mana, it was impossible for anyone to identify what needed improvement from simply blocking a single attack. If they could, then they must be a wizard with a tremendous understanding of mana manipulation to grasp all of these nuances at once. However, Vola thought that it did not make sense for a human, instead of some higher-ranked species, to have such talent at what's more the 17th floor, which was considered a low floor. What is this guy up to? Whether Li Xin realized Vola's distress or not, Li Xin continued on with his monologue. Well, what was the name of the technique that you just used? Li Xin asked Vola. It was the wave-cutting sword, Vola said. A sword that cuts through waves. That's a pretty good name for it actually, Li Xin muttered. When Li Xin nodded, he seemed like a teacher who was standing in front of a student who just showed off their skills. In order to cut through the waves, you would first have to figure out the flow. I'm talking about the flow of nature here, and it's almost impossible to feel it if you don't have talent. In that sense, elves are born with tremendous talent. And among them, I think you must have the greatest talent. Li Xin complimented Vola, continuing with his explanation. Vola had been listening to Li Xin's calm words attentively, before he even realized it. The way you refined your mana was a flawless way of mana manipulation, to the point where you can say that there is no better method to manipulate it for the elves. Li Xin explained. But then what's the problem? Vola asked because his feedback did not make sense to him. Well, I don't think this technique really suits you, Li Xin replied. What did you say? Vola asked with an annoyed voice, because he could not believe the words coming from Li Xin's mouth. To be more exact, it does not suit the sword, Li Xin explained. When Li Xin said that, Vola became emotional and was getting enraged once again. Don't be ridiculous. You've only seen it once? So you probably don't even know what you're saying. Vola shouted as if what Li Xin was saying was nonsense. Then do it once again with all your might. If you really believe in your technique, prove it, said Li Xin. Crunch. After hearing Li Xin's provocation, Vola gritted his teeth so hard that his teeth almost cracked. He activated his mana once again. There was no swordsman who would not get angry when a challenger whom he had just met suddenly criticized their technique. The refinement of mana was so fundamental to Vola and it made no sense for him to stop using this technique. All of the sudden, it seemed as if the Herman Temple became a place of instruction. The challenger from the Miao tribe and the two human challengers who had been standing beside the elf stared at Li Xin and Vola, stunned. They had thought Vola was already a strong challenger, but there was another challenger who seemed even more outstanding. They did not want to get on Li Xin's nerves, because they thought they might get killed by Li Xin, even before they could accomplish anything. Again. Stay back. At novel bin at. Those three challengers freaked out at the sudden sight of Li Xin and Vola trying to confront each other. They thought for a second whether they should intervene in their battle or not, but ended up deciding that it was best to just stay back. It was because they thought that even if they were to intervene, they were unlikely to have an influence in this fight. I'll make you regret saying that, Vola said with rage. Vola's wildly soaring mana contained a different anger than before. Yeah, this is it. There was a determination to tear the enemy in front of him apart in Vola's attack this time. His determination could be seen from the sword when energy gathered in the sword. Wave-cutting sword. Wung swoosh. A torrent of mana swept over Li Xin. And this time, Li Xin really had to start feeling the pressure. He's just attacking me recklessly just because I told him to. Li Xin was aware that practice and actual fighting were different. Li Xin smiled mysteriously and spread his black mana. The next moment, Mei popped out behind Li Xin, casting a spell at Vola, who was brandishing his sword without hesitation. Kup. Vola gasped. Suddenly, a mana wave hit Vola. Vola, who had only concentrated on a single goal because of his anger, was struck by Mei's spell and was pushed away so helplessly, not even able to withdraw his sword. Kup. Vola gasped again. Vola vomited blood several times, because of a severe internal injury. Hey, Vola. Are you alright? What a coward? You told him to show you his skills, and then attack him from behind. This is why we don't like wizards who use black magic. Vola's team members supported him and criticized Li Xin. You sure you want to be fair? Then shall we be fair and fight one-on-one? Li Xin asked the challengers who were in Vola's group and suggested. When Li Xin suggested that, they could not argue with him anymore. They had more things that they wanted to say, but they knew they might have to fight that crazy necromancer one-on-one if they were to say something back to Li Xin. Kup. Vola groaned. You are well trained to not be beaten, Li Xin muttered. Vola, who had been sitting leaning against the wall, looked at Li Xin with bloodshot eyes, then sighed, with a resigned look on his face. So, I guess this is how I end up. Vula smirked, looking at his clenched fist. There's a saying that I've heard since I was a child. They told me to kill this fiery person in me, since elves must always stay cool and calm. But I guess I'm dying like this, so helplessly, Vola muttered. Who said I'm going to kill you? Li Xin asked. Vola looked up at Li Xin as if he did not understand what Li Xin meant. However, Li Xin was looking down at him with an expressionless face as if his interest in Vola had disappeared. You seem to think of yourself as a great elf, but I don't really care whether you die or not. And besides, why should it matter whether you are dying alone or not? Li Xin asked. When Vola could sense that Li Xin was looking down on him, his anger that had just been suppressed, rose again. Aren't you too short-tempered to be an elf? Besides, you have no rationality. Aren't you just an idiot who only knows how to strike a sword but can't avoid an attack? Li Xin asked and made fun of Vola. Crack crack? Vola's pale face became red as he was becoming increasingly overcome with anger. When his colleagues noticed his rising anger, they took a step back. Stop that, right now, Vola said. What if I don't want to? Li Xin asked. You fucking bastard, Vola muttered. Even though he probably was already suffering a major internal injury, his mana began to move rapidly in his body. Li Xin, who had been observing the flow of his mana, found that the mana blood vessels that had been broken throughout his body had stopped deteriorating. Rather, the movement of mana accelerated even more than before. Li Xin was certain of that when he saw Vola's red eyes as if all the veins in his eyes had burst. No way, is he a berserker? However, Li Xin did not notice any sign of that when Vola made the sudden attack a while ago. Woong! There was a sudden upward slash from the bottom to the top. Li Xin, barely avoiding it, clicked his tongue. Did he just experience an awakening? Having the feature of a berserker was a talent that only a few challengers were born with. If one had failed to kill a berserker with a single blow, they had to be prepared to deal with an opponent that was a few times stronger than that. Since Vola had only started experiencing the awakening, he was not a full berserker just yet. However, if Vola managed to clear this stage, he would have a 90% chance of acquiring the class of a berserker. If that happened, it would give Vola the chance to be placed at a high rank and make his name known across all dimensions. Li Xin concentrated hard to avoid Vola's sword attacks, but with his current physical ability, he was beginning to reach his limit. If I call out the wrong one, I will lose my subordinate. Even Worry and May were still not enough to deal with Vola in this condition. Lillian, who came out of the red portal, blocked Vola's sword using her blood spell. As if Vola was sucked into a swamp, he sank into a pool of blood that was created in the black space. Vola struggled, trying to escape from it. Arg! Vola screamed. Swoosh! However, after pulling himself out of the pool of blood using brute force, Vola glared at Lillian who just used the blood spell on him. Wow, you're a berserker? You have such delicious blood, Lillian said with a smile. When Lillian made a hand gesture, the blood of fallen ascetics gathered and formed a drill-like figure which looked so violent as if it could penetrate everything it touched. Wave-cutting sword. However, Vola's wave-cutting sword, which began to gain the effect of the berserker, was equally strong. Clang! With a loud bang, both Vola and Lillian were pushed back by the force of the rebound. However, it was Li Xin who started to look sick. You have consumed 15,200 mana points. You have consumed 6,780 mana points. You have consumed. Even if Li Xin's current mana points were hundreds of thousands, he could not handle it if the mana points started to reduce at this rate. Berserkers never got tired or exhausted, and fighting it would just reduce Li Xin's vitality. These battles were meaningless. Therefore, Li Xin had to end this battle quickly, even if it cost him twice as much mana. Ice fog. Electric chain. Bomb. The temperature of the battlefield dropped in an instant. Electricity started to flow in his flesh. Crack, crack, coop. Vola groaned. Vola held out. However, with the attack of ice pellets wrapped in the thunderbolt, his flesh was ripped and his muscle was torn apart. Kui. Vola groaned again. Lillian dealt the final blow in response to Vola's movement, which had slowed down for a short second. Kiaoug. Vola collapsed to the floor and lost his mind. If you're not anywhere in my memory, it means you had probably died early, Li Xin muttered. There was no way that the name of such a talented challenger were not known. That meant that Vola had died early because of his hot-tempered personality, or he lived his whole life without experiencing a full awakening. Divine healing? Li Xin had acquired divine power from the previous floor. With that, Li Xin was able to buy a skill on the 17th floor with some points. There was not much divine magic that Li Xin could use with 2 divinity stat, but this alone would help a lot in recovery. Li Xin, who had somewhat finished recovering, got up. Then, Li Xin called the 3 challengers who were watching him with trembling eyes. Huh? Aarucc calling us. Yes, you guys, come and protect him, Li Xin replied. What if he wakes up and becomes crazy again? He won't, so don't worry. And by the way, do you guys think you have a choice right now? Li Xin asked. Surprised by Li Xin's cold look, they nodded vigorously. Worry, Li Xin called out. Li Xin called Worry, who returned from dealing with the ascetics and monks, and told him to protect Vola. Then, Li Xin moved on to the next room, because he could not just stand beside Vola and wait until he woke up. He'll come by when he wakes up. Vola would realize how much he had gained when he woke up and doubt his future direction and plans. What now? Do we have some administrative monks? Li Xin muttered. There were 10 ascetics and 10 administrative monks waiting for him in the room. I was aware of the chaos outside, but you must have great skills to have come all the way here. You won't be able to go any further. Try stopping us then. What can you do alone? Li Xin's black mana radiated across the room and his undead entered the room. Li Xin did not bother to answer their questions, because he was ready to respond with action. Thump! Beltiar, who struck a greatsword in the ground, roared. Core of Death, kill all those humans, Beltiar ordered with a determined voice. It won't be that easy. The ascetics mainly attacked using martial arts and the administrative monks used their psychic energy blast. They got into a formation and destroyed the undead one by one. I mean, we are also capable of making a series of attacks, you know. The undead started to get into the same combat position as the monks. Soon after, gaps began to appear in the monks' formation. You evil! One of the monks shouted. It was completely different from when Li Xin had to face the ascetics only, as the combination of the administrative monks completely made up for the lack of synergy among the ascetics. Majority of the undead, except for Li Xin's main subordinates, were not having much impact on them. However, that changed when Li Xin used his skill which was considered his power. Summoning of the World of Death. The World of Death appeared in the Herman Temple. The ascetics and administrative monks were starting to lose against the undead, that were full of murderous intent. A psychic energy blast came flying toward Li Xin. Boom! The shield created by Li Xin melted and the psychic energy blast scattered in all directions. Li Xin then looked in the direction where the psychic energy blast came from. Don't mess with the innocent monks. Come here and talk to me, said the abbot. Are you the abbot? Li Xin asked. That's right, the abbot replied. The abbot had suddenly appeared, which was strange. There had never been any indication that the abbot would come out from his room and neither had he done this in his past or present life. What is going on? Li Xin could tell that something had changed. The psychic energy blast that the abbot used a while ago was somewhat strange. His power was far greater than what Li Xin had expected. Li Xin observed the abbot, trying to notice any detail about him. The abbot continued to look at Li Xin with a calm expression. Let's get going, said Li Xin. With those words, the intense battle came to a complete stop. Follow me, said the abbot. The abbot turned around and walked away, without even considering that a sudden attack could come from behind. This was an unexpected situation for Li Xin, because Li Xin could clearly remember that the abbot had never done anything special at this stage. Besides, if there were a hidden stage, there would have been a system message telling him about that, but there was not any. The abbot and Li Xin stopped in front of a room in the center of the temple. It was a room that was neither too big nor too small. The room did not look that great. The abbot still had his back to Li Xin and Li Xin was looking at him from a distance. Why did you come here? The abbot asked in a calm and composed voice. However, in his voice, there was a hint of anger that was hard to describe. I came to kill the patriarch, Li Xin replied honestly, because Li Xin thought that he already knew about Li Xin's intent. I see, the abbot replied. The abbot disappeared from the spot suddenly and then reappeared right in front of Li Xin as if he had teleported. Bam! With a loud noise, the abbot's fist hit Li Xin's shield, but not even a single layer of the shield was broken. It seemed like the abbot had expected that outcome, because he smoothly continued on with a series of attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The abbot tried hard to attack Li Xin using his spells, avoiding the shield. However, the abbot did not succeed, and moments later, their stances shifted, with Li Xin attacking and the abbot going on the defense. Rumble crack! A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, aimed at the abbot. However, the abbot was not hit. It was just as Li Xin had expected, and Li Xin was not mistaken. It was clear that the abbot's skill had improved greatly compared to when Li Xin had encountered him before during his previous life. How was that even possible though? At novel bin at. Li Xin decided to try and capture him to find the answer to that question. He then began to properly link his spells. Not only did the number of bolts of lightning falling from the sky increase, but the mid-air explosions that occurred without any warning made the abbot more vulnerable. Bam! Kup! The abbot gasped. It was only for a moment that the abbot could deftly avoid Li Xin's magic. Soon after, the abbot got hit directly by the lightning and knelt on the floor helplessly. Go, inside, said the abbot. Is it the time for me to go see the patriarch now? Li Xin asked. The patriarch is waiting for you, the abbot muttered. Can I kill you before I go? Li Xin asked. The abbot lowered his head with a complex expression after hearing Li Xin's cold words. The abbot remained speechless. I guess you don't want to die, do you? Li Xin asked. The abbot did not answer, which was strange for Li Xin. In Li Xin's previous experience, the abbot was nothing like this. Even if he died, the abbot would continuously block the challengers until the end. However, the abbot in front of Li Xin right now did not beg for his life nor was he planning on doing that. Li Xin could not comprehend what on earth had caused this change at this stage. I guess you don't have a preference then, Li Xin muttered. The next moment, Li Xin's silver wand pointed at the abbot who was kneeling in front of Li Xin. As the mana started to gather at the tip of his wand, the atmosphere around them got heavy all of the sudden. The pressure that was crushing the entire space was warning Li Xin to not mess with the abbot. It did not matter to Li Xin whether he did or did not kill the abbot. In fact, Li Xin had not thought to kill the abbot from the moment he was told to proceed to the patriarch's room. Li Xin only acted as if he was going to kill the abbot because he was curious about what the patriarch would do if Li Xin showed any movement to kill him. However, Li Xin did not expect the patriarch would get involved to protect him. Li Xin clicked his tongue and walked past the abbot, deactivating his mana. "Are you letting me go?" the abbot asked Li Xin with a nervous voice. "Yeah," Li Xin replied. At the end of Li Xin's words, the abbot did not speak anymore. Although Li Xin could not see him very well, Li Xin thought he could feel the abbot's remorse for having to send the enemy away so helplessly. Li Xin's mind was bombarded with many questions. However, when Li Xin saw the patriarch who had been waiting in the next room, he could tell instinctively that he would be able to know the answers to all his questions after this fight. "Here you are," said the patriarch. "Why did you wait for me?" Li Xin asked. "Weren't you going to come anyway?" The patriarch asked Li Xin. "Yes, you're right. I'm here to kill you," Li Xin replied. "I am aware of that. Anyway, thank you for having mercy on the abbot. I told him to bring you here right away, but he almost got himself killed there while messing with you. And, without him, this temple could not exist," the patriarch explained. It seemed to Li Xin that the patriarch still had a lot of days to live. Therefore, it was incorrect to assume that the patriarch was old and he was concerned about his succession. Based on the tone of the patriarch's voice, it seemed like the patriarch was expecting himself to die in this battle. What is going on? Before entering this stage, Li Xin had already confirmed some information on the 17th floor thanks to the community. Based on the information that Li Xin gathered, the patriarch should not have changed much since the last encounter in his past life. However, the aura of the patriarch who stood in front of Li Xin right now had changed drastically. "You look puzzled," said the patriarch. "It seems like you're predicting your death," Li Xin replied, suspicious. "I'm going to win this battle and protect this temple," said the patriarch with determination. However, the more they talked, the more Li Xin could not shake the feeling that something was off. The patriarch was clearly hiding something from Li Xin. "But then, why did you just say that?" Li Xin asked as if he could not understand the patriarch. "I said it just in case," the patriarch replied. "But you know, the patriarch I knew was not such a person," said Li Xin. Li Xin instinctively knew that this conversation had to continue and he needed to find the truth hidden between the lines. "I'm different from the patriarch that you used to know," said the patriarch in front of Li Xin. There was a lot behind that statement. When Li Xin heard him say that, Li Xin's eyebrows twitched. "Who do you think I'm talking about?" Li Xin asked with suspicion. "You're probably referring to other patriarchs that are like me, but also different at the same time," the patriarch replied. Li Xin's eyes widened for a moment. This patriarch standing here was aware that Li Xin had known that he was a cloned fake. Then why? Why was it only the patriarch of this stage that was changed? "You look like you have a lot of questions," said the patriarch, looking at Li Xin. "That's right," Li Xin replied. "If you beat me, I'll tell you as much as I know," the patriarch suggested. The patriarch held his hands out in front and got into his fighting stance. The next moment, the atmosphere changed. This patriarch was a monk who was considered a genius in the field of martial arts. Considering the abbot's skills from earlier, which were much more advanced than before, Li Xin could not underestimate the patriarch as well. When their fight began, Li Xin could immediately feel that something was off. "Why am I not getting the effect of divinity class?" There had to be a 10% increase in all of his stats when Li Xin encountered an opponent with a lower divinity class. The power that Li Xin had taken for granted could no longer be felt. So, he's a divinity class. Li Xin could not think deeply about this question, because of the patriarch's relentless attacks. Wong. The patriarch jumped from his spot like a spring and poured out energy chunks using his psychic energy blast. Bam, 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 bam. That energy from the patriarch was so powerful that Li Xin thought the entire temple was shaking. Then, the mana of Li Xin, which had been spread out secretly, swirled like a whirlwind and sent thunderbolts blasting everywhere. It would have been great if Li Xin could use his yield magic, but due to the seal on his body, Li Xin could not use magic above the 6th order. Li Xin had no choice but to use this trick. Numerous thunderbolt streaks had formed a mesh to capture the patriarch, but the patriarch was able to avoid that. As soon as he avoided that spell, numerous pellets of ice began to form on top of his body. Ice fog. The blitz became more widespread due to the moisture generated in the air. However, the temperature that rose due to the patriarch's mana that spun at a high speed, caused the ice pellets created in the surroundings to evaporate instantly. Bang! At the same time, the patriarch's psychic energy blast rushed toward Li Xin in a straight line, seemingly sufficient to tear apart Li Xin's shield. The trick of concentrating the shields in one place, as Li Xin had done before, was useless in stopping the psychic energy blast. In the end, Li Xin's shield, which had been widely spread, was shattered by the psychic energy blast. 10,700 damage had been done. Coop. Li Xin gasped. The front of Li Xin's robe was torn apart due to the psychic energy blast, and his chest had turned red because of that. Li Xin could not believe the amount of damage done when most of the impact was offset by the shield. The patriarch rushed towards Li Xin again, not wanting to give him a break. Thud. A stone wall that sprang up from the floor blocked the fist of the patriarch but was destroyed. Li Xin's main magic, the thunderbolt, was more suited for offense rather than defense. Earth-based magic that was ideal for defense was not Li Xin's specialty. Besides, the risk was too high for Li Xin to come up with an application spell, like he did with the shields, for the earth-based magic. Even if Li Xin had examined the properties of his and the Patriarch's magic, there were no advantages in using earth-based magic. Therefore, Li Xin thought it would be better to modify the shield spell and use it properly instead of coming up with an unfamiliar earth-based magic. Huang. The energy of dangerous mana was picked up by Li Xin's senses. Mana gathered quickly in the Patriarch's fist. This technique would be much more powerful than the psychic energy blast. I might actually die here if I'm careless. Li Xin felt a sense of death more and more acutely. How long has it been since Li Xin last felt this sense of death? If it had only been a mild worry about getting hurt when he had faced Vuala's wave-cutting sword, this time, against the Patriarch's technique, Li Xin thought that he might actually die. Destruction wave, said the Patriarch. A lump of mana that looked horrifyingly dangerous pierced the air. Li Xin's heart, which had been beating like crazy, slowed down at that moment. Li Xin had always climbed the tower towing the line between life and death, and this sense of crisis that Li Xin had not felt in a long time now awakened his senses. Li Xin could remember the days when he practiced his magic fiercely every day. For the sake of survival, to protect his family and colleagues, and to climb the tower, Li Xin had to grow and develop constantly. I've forgotten about it for a while. Li Xin had forgotten about the sense of urgency that he had felt that time. In a world where it seemed like time had stopped, only Li Xin's mana accelerated rapidly. Dozens of calculations and plans went off in his head, which was throbbing crazy. With his brilliant talent in the field of magic, Li Xin's intuition had shown there was such a thing as fusion of the earth and the flame field. It was a type of combination that was beyond the fusion of simple properties. The blooming of imagination. Lumpy stones that were deformed and crushed were heated and fused back together, changing into a new property. Shield. Plate. Steel was laid over this strong shield. Steel plate shield. Quiet thud. These elements were combined to create something new as the Patriarch's destruction wave emerged. The new steel-based magic now in Li Xin's hands stopped the destruction wave and accomplished its goal. You have succeeded in combining the two elements. You have acquired a title, the Pioneer of Magic. You have acquired a title, the Wizard of Steel. No way, the Patriarch shouted with a stunned look. The Patriarch gasped, not expecting Li Xin to stop the destruction wave. The Patriarch was sure that he would surely get a critical hit with this destruction wave, because he had inflicted a significant blow on his opponent with his psychic energy blast earlier. However, this time, the opponent Li Xin had completely blocked the destruction wave with his magic. The steel shield was almost completely destroyed with only little traces of it left. However, there was no damage done to Li Xin himself. How could a man manage to block the power of a deity? The Patriarch looked stunned. The power of a deity. The Patriarch muttered with an incredulous look, and Li Xin frowned at his words. Li Xin did not expect God to intervene. With his teeth clenched, Li Xin lifted his wand to finish the battle. Thunderbolt. A thick bolt of lightning struck the Patriarch from above, who was out of breath. Rumble crack. Kua off. The Patriarch gasped in pain. His whole body was paralyzed by the lightning bolt and he could not move properly. The Patriarch tried to prevent the thunderbolt from striking him using his mana, but it was difficult to do so due to the rebound of the destruction wave. Crack. Ko. The Patriarch gasped. Crack. Creak K. Kriya K. Ko. Oyeg. The Patriarch gasped again in pain. Even though the Patriarch was able to defend himself until the second thunderbolt, he had to endure the pain of the third thunderbolt striking his bare body. Li Xin approached the Patriarch who was nearly half dead. I won, so keep your promise. Which damn god made you like this? Li Xin asked accusingly. The god of blessings, the Patriarch replied. What did you say? Li Xin asked to clarify. Li Xin could not believe that this god intervened. Was the god of blessings so great that he could intervene so deeply on a stage in the first place? The god of blessings was not bold enough to use his karma to kill a challenger who just got on the 17th floor. There is more. The Patriarch continued on with his shaking voice. There's another one. Li Xin asked with a frown. The god of destruction. The Patriarch barely managed to say his name. The god of destruction. Li Xin was surprised. It sounded like the name of a dangerous god. Besides, it was a name that Li Xin had never heard of in his previous life. Back then, Li Xin could only gather meaningful information about gods when he had gone beyond the 80th floor. The fact that Li Xin had not heard this name even when he had reached the 100th floor, made the name more threatening. He, enlightened, Kup. The Patriarch vomited blood vigorously. It seemed like the Patriarch was having a hard time talking because of the blood that was coming up in his throat. Divine healing? Li Xin decided to heal the Patriarch, because his condition looked serious. Nevertheless, he did not get much better. Li Xin's help only made the Patriarch slightly more comfortable talking. Thank you, said the Patriarch. Adat novel bin adat. All the blood vessels in the Patriarch's body were already destroyed. However, that was not because of Li Xin's thunderbolt skill. It was because, a while ago, the Patriarch had used the skill, Destruction Wave, that was far beyond what he could manage with his ability. It seems like his divinity class is disappearing. Was it a temporary power? The Destruction Wave was a difficult skill to be done without the divinity class. Since the divinity class that had been supporting the Patriarch was disappearing, the rebound that had been inflicted on him was more intense. The gods said, if I kill you, they will make me their apostle, said the patriarch. Crunch. Li Xin clenched his teeth, disgusted by the gods. Would the gods really have made the patriarch their apostle? There was no way the gods would have done that. No matter how talented the patriarch was, he was not enough in the eyes of the gods. Besides, if he were a human being skillful enough to be made into an apostle, he would not have been made a puppet of this stage. Although Li Xin was not sure about the god of destruction, he was aware that the god of blessings had no power to make the patriarch into his apostle. Making a character in a stage into an apostle and expanding the timeline of the world was only possible for gods who were in a similar class as the god of death to do. The truth was, the patriarch had only been used by the gods. Is this world disappearing now? The patriarch asked with a disappointed voice. Were you aware of that? Li Xin asked. Even if I disappeared, I wanted to save the people here. The patriarch explained. So, you weren't planning on surviving in the first place, Li Xin muttered. The patriarch had already known that he would not be able to survive when he used the destruction wave. The patriarch had been aware that the power that the gods had given him, which protected him, would not last long. The patriarch had thought that he would be able to protect this temple if he could kill Li Xin by sacrificing himself and dealt with the other challengers quickly. It was clear to Li Xin that the patriarch did not care about becoming an apostle in the first place. Also, Li Xin could tell that the patriarch did not trust the gods as well. You bastards! Li Xin was furious at the gods. The fate of a stage depended on the life of the patriarch. The moment the patriarch died, the world in this stage was over. Not knowing this fact, the patriarch had been deceived by the gods. I am sorry. The patriarch apologized. His body was weakening very rapidly and finally, the patriarch took his last breath. You have cleared the 17th floor. Your achievements will be recorded. Amazing achievements? Many gods are paying attention to you. You have achieved 175,000 points. You have received 175,000 points. Your health point has increased by 4,200. Your mana has increased by 13,300. Your strength has increased by 4. Your agility has increased by 7. Your intelligence has increased by 13. Your dominance has increased by 12. You have acquired a Herman cowl. A feeling of death emanated from his cold dead body. The trajectory of his life was overlaid onto this world. Wong. Suddenly, a portal was created above the peaceful Herman temple. The apostles and believers who came out of the portal invaded the temple. One of the apostles shook his right hand rapidly and it transformed into a sharp blade. His hand became a sword. Where's Patriarch Jin? One of the apostles asked. Who are you? One of the monks got killed before he even finished asking his question. Swoosh plop. The head of the monk fell onto the ground at the first slash of the apostle. Forget it, I'll find him on my own, the apostle muttered. The apostle, who shook off the blood on his right hand, saw the monks rushing out. What brings you here? One of the monks asked. I'm here for the Patriarch Jin. So go tell him that if he doesn't come out as soon as possible, everyone in this place will die, said the apostle, threatening the monks. After saying that, the apostle held out swords with sharp blades on both hands. I'm here, so tell me what you want, the Patriarch Jin said. At that time, Jin, who was walking out from a group of the monks, looked at the apostle, who had lumps of blue muscles. The apostle looked so strong that the patriarch thought that it would not be an easy game. Are you the Patriarch Jin? The apostle asked. That's right, Jin replied with a calm voice. Did you hide your strength or? The apostle muttered. Wong bam? The apostle kicked the ground, rushed towards Jin, and swung his fist. The collision between Jin and the apostle caused a loud bang, but Jin was the only one who was flung out by the impact. Thud. Is this all you've got? The apostle asked. Coop. Jin gasped. Then I'm very disappointed in you, the apostle muttered. The apostle rushed towards Jin once again and Jin tried to block him. The two continued to attack each other in rapid succession, but the odds of the fight did not change. Kurg. Jin coughed. Jin collapsed on the floor, vomiting blood. The next moment, he looked at the apostle in front of him with his bloodshot eyes. The apostle was a monster, and Jin knew that he would not be able to deal even a single critical hit to that monster. It was a bitter defeat that Jin had never experienced in his life before. I came here for no reason then. You are nothing more than a tool, said the apostle. Swoosh, splash. The apostle's hand, which turned into a blade again, penetrated Jin's head and blood splattered all over the place. Then, the background returned to the current state. In front of Li Xin was Jin, who had collapsed just like what he had just seen in the flashback. You bastards. Li Xin clenched his teeth. It was the same for this stage. The life of a patriarch was forcibly taken away by the gods. The patriarchs were simply puppets of the tower. Jin was sentenced to death simply because he lacked the talent or qualifications to be an apostle. It was not just the humans on Earth, but countless species from all dimensions had been oppressed by the gods. Hey you! Vola shouted. Li Xin looked back at the sudden sound. Vola, who approached Li Xin with his injured body, had a complicated look. So, you really killed the patriarch on your own, Vola muttered. Li Xin remained speechless. I realized a lot thanks to you this time. I finally figured out my future plans. Thank you, Vola thanked Li Xin from the bottom of his heart. Vola, Li Xin called out. Yeah, why? Vola replied. Li Xin's expression was still stiff and the atmosphere was heavy. Chat room. An intangible membrane had surrounded Li Xin and Vola. Challenger Li Xin had used the chat room. Challenger Vola has been invited to the chat room. The conversation made in the chat room cannot be overheard by anyone. Vola was surprised by the sudden use of an item called the chat room. Vola looked at Li Xin with wide eyes. What do you think of gods? Li Xin asked Vola. Gods? What the hell are you talking about? All of a sudden Vola got cut off. Just say it, said Li Xin. Well, gods. Vola held his chin and thought for a second. There was a god that us elves used to believe in. The tribal chief used to always say that this god will protect us, and we are living safely because the god is taking care of us. As Vola started speaking, Vola's expressionless face gradually turned bitter. When I was a child, I used to believe what the tribal chief had said, but in the end, our tribe was wiped out because another tribe had invaded us. But, would we have gone extinct if God was really protecting us? Vola said. Vola's voice began to fill with anger as he recalled the past. God did not give us any help. But our stupid tribal elders were praying to God even up to the point of death? What a jerk! With the help of the tribal chief, I was the only one who could survive. I was very lucky, Vola explained. From tranquility to anger, then to sadness, various emotions showed on Vola's face in a short period of time. I stopped believing in God ever since. I will never believe in the existence of God until I see it with my own eyes, said Vola. By the time Vola finished speaking, Li Xin's stiffened expression had returned to normal. You're right. God is not that great of a thing. They are just a little bit more talented than us, Li Xin explained. But why are you talking about this all of a sudden? Vola asked Li Xin. I am going to kill God, said Li Xin with determination. What? Vola's face hardened this time due to Li Xin's sudden declaration. Are you serious? Vola asked again to clarify. Yes, Li Xin replied. Whether Li Xin did or did not believe in God, the fact remained that a being referred to as a god was a great being. Giving such rewards through the system of the tower and observing the challengers from somewhere was an unimaginable and unattainable thing for Li Xin. Have you ever received the power of a deity? Li Xin asked Vola. Didn't I tell you? I don't believe in God. I only believe in my own ability, Vola explained. That is a very good mindset. Why don't you join me in my plan to kill gods? Li Xin suggested. Vola could not simply say yes, because he thought it was such a ridiculous goal. Ha! Li Xin laughed at Vola when he saw Vola's troubled face. What's so funny? Vola asked with an annoyed look. Are you scared? Li Xin said. As soon as the word came out of Li Xin's mouth, Vola rolled his eyes at Li Xin. Alright, it's going as I've planned. Did you really just say scared? What the hell are you saying? Vola was interrupted. Li Xin, who had been quietly listening to Vola speak with enthusiasm for a while, interrupted him and asked. So, are you going to join me? Li Xin asked. Ha ha ha, of course. If I just climb the tower a little more, I can easily kill gods, said Vola with a confident voice. Alright, then let's sign a contract, Li Xin said. Li Xin took out a scroll that was almost damaged by the Patriarch's psychic energy blast. However, thanks to Li Xin's defense spell, Li Xin could prevent it from being destroyed. When the scroll was thrown in the air, the mana circle that was inscribed inside the scroll appeared like light and was drawn beneath Li Xin and Vola's feet. Wait, a CC contract. Vola was stunned because he did not expect Li Xin to suggest that. Don't worry, I'm not planning on forcing you into a slave contract, said Li Xin. Mana contract. Drafter, Li Xin. Signatory, Vola. 1. The drafter and the signatory do not harm each other until the completion of the conquest of the tower. However, if a situation arises where they must fight in the tower's tests, Article 1 shall be temporarily suspended. 2. The signatory must cooperate with the drafter in killing gods. 3. The signatory must cooperate with the drafter in the conquest of the tower. 4. The signatory must not disclose the contents of the contract. Failure to comply with any of the above 4 articles will result in the loss of all mana. A copy of the mana contract appeared in front of Li Xin and Vola. And you're saying that this isn't a slave contract? Vola laughed after reading the articles listed. Yes, these conditions are just telling us that we need to cooperate until we kill the gods, said Li Xin, justifying why he included such articles. Do you think I'm stupid? Vola was angry after seeing how ridiculous the contract was. The next moment, Vola activated his mana. Why do you think I made a chat room? Li Xin asked Vola. What did you say? Vola asked. It is to keep this story from leaking out. So then, why would I believe you and let you go free? If we don't make a contract here, I have no choice but to get rid of you right away, said Li Xin. Li Xin's black magic rapidly soared and covered the entire place. Was there more to the power that Li Xin had shown me earlier? Strong morale and intense pressure could be felt from Li Xin's black magic. Moreover, the purity and density of Li Xin's mana was more outstanding compared to Vola's mana. This made Vola wonder how high Li Xin's intelligence stat was. Are you really going to kill me? Vola asked. Yes, Li Xin replied. Didn't you say you wouldn't force me into a slave contract? Vola asked. But this is not it, said Li Xin, looking at Vola, unashamed. Vola wondered if Li Xin really believed it, or if he was just pretending. Either way, Vola could not hide his nervousness. You really don't think it is? Vola asked again. Yes, Li Xin replied. Do necromancers increase their number of subordinates like this? Vula asked Li Xin. Li Xin remained silent. Oh, I finally figured it out. You are just a wizard pretending to be a necromancer. Now everything makes sense. This was how you could have dominance over such a strong subordinate on top of that unbelievable magical ability. Vula got cut off. Rumble crack? Vula, who detected a sudden thunderbolt, quickly moved to avoid it. When he looked at the ground, there were clear traces of the thunderbolt left on the ground. You talk too much. You're not going to do it, right? Li Xin asked and threatened Vula. What are you talking about? Gods are nothing? Didn't I say I can kill them? I will of course make the contract with you, Vula said with a nervous voice, because he was starting to panic. The contract is complete. Li Xin and Vula are now bound by the mana contract. The duration of the chat room has ended. The chat room will now disappear. Vula's pale face, which had now become very red, appeared as the membrane vanished. On the other hand, Li Xin was smiling brightly as if he was very satisfied. All right, good. You will come up to the 20th floor with me, said Li Xin with satisfaction. Ugh, what's so good about it? Vula replied with annoyance. Li Xin had to do something on the 18th floor before going to the 19th floor. Wait a second. You should get changed, Li Xin said to Vula. Li Xin was walking on the street with Vula but frowned when he noticed the glares Vula was receiving. Vula's appearance drew a lot of unwanted attention wherever they went, so he had no choice but to act. I think your clothes are too flashy, said Li Xin. What's so flashy about them? It's actually just my glorious appearance doing its job, Vula replied confidently. Elves were renowned for their extraordinary beauty, admired by humans and many other species. And Vula's beauty was exceptional even among those elves. Li Xin was also quite handsome, he didn't really stand out next to Vula. At novel bin at. Too much attention isn't always good. Wear this, said Li Xin. What is this? Vula asked, looking disgusted. Li Xin handed Vula the Herman cowl he had received after clearing the 17th floor. It was a simple, plain-looking, brown-colored cowl identical to the ones worn by the monks in the temple. How am I supposed to wear this? Vula shouted at Li Xin. Compared to his current clothes, the cowl looked too shabby, almost like a beggar's clothing. The sheer sight of the cowl filled Vula with disgust. This is the Herman cowl. Wearing this will be good for training, so put it on, Li Xin said. Ugh, how will this help? Vula muttered. Herman cowl. The Herman Temple's patriarch used to wear this while training. When worn, it reduces physical ability by 50%. When worn, it increases stat growth by 80%. When worn, it reduces mana sensitivity by 50%. When worn, it increases mental strength by 30%. When worn, it increases concentration by 30%. Oh, this is actually quite nice, Vula muttered. The 80% increase in stat growth and 30% increase in mental strength and concentration proved that the suit had been designed to maximize training efficiency. Additionally, the 50% decrease in mana sensitivity was optimal for practicing mana control, even though it would significantly increase the training difficulty. However, wearing this cowl in a battle could be dangerous since it reduced combat ability by over 50% by decreasing physical capabilities. Still, this is a bit. Vula sighed. Since many people were around them, Vula felt embarrassed to wear such a shabby-looking cowl. Vula could have worn it if he were alone, but he didn't want to wear something like that in front of so many people. Just put it on, Li Xin said. I don't want to, Vula replied with annoyance. Put it on, Li Xin said again. How on earth can I wear something like this? Vula shouted at Li Xin. Just wear it. This is my last warning, Li Xin told Vula coldly. The veiled threat made Vula reluctantly agree. He didn't want to anger Li Xin. Fine, I will, said Vula. Vula grumbled and walked off to change. Li Xin checked the community and saw that he had received a message from Alice. Quite some time had passed since he received it, so he concluded that she sent it before starting the test on the 17th floor. Is she still on that stage? Putting Alice's message aside, Li Xin checked to see if there were any messages from the challengers of the undermost who had climbed up to Isosha. However, as he had expected, there were no messages from them. Hang in there as long as you can. I'm here. Vula stood in front of Li Xin with a new style. While Li Xin had been browsing the community, Vula had changed and now stood before him awkwardly. Oh my, you still look handsome. Indeed. Clothes are not important. Karak? The tribal chief would love to see Vula like this, suggested one of the trolls. I know. Besides, the tribal chief doesn't seem to be in a good mood these days, so maybe we should increase the number of our tribe member, another troll said. Swoosh. A wave of mana had erupted from Vula. His mana had become violent and wild, as if responding to the troll's comment, flashing in the street fiercely. I feel so hungry. Where can I find some tough and robust troll meat nearby? I'm going to cut their muscles and... Vula muttered. Kuruok? Oh, wait, I think our chief doesn't really like elves, said the troll. Kururuk? Yeah, you're right. I actually think that there are too many tribal members, said another troll. The two trolls had heard what Vula had muttered, and the statement had made their eyes dart around in fear. Then, the two disappeared quickly, chatting with each other. And gradually, the attention Vula had been receiving also faded as if the curious onlookers now had an important event to attend. What did those damn things say to me? Take me to their tribal chief? Like I wouldn't have butchered them before that could even happen. Vula shouted. Your temper has gotten worse, said Li Xin. It didn't get worse. I've just been holding it back until now. And now I am sure that holding back anger can make you sick, Vola explained to Li Xin. So, you are weak because you are sick? Li Xin asked. What did you say? Did you say I am weak? Me? Oh man, if I'm weak, then who do you think is st, fucking bastard? Vola trailed off. Vola finally stopped himself after spewing a series of abusive words, but he was still evidently annoyed. This guy's personality seems to be getting increasingly violent. When Li Xin first saw Vola, he seemed like a decent guy. Feeling he had misjudged Vola, Li Xin sent him to another place and went to the city's central square alone. A portal was in the middle of the central square, and a man was sitting beside it, looking bored. Li Xin approached the man. What is it? The man asked Li Xin. I want to ask you something, Li Xin said. Ask someone else. I'm too tired to deal with you right now, said the man. Are you sure? I have a lot of points, said Li Xin. Oh really? How many points do you have? The man asked, now a bit too interested in helping Li Xin. A second ago, the man had been in a reclined position, almost lying down. Now, he was as attentive as a hawk targeting its prey. This guy hasn't changed a bit. The man, lazy like a sloth and dressed like a tramp, was a manager. However, unlike his appearance, he cared about points. His seemingly casual remarks had deceived a great many challengers. I have enough points to buy some information from you, Li Xin said. All right. So, 5,000 points for simple information about the next floor. If you want to know more, 20,000 points. And, information about yourself will be 100,000 points, said the manager. The manager had spoken quite convincingly, but all those things were only abstract concepts. In other words, even information as basic and mundane as there are humans on the next floor would cost 5,000 points. Tisk. Li Xin decided not to drag it out with this manager. I want to buy some information about God, Li Xin said. What kind of God? The manager asked Li Xin. I want to know about the god of destruction, said Li Xin. Li Xin briefly felt a strange sensation on his skin. And before Li Xin even realized it, an energy membrane surrounded them. The manager had raised the barrier to prevent sound from leaking out. His laid-back countenance was gone, replaced by a distorted look. Do you even know how expensive that information is? The manager asked. How much will it cost? Li Xin asked the manager. Well, it will be at least 2 million. I'll give it to you. Li Xin interrupted the manager before he could even finish the sentence. What? What did you say? Do you really have 2 million points? The manager was shocked to hear that. The manager looked at Li Xin with an absurd look on his face. Li Xin remained composed, with no hint of deception in his demeanor. I knew you were a crazy guy, but... You really are crazy, said the manager. Well, should I give it to you? Li Xin asked the manager. I just threw out a random number. Information about the god of destruction is beyond my authority, said the manager. Are you sure? It's 2 million, said Li Xin, trying to convince the manager. No matter how crazy I am about points, what's the use if I die, said the manager. The manager's answer disappointed Li Xin. Although it seemed like a passing remark, the manager had given him a warning. It seemed to Li Xin that the manager was telling him, the god of destruction is a god who can even destroy me, so stop there. Was the god of destruction that kind of god? Since the manager had shown favor, it was best for Li Xin to stop asking about the god of destruction. After that, Li Xin was lost in thought about what to ask. How about some information on the god of blessings? Is this possible? Li Xin asked the manager. Again, the manager's face contorted into a weird expression. This time, he didn't refuse the request outright. 1 million points, said the manager. You have paid 1 million points. When Li Xin promptly made the payment, the manager couldn't help but laugh silently. He hadn't expected to encounter a challenger who could hand out such a large sum on the 18th floor so casually. Why are you willingly giving me such a large sum of money? Do you even know what kind of information I'm going to give you? The manager asked Li Xin. Some gods are kind to me, said Li Xin. Are you threatening me or something? The manager asked. Despite the pressure the man was putting on him, Li Xin did not back down. Tisk, at least act like you're scared, the manager muttered, wondering if Li Xin had any sense of humor. The manager also stopped pressuring Li Xin, and an expression that said that he was no longer amused by Li Xin's antics appeared on his face. Listen carefully because I won't be saying it twice, said the manager. I don't forget what I heard once, Li Xin said. Ugh, you bastard. The gods are divided over you. But mainly, there are two groups, the manager said. Li Xin wasn't expecting that. One believes that you must be left alone to climb the tower and grow just like this, but, the manager trailed off. The manager took a cigarette from his pocket and held it in his mouth. After lighting it, he exhaled a big cloud of cigarette smoke. It was just a common sight of someone smoking a cigarette, but the manager's face was filled with very complex emotions. The other group wants you dead. And that's what the two groups think about you, the manager said. Is that so? Li Xin asked. You seem calmer than I thought. Most gods hold the former position, while the latter is a minority viewpoint. The statement made Li Xin chuckle. He thought, who are they to decide that? Still, it's a good thing that the majority of the gods are friendlies, said Li Xin. Well, there is one very strong god in the minority group. That god alone can overwhelm the influence of the majority of the gods. Again, I cannot speak of that god, just in case you are wondering. That God is beyond my authority. All right. Is this it? Li Xin asked the manager. With another complicated look, the manager inhaled deeply and then exhaled another puff of smoke. Hey man, you're quite short-tempered. It gets more important from now on, said the manager. Okay, Li Xin replied. God of blessings is in that minority group, said the manager. The manager had given this information to answer Li Xin's questions, and he had a reason for doing so. They plan to kill you before you move on to the 20th floor, explained the manager. Li Xin's eyes turned icy. Since you've already passed the 17th floor, you should know the plan has already begun, said the manager. Li Xin had expected that they would start directly intervening in the process, but he had assumed he would get a breather after their plan to intervene using Patriarch engine had failed. So, they will kill me before I reach the 21st floor. The remaining test stages were on the 18th, 19th, and 20th floors. The extent of their power was evident in their plan to intervene in all the remaining stages. Intervening on the lower floors meant that the gods had to use more karma because the lower the floor, the more karma it took to intervene in the tower. And since they were using proxies and tricks, Li Xin could not let his guard down, considering what had happened on the 17th floor. That move could have really killed him. Li Xin could not be sure where the danger was hiding. However, Li Xin told himself that he would not be scared. Besides, he did not intend to bow just because there was danger ahead. The more they intervened in the stage, the greater the risk. To be manipulated by the gods once was enough. Li Xin was determined never to kneel before the gods again. Li Xin! Vola shouted. Before Li Xin knew it, the barrier was gone, and so was the manager. And from far away, Li Xin could see Vola walking toward him, seemingly having finished his business. The start of the stage is not far away, so let's eat something before we begin, Vola suggested. Vola smiled brightly and ate some meat, utterly unaware and unworried of what was to come. I'm sorry for getting you involved for no reason. Someone like Vola could twist the trajectory of the gods' prepared danger at least once. You have entered the 18th floor. Defeat the fallen pope of the church. Challengers like Li Xin and Vola were summoned to the southern part of the city. And despite the appearance of challengers, the city folk remained focused on their jobs as if they had no interest in the challengers. Do they really want us to defeat the fallen pope? The pope, as in the one up there. Vola looked at the tallest building in the city center. Try not to spew nonsense there, Li Xin warned Vola. What do you mean? Vola asked Li Xin with widened eyes. If you speak ill of the people from the church, you will be punished, Li Xin explained to Vola. Okay, I got it, Vola replied, nodding. Arg, screamed a man. The abrupt scream made Li Xin and Vola turn their heads toward its origin. There, a few people were harassing a man. The man crouched in a corner and used his arms and legs to protect himself from the assailants' kicks. You punk! How dare you insult the priest? You are alive because of the church's grace. But after the priest visited our house, my younger sister is. The man had seemingly tried to explain, but the kicks interrupted him. Shut up! Stop being so loud. You guys are the problem? The priest is innocent. Bam, 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 bam. The man kept pleading his case, but none of the citizens around came to help him. You fucking bastards! Vola shouted, outraged. Wait a minute, Li Xin said. Li Xin stopped Vola, who was trying to rush out after watching the scene. Why are you stopping me? Vola shouted at Li Xin. Look at that, said Li Xin. Apart from Li Xin and Vola, many other challengers were also there. They were also watching the scene unhappily. A group of 3 challengers pushed the assailants away and stepped up to rescue the man. What are you doing? Are you okay? Shouldn't you at least listen to this man before you start beating him up? Unexpectedly, the cold stares were now targeting the abused man and the challengers who had helped him. The challengers had naively thought the citizens hadn't helped the man because they were weak. What's going on? And that was a mistake. Those challengers had become the city's outcasts by rescuing just one man. The atmosphere around them had changed instantly, and the pressure they felt made it hard for them to breathe. What the hell? Hey, what's up with everyone? Why are you all acting like this? Did this person do something terribly wrong? At Novel bin at. At their outcry, one of the citizens glaring at them shouted. Skeptics? These naysaying bastards have disturbed the order of our city. They're insulting God. I'm scared. Please hurry up and take them away. The citizens' cries grew louder and spread like ink in the water. Die, you worthless bastards. Get out of our city, get lost. The sudden outbreak of madness and blind hostility crushed the group's spirit. The mob had defeated them before they could even fight. A female challenger who had been trembling even lost the strength in her legs and collapsed. Thud, 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 thud. Heavy footsteps rang in the area as paladins in shining armor approached them. Are you the guys who dared to insult the church? One of the paladins asked. No way, we didn't do such a thing, one of the challengers said. The challengers expressed their innocence, but the paladins did not believe them. It's them, they insulted the priest. That's right. Please hurry up and take them with you, you blasphemers. Vola tried hard to hide his disgust at the citizens' bizarre and disgusting behavior, as did the other challengers, because he knew he could be next. Take these unbelievers away right now. If they were challengers who had at least climbed up to the 18th floor, they could have tried to escape from them. Sadly, the challengers could do nothing as the paladins dragged them away. After the paladins left, everything returned to routine, even the people. It was as if what had happened didn't happen. Seeing this, Vola was stunned. Soon, contempt filled his eyes. Hey, shouldn't you be better at hiding that? Said Li Xin. How can you be so calm after what just happened? Vola replied. Li Xin was so calm because he had already seen similar events too many times. In his previous life, he had shown a similar reaction to Vola's, and he had suffered a bit consequently. The challengers who had been escorted away wouldn't be executed immediately, but their execution date had already been decided. They could have been acting like that on purpose. The woman who had been shaking before was no longer wagging her tail hidden under her clothes. Let's get going, Li Xin suggested. As Li Xin and Vola wandered around the city's southern section, they saw many fanatics here and there. During their journey, Li Xin found it hard to control Vola as the latter kept trying to fight the zealots. Vola breathed in and out repeatedly to calm himself down. Li Xin and Vola could see people being dragged away in shackles. Their faces were covered, so Li Xin and Vola could not see them properly, but the duo could deduce from their physiques that most were women. Hurry up, you guys, a man, one of the zealots, shouted at them. The passers-by and the bystanders completely ignored the zealots, who treated their fellow citizens like slaves. This city is a mess. Do we really have to leave them alone like that? Vola asked Li Xin. For now, let's secretly follow them, Li Xin suggested to Vola. Li Xin and Vola secretly followed them. After a while, they came across a large carriage and a human, both seemingly waiting for the prisoners. I guess he is handing them over, said Vola. Where on earth are they going? Li Xin muttered. Then, a man in familiar clothing exited the carriage, the church priest. Did you bring the slaves well? The priest asked the man leading the prisoners. Oh, dear priest. Of course, I did, the man replied. The man hurriedly bowed his head and greeted the priest. Remove that cloth. I need to check their looks, said the priest arrogantly. The priest's face was full of greed even before the man lifted the cloth. All right, sir, the man replied. The faces of the slaves were revealed. As soon as Vola saw their faces, his mana got abruptly triggered. Wow, these are great. They look very pretty, said the priest. The slaves had pointed ears and inherent beauty. The slave trader had brought female elves who hadn't even reached adulthood according to elven standards. The priest's lecherous gaze made Vola's sanity fly out of the window. You fucking bitch, Vola shouted with anger. Before Li Xin could even stop him, Vola had rushed toward the carriage. Vola pulled a sword from his waist and swung it vigorously, but a paladin appeared from the back of the carriage and blocked it. Clang! Their swords clashed, creating a loud noise. Such events happened occasionally, but the culprit was always weak, so the paladin had assumed his current opponent would be the same. However, the opponent's attack was much stronger than he had expected. I'll help you, the priest said. The priest unleashed his divine power and empowered the paladin's sword with it. Still, the battle's outcome did not seem to tilt in anyone's favor. Clang! 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 As Vola swung his sword wildly, the precision of his strikes faded. Vola is just too emotional. Li Xin watched Vola fight the paladin while hiding. It was difficult for Vola to fight. After all, his combat power was now less than half what he normally had because he had the Herman cowl on. Besides, Vola could not fight rationally because he was boiling with anger, and the cowl would become meaningless if he used his berserker powers. Damn it! What the hell is up with this hobo elf? The priest shouted. Coop! I don't think we can look down on him just because he looks like a beggar, the paladin shouted as he struggled to fight back. The priest and the paladin began to sweat more and more. They were panicking because Vola's ability didn't match his appearance. He was swinging his sword frantically, but the swordsmanship even in that was far beyond the paladin's comprehension. You're holding up pretty well, said Vola. Vola swung his mana-imbued sword like a berserker, and in response to the ominous flow of mana, the paladin also boosted his divine power accordingly. Watch out, the paladin shouted. Where did that crazy guy come from suddenly? The priest muttered. Vola's wildly fluctuating mana gathered in his sword. Wave-cutting sword, Vola called out. A sword strike, seemingly capable of tearing through anything, flew toward the paladin. The paladin, who had gathered all of his divine power, manifested it simultaneously. The golden shield and Vola's skill clashed, producing a violent cracking sound. Ha ha ha, die, Vola shouted. Vola sounded like a villain as he gathered mana again. Coop. Vola gasped abruptly. There was mana reflux, consequently, his flow of mana disappeared instantly. Kuh. Vola groaned in pain. The priest and the paladin were puzzled as they watched Vola suddenly scream in agony. After looking at Vola, the two nodded, looking at each other. We need to call for backup, said the paladin. You will pay for this, you son of a bitch, the priest shouted. The priest and the paladin quickly jumped into the carriage and disappeared from the scene. However, Vola could not afford to chase after them because he was already struggling to control the mana reflux. Ha, ha, Vola was out of breath. Drenched in sweat, Vola cursed as he saw the system messages appearing in the space above him. Thanks to the Herman cowl, he became stronger in real time. But the suit was also why he couldn't chase after them. Vola did not know whether he should be glad or angry about this. At that moment, the young elves approached Vola and thanked him. Thank you so much. Sob, I thought I was going to die like this. Thank you so much. Vola had acted impulsively because seeing these young elves had reminded him of the children of his tribe. However, he felt proud when he received the young elves' gratitude. Although he had let the priest and the paladin slip away, he had at least rescued these young elves, so he thought that was enough. Tisk, what are you so proud of? You couldn't even catch any of those guys, Li Xin said to Vula. If not for this cowl, I could have easily defeated them even with my eyes closed. Vula shouted at Li Xin. What do you mean? You should have won even if you wore this cowl, Li Xin said. That's because I made a mistake. Vula muttered. Making mistakes is also part of your skill. Anyway, what are you going to do with these guys? What do you mean? Well, if we hide them somewhere. Vula could not finish his sentence because Li Xin cut him off. Think before you speak. Where will you hide them so that they aren't caught again? Li Xin had a good point. As if he had not thought of that, Vula became lost, trying to devise a good plan. While Vula was busy thinking, someone approached them from the back. A woman with an ordinary appearance looked at the elves with a stiff face. It seems like these elves have not been touched yet, the woman said. Who are you? Vula said coldly. In the very next second, a sword wielded by Vula appeared next to the woman's neck. Let's just say the church and I aren't on the best of terms. I can hide these elves for you, the woman said. How can I trust you? Li Xin also spoke coldly to the woman. The woman looked at Li Xin after hearing his cold voice. Isn't your nickname He Who Knows Death and Death Ruler? Isn't that you? The woman looked at Li Xin and asked. Li Xin remained quiet. I've heard rumors about you. Your name is Li Xin, a wizard and necromancer who carries a silver wand and a pure white sword. The woman told Li Xin what she knew about him. Yes, that's right. You seem to know it well. But you failed to learn that I don't like people looking into my life, Li Xin explained. Li Xin's black mana slowly moved toward the woman, pressuring her. Li Xin used his murderous intent to show the woman that he could easily kill her. It seemed like the woman did not have great combat ability because she did not fight back. She turned pale right away and glared at Li Xin. My master wants to talk to you, the woman shouted. When Li Xin heard that, he dispersed his mana. He never intended to kill this woman in the first place. Li Xin had acted so because he did not want to be seen as easy. Ha, the woman seemed to be out of her breath. All right, where's your master? Li Xin asked. You can just follow me, the woman said to Li Xin. All right, but I have something to do before doing that, Li Xin said. Li Xin's widely spread mana wave had detected a big group of people. He quickly got ready for a fight after sensing them. Well, we must first deal with the consequences of our actions. Don't you think so, Vula? Li Xin asked Vula. Yeah, that's right, Vula replied. No way. Are you two going to fight with the church's paladins? You can't do that. It won't be just 1 or 2 paladins. They have a lot of knights. The woman desperately tried to stop Li Xin because she thought it foolish to go against the paladins. Even if Li Xin and Vula could defeat the approaching paladins, more paladins would just show up in the next wave. And then there would be more and more waves of enemies. In that sense, they would eventually have to confront the entire church. Don't worry. You just need to hide these elves in a safe place, Li Xin said. Yeah, that's right. Besides, I kind of went easy on them earlier. If I can show my true abilities, I can even beat 10 of those paladins. Vula shouted with confidence. Li Xin and Vula were truly thinking of confronting the paladins and the priests. The woman wanted to stop them from doing that, but the woman failed to reason with those 2 stubborn creatures. Wait. You let the paladin and the priest go on purpose, didn't you? You wanted to make them return to find you guys. No, the woman asked Li Xin and Vula. The woman felt conflicted. It seemed like she had finally understood Li Xin's true character. Li Xin was exposing himself to danger to prevent others from getting harmed. She had mixed feelings, wondering if she had really understood the true nature of the wizard named Li Xin. I should have made contact earlier, the woman thought. Since her misjudgment caused such a repercussion, the woman could say nothing even if her master decided to reprimand her. It might also be a good idea to show you my abilities before we meet your master. Watch closely and see how weak the church's paladins are, Li Xin said, preparing to fight. There was a pub in the southern district. As a sudden commotion arose outside the rowdy pub, the door was violently flung open with a loud bang. Bang! Paladins, dressed in golden patterned armor, rushed into the pub. Then, a paladin in silver patterned armor entered the pub and examined the patrons inside. Where is the skeptic? A paladin in golden patterned armor shouted. Another paladin standing beside that paladin looked around urgently and pointed at Vula. There he is, the paladin shouted. He had pointed at an elf drinking in a corner of the pub. Vula, the elf, seemed to enjoy his time at the pub, which had gone abruptly quiet. Are you finally here? Vula asked the paladin. Your courage is impressive, said Deva, the leader of the paladins. Deva took out his sword. The other patrons hurriedly fled to the corners of the pub because it seemed like a fight was about to break out. Haha, I don't think you know whose courage is really impressive, Vula said and laughed, looking at the paladin. Swoosh. The sharp sound of a sword leaving its sheath rang. Vula's demeanor, which had seemed relaxed until a moment ago, changed instantly. He was now ready to fight. You're impressive. Just as I heard, Deva said, looking at Vula. Even though Deva had felt Vula's change in aura, he remained calm and relaxed. So, Vula rushed in first. Clang! Their swords clashed fiercely. Vula's mana and Deva's divine power intertwined, but how their swords moved seemed like a mess. Vula was slightly surprised by Deva's strength, which was much higher than he had expected. His plan to immediately behead his enemy went down the drain thusly. Deva was also surprised by his opponent's strength, which seemed comparable to his own. Is he only slightly weaker than me? A bit lacking compared to me? Where on earth did this guy even come from? When Deva thought he was done evaluating his opponent, a whirlwind of mana gathered in Vola's sword. Shit! That attack is coming. Even the paladin and the priest working together had failed to stop this attack from Vola. And now, Deva was the target of this attack. When Deva finally felt the brunt of the attack, he realized that the priest and the paladin had undersold its might. Wave-cutting sword. The storm-like sword attack had collided with the divine shield that Deva had created. Coop. The attack tried to crush the shield by persistently attacking a small crack in Deva's shield. Deva had a hard time believing that the paladin and the priest could block such an attack. Bang! Plop, 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 plop. After the clash between the wave-cutting sword and Deva's divine shield, the pub was left in shambles. The furniture was all but sawdust now. As the dust gradually settled, an exhausted Vola and Deva appeared, both panting. That was quite something, Deva muttered. Ugh, if it wasn't for this damn cowl, Vola muttered. Frustrated that he had to fight fiercely against such a weakling, Vola wanted to throw away the cowl but could not because of Li Xin. I've seen enough of his skills, so go get him, Deva ordered his group of paladins. The surrounding paladins rushed towards Vola. No matter how strong Vola was, he couldn't deal with so many paladins simultaneously, and he was already too exhausted. Therefore, Vola looked at Li Xin desperately, asking him for help. However, Li Xin just shook his head and stayed still. Aren't you going to help me? Vola asked Li Xin with his eyes. Get taken away quietly. Li Xin also answered with his eyes. There was only one reason why Vola didn't discard the cowl and remained calm despite the many paladins rushing toward him. Li Xin was with him. If Li Xin stepped up, he wouldn't even have to do anything because he was confident Li Xin could wipe them all out. Hey! Vola shouted, looking at Li Xin. Noticing Vola looking at someone resentfully, Deva and the paladins also looked at Li Xin. What's going on? Is that guy also involved in this? Deva muttered. Deva gestured to the paladins because Vola and Li Xin seemed to have something. Take him too, Deva ordered his group of paladins. Yes sir, the paladins answered. Just before being captured by the paladins, Vola smiled at seeing the paladins approaching Li Xin. You fools, do you think that monster will follow you so obediently? Two paladins approached Li Xin, standing like a spectator, and grabbed his arms. Huh? What the hell? Was Li Xin trying to fool them by letting them drag him away? Vola could not understand what was happening because this wasn't what he had expected. As for Li Xin, he just glanced at Vola calmly as he was dragged away. Oh, he's so calm. There must be something I don't know about yet. The sharp tip of Deva's sword grazed Li Xin's chin. The sword was so sharp that his chin began bleeding. Who are you, and what are you up to? I've never seen you before, Deva said. I came here not long ago, so you probably won't know me, Li Xin replied to Deva. Do you know this heretic? Deva asked Li Xin demandingly. No, I don't know him, Li Xin replied. At those words, Vola, who had opened his eyes wide, glared at the back of Li Xin's head. But, I don't think that heretic over there agrees with you, said Deva, looking back and forth between Li Xin and Vola. Well, we met just a while ago and had a few drinks in the pub, Li Xin replied. The circumstantial evidence paints you as a suspicious individual, though. Besides, whether you are a heretic will be revealed in the church, so just follow me for now, said Deva looking at Li Xin. Then, do I just have to prove that I'm not a heretic? Li Xin asked Deva. You want to prove it? How would you do that? Deva asked Li Xin, surprised. The tip of Deva's sword had already scratched Li Xin's chin, so he slightly pressed against it to make his chin start bleeding more. Soon, his blood oozed out and started to trickle down his neck. Then, Li Xin placed his palm above the cut. Divine healing? The divine power from Li Xin's hand instantly healed the wound on his chin. Was that divine power? Deva was stunned. Deva looked surprised because he had not expected Li Xin to show such proof. And the others around them also showed similar reactions. I am a believer chosen by God. So how can I be a heretic? Li Xin said shamelessly. There was no doubt of his innocence. Besides, what Li Xin had shown them was enough for the church to welcome him and not question him like a heretic. I didn't expect to meet a believer chosen by God here. I am so sorry, I apologize for the rudeness. Deva apologized to Li Xin, and he really meant it. Deva smiled contentedly at Li Xin as he apologized to him. You. Vola started to stutter because what he saw made no sense. Vola wondered whether human beings were naturally so shameless and just kept wondering that. Shut up, you heretic. How dare you insult a believer chosen by God? Deva shouted at Vola. Wearing shackles that sealed mana, Vola collapsed helplessly when the paladin kicked him. Ugh, hey. Vola hesitated to say anything to the paladin. In a moment of confusion, Vola could not think of what to say, so he glared at Li Xin with eyes burning with anger. What's your name? Deva asked politely. My name is Li Xin. Nice to meet you. My name is Deva. Did you come to this city to visit our church? Yes, that's right, Li Xin replied. Then will you come with us? I'm sure the church will welcome you, Deva said to Li Xin, looking at him. Well, I have something to do right now, so I'll visit the church when I finish my business, said Li Xin. Is that so? I wanted to talk to you on the way, but I guess that's untimely of me, said Deva, disappointed. I'll find you later and talk to you in the church, said Li Xin. All right then, I'll see you later, said Deva. Vola looked at Li Xin with a bewildered look on his face. Li Xin had deceived the paladin so naturally. Vula even wondered if Li Xin had intentionally brought him here to be killed mercilessly by the paladins. Was that why Li Xin had put this cowl on Vula? Vula had a million thoughts galloping across his mind, but he still just glared at Li Xin as the paladins dragged him away. And Li Xin, the receiver of that burning gaze, just turned his head away as if he had not noticed anything. It's like he is almost cursing at me with his eyes. Li Xin felt sorry for leading Vula into such a situation, but he had no other choice. There was something Vula had to do at the church. Vula could not remember it right now because he was too upset, but he was carrying a note from Li Xin that he had given Vula to read the next day. Therefore, Li Xin was sure that Vula would act accordingly after calming down and reading the note. All right, let's go back. Deva ordered his group of paladins. As Deva gave his order to the group of paladins, the paladins left the pub. Immediately after the disturbance, the pub collapsed, and the furniture had already turned into dust during the fight. In the name of enforcing God's will, the church members did as they pleased without caring about the innocent, ordinary citizens. Ugh, what a mess. Oh man, how will we clean this all up? The pub patrons started to grumble and began cleaning the pub. Meanwhile, a woman, who had been inside the kitchen, approached Li Xin. Li Xin noticed that it was the same woman they had encountered earlier. Was abandoning your colleague the way to resolve things? The woman asked Li Xin with great disappointment. Unlike before, the woman's eyes were filled with contempt toward Li Xin. She was truly disappointed in Li Xin because she had thought that Li Xin was a responsible person who cared about others. She had never imagined that Li Xin would even abandon a colleague. Are all the guests around you from your group? Li Xin asked the woman. Sorry, don't try to change the subject here. The woman said harshly to Li Xin. I'm asking you because these people don't seem like fanatical church members. It seemed like they were lowering themselves to the church's people, but they aren't displaying the same attitude toward me despite having seen me manipulate divine power, Li Xin said to the woman. Li Xin's calm voice and reply surprised her. Yes, that's right. My group put them in place as backup. On second thought, I shouldn't have done this, the woman muttered. The woman's eyes, which were full of disappointment, peered into Li Xin's eyes. When she saw how calm and peaceful his eyes were, the woman wondered if she had misjudged him. I did not abandon him, said Li Xin. Sorry? What did you say? Li Xin's response surprised her again. Don't make a fuss about those paladins taking him away. You know, they're only paladins. If you have the time to worry about him, take me to your master instead, said Li Xin. What do you mean they are only paladins? Do you even know what happens when you are taken to church? The woman shouted at Li Xin. The paladins can't do anything to Vola with their skill level, Li Xin explained. The woman looked at Li Xin and wondered if he was just bluffing, but Li Xin did not seem like he was just showing off. Is he serious? What Li Xin had shown her so far did not make Li Xin seem trustworthy in her eyes, but her instincts were telling her to just trust him. Well then, there is one other thing I want to ask you, said the woman. What is it? Li Xin asked the woman. What was that divine power you showed us earlier? You're not a church member, are you? The woman asked Li Xin with suspicion. Li Xin was speechless. Li Xin looked at the woman as if saying, are you seriously asking me that? When she noticed the look, she realized the foolishness of her question. Her face turned red in embarrassment, so she turned away her head. I mean, I just asked, but didn't he really mean it? I'll take you to the master, so let's get going, said the woman. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Li Xin and the woman arrived at the group's secret headquarters in the southern district. He followed the woman and entered the secret headquarters through a hidden passage. This is where the master is, said the woman. She was permitted to come in when she knocked on the door. You can go in now, said the woman to Li Xin. Okay, Li Xin replied to the woman. Squeak. The old hinges made a creepy noise as the door opened. A man was sitting alone in the dark room. The man only had one arm, which was quite muscular, but the missing appendage was what caught Li Xin's eye. The man's roughly worn outer coat revealed numerous wounds, seemingly caused by sword attacks. Only a faint lantern illuminated the dark room, but that was enough to see the man's gently closed eyes. Are you Li Xin? The man asked. Sitting with his legs crossed, the man brought a cigar to the lantern with his left arm. Sizzle. Puff. The man took a long drag on his cigar and exhaled, filling the room with pungent smoke. Yes, that's right, Li Xin replied. Nice to meet you, the man greeted Li Xin. This man was the leader of the secret organization Black Knight, which Li Xin must cooperate with to clear this stage on the 18th floor. This secret organization opposed the church's ideologies. My name is Lakers, the leader of Black Knight, Lakers, introduced himself. From the day he was unjustly abandoned by the church, Lakers had been waiting for the day he could exact his revenge. He who knows death. Death Ruler, Pioneer of the World, and the winner of Gret Seal. Lakers mentioned numerous titles of Li Xin. Pioneer of Magic, Wizard of Steel, Successor of the Seven Elements and the man who destroyed the head of the Demon Monarch. Lakers continued to list the many titles Li Xin had acquired. Despite the widespread rumors and reputation surrounding him as the pioneer of the world, Li Xin found it strange that the Lakers knew all of his titles. That's impressive, Lakers muttered, looking at Li Xin. After the admiration, a bitter smile appeared on Lakers' face. Sizzle. The cigar burned slowly. Is that so? Li Xin's eyes sank. The cigar smoke from Lakers' mouth disappeared as if it had assimilated into the darkness, and the dimly lit lantern was barely holding fire. Creak. The door slowly closed, creating a lengthy creaking sound. The sense of death that Li Xin had felt on the 17th floor and when Patriarch Ah Jin had used the destruction wave again pressed down on him. Only, Lakers said. Each syllable spoken by Lakers slowly reached Li Xin's ears. Suddenly, Li Xin noticed Lakers' shoulder twitching slightly. At novel bin at. Wuong. The flickering lantern light extinguished, seemingly swept away by something. A challenger like you, Lakers muttered. Suddenly, Li Xin felt the space around him being rent. On the 18th floor, Lakers muttered again. In the pitch-black space with no light, a single line passed through. Li Xin felt a strange sensation on his neck. Swoosh! You had suffered 3,200 in damages. The attack would have severed his neck if he had not been on guard. Thankfully, Li Xin had predicted something similar before entering this room and this stage. To be more honest, he had made the prediction after hearing the gods were after him. Lakers was the most likely person out of all the ones who could target me. Li Xin activated his mana. Since the only light source in the room had also disappeared, the room was in complete darkness. He couldn't see anything now, so Li Xin could only use his senses to locate his enemy. I had a feeling that it would be Lakers, so my guess was really correct. Lakers was already blind, so the darkness in the room wasn't a big problem for him. Whoosh! Li Xin heard the wind, and it sounded so sketchy that he got goosebumps. In a place where nothing could be seen, Li Xin had to predict his enemy's movement just by the mana wave. If he waited to feel it first, he would already be late. Although vision was practically useless in such high-speed battles, the lack of it was a bit distracting to Li Xin. Therefore, he immediately used his magic to illuminate the entire room. Light at novel bin at. As the light sphere rose, the rippling background destroyed the sphere of light. Bam! The resultant fire from the explosion engulfed the room. The light was a bait to lure Lakers out of hiding. Besides, Li Xin did not think the enemy would suffer much damage from such a skill. Lightning charge. Steel hand grab. The sparks that spread with the flames tried to block Lakers' movement. Next, a steel hand arose from the ground to grab him. There seems to be, Lakers muttered. Creak, crack. What the steel hand had caught was only an afterimage of Lakers. Then, he used his sword to slice the steel hand in half. Nothing much about you, Lakers muttered again. Lakers was seemingly trying to stay expressionless, however, his facial expression was subtly distorted. The Li Xin before him wasn't living up to the rumored fame and prestige. Still, Lakers did not intend to let his guard down, considering the messages of the gods, but he could not hide his disappointment after seeing Li Xin's skill. I can't believe I have to use this on someone like him, Lakers muttered. Mana coiled around Lakers' arm. The sword's movement, which had rippled like a mirage, left multiple afterimages as it swung. It was a skill that Lakers had honed by swinging his sword countless times, even risking his life. Lakers hadn't done all this work to use it on someone like Li Xin, but he knew that he had to do his best in this fight since a lot of things depended on the result of this fight. Phantom thrust. Dozens of swords appeared out of nowhere and descended together to strike Li Xin. There was hardly any space to dodge, and Li Xin couldn't even block them because the swords were all around him. If not for my past self, I would have been a little flustered. Li Xin remained calm as he confronted the phantom thrust. Shield. Li Xin had created a shield in only one direction. The phantom thrust struck the shield, cutting several layers of small, intangible, and overlapped membranes. Clang 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 clang. Although the phantom thrust continuously damaged the shield, Lakers' sword eventually bounced off the shield without breaking through. No way. How? Lakers looked stunned because he could not believe what was happening. The opponent, Li Xin, deployed a shield and aimed for only one sword strike among dozens of illusory swords. It was impossible to comprehend and block a new skill in that short amount of time. Due to the impossible situation and the rebound from using the skill, Lakers' movement became slow and dull. Swoosh, coop. Lakers gasped. Suddenly, a skeleton's sword appeared above the black space and penetrated Lakers' heart. Cough. Lakers started choking on his blood, which was now flowing erratically. He tried to endure and hold it in, but blood soon filled his mouth, spilling onto the ground next. Lakers, Li Xin called out. Lakers, kneeling on the ground, looked up at Li Xin with bloodshot eyes full of resentment. In Lakers' eyes, Li Xin could see ineffable anger and an emotion Lakers would want to keep hidden in this absurd situation. Normally, even Li Xin couldn't have grasped the flaw in Lakers' attack and deployed a shield after seeing the attack once. However, Li Xin had already seen Lakers' phantom thrust numerous times in his previous life. Li Xin could block the attack only because he had pictured this situation numerous times before he had come here to meet Lakers. Do you want to punish those who abandoned you? Li Xin asked Lakers calmly. Lakers' eyes widened as soon as he heard Li Xin's words. Crook. Lakers could not respond properly to Li Xin's question. Lakers seemingly had something to say but could not because of the blood in his throat. I can help you exact your revenge with your own hands, Li Xin said. Crack. Wari swung the sword again, piercing Lakers' neck this time. The space reeked of the scent of death. Lakers became a one-armed skeleton and slowly rose, radiating black magic. Now tell me about the injustice you've suffered, Li Xin told Lakers. Whoosh. With Li Xin's words, the background changed. And unlike before, in this scene, Lakers' arms and eyes were both intact. Dressed in armor with elaborate silver patterns, Lakers once again looked like the commander of the church's paladins. Back then, the Pope had summoned him. There is a rumor that an evil group is insulting God outside the city. You must eliminate their leader, ordered the Pope. Am I going alone? Lakers asked the Pope. No, you may take only a few of your most trusted men. This mission must be completed in private. Be very discreet, the Pope said to Lakers. All right, sir, Lakers replied. Lakers, once the Pope's #1 swordsman, was respected by all the church members. The Pope had ordered him to deal with an evil cult, so Lakers had secretly left the city with 5 of his most trusted men. A plague was spreading in a small, desolate village, and people were dying. I can't believe there was a place like this, Lakers muttered. Did the evil cult also do this? One of Lakers' men asked. I guess so. I had no idea that citizens were suffering like this, Lakers replied to the man. Enraged, Lakers infiltrated the cult's stronghold using the Pope's information. The evil cult members had tried hard to hide their energy, but since Lakers and his men had great divine power, they could easily detect the cult members' evil energy. The Pope was right. With the Pope's information, Lakers and his men solved the code at the entrance. Therefore, they could easily sneak inside. Wait, but how does the Pope even know about these little things? And shortly after having such a question, Lakers and his people were caught by the evil cult inside. Lakers' group had infiltrated the stronghold deeply before finally encountering a high-ranking evil cult priest. Something is off. This is going too easy compared to what I thought. So far, Lakers had executed numerous groups of such heretics. However, the evil energy here was much stronger than any other group he had encountered before. Interestingly though, now that Lakers and his group were inside, they couldn't sense this energy's origin. Even the high priest before him was the same. Swoosh! Lakers' sword easily severed the heretics' necks. The battle between the cult members and Lakers couldn't even be called fierce. Besides, it seemed like they could have handled the evil cult easily, even if only 3 paladins had come here. The enemy's combat strength made Lakers personally joining the mission seem like an overkill. Boss, something is not right, said one of Lakers' men. This is too, another muttered. Something is definitely off. Let's go back quickly and tell the Pop. The group was planning on returning to the Pope. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Bam! The explosive sound had originated from the entrance far away. It sounded like someone had destroyed the entrance to enter the evil cult's stronghold. Lakers could hear his heart pounding, and the anxiety made him go pale. Lakers kept telling himself that what he was thinking could not be true. Eventually, that became the only reasonable conclusion. No way, it can't be. That cannot be true. Lakers hoped that someone else would be at the entrance, not the people he had in mind. He wished and prayed for his thoughts to be wrong, but the truth crushed his hope instantly. Commander Lakers. I had a feeling, but I didn't think it would really happen, Lakers muttered. So, the Pope was right. The newcomers were church members, and the Pope could be seen standing behind them. They deemed Lakers a heretic and a member of the evil cult. This is misunderstanding. This Lakers could not finish defending himself. Be quiet, the Pope shouted at Lakers. The angry voice of the Pope had cut off Lakers' excuse. I trusted you, said the Pope. Pope, Lakers shouted. Don't call me with that dirty mouth. Tie up these heretics immediately. If they resist, you may kill them all, the Pope ordered. At the Pope's command, the church's people began to move. Commander, one of Lakers' trusted men shouted desperately. Damn it, we must get out of this place first, said Lakers. We'll clear the way. At least you have to make your way out, Commander, said another one of his trusted men. No, everyone will leave this place alive, said Lakers. That's impossible. Please, Commander, you should at least survive. And then, you can speak for us as well. Lakers remained speechless. Lakers could no longer speak because he knew everyone couldn't make their way out alive from this place. Just try your best to survive. Lakers shouted. Then, Lakers wiped away his tears and tightened his helmet in preparation for the fight. *****. When Lakers finally escaped from the temple, he was missing his right arm, which a paladin had broken off. He had also lost an eye, and his other eye was slowly losing its light. Melfrope. Lakers cried out. Melfrope was the Pope's name. Lakers tried to squeeze out the last bit of his divine power to regain his sight. However, it was all useless. His body had been deteriorating for a long time. Since Lakers had dealt with the high-ranking evil cult priest, he couldn't use his divine power smoothly. Was killing the high priest a trigger that activated a curse on him? Only after seeing the Pope's face had Lakers realized that the real evil cult leader had always been beside him. He had also realized that he had been surrendering himself to that leader. Lakers' life and hope had all disappeared. His reputation and faith were all gone. He was gravely injured and had nowhere to go. It would be better to just die like this. With trembling hands, Lakers had aimed his blade toward himself. At that moment, a familiar voice stopped him. Mr. Lakers, said the saint. Saint. Lakers was surprised. Upon seeing the saint's face, Lakers felt despair. He knew if the saint set his mind to it, he could easily prevent someone like Lakers from dying. Sob. Lakers dropped his sword to the ground and sat down. Lakers then began to cry, as was overcome with an unbearable sense of injustice. Dear saint, I was falsely accused. Lakers explained to the saint. I know, Lakers. I know that you are a faithful believer, the saint responded. It was an unexpected response. Lakers looked up at the saint with trembling eyes, hoping that the saint might be able to rescue him. I'm sorry. I cannot disobey my father, said the saint. Your father? No way. Is your father the Pope? Lakers asked. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry I had to hide it from you. The Pope was worried the believers would misinterpret the situation if his son became the saint, so we had no choice but to keep it hidden. I see. I understand, said Lakers. Lakers gave up when he heard these words from the saint because he thought it was really over. Suddenly, he felt his wounds healing, and he soon realized it was all thanks to the saint's divine power. Saint. Lakers' eyes had widened. I can't do anything about your eyes with my current strength. Please run away. This is all I can do for you right now, said the saint. It seemed like the saint knew the power of evil in Lakers. Nevertheless, he did not seem surprised at all. Did you already know about this? Lakers asked the saint. I'm sorry. Please live so that one day we can correct my father's wrongdoing, said the saint. Lakers stopped reminiscing as he remembered running away from that place. The past clearly showed what Lakers had experienced and where this world was heading. Did the gods talk about me? Li Xin asked Lakers. I can't remember properly, Lakers replied. Really? Li Xin asked again. However, I remember they told me to kill you, Master. They told me that doing so would heal me perfectly and make me a saint, Lakers explained to Li Xin. Li Xin nodded after hearing Lakers' explanation. I have to meet the saint in 2 days, said Lakers. If you go out like that, you'll get killed immediately, said Li Xin. Yes, that's right. The saint's divine power will purify me, so you must go instead of me, Lakers said. Okay, Li Xin responded. Li Xin looked around the room, which was now a mess. The furniture and utensils were all destroyed, and even the walls were on the verge of collapsing. Don't let anyone in here for a while and pretend to be alive, said Li Xin. All right, Lakers replied. Li Xin left the room and found the woman who had brought him here still waiting outside. She seemed worried. She had heard what had happened inside the room. What's going on? The woman asked Li Xin nervously. Nothing, Li Xin replied. What about the master? The woman asked Li Xin again. Just go, Li Xin said. The woman swallowed her words and passed by Li Xin to knock on the door. Master, the woman asked, worried. What's going on? The master replied. His voice sounded scratchy, and something seemed off. Therefore, the woman decided to test him out. I'm here to ask about the scheduled meeting that's in 2 days, said the woman. Something important has come up, so send that guy to the meeting with the saint instead, said Lakers. Sorry, but still, said the woman. Stop questioning my words. I hope you didn't forget that I don't like to say things twice, said Lakers. All right, the woman replied. The brief conversation convinced her that the person inside the room was indeed Lakers. After all, only they knew about the meeting with the saint. And even his manner of speaking matched Lakers. What had happened inside? The woman asked Li Xin. You don't need to know, Li Xin replied. Okay, since we have to work together from now on, let me introduce myself. My name is Maria. Maria introduced herself. Okay, Li Xin replied. I already know your name, but can you introduce yourself again? Asked Maria. What kind of person is the saint? Li Xin asked Maria. Li Xin had ignored her request, so she pouted and spoke about the saint. Well, the saint is. In short, he is the church's most powerful believer. He can even crush the Pope if he wants to. 2 days had passed, and it was late at night. Li Xin came to the meeting place with Maria to meet the saint. There he comes, Maria said. A handsome blonde man could be seen in the distance. He no longer looked like the delicate boy Li Xin had seen in Lakers' past. Saint, Maria greeted the saint with her head bowed. Nice to meet you. My name is Fawn Adrian, said the saint to Li Xin. I'm Li Xin, Li Xin responded. The saint promptly greeted Li Xin with a smile. Li Xin noticed his calm demeanor and recognized the strength within it. Lakers had some business to attend to, so Li Xin came as his representative, Maria explained to the saint. Oh, what kind of business did he have? The saint asked Maria. It was a pointed question, like an arrow aiming for the heart. Maria trembled slightly at the saint's question but tried not to make it obvious. Maria tried to come up with a good answer. It's just that. I said I wanted to meet you. Li Xin interrupted Maria, stepping in. Then, he revealed the reason for his visit. You wanted to see me, the saint asked Li Xin. At Novel bin Adat. Yes, I want to see the great saint. Your reputation precedes you, Li Xin said. My reputation? But, if we're talking about reputation, isn't yours more impressive, Li Xin? The saint asked Li Xin. Had the gods contacted the saint? Black Knight was against the church, so how did they hear rumors regarding Li Xin, an outsider? He who knows death. You must be someone extraordinary if your title can reach the ears of people living in such a remote city. And on top of that, Lakers even sent you as his representative, said the saint. The saint's gentle eyes started to scan Li Xin as if trying to examine him. How do you know about that? Li Xin asked the saint. Most people in this city shut their eyes and ears, but I don't. I also keep up with the news from the outside. Isn't it better not to listen to outside rumors if you want to govern the believers? Li Xin asked. Well, I don't think the current approach is right. I think people should think and live. If they are afraid of thinking, I don't believe they can be true representatives of the gods. I believe that the more people think, the more they will realize the greatness of the gods, said the saint. The saint seemed more enlightened than the Pope at first glance. However, if one listened to the saint attentively, one would realize he had more blind faith in the gods than the Pope. The saint was, in essence, saying only humans who had realized the greatness of gods had brains. After hearing the saint's argument, Li Xin had to hold back his laughter. Anyway, I guess I don't have to prove my identity, Li Xin said. Yes, welcome aboard, Mr. Li Xin. We are in the same boat now, the saint greeted Li Xin again. Thank you. The Pope's abuse of power is severe, and if nothing's done about it, the church's foundation will be shaken. If you cooperate with Lakers in this mission, we will succeed, explained the saint. Well, to be honest, Mr. Lakers will not be able to join us, said Li Xin. What are you talking about? Asked the saint, his eyes widening. Lakers suffered a major internal injury while training, and that is one of the reasons why I came here to meet you, Li Xin told the saint. The saint furrowed his brows in deep thought as he listened to Li Xin speak with a serious expression. Well, that's something we have to think about because Lakers' absence will be a huge problem, said the saint. The saint gnawed at his lips. Soon, he seemed to have made a decision and nodded. Oh well, I guess I have no choice but to step in as well. The mission has you now, but I still have to join you to make up for Lakers' absence, the saint said to Li Xin. Are you saying that you will attack the Pope yourself? Li Xin asked the saint. Yes. I didn't step forward earlier because I wanted to absorb all the existing forces of the Pope. After all, he used to control most of the church, the saint explained. Oh, I see, Li Xin muttered. Li Xin thought about what the saint had said for a while before nodding. Please draw the attention of the church paladins away from Black Knight. Then, Li Xin, you and I will attack the Pope ourselves, the saint suggested. All right, but I have a favor to ask you, said Li Xin. What is it? The saint asked Li Xin. My colleague is locked up in the church, so please release him before the big day, said Li Xin. Well, sure. That can be easily done, said the saint. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The day of the assassination was here. Black Knight members had gathered and prepared to attack the church, and Li Xin was planning to assist them by attacking the front of the church. Without Lakers, Black Knight members can't draw the church's attention for that long, Maria explained with a worried look. It's all right. We will have reinforcements. Li Xin reassured Maria. We will have reinforcements. Maria looked surprised. Yes, and they will properly draw the attention of the church, said Li Xin. At midnight, the Black Knight members would attack the church's front gate. Next, Li Xin would use the distraction to enter the church, and the saint would go find the Pope in the meanwhile. Once they dealt with the Pope, the mission would be over. We will begin. Li Xin announced the start of the attack, and thus, Black Knight's attack began. The gunpowder in their bombs pounded the sturdy iron gate, and acrid smoke scattered in all directions. Startled, the paladins of the church and priests rushed out of the church to stop the Black Knight members. Get rid of these heathens right away, a paladin shouted. Thanks to the Black Knight members' hard work, the paladins could not push them away immediately. However, the Black Knight people were only a temporary measure to slow down the church, and the situation was already turning in the church's favor. Mr. Li Xin. Maria looked at Li Xin anxiously. Mr. Li Xin. Maria called out Li Xin's name as she panicked. Until a moment ago, Li Xin was standing next to Maria. Now, he was nowhere to be found. Maria looked around frantically but failed to find him. Where did you go? Maria shouted. As Maria nervously looked toward the church gate, the situation began to change rapidly due to the large-scale divine spell of the priests. Not only did the injured paladins recover, but their combat power also increased. No way, is now the time to retreat, Maria muttered. As Maria wondered whether to send a retreat signal, shadows swelled across the battlefield. What's going on? Maria was startled. White skeletons popped out of the ground as if the once dead beings were revolting against the ground to rise up. What are these? Are those skeletons? No, wait. These are undead. Arg. The Black Knight members screamed in surprise, frightened. However, they quickly calmed down. Quiet down, everyone. Concentrate on the battle. These are allies, shouted a familiar voice. When the Black Knight members heard the familiar husky sound, they turned toward its origin. And there, they saw a one-armed skeleton. The skeleton also had a familiar eye patch. All Black Knight members had seen the sword in its left hand before. Is that you, Mr. Lakers? A Black Knight member asked. I have finally found the real world, free from the frustrating shackles. Only after I died could I see you guys, Lakers said. As people heard Lakers' voice, the battlefield was soon filled with weeping and sobbing. How did you end up like that? Another Black Knight member asked. It was my choice. Firstly, deal with those bastards from that damn church. Don't back down. Lakers ordered the Black Knight members. Then, Lakers kicked the ground and jumped up. Phantom thrust. Lakers' admirable performance swirled at the tip of his sword. Multiple swords materialized in the air and shot in all directions, aiming for the paladins. Mr. Lakers is here with us. Don't give up. Attack them. The morale of the Black Knight members soared rapidly. That, coupled with the arrival of the undead, helped them shift the flow of the battle in their favor. These heathens have finally revealed themselves. They are remnants of evil. Eliminate the wicked undead. The undead, which could be considered enemies of the church, ensured the church members couldn't focus on anything but them. Gur, I hate divine power. Hang in there. K. Divine power was poison for the undead. Li Xin's black mana helped them resist it, but an antidote didn't make getting poisoned pleasant. The undead, who had to face large groups of paladins and priests, grumbled in dissatisfaction. Damn it! Why did they summon us here to fight these damn things? It hurts. This is crazy. I can't believe even the hand of death is not working here. Decan, who had stabbed and killed one paladin with his thorns, was hit by divine magic and collapsed. Vark and Callan also got pushed back by divine magic. The undead expressed their dissatisfaction with increased vigor. Hey, you don't get to decide who you want to fight, the monk said. Excuse me, monk. Stay out of our business, said one of the undead. Geez, blame your weakness, Worry muttered. Yeah, right, this idiot said something right for once, said May. What did you just say? Do you really want to fight? Worry glared at May. Stop it. Focus on the fight. Beltiar shouted at May and Worry. Beltiar's chiding made May and Worry quiet down. Although Li Shin's undead army was strong, the paladins and priests, who were like cockroaches, were difficult to defeat. Let's just buy some time, said one of the undead. *****. Clang? The sound of his cell door opening awakened Vula, who was in shackles. Vula looked surprised. You are sleeping like a log. Get up, the jailer said to Vula. What? Are you finally letting me out? Vula asked the jailer. Shut up and get up already. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense, the jailer shouted at Vula. With a tired look, the jailer grabbed Vula's clothes and lifted him as if he were a sack of potatoes. Where are we going? Vula asked the jailer. After coming to his senses, Vula looked around, realizing none of the regular guards were around anymore. I've been ordered to execute you, so just take care of your neck, said the jailer, looking at Vula's neck. What did you just say? Execute me? Who said that? Vula shouted as he started to panic. Seeing Vula suddenly throwing a tantrum, the jailers shook their heads. Are all elves weird like him? The jailers took Vula to a room with many soldiers waiting at the front. Change his clothes. He is about to be executed, said the jailer. The jailer threw Vula, like a sack of potatoes again, toward the other soldiers and sat down with a sigh. Outside, the heretics were causing a riot, so he couldn't understand why the superiors would waste manpower to execute an elf at a time like this. Tisk. Sizzle. As the jailer tried to light the tobacco roll in his mouth, he heard a sudden loud noise from the inside. Boom! The sudden loud noise made him drop the tobacco roll and rush inside to see what was happening. Crack crack! The elf, who the jailer had treated like a sack of potatoes, was loosening his neck and finger joints. I finally got rid of this annoying outfit, said Vula. What the hell? How? The jailer was surprised to see Vula. The jailer looked at the floor with widened eyes as there lay a set of broken shackles. Did you really think you could restrain me with something like this? Vula asked the jailer. Wong. The jailer tried to attack Vula with his divine power, relying on the shock factor, but Vula's hand stopped the attack. Bam? Hey, what's going on? What happened to your arrogance? Vula asked the jailer. Without anyone knowing, Vula had picked up a soldier's sword and swung it around. Then, as he swung the sword, the divine power exploded and scattered in all directions. Oh, damn I the jailer muttered. Bam? The jailer, who got hit on the head by the sword, fainted and fell. I could have just as easily finished you here, but I'll leave you because you brought me here, Vula muttered. Vula was about to leave the room, but he stopped walking. Tisk. Then Vula turned around and picked up the fallen cowl. Ha! Vula sighed. He wanted to leave the ragged clothes here, but Vula could not because of Li Shin. He just kept sighing instead. Damn it! How can he predict all this? Vula muttered as he thought about Li Shin. Vula held up the note from Li Shin close to the fire the fallen jailer had been holding. Then he clicked his tongue as he read the note from Li Shin. Tisk, why do we have to release these useless prisoners? Vula grumbled. *****. Knock, knock, knock. May I come in? The saint asked politely. Yes, come in, the Pope replied. The room had a high ceiling and was filled with golden light. The Pope was gazing out the window, observing the situation outside. Pope, said the saint. Clang! A knight in thick full-body armor held out his sword and blocked the saint. Please, do not get any closer, said the knight to the saint. How dare you stop me, the saint said to the knight. I ordered it, the Pope replied. The saint's gaze turned to the Pope when he heard the Pope's cold voice. Pope, said the saint. Just call me father. It's just the two of us here. My guardian knight is no different from me, so it's okay, said the Pope. Father, said the saint looking at the Pope. Yes, my son, the Pope replied. There was a moment of silence. The quiet atmosphere in the room stimulated their senses. Father, the saint continued with his speech. Did you finally make up your mind? The Pope asked the saint. The Pope asked, looking genuinely curious. What do you mean? The saint asked. The saint's hardened face did not loosen up a bit. The Pope smiled, as if to ask the saint if he was really unaware of what he meant. Have you decided to kill me, your father, and usurp the papacy? I don't understand what you are talking about, said the saint. The saint feigned ignorance by bowing his head in response to the Pope's remarks. Is that so? The Pope asked the saint. The calm reply made the saint's brows twitch a bit. He couldn't figure out what the Pope was thinking. Put the sword away, said the Pope to the knight. Yes, sir, replied the knight as he removed his sword. The Pope approached the saint, held his chin, and lifted the saint's face. My son, Fawn Adrian, you have more talent than you deserve. The Pope's eyes glistened with greed as he scanned the saint. You have grown up beautifully, said the Pope. The saint's expression changed when he noticed the Pope's countenance. Move away, the knight exclaimed. The guardian knight pushed away the Pope and raised his sword to block the saint's divine power. However, the divine still sent him flying. Bam! Coop! The Guardian Knight gasped. Even though the Guardian Knight had blocked the divine power properly, he was thrown back and slammed into the wall due to the rebound. The divine power was so strong that the Guardian Knight's palm felt prickly even though he had blocked the power with his sword. The expression on the Guardian Knight's face stiffened quickly. The people of the church tried not to make it obvious, but internally, it was common knowledge that the saint's abilities far surpassed the Pope's. However, the saint lacks real combat experience. This was evident from the previous strike as well. The saint had missed the perfect opportunity to take the advantageous position. The Pope, on the other hand, had fought countless evil cultists since childhood to gain his current reputation and position. The Guardian Knight thought the battle could be easily won if he cooperated with the Pope. Moreover, the Pope's knights were outside. The commotion should have alerted them, so they would soon rush inside. Even time was on their side. "Dear Saint, this is an act of treason," said the Guardian Knight. "The church is already falling apart. Do you really not know that?" the saint asked back. "Just because the church is falling apart does not mean that this kind of behavior can be justified." "Stop it," said the Pope, interrupting the Guardian Knight. The Pope, wearing a mysterious expression, stared at the saint. "My son, are you really going to kill your father?" the Pope asked the saint. "I didn't want to, but this is the only way, father," the saint replied. Divine power gathered in the saint's hands. Divine wave. Divine power akin to mighty waves of the ocean rushed toward the Pope, who quickly erected a barrier to block it. Swoosh! The amount of divine power in that attack alone was enough to prove that the saint held more power than the Pope and the Guardian Knight combined. It became obvious that if the Pope continued the fight, he would be surely pushed back. So, the Guardian Knight kicked the ground and darted toward the saint. "First, I'll stop the saint's attack." The Guardian Knight's sword swung toward the saint's neck. The saint calmly read the sword's trajectory and used one of his hands to grab the sword. "Coop," the saint gasped. The divine power in the saint's hand wrapped around the Guardian Knight's sword. "Wong bam!" The saint swung the sword he had grabbed and hurled the Guardian Knight toward a wall. In the meantime, the Pope pushed aside the saint's divine power and gasped for breath. Compared to his brilliant past, the Pope now looked pitiful. The saint's gaze became increasingly colder as he wondered how someone like his father became the Pope. However, perhaps due to the considerable amount of divine power he had used, the saint also seemed slightly exhausted. "Soon, the knights will rush in here. So please stop right now," said the Guardian Knight, looking at the saint. "Do you think I would have come all the way here without thinking about that?" the saint replied, looking at the Guardian Knight. Bam, boom, crack. The Guardian Knight's eyes opened wide when he heard loud noises. He had assumed the vibrations he felt were from the fight outside with the Black Knight members. However, only now did he realize that they were originating from the inside. What the hell? The Guardian Knight started to panic. Boom, bam, kof. The Guardian Knight's eyebrows narrowed when he heard the knight's screams. And the screams were getting closer and closer. Creak. The door creaked open, and a stranger entered the room, their movements slow and deliberate. "I guess you were already fighting," Li Xin said to the saint. "Yes, what about the knights outside?" the saint asked Li Xin. "They have all been taken care of," Li Xin replied to the saint. A man with purple hair, a silver wand, and a pure white sword strapped to his waist had appeared. And his mana felt ominous. "Who are you?" the Pope asked, looking at Li Xin. The Pope's distorted face revealed that he was starting to panic. "Well, I'll tell you if you survive," Li Xin told the Pope. And almost simultaneously, Li Xin stretched his divine power, created a steel spear, and shot it toward the Guardian Knight. Wong bam! The Guardian Knight created a divine shield to block the steel spear, and at the same time, the saint's divine rain rained down on the Pope. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Each thin raindrop fell heavily on the Pope's divine power barrier. Li Xin struck the ground with his wand, creating shockwaves that writhed and crawled in all directions. Pizzicato, piz. Sparks spread across the ground, and the thin lightning bolts, like snakes, moved toward the Guardian Knight and the Pope from all directions. Coop. The Pope gasped. This spell was not powerful enough to cause significant damage to the Pope and the Guardian Knight, but the lightning bolts present in all directions interrupted their divine power flow. Spreading their divine power to block the lightning bolts would burden the Pope and the Guardian Knight, but simply ignoring them would hinder the battle. The Guardian Knight had never fought a wizard who fought like this, so he couldn't shake off his growing frustration. What had to be done to overcome this situation? Bam! The Guardian Knight blocked the steel spear that moved like a bullet again and groaned in pain. The wizard seemed proficient in using multiple high-level magic spells simultaneously. And the wizard still looked calm and relaxed. The Guardian Knight realized that he couldn't defeat Li Xin alone. The Pope also could not help him because he was busy fighting the saint. "Well, now that things have turned out like this, I will sacrifice myself too." The Guardian Knight thought of using a technique that gathered his divine power to greatly enhance his physical abilities for a short period. Using this skill could make him a cripple after, but the Guardian Knight didn't hesitate. "Dear Pope, I'll sacrifice myself," and the Guardian Knight was about to suggest what he had in mind but was interrupted. "Come here." The Pope called the Guardian Knight over. The Pope, blocking the saint's attack, called the Guardian Knight irritatedly. The Guardian Knight wondered what the Pope wanted from him. He didn't get an answer but realized that the Pope must have something in mind. Therefore, he broke through Li Xin's magic and approached the Pope. "I'm glad you came," said the Pope, looking at the Guardian Knight. Swoosh, crack, coop. The Guardian Knight gasped. The Guardian Knight felt a sudden pain, so he slowly looked down. He could see the Pope's hand jutting from his chest, holding a still beating heart. His trembling pupils, unable to believe the situation, tried to focus on the Pope. Pope. The Guardian Knight could hardly speak. Your role ends here, said the Pope, looking at the Guardian Knight. With a loud thud, the Guardian Knight collapsed as the Pope absorbed the Knight's divine power through his heart, causing the Knight to shrivel. The Pope became significantly stronger, and the Saint glared at the Pope with disgust. Hidden stage, the apostasy of Pope Melfrope Adrian. Defeat the Pope who has succumbed to demonic power and abandoned his divinity. When Li Xin saw the message, his expression stiffened. The pattern has changed compared to the past. This was the second phase of the 18th floor's final boss, the Pope. This happened when the Pope felt that he might really die, and they had progressed to the second phase without even properly starting the fight. Therefore, Li Xin thought that the Saint's interference had greatly changed the Pope's pattern. His divine power is rapidly turning into demonic power. Li Xin had never seen this pattern before, not even in his past life. Usually, Melfrope would not give up all of his divine power as it would prevent him from fulfilling his duties as the Pope after killing his enemies. This was why the second phase relied on using demon power. This is, not the second, but the third phase. The Pope was not borrowing the demon power, it was almost like he was turning into a demon. Li Xin and the Saint's divine power clashed with the Pope's rapidly increasing demon power. Kaoyag. Melfrope shouted. Melfrope's demonic power spread throughout the room and enveloped the entire space. Li Xin's mana attacked the demon power barrier, but the two powers somehow complemented each other and the barrier wasn't even scratched. Is that a barrier? The Saint muttered. Your reinforcements will not be able to come here. When this barrier gets lifted, you will become defectors and my delegates, said the Pope. Swoosh. The demon power darted toward the Saint. He clenched his teeth and spread his divine magic to block it. Mr. Li Xin, the Saint cried out. As if waiting for that cry, Li Xin immediately activated the mana circle he had prepared. Penetration. Torque. Acceleration. Steel spear. A steel spear with maximum rotational force, penetrating power, and acceleration materialized above the mana circle. Melfrope tried to recall the demon power he had fired at the Saint after noticing the dangerous flow of magic, but he could not defend himself properly when the Saint suddenly poured out his divine power. The Wizard of Steel. Hashtag the power of steel type magic increases by 30%. Adat novel bin adat. The title, Wizard of Steel, increased the power again, and that power then maximized the attack power. I have to give him a critical blow in one shot. The Pope's power came from Andras, the demon monarch of the demon world. Andras had abandoned the heavenly realm to enter the demon world. Due to this characteristic, his injuries recovered quickly, so sealing him was the best way to deal with him. Saint. Li Xin cried out. With the shout, Li Xin fired the spear, and the Saint simultaneously pushed away the diminishing demonic power and created a sword with his divine power. Bam! The rapidly rotating steel spear created a gap in the demonic power barrier, drilling a large hole in Melfrope's heart next. Coop. Melfrope gasped in pain. As his dark red blood dripped down the steel spear, Melfrope looked at Li Xin with bloodshot eyes, seemingly failing to believe what had happened. The Saint had closed the distance between them and swung the divine sword in the air like he was painting. Divine sealing spell. The attack gave birth to an array of strange characters, and these characters followed an even stranger trajectory, leaving a trail of light in the air. When the Saint's arm stopped moving, the characters blended and enveloped Melfrope. Kuif. Melfrope screamed in pain. Melfrope started to scream in agony as his demonic power decreased rapidly, and his barrier disappeared. Oh, no, no way, Melfrope muttered. Then, as soon as the barrier disappeared, someone urgently opened the door and entered. There were silver patterns engraved on his flashy armor. With his helmet on, the armored paladin rushed to the Saint's side. Ethan, the Saint shouted. The Saint, who had been focusing on performing the divine sealing spell, was happy to see Ethan, so he greeted Ethan. Whoosh! However, Ethan abruptly brandished his sword and thrust it forward, piercing the Saint's abdomen. Woong thud. Concurrently, the Saint spread his divine power and drove Ethan to the wall. He stopped the divine sealing spell and stared at Ethan with wide eyes. Thump! The helmet fell on the ground with a thump, and a handsome man with long hair appeared before them. Ah, that was no joke, Vula muttered. Vula brushed off the dust that had fallen on his head and drew his sword from his waist. And you are? The Saint was surprised to see Vula. As the Saint turned his head towards Li Xin in surprise, he noticed Li Xin unfolding his magic spells. Thunder explosion. A ball of lightning rapidly charged toward the Saint and exploded in his face, creating lightning bolts in all directions. However, the Saint, outraged, pushed all the lightning aside using his divine power and shot his divine power at Li Xin. Li Xin blocked the divine power with his shield, but the impact was so great that it pushed Li Xin's back along with his shield. What the hell are you doing? The Saint shouted at Li Xin, acting innocent. Li Xin smirked at the Saint when he started shouting at him. Fawn Adrian, the servant of the gods, wasn't your goal always me anyway? Li Xin asked, looking at the Saint. The Saint could not say anything. The Saint's angry gaze and trembling pupils suddenly became calm. The anger in his eyes quickly disappeared, leaving only contempt for Li Xin behind. How did you know? The Saint asked, glaring at Li Xin. When Li Xin had reached the 18th floor, the first person that came to his mind was Lakers as the servant of gods. He seemed like the only person capable of killing Li Xin. However, after encountering Lakers, Li Xin had realized that Lakers was a bit lacking. Li Xin had used his past life memories to win against Lakers. Even without that, Lakers wasn't as threatening as Jin. Consequently, Li Xin felt Lakers wasn't the god's only plan. Then, who else could be targeting me? What am I missing? Continuously pondering these thoughts, Li Xin thought about the unknown person called the Saint. And the second he saw the Saint, Li Xin realized he was the god's real trap. Fawn Adrian looked at Li Xin with a sincere expression of curiosity. However, Li Xin had no intention of resolving the Saint's curiosity. Now was the time to deal as much damage as possible to the Saint. Else, he would quickly recover from the injuries the surprise attack had dealt. Thunderbolt. Bam, thud, bam, thud. The lightning bolts striking down from the ceiling insistently attacked the floor. Vula noticed that the wound on the Saint's abdomen was healing quickly, so he charged toward Fawn again. Vula's swordsmanship, which combined intricacy with ferocity, continually targeted Fawn, but he countered them all. Coop. Vula gasped. Vula was hit by Fawn's divine power again, crashing into the wall. Exhausted, he gasped for air. Mr. Elf, you cannot beat me, said the Saint. Upon hearing that, Vula's eyebrows twitched in a sign of disturbance. Don't underestimate me, Vula said to the Saint. As Vula's anger built up, the density of mana in his body and sword increased. And since he had received the Berserker class from the previous floor, the angrier he got, the more the true worth of that class was revealed. Clang, 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 clang. Vula fiercely attacked, seemingly venting his anger, making the Saint use his divine power to block the attack and retaliate. However, the situation worsened as the Saint's attacks only made Vula stronger. The more the Saint shed Vula's blood, the stronger Vula became. Vula's sanity was also slipping away, but it didn't seem to matter. The Saint panicked as he fought Vula, an opponent who grew stronger when injured because it defied common sense. This exceeded the Saint's understanding and made him wonder how to change the battle's course. This is quite tricky. There was a way to finish Vula off in one blow, but the wizard, Li Xin, had used spells at opportune moments to prevent that. The Saint had ordered the jailer to deal with the elf, yet Vula's return and the subsequent hindrance he had caused in the mission greatly disturbed Fawn. Facing a single human named Li Xin was already giving him a headache, but dealing with this elf was also quite difficult. Divine rain, said the Saint. From the clouds of divine power that gathered in the sky, raindrops as thin as thorns poured down onto Li Xin and Vula. Li Xin cast spells to deflect the attack, but Vula got hit by the rain head-on, as if he did not care, and kept attacking. Explosion, said the Saint. Bomb. The explosion of divine power threw Li Xin and Vula away. Bam! The weakened walls of the building from the previous fight crumbled down, so Vula and Li Xin jumped off the building. The Black Knight members and the church members fighting outside turned their heads toward the church when they heard the explosion. When the Saint followed Li Xin and Vula out of the church members lowered their heads toward the Saint. However, the Saint did not even glance at them, as he was solely focused on killing Li Xin. Fawn raised his hand skyward, and the light of divinity began to shimmer between the clouds covering the sky. Divine judgment. A majestic giant cross appeared between the clouds. The church members were shocked and fell to their knees, bowing their heads at its overwhelming presence. The attack from the sky seemed like a punishment, targeting both the Black Knight members and the church members. This is unbelievable, Maria muttered. Maria's jaw dropped as she stared at the cross. Then, she closed her eyes. Please, Maria muttered again. Even the undead fighting the paladins became serious at the sight of the cross. If we get hit by that, we will vanish, said May. Our master might be in danger, said Bark. Do you think this is the time to be calm? We need to go and help our master right away. Worry shouted. Worry, it's okay to wait until the master calls us, said May. Darn it, if only I had my original strength. Worry grumbled to show his frustration. Our master's signal has come, so let's go into the shadow space, said May. Bark stopped trembling and entered the shadow space with Worry, who had also stopped looking at the cross with bulging eyes. Rumble, crack. Li Xin threw a steel spear at the clouds, but it was useless. The magic was very powerful, too powerful for anyone on the 20th floor even. Li Xin thought that they had gone too far. Li Xin, what are you going to do? Vula shouted, looking at Li Xin. Vula, still somehow sane, rushed Li Xin. Li Xin said nothing and just looked at the Saint. Li Xin could see the defensive barriers of divine power surrounding the Saint. He could tell that these barriers were incomparably stronger than those of Melfropes. I mean breaking through them with brute force alone. Li Xin's eyes glimmered with mana. In a world where religion held power, you could always find souls claiming their innocence. Black mana spread everywhere, and countless souls expressed their grievances from various places. Li Xin had tried not to use his power as much as possible, as the last time he used it on the 3rd floor, he realized that it caused significant damage to a wizard's psyche. Back then, thousands of demons, all with some kind of grievance, had come into Li Xin's view. These demons, driven mad by injustice, only had hatred and malice. When these demons encountered Saint's divine magic, their emotions became even more vivid. To these demons, judgment was just the powerful oppressing the weak. Countless demons that were unfairly swept away by the subjective standards of the powerful gathered before him. Are you okay with your existence being wiped out? Li Xin asked, looking at those countless demons. Li Xin could not hear their responses but could feel their emotions. To these demons, resolving their grievances was of the utmost importance. Malice, enmity, and death were the only remnants of their feelings, and therefore, it was unlikely that there would be any other opinions among them. Countless demons surrounded Fawn Adrian. The red ones swirling around him became so thick that they obscured his vision. The necromancer had simply used the remnants of these demons, and they seemed determined to erase Fawn Adrian with themselves. Demon explosion, said Li Xin. The control of the demons has become smoother due to the power of death. The consumption of mana has reduced. The dominance has suppressed the will of the demons. The mana of Arg. The demon's cries echoed like an explosion in Li Xin's ears, and the writhing energy of death around the saint rapidly intensified. Kup. You have taken away Fawn Adrian's divinity. Your divinity has increased by 1. You have taken away Fawn Adrian's divinity. Your divinity has increased. The barrier of divine power surrounding the saint shook and disappeared. Then, the cross, which could seemingly fall anytime, shook and disappeared too. The saint felt pain, the kind of which he had never experienced before. He couldn't comprehend that there was a power capable of erasing his existence. What kind of power is this? The saint muttered. The unexpected blow had broken the saint's concentration, which also severed his flow of divine magic. He then suffered internal injuries from the rebound. What was more serious was the strange thoughts that continually popped up in his mind. His emotions became erratic, and negative thoughts began to fill his head. However, it was the same for Li Xin as well. This time, Li Xin had detonated way more demons than when he had done the same on the second and third floors. He had to pour out almost all the mana left in his silver wand, so he hardly had any mana left now. And to top it all off, the fragmented emotions of those tormented souls rushed toward Li Xin. Kup. Li Xin groaned in pain. Li Xin grabbed his throbbing head and fell to his knees. Li Xin, are you okay? Vula asked, looking at Li Xin with a worried look. The sudden change in the situation was beyond Vula's understanding. Yeah, I'm fine, Li Xin replied to Vula. Fortunately, the increased dominance and black mana, along with this being his third time using demon explosion, helped him withstand the current situation. After taking several deep breaths, Li Xin slowly walked towards the saint, who still hadn't recovered from the aftermath of the demon explosion. Li Xin, the saint muttered. Who told you to do this? Li Xin asked the saint. The dream eating dragon told me to do this, the saint replied to Li Xin. Li Xin had heard of the dream eating dragon before. It granted people's wishes in exchange for their dreams. The class of this dragon was so great that even most gods could not easily face this dragon. The ringing in my ear is killing me. Adat novel bin adat. Now wasn't a good time to suffer from tinnitus, as the enemy could be stronger than Li Xin had anticipated. But, how did you figure out what I was planning to do? The saint asked Li Xin, curious. Well, you're a faithful believer. It was easy to see because of the idea that awakened citizens would naturally believe in a god. Besides, it didn't make sense for someone like that to cooperate with Black Knight, Li Xin replied. But, isn't that possible if it's temporary? The saint asked Li Xin again. Secondly, said Li Xin. Li Xin did not bother to answer the saint's question because the second reason was more important. The real Fawn Adrian could have never directly attacked the Pope regardless of how evil the latter seemed. Even if he wanted to correct his father, he would have never resorted to such actions, Li Xin explained. Li Xin had realized this after seeing Lakers past. After all, the saint couldn't bring himself to kill his father for years despite having the strength and the knowledge of his father's corrupt deeds. I did that to my father, Fawn muttered. Fawn seemed muddled. After hearing Li Xin's words, he could not understand why he had acted like this. If you borrow the power of the gods, things like this can happen, said Li Xin, looking at Fawn. Li Xin had no intention to help or save the saint. Furthermore, Li Xin did not even feel sorry for the saint. If there was one thing that this ordeal changed, it was the increased hostility Li Xin felt toward the gods. Thunderbolt. Rumble. Crack. A strong lightning bolt struck the saint's heart, ending his fading life. You have taken away Fawn Adrian's divinity. Your divinity has increased by 1. As Fawn's vitality dwindled, Li Xin opened his eyes wide when he sensed the additional divinity stat. He had never expected to acquire a divinity stat like this. The surprise divinity stat filled Li Xin with a hard-to-describe emotion. Vula, standing beside Li Xin, froze when he sensed the sudden change in Li Xin. What did you do? Vula asked Li Xin. Nothing, Li Xin replied to Vula. Turning away from the saint's corpse, Li Xin said, the stage is not over yet. Li Xin could end this tedious world only by killing the Pope, Melfrope. Even though he had only a handful of mana left due to using demon explosion, it did not matter. In the demolished building, Li Xin could see the Pope gasping. The saint's sealing magic had already been released, but Melfrope was weak now. You bastard, said the Pope. Your skills have increased by 20% due to your divinity stat. Li Xin's strength rose, and the change could be clearly felt from his mana. Although he didn't have much mana left, Li Xin knew it would be enough. Lightning drill. A swirling thunderbolt escaped the tip of his wand. Due to the effect of Cruel Slayer, the probability of hitting the enemy's vital point has increased. Due to the effect of man who destroyed the head of the demon monarch, the ability of the intermediate class demon Melfrope Adrian has decreased by 10%. Crack. PZZZ. Melfrope collapsed after getting struck by the lightning drill. Kupeye. Melfrope screamed in pain. Melfrope screamed in agony and looked at Li Xin with trembling pupils in confusion. Earlier, Melfrope had attributed his weakening to becoming a demon. Now, he couldn't understand why he was getting weaker even after becoming a perfect demon. Li Xin picked up Ethan's sword, which had been on the ground, and approached Melfrope. "Don't try to understand," said Li Xin, looking at Melfrope. Swoosh! The divine power within Ethan's sword combined with Li Xin's divine power and forcefully suppressed the demon power Melfrope had been clinging onto. The sword pierced Melfrope's heart, instantly cutting off his breath. "You have cleared the 18th floor. There were 2 more floors left. They will choke you, if you don't prepare properly." The rewards for clearing the 18th floor appeared in front of Li Xin. "Your achievements will be recorded. Amazing achievement? Many gods are paying attention to you. You have achieved 321,000 points. You have received 321,000 points. Your health point has increased by 11,100. Your mana has increased by 21,000. Your strength has increased by 10. Your agility has increased by 10. Your intelligence has increased by 25. Your dominance has increased by 20. Your divinity has increased by 5. You have acquired a pocket of luck." The message window appeared in front of Li Xin, and Li Xin looked at the pocket of luck that appeared in his hands. Pocket of luck. Luck is embedded in this pocket. Perhaps you will find things that you need when you open the pocket. #It depends on the user's luck. Luck stat was not something that could be easily obtained, therefore Li Xin immediately opened the pocket. You have acquired BG 282. BG 282. This is a subspace pocket created by the spacetime wizard named Vujin during his early stages of research on subspaces. #dimensional energy capacity 1000. Inside the pocket was a small, light, pure white pocket. However, it seemed like this pocket could hold many objects inside. The subspace could use the gap it had created within the 4-dimensional space to set coordinates, and each dimension could accommodate a different amount of energy inside. If it's 1000, it won't be enough for a titan. It was unfortunate, but all the items that Li Xin had as of now could fit into this pocket. After Li Xin had put all the items he was carrying into the pocket, he went to the Pope who had died in front of him. Whoosh! Li Xin pulled out the sword that was stuck in the Pope's chest and threw it to the ground, feeling disappointed. Those who handled divine power could not be turned into an undead. Although the Pope, who had already transformed into a demon, could become an undead, but the Pope lacked the power to be useful enough in combat. The Pope, who had lost his ability to use divine power, was not much of a help, but what was more disappointing to Li Xin was the Saint, because someone who had that much of a potential as a human, would have huge potential in terms of combat power as a member of the undead. "Well, there's nothing I can do." Li Xin thought of using their corpses as materials for reinforcement. Besides, the church grounds were brimming with corpses. It was time for Li Xin to think about how to increase his combat power. The green zone of Isosha was a region that could only be accessed by people who possessed the green pattern, or a pattern more superior. To eliminate the demon realm that was outside of the Ederda castle, Kim Kong-chun, Kong Ji-hoon, Ji Ianju, and Shin Ha-nul had entered the demon realm with soldiers. Swoosh! Thud! The neck of the demon that was guarding the nucleus of the demon realm fell, and Kim Kong-chun's sword pierced the core of the nucleus. The nucleus of the demon realm has been destroyed. Your merit points are being calculated. The top 2 challengers will obtain the blue pattern. First, Kim Kong-chun, 38,100 points. Second, Shin Ha-nul, 32,900 points. You have acquired the blue pattern. The patterns that had been engraved on Kim Kong-chun and Shin Ha-nul's bodies changed from green to blue. Blue pattern. You have acquired the qualification to go to the blue zone. The health point and mana increases by 17%. The overall stats increase by 26%. The increase in stat points, thanks to the pattern, were like drugs to the challengers. The difference in power was clearly felt as the level of the pattern increased. Every time the challengers swung their fists in the air, a sound of air bursting could be heard. Yeah man, this is the power of the pattern. Finally, I can go to the blue zone. The demon realm has disappeared. The demon realm that had once surrounded the challengers disappeared, revealing a blue sky and a forest around them. The enemy's movements are kind of strange, so we should quickly get back to the Ederda castle, Kim Kong-chun said. Kim Kong-chun could feel a sense of unease for some reason, and he got goosebumps. The area where these challengers were standing was a place where the enemies had no choice but to expose themselves if they wanted to attack. There were no dangerous monsters nearby, and since the challengers had already eliminated the demon realm, there was no reason for them to feel this way. We had quite a few injuries among the knights while breaking through the demon realm this time. Why did we have to move so urgently? Kong Ji-hoon asked. Kong Ji-hoon had not been able to understand, but since he had no way to keep questioning while inside the demon realm, he decided to ask that right now. Well, at least there were no fatalities, so that's a relief, said Ji Ianju. Ianju, that's not what's important right now. Kong Ji-hoon was interrupted by an arrow which flew towards the challengers. Swoosh! Kim Kong-chun's expression quickly hardened as he saw the arrow stuck into the ground. Run away, everyone! Kim Kong-chun shouted. Ba-ba-ba-bam! The arrow exploded, and an inferno rapidly spread, sweeping across the area. Thanks to Kim Kong-chun's quick reaction, most of the challengers were able to go into a defensive posture and avoid the blast. However, the sudden attack was not over. Zing! A faintly visible arrow was aimed at Ji Ianju, but it was blocked by Kim Kong-chun's greatsword. Thud! Kim Kong-chun's hand tingled from the strong force of the arrow. Crack! Frost quickly appeared on Kim Kong-chun's greatsword. Kim Kong-chun clenched his teeth. Upon hearing the screams of the knights, Kim Kong-chun confirmed the direction where the arrow had come from. A woman emerged from the shadowy forest. As she raised her hand with a cold expression, dozens of challengers appeared around her. How on earth is that possible? Kim Kong-chun and his group members could not understand what was going on right now. They could not believe that those people had managed to deceive their group and come all the way here. We have caught 4 big ones, said the woman. How did you get here? Kim Kong-chun asked, looking at the woman. When Kim Kong-chun asked, the woman shrugged and replied with a smirk. Why do you care if you're going to die soon anyway? Kill them all, the woman ordered. The patterns emitted light over the challengers, and Kim Kong-chun and his group members' expressions stiffened when they noticed the green light that was slowly surrounding them. Thousands of enemy troops could be seen beyond the Ederta fortress walls. How did the enemy manage to get there? Jake, the president of the Privy Council, asked Iman to get a grasp of the situation. Iman, the chief wizard, stiffened at the sight of the enemy's forces in the distance. There was a large teleportation reaction just a moment ago, Jake continued. Is that even possible? Does that mean they broke through the coordinate blocking network and teleported such a large force here? Do they have some kind of great wizard on their side? Iman asked. Even Iman seemed like he was confused. He thought it was impossible for the enemies to suddenly appear here, because this was not the front lines, but the rear end. I think there might be a traitor, said Iman. Do you have any suspects? Jake asked, looking at Iman. A few are suspects based on the situation, but it's still difficult to draw a conclusion, Iman replied. Jake grabbed his throbbing head and wondered how to resolve this situation. Any chance of reinforcements? Jake asked Iman. To be honest, there is none, Iman replied. Don't you have the qualified? Jake asked Iman once again. Considering the current situation, I think those qualified would also be in danger. Assuming that there's a traitor, the enemies might have also gone after them, Iman replied, looking at Jake. How long can we hold out with the deflector shield? Jake asked. Well, an hour? I think it will be difficult to hold it any longer, Iman replied. Just an hour? What do you mean? Jake was surprised to hear that. There's a wave wizard among the enemies, Iman explained. Jake gave a look of surprise at Iman's words and turned to look at the incoming enemies once again. Isn't he the qualified with the navy pattern? Jake asked Iman. Yes, that's right, Iman replied. Damn it! Did they have the resources to send a wave wizard all the way here? Jake shouted in frustration. We don't have much time left. You need to escape through the secret passage, Iman suggested to Jake. Jake, the president of the Privy Council, was one of the key figures in Merton. Jake's death here would be too great of a blow to the country. Therefore, Jake had to be kept safe at all costs. Okay, I will, Jake replied to Iman. Take this with you, said Iman, looking at Jake. Iman took out a notebook from his pocket and unlocked the encryption spell with his mana before handing it over to Jake. What is this? Jake asked Iman with a curious look. This is the information on the suspected traitors. You need to locate them, Iman asked Jake. Jake could not say anything for a moment. Jake, who received the notebook, saw Iman's determined look. Isn't it possible for the deflector shield to defend by itself? Jake asked Iman. If that's the case, the shield will be breached within 5 minutes, Iman replied to Jake's question. I'm sorry, said Jake, looking at Iman. Jake had to keep his face from revealing too much. Jake had always got annoyed at his own incompetence in situations like this. Please do your best to come back alive, Iman said, looking at Jake. I will try my best, Jake replied. Jake clenched his teeth and left the magic tower. Iman's gaze settled calmly upon the monitor. Iman could see their enemies. He put his hand over the deflector shield generator and infused it with mana. Bring it on. I'll block everything, Iman muttered with glaring eyes. Ha, ha, ha. The panting sounds echoed, and all 30 of the knights who had come with the challengers had died, except for 5 of them. Kim Kong-chun, Shin Hanul, and Kong Ji-hoon were all covered in blood and dirt, and all the artifacts that Ji Eun-ju had been carrying were completely broken and unrecognizable. In short, they were a mess. We can't go into the castle? We have to go south, Kim Kong-chun suggested. No man, we might all die before we even get there, Kong Ji-hoon rebutted Kong-chun. There's no other way though. The president of the Privy Council and Minister of Defense are in the castle right now. They will probably escape through the secret passage, said Kim Kong-chun. Wouldn't it be safer to stay inside the castle? Kong Ji-hoon asked. Judging by their current situation, it does not seem like it, Kim Kong-chun replied. Kong Ji-hoon clicked his tongue at the relentless enemy siege in the distance. The deflector shield of the Ederta castle was shaking wildly. I can't believe a wave wizard has arrived. Have they given up on the other sieges? Kong Ji-hoon asked. Looking at the situation, I think the chief wizard is probably the one controlling the deflector shield, Kim Kong-chun replied. Even as the challengers ran about frantically, they all continued to search for the best solution. The enemies had been chasing them like crazy, and the castle seemed like it would collapse at any moment. If we can just deal with that wave wizard, we can significantly extend the time it takes for the Ederta castle to fall. Kim Kong-chun quickly came up with a plan on the spot. Eun-ju and I, and the 2 of you with all the knights, we will split up like this, said Kim Kong-chun. Huh? Why? Where are you 2 going? Kang Ji-hoon asked. It seems like it would be better for us to split up and disperse the enemy's siege. If we keep going like this, all the wizards in Ederta will all die, Kim Kang-chun replied. Are you trying to go after the wave wizard or something? No way, that's too dangerous, Shin Hanul protested. I have no other choice. This is the best option that we have right now, replied Kim Kang-chun. Despite Shin Hanul's protests, Kim Kang-chun was determined to go after the wave wizard. We don't have much time, so you guys just keep heading south and try to shake off as many enemies as possible. Ian-ju and I will go after the wave wizard, Kim Kang-chun instructed his team members. Do you think we will be alright? Ian-ju asked Kim Kang-chun, her voice was filled with concern. Well, it's a bit risky, but I think we can manage it, Kim Kang-chun reassured Ian-ju. From the moment Kim Kang-chun and his team arrived on the Isosha continent, they had never had an easy time. Their path was always filled with enemies, but the team had always managed to overcome the odds. They had come this far. Kim Kang-chun believed that they could do it again this time. We will go together like this, and when we reach the fork in the road, we will split up, Kim Kang-chun said. Okay, another member of his team replied. The challengers who were chasing after Kim Kang-chun's group sent signals to each other calmly after seeing them split up in opposite directions at the fork in the road. We're splitting up here too, said the leader of the rival team. One team followed Kim Kang-chun and Ian-ju, while the others headed toward Shin Hanul and Kang Ji-hoon. Ian-ju, listen carefully. Don't let them know our intentions. We'll try to narrow the distance with the wave wizard and the troops while making it seem like we're trying to escape from other teams. The wave wizard will cast a large-scale spell to break the deflector shield for sure. And at that point, we'll charge and make a sudden attack, Kim Kang-chun explained. Alright, Ian-ju replied with a worried look. Don't worry, everything will be fine, Kim Kang-chun reassured her. Although Ian-ju nodded her head at Kim Kang-chun's words, she could not help feeling anxious. Woong bam? The onslaught by the rival challengers decreased in intensity. It was definitely easier for them to handle the attackers when fewer people were chasing them. Great. The wave wizard was casting spells from behind the enemy lines. Although there were soldiers protecting her, it was not a problem for Kim Kang-chun to break through as long as the wave wizard was busy doing other things. At that moment, a huge mana wave could be felt from where the wave wizard was. At the same time, Kim Kang-chun and Ian-ju's eyes met. Right now, Kim Kang-chun and Ian-ju immediately turned and ran toward the wave wizard. Those who realized their intention called for help to block them, but it was already too late as Kim Kang-chun and Ian-ju were one step ahead. Ian-ju, Kim Kang-chun shouted. The distance between both of them and the enemy troops was so close that the enemy's spear could reach them at any moment. The ground rose from under Kim Kang-chun's feet. The soldiers guarding the wave wizard swung their swords at Kim Kang-chun, but Ian-ju's persistent spell was able to stop them. At that moment, Kim Kang-chun's sword, imbued with mana, swung toward the wave wizard. Kup. The wave wizard groaned in pain. Having just cast a large-scale spell, the wave wizard was one step slower to unfold her magic. When Kim Kang-chun's sword and her wave collided, the explosion billowed out for a long time, and another slash of the sword came at her and sent yet another explosion. Kim Kang-chun, who was determined to take her life, narrowed his eyes at the flow of mana that he sensed from her. The way the opponent tried to deal with this situation was much better than he had expected. Kim Kang-chun had no choice but to retreat because of the enemy's persistent counterattacks. Kim Kang-chun desperately looked at Ian-ju as he was being overwhelmed by the enemy's offensive. They had decided earlier that if he could not finish the battle, Ian-ju would. Damn it. However, Kim Kang-chun saw the faltering look in Ian-ju's eyes. Once again, she was hesitating to kill a person. Kim Kang-chun, who thought that she would not be able to deal the finishing blow, gritted his teeth and rushed toward the enemy. The wave wizard fell to the ground, and the hat and the large robe that had covered her face made way to reveal her appearance. She did not even look like an adult. It seemed like the face of a high school student. Was this why? Although killing a child was not something that Kim Kang-chun wanted to do, this was a world where if you did not kill, you would be killed. Moreover, the culprit who contributed to the deaths of thousands of people in Merton was this young wave wizard. Kim Kang-chun could not imagine how many more victims would arise if he did not kill her now. I'm sorry. Finally, pushing aside the knights and challengers, Kim Kang-chun approached the fallen girl and swung his sword at Novel bin at. Clang! The two swords collided. The great sword thrusted downward and the other sword upward and caused a loud noise and explosive force. Damn it! Kim Kang-chun knew that he had made an overly aggressive and obvious attack. As a result, the rival challengers intervened in Kim Kang-chun's path so as to protect the wave wizard. Kim Kang-chun was aware that if he continued on with this offense, he might have to risk his own life. Making use of the explosion to split his rivals up, Kim Kang-chun quickly turned around and ran towards Ian-ju. Even if Kim Kang-chun had accomplished outstanding achievements so far while climbing the tower, he knew that it was impossible to handle this many enemies alone. However, the explosion that was created every time his greatsword swung prevented other challengers from easily approaching Kim Kang-chun. Ian-ju. Kim Kang-chun shouted, looking at her. Kim Kang-chun, who appeared through the black smoke and dust, approached Ian-ju. How dare you? A golem that appeared in front of the two challengers shouted. Thud, thud. Both Kim Kang-chun and Ian-ju felt the ground shaking beneath their feet. A huge golem emerged as the ground shook, and the golem blocked their path. The next moment, the golem's blunt fist came toward them. Wong, bam! Despite its massive size, the fist was as fast as lightning. As the first strike upon the two challengers, the ground rose like waves, sending vibrations and loud noises reverberating through the area. Crunch! Kim Kong-chun gritted his teeth as he looked around at the challengers who surrounded him. He knew he should have escaped after his first attempt had failed. The series of failures had led to a great predicament. We're surrounded? There were several times more people surrounding them this time. Kim Kong-chun knew that it was impossible to escape now. With just the two of them, they knew there was nothing they could do. What would our master do? Suddenly, the face of his master came to Kim Kong-chun's mind. Would he have been smiling calmly even in this situation? I never thought you guys would come all the way here to kill the wave wizard, said the man who had just parried Kim Kong-chun's sword away from the wave wizard. The man spoke and made exaggerated hand gestures, as if he was showing off his catch of the day. Wow, I guess you are just coming into the net on your own. Why don't you just leave your home and join us? The man asked. If you can beat me one-on-one, then I'll consider it, Kim Kong-chun replied. Kim Kong-chun was a total mess and he looked completely beaten up. Kim Kong-chun did not really think that this kind of provocation would work, but if possible, he wanted to defeat at least one more person. Haha, with that body, the man asked Kim Kong-chun as he was laughing at him. Swoosh! The man who sneered at Kim Kong-chun swung his sword at Ji Eunju and made a sudden attack. Kim Kong-chun desperately tried to block the sword, but a hand made of rock emerged from the ground and grabbed his sword, stopping him from moving. Damn it! Ji Eunju was so shocked that she froze on the spot and could not react properly. Considering the opponent's skill, she was aware that it was impossible to avoid his attack completely even if she could move. Knowing this, Kim Kong-chun let go of his great sword and turned his body to defend her. Swoosh! Kak! Ugh! Kim Kong-chun groaned in pain. Ji Eunju saw the sword pierce through Kim Kong-chun's body from the back and emerge from his abdomen. Cough! Blood spurted from Kim Kong-chun's throat. Appa? No! Ji Eunju cried out, her voice quivering. You guys are full of comradeship, said the man. No, Appa? This can't be happening. Ji Eunju cried out. With a loud sound, the sword came out of Kim Kong-chun's body and blood started gushing out. Kneeling on the ground and holding the wound with his hand, Kim Kong-chun put his head on the ground as he spilled blood all over. I'm sorry, Appa. Please, tell me what to do. I'll do anything. Just tell me, please. Ji Eunju started crying. Ji Eunju covered the massive wound on Kim Kong-chun's body and cried out in agony. That's right. This is how you have to act in this situation, because that's the position you are at right now, said the man laughing at the two. The dead body of the Pope was getting colder and colder. Once again, with his ability as he who knows death, Li Xin saw the Pope's past. As expected, the Pope had not succumbed to corruption, and the gods had pressured him and ultimately killed him. All of the sudden, Li Xin wondered what the reason was behind gaining this ability to see the past. As Li Xin observed the past of those who had lived in the world of the tower, being manipulated like puppets on a stage, Li Xin gradually learned more about the legend of the tower's creation. At first, when he had climbed to the 100th floor and confronted the gods, Li Xin believed that all gods were the same. Even when Li Xin had returned to the starting point and regained his memories, he had thought the same. However, upon deeper reflection, he could see that he had been mistaken. As he who knows death, Li Xin could uncover the misdeeds of the gods by seeing the past of the residents of the tower. Even if it was a power given under the tower's system, couldn't the god of death have prevented this advantageous title from being granted to Li Xin? Li Xin had been contemplating about the system of the tower even in his past life. It seemed like it was intimately connected to the gods, but independent. Yet, the gods could also intervene depending on their power. It was certain that the gods were involved in the construction of the tower. However, did all the gods agree to build this tower? What did the gods truly want from it? Did all the gods have the same purpose? Were they all on the same side? Or were they just all in the same boat? At this point, Li Xin could not be sure of anything. As he climbed the tower, a question would be answered, but another would arise. It was like a program on a computer, where many things were intertwined and connected in a complex way. However, Li Xin knew that these things would naturally be resolved once he reached the top of the tower. Li Xin had a strong feeling that by the time he cleared the 19th and 20th floors, he would be able to learn something. After completing the stage on the 18th floor, Li Xin started to climb to the 19th floor. When he got there, the first thing Li Xin checked was the messages and the community. The majority of the content in the community was about Isosha and Li Xin. Mr. Li Xin had cleared the 18th floor. What the hell? Did you see the score that he achieved? The second place is Park Ju-hyuk, and their score difference is over 200,000 points. Was there no one who challenged the stage with Li Xin? Tell us some stories about Li Xin. I saw Li Xin on the 17th floor, and he swept everything with just one summoned creature. Any ordinary challenger will never be able to keep up with his speed. They will get their legs torn just from trying to keep up with Li Xin. Yeah, that's right. I've cleared a stage with Li Xin in the same team before, and if you're with Li Xin, most challengers will just do nothing. Also, the level of difficulty of the stage increases dramatically. Has no one cleared this floor yet? Tell me about it quickly. Yeah right, I'm waiting for Li Xin on the 20th floor right now, and I'm bored to death. At novel bin at. Hurry up, Mr. Li Xin. I don't even know how many people are waiting for you right now. Only Koreans are stuck on the 20th floor, when challengers from other countries are going up no problem. But still, we have only 2 floors left. My heart is beating crazy at the thought of going up with Mr. Lee Shin. As the days went by, more and more posts were appearing in the Korean community. That meant that many people could not climb the tower and were just using the community to communicate. Many challengers were waiting for Lee Shin, unable to climb to the 21st floor. I really need to speed up. Lee Shin arrived at the stage on the 19th floor. It was a world in a forest full of the scent of green trees and grass. Other challengers, including Vola, were teleported next to Lee Shin. You have entered the 19th floor. Defeat the guardian of the forest. Before Lee Shin had time to think about what the message meant, there was a loud noise. Swish! A short spear fell from a tree and raced through the air. A goblin and a human gasped and died. Without even a little time to make sense of the new world, 1 human and 1 goblin were skewered by a spear and died. What the heck? Where did that even come from? Was this stage always like this? The challengers started to panic and wander around in confusion. The space was covered with trees that were at least 10 meters tall, and light barely filtered through the towering trees. The glowing eyes of the elves flickered in the darkness, staring down at the challengers. Arrows started to fall down from all sides, and after seeing the challengers die one after another in helplessness, others hastily got into their defensive stances. Damn, are those even elves? Vola muttered. Vola could not believe they were getting ambushed as soon as they entered the stage. To be honest, Vola had been excited to meet the elves after hearing about this world, but that fantasy had been shattered. Back off, if you don't want to die, said one of the elves. What did you say? Lee Shin asked. Lee Shin quickly pulled out his wand from his waist and made a shield. One of the elves, with silver hair, aimed at Lee Shin with his black bow and arrow. Swoosh! With a sonic wave, a beam of light shot through the air toward Lee Shin's head. Bomb! Dozens of layers of shield had overlapped to form a single one, and the arrow that hit it spun with insane speed and exploded, breaking a few layers of the shield. After seeing the surrounding trees and grass swept away in flames, Vola grimaced, his face distorted like a demon because those who caused that destruction seemed indifferent to the destruction. Those are supposed to be elves. Vola glared at them. Elves were a species that hated to harm nature and shed blood in the forest, and yet characters like these called themselves elves? The next moment, Vola leapt forward, drew his sword and activated his mana. The mana that formed at the tip of his sword produced a screeching sound of wind, and Vola aimed at the haughty elf that was pulling the bowstring of the black bow. Kuiaha! Vola screamed. At that moment, an elf swordsman riding on a wolf leaped into the air and knocked Vola down from above. Vola tumbled down. Coop! Vola groaned in pain. Vola calmed himself down and exchanged blows with the elf swordsman again. In the midst of deafening screams, Lee Shin scattered his mana in all directions. In an instant, the forest had turned into a battlefield as challengers and elves were tangled together fighting, staining the forest with blood. It was not the time to investigate the cause of the change in this stage. As Lee Shin's wand rose, black mana shot up into the sky and started to absorb the negative emotions that had been covering the space. Due to the effect of divinity, your abilities have increased by 20%. The powerful mana wave floated in the air like mist, expanding in size and making the power of Thunderbolt even stronger. Rumble, crack. The elf with silver hair, who had felt the power of Thunderbolt surging through the air, pulled her bowstring as she frowned. The wind around her swirled at high speed, maximizing the penetrating power of her arrow and minimizing the air resistance. Pong! A green arrow pierced through the air. It was not simply an arrow, but an explosive device that could instantly kill an enemy upon contact. Screech! The screech that hit the ears raised everyone's alertness. How dare you, said the red-eyed swordsman. A red-eyed skeleton that popped out of the shadow deflected the green arrow with its sword. It was a kind of swordsmanship that would be impossible without grasping the flow of the attack. The elf, who realized that her arrow had bounced away, pulled the bowstring of the black bow once again. However, at the same time, she felt a strong mana wave incoming, and she looked up. Dark thunder. Rumble, crack, quiet. The elf's face turned pale. Thick black lightning struck the elf, and the remnants of lightning spread in all directions, terrifying the elves. There you are, said Lee Shin with a cold voice as he smirked. In the place where the dark thunder had disappeared, silver-haired elf stood. She was the guardian of the forest named Ardi-Heitseek. She was the leader of the elven tribe and the final boss of this stage. Looking quite bewildered and beaten, Ardi-Heitseek looked at Lee Shin. It was understandable that she had that look on, because she had just endured the full force of the dark thunder. She could have perceived the overwhelming gap in their abilities. Lee Shin's abilities and mana senses, honed by climbing the tower at extreme difficulty and particularly his recent battles, allowed him to have an extraordinary level of skills compared to the ordinary bosses in lower levels. What kind of trap awaited at this stage? And what would be introduced at this stage? However, Lee Shin's questions quickly vanished. Cough. Ardi-Heitseek coughed up blood. She could not hold it in any longer and vomited up the red blood that had been coming up. Her eyes had trembled with disbelief, and at the same time, she turned to the sky with a look of resentment. Who was she pouring out her emotions to? Her regretful gaze soon turned back to Lee Shin. Impressive, Ardi-Heitseek muttered. Lee Shin was bewildered. The boss of this stage was undoubtedly the elf, and it was clear that the stage had changed. During his past life, the 19th floor did not start like this. Li Xin was aware that if that elf just stood there like that, the elf would die soon. There was no miracle, because Li Xin's title as He Who Knows Death was already foretelling her death. Was I just a discarded pawn? Ardihite muttered. What happened to you? Li Xin asked Ardihite. The elf with silver hair, who had become exhausted after blocking the dark thunder, pulled the bowstring of her black bow and aimed at Li Xin, who was standing in front of her. If you don't want to die, it would be better to put that down right now. Vula glared at Ardihite. During the short time Vula spent with Li Xin, his speech had become quite rough. Vula held his sword against her neck and glared at her. The elf swordsman who was riding the wolf earlier and was being pushed back by Vula had been affected by Li Xin's dark thunder quite some time ago, and then later died by Vula's sword. Vula, who did not feel particularly good after killing an elf, wanted to finish this stage as soon as possible. I have nothing to say, but I have one piece of advice, said Ardihite. What is it? Li Xin asked. The spirits. They are telling me that you should be careful of the next one, Ardihite said. With those words, Ardihite killed herself hoping that no more elves would suffer. You have cleared the 19th floor. Your achievements will be recorded. Amazing achievement? Many gods are paying attention to you. You have achieved 137,000 points. You have received 137,000 points. Your health point has increased by 3,800. Your mana has increased by 9,900. Your strength has increased by 3. Your agility has increased by 4. Your intelligence has increased by 10. Your dominance has increased by 3. You have acquired the necklace of the forest guardian. The necklace of the guardian of the forest. This masterpiece filled with the essence of the forest is made by an elven craftsman. Hashtag wearing it bestows luck upon the wearer. Cooldown time, 168 hours. Li Xin, who had acquired the necklace, put it on. He did not know how the luck would manifest, but he just hoped that this luck would not go to waste. The end of the intense but brief battle had left the forest in ruins. What remains and rubble the display of power had left behind lay all over the place, strikingly different from what used to be a clean and peaceful forest. Tisk Li Xin clicked his tongue softly. Considering the stage on the 20th floor, Li Xin thought it was necessary to make a contract with the spirit of water on the 19th floor. However, since Li Xin ruined the forest as soon as he had got here, he knew that it was unlikely that any spirits would be willing to make a contract with him. Li Xin could make a contract with the spirit upon entering the forest using his title, the successor of the 7 elements, and he had been planning to do so. Li Xin was to defeat the boss after making the contract. However, his plan had been completely ruined. Was this also something that the gods had thought of? Li Xin was lost in thought, furrowing his eyebrows, as Vula approached him. That was impressive. I have nothing to say about that magic you just used, said Vula, looking at Li Xin. Vula could not easily find the words to say, because it was his first time seeing Li Xin's true abilities. The dark thunder raining down from the sky was a shocking scene, way beyond his understanding. If Vula thought that way, how would other onlookers feel? Countless challengers in the same place were looking at the part of the forest that had turned into ashes. They were all stunned at the sight. If they had been targeted instead of Ardihite, the boss on the 19th floor, could they have endured the fight? Subconsciously, those challengers were turning to look at one another. All the challengers were making the same expression. Ha! Challengers sighed and murmured to themselves. Other challengers were thinking that they would have also been destroyed like that, if they were targeted. The challengers realized how outstanding this person named Li Xin was. Whether they already knew who Li Xin was or not, they thought the same. Can you call the spirit? Li Xin asked, looking at Vula. At the unexpected question, Vula looked around, his head tilted. Normally, it would not be difficult to call upon a spirit in a place like this, but now it was kind of hard for Vula to be certain. What kind of spirit do you need? Vula asked Li Xin. I need the spirit of water, Li Xin replied. Spirit of water, Vula muttered. If even one spirit of water had survived the wave of the thunderbolt, it would be a miracle. With this thought in mind, Vula activated his mana. Elves, who had an innate ability to communicate with nature, also communicated extensively with the spirits. The emotions of the spirits were transmitted through vibrations that passed through Vula's mana. Wow, even though it has come to this, they are still showing interest in you, Vula muttered looking at Li Xin. There was fear and anxiety, and at the same time, curiosity and awe. There seemed to be no malicious emotions towards Li Xin. Was it because the elves had already harmed the forest? Upon hearing those words from Vula, Li Xin breathed a sigh of relief and raised his silver wand. Please call the spirit of water for me, Li Xin asked Vula. Okay, I got it, Vula replied. As Vula moved his mana, a strange sensation surrounded Li Xin and started to stimulate Li Xin's mana. If Li Xin had not known anything, he would have been cautious and pushed that sensation and power away, but Li Xin calmly accepted them. The moisture that gathered in the air created a focal point and started to get into a formation. It was about the size of a palm. The blurry, seemingly alive figure of the spirit was facing Li Xin and trembling very slightly. You don't have to tremble, said Li Xin, looking at the spirit. Although it was a simple sentence, the trembling of the spirit of water noticeably decreased. Do you want to make a contract with me? Li Xin asked the spirit of water. Sure. The spirit of water nodded at the soft voice of Li Xin. One of the abilities of the enchanted silver tree wand was making a contract with a low-rank spirit. Li Xin had infused the wand with his mana and sent it to the spirit of water. I made a contract with you, said Li Xin. At the same time, the spirit of water disappeared as it got sucked into Li Xin's wand. You have made a contract with a low-rank spirit. Li Xin immediately summoned the spirit again. Its appearance was now more lively and full of energy compared to a second ago. Li Xin could feel the spirit's thoughts and will directly in his mind. Your name will be Rin, said Li Xin, looking at the spirit of water. The name of the low-rank spirit is engraved. The power of Rin, the low-rank spirit, has slightly increased. Wow, you also know about engraving a name. Vula asked Li Xin with a surprised look. Without answering Vula's question, Li Xin sent Rin back into his wand. Li Xin did not want to answer his question, as he knew that it would lead to another. You really need to be ready now, because the next one is the real one, said Li Xin, looking at Vula. Huh? What's going on? Mr. Li Xin's ranking just got updated. Don't talk nonsense. It hasn't even been an hour since Li Xin went up. Don't talk nonsense. Ugh, these idiots. No wait, this is true. The stage on the 19th floor is over? Yeah right, do you think we would get tricked by that? Hey, it's true. This is happening for real. Is it really true? Yeah, it's true. Mr. Li Xin cleared the stage on the 19th floor in 21 minutes. Does this even make sense? Man, that's insane. Wow, what the hell did he do? How did he even manage to clear it in under 30 minutes? Did he just rush towards the boss as soon as he went in? From what I saw, the boss was probably waiting for him. And Li Xin probably made a sudden attack when the boss was confused in the beginning. Otherwise, he could not have won that fast. Here comes those people talking nonsense again. Do you really think that the boss was waiting because they knew Mr. Li Xin was coming? Blah, if they thought Li Xin was coming, they would have banged their heads against the wall. But I'm still curious as to how Li Xin managed to do that. Hey, but the achievement score is quite low compared to what we've expected this time. Yeah, that's true. Did Li Xin clear the stage so quickly that he could not make any achievements? But if it took him 21 minutes while making 140,000 achievement score, isn't that super efficient? Yeah, that's right. I agree with you. Oh, I just met someone who cleared this stage. I'm going to go listen to what they have to say, and I'll get back. What? Tell me to? Make sure you come back and tell us. Or else? It turns out that Li Xin managed to kill the boss in one shot. Everyone who saw it was amazed. You're telling me to believe that Li Xin killed the boss in one shot? Does that even make sense? Even if this is Li Xin, that's a bit too much. Why? If it's Li Xin, I think it's possible. Those crazy fans of Li Xin are just making things up again. Yeah right, do you think Artie Seek is some kind of easy boss who lives in someone's backyard? All kinds of spirits are helping her out, so that does not make sense at all. Ugh, these guys are just jealous to admit that Li Xin is powerful. Yeah right, you won't even be able to say a word in front of Mr. Li Xin. True that, lol. At novel bin at. It's so frustrating that we can't watch the video. People say that if someone tries to turn on the camera near him, Li Xin will destroy everything. There was a rumor that Li Xin is doing that to prevent revealing his combat power to Isosha. What the hell are you saying? There were no videos from the second floor. Are you saying that they expected this kind of situation from then? All the top-rank challengers who came up with Li Xin didn't upload any videos as well though, so, who cares? What does that have to do with anything? If they upload it, they will get so many points. Of course they are not uploading it because they don't want to reveal their strategies. Yeah, that's right. I've heard that too, and I think this is reasonable. Stop guessing man. Bro, this is official. The community was so active after seeing that insanely short clear time accomplished by Li Xin. In the bustling marine city of the 20th floor, Vula exclaimed in amazement at the unusually large number of challengers. Wow, look at the number of people. Is the 20th floor different from other floors? Vula asked, looking at Li Xin. That just means that this stage is particularly difficult, Li Xin replied. There were 3 days left until the next stage opened. Vula and Li Xin needed to thoroughly prepare for what was to come next, and they had enough spare time after clearing the previous stage faster than expected. If you have anything to take care of beforehand, do it right now, and let's meet back here in 3 days, said Li Xin. Got it. I have a lot to do too, Vula replied, looking at Li Xin. Li Xin, who had gained a reputation among not only the challengers but also the tower residents, moved while wearing different clothes and covering his face with a mask. Unlike other administrators, the administrator of the 20th floor could be found anywhere, as long as there was water. After moving to a quiet place where no one was around, Li Xin stood before a puddle on the ground. Administrator, Li Xin called out, looking at the puddle. As Li Xin spoke, small ripples appeared in the puddle of water. Swoosh! A humanoid administrator made of water appeared from the puddle. Tisk! The humanoid administrator clicked his tongue. The administrator openly expressed his dissatisfaction as soon as he stood in front of Li Xin. He was upset because Li Xin had called him out from a small puddle. Li Xin was aware of the reason why the administrator was upset, but Li Xin did not react to it. That was because Li Xin knew that the administrator would not let his emotions get in the way of his duties. You arrogant brat. What do you need me for? The administrator asked Li Xin with an annoyed look. I need information on the next floor, said Li Xin. Be more specific, said the administrator. Has anything changed from the previous stage? Li Xin asked the administrator. Li Xin asked that question, because he knew that if the gods had made their move, something would have changed. That would be 50,000 points, said the administrator. You have paid 50,000 points. Li Xin paid without hesitation, because 50,000 points was not a big deal to him. The movement of the pirates had changed. They had noticed the existence of the navy, said the administrator. The stage on the 20th floor started in the sea. It was a journey to the treasure island, which was said to be an island with treasures that were from a long time ago. There had been a legend that there was too much treasure piled up on the island that dozens of ships would not be enough to carry them, even if the ships were all fully loaded. Challengers moved around to find that treasure by boat. Since there were pirates also seeking the treasure on the island, a confrontation with them was inevitable. Besides, the pirates also competed with each other to get there first, but fundamentally, it was a competition among themselves, and they did not welcome new competitors. The pirates would be gathered at the starting point. Li Xin could assume that there was a high probability that this stage would flow similarly to the situation on the 19th floor. If the ships were destroyed in the sea, most of their combat power would be nullified. Therefore, it was obvious that this stage would be an even harder fight. However, the attacks on the ships alone were not all. Could there be any attacks that the gods prepared among those pirates? Li Xin thought that it would be best to stop purchasing information at this point. He knew that to get information that was even more useful, he would have to pay an enormous amount of points. Li Xin knew that it was foolish to want to know every single piece of information before trying to climb the tower. If one did not develop the ability to adapt along the way, they would ultimately be eliminated. Li Xin had planned to stop asking and send the administrator away if only he had not noticed that the administrator's expression changed slightly. What was that? Li Xin thought it was difficult to read his expression since his face was made of water. Besides, it was impossible to know what the administrator meant by that expression. However, Li Xin's sensitivity towards death was bothering him. What was Li Xin missing? Sensing something was amiss, Li Xin turned and looked around. A group of challengers could be seen from far away. There was a new look on Li Xin's face. Is that so? Li Xin muttered, stroking his chin with his finger. Then, he looked back at the administrator. The feeling of unease that Li Xin felt just a moment ago had washed away. Since Li Xin knew the cause, he could now act accordingly. Is there a place around here where I can focus on training without being disturbed? Li Xin asked the administrator. I can let you know that without any cost, replied the administrator with a smile. Wong. It took a long time for the ship to arrive at the place where the administrator had mentioned. Li Xin finally arrived at a small island in the middle of the sea. After docking the ship and giving the captain his points, Li Xin was able to get off. Even among the crew members on the 20th floor, there were only a few people who knew of this place. The captain who had brought Li Xin here had also said that he did not know this place existed. This should be just fine. There was indeed no one around. Feeling satisfied, Li Xin nodded and opened the points shop there. 1,820,540 points. This was the amount of points that Li Xin currently possessed. It was amazing how Li Xin still had this many points left after spending so much. Even Park Ju-hyuk or Baek Hyun, who had maintained their position at the top of the rankings, would not be able to accumulate 1 million points even if they were to reach the 20th floor. That showed that the gap between first and second place was huge. Li Xin, who had been saving his points and using them only when he really needed to, felt that it was the time to spend the points that he had been accumulating for so long. Until now, Li Xin could not use spells that surpassed the 5th level, because Jean's body had been sealed. It might have been okay until now, but now the situation could really become difficult. Li Xin knew that it was time to find a new way. Larzien's Basic Psychokinesis Magic Book. This is a basic magic book containing the theory established by him, who deeply studied only in the field of psychokinesis. This magic book cost 1 million points. Even if the field of psychokinesis was a special field of magic, there was no reason why a basic magic book should be so expensive. Only if one doesn't know how to use it. Special fields of magic like the field of psychokinesis could not be used without talent. No matter how talented Li Xin was in the field of magic, he could not change his innate physical traits and ability. However, this magic book was different. Not all wizards could handle all types of magic, nor did they have to handle them all just because they could. Even delving deeply into just one field of magic could be difficult. Therefore, exploring multiple fields of magic was considered foolish. That was why Li Xin did not pay much attention to the field of psychokinesis. However, now, things were different. As Li Xin placed his hand on the magic book, his mana broke down into small pieces and were absorbed into the book. There was an engraving that protected the magic book, but Li Xin could easily break through as if it was nothing. Then, dozens of complex magic formulas were revealed, clearly inscribed as if telling Li Xin to try to break them if he could. As Li Xin deeply infused his mana, he had an intuition that the structure of the magic formula and the engraving intertwined in the book were being drawn in his head. Li Xin could see from which direction the mana flow had rotated and the way in which the magic formulas complemented each other. He could also tell how psychokinesis worked and what purpose it served. Those things slowly got engraved into Li Xin's mind one by one. This was not a mere prank of Larzien. It seemed to say that if one could pass through these stages, they would be given the opportunity to possess the skill called psychokinesis. With the conviction that if he had not possessed his current vast amount of mana, he would have quickly depleted his mana and suffered internal injuries, Li Xin broke into sweat. Understanding and observing the flow of mana was only the first step. Solving them was another problem altogether. The fine movements of rapidly moving mana crossed over the magic formula of the magic book, rotated in reverse and resonated. Drip, drip. Li Xin's sweat streamed down from the bridge of his nose. Ha, Li Xin sighed. Li Xin took a deep breath and let out a satisfied smile. You have used Larzien's basic psychokinesis magic book. You have acquired the skill, psychokinesis. Yes, I did it. Li Xin muttered. Thump, thud, ha, ha, Li Xin gasped. As Li Xin tried to catch his breath on the sandy beach, he bit his lip and looked at the small craters that were made around him. Li Xin had suffered quite a bit from training in psychokinesis, a new skill he was not used to. Reading Larzien's basic psychokinesis magic book, Li Xin forced his body to pick up the skill of psychokinesis, although he had no innate talent for it. Li Xin had opened up the path in his body that dealt with his mana flow and activated the mana veins that he did not usually use in order to allow him to smoothly control the mana flow. After acquiring the skill of psychokinesis, the contents of the magic book had disappeared as if there had never been anything inside in the first place. Only blank pages remained, and the contents inside the book were automatically engraved in Li Xin's head. Before engraving the new magic, Li Xin had already glanced through the contents of the magic book. He compared the contents engraved in his head with what he remembered was written in the book. It was an easy task for Li Xin, who had the ability to never forget. Sure enough, there are things here that were not written in the magic book. The theory of the basic spell of psychokinesis was well written in the magic book, but the real purpose of this magic book was not for those who had talent in psychokinesis. Since the skill of psychokinesis required an innate talent, it was impossible for those without the talent to even try out for it. This magic book was for those wizards who were passionate about magic and had great knowledge. It was an opportunity for those who wanted to learn the skill of psychokinesis. That was why Larzien had hidden a way to quickly improve one's psychokinesis skill in the book. However, it was a skill that could be learned only when a wizard reached an intermediate level. I'm strapped for time. It was easy to lift lightweight objects, including a piece of stone, stone carvings, and even rocks. Since Li Xin's intelligence stat was quite high, he could achieve these without any special training. However, this alone was far from enough. His power of psychokinesis itself had to be strengthened. It was difficult to increase the power in a short period of time, but it was not impossible. Li Xin was aware that time was too short, and the goal he wanted to reach was too far. Ordinary wizards would have given up a long time ago, but Li Xin was different. Crack! The rock cracked along the direction he pointed in and split up in two pieces. The power of psychokinesis is not simply created by the quality and quantity of one's mana. The skill psychokinesis requires extreme mana control. In order to move heavy objects, one must be able to control extremely light objects properly. Fragments of mana scattered in all directions and were broken into smaller pieces, scattering over the sandy beach. How many wizards would be able to move each grain of sand individually? Using a technique that was similar, Li Xin held tens of thousands of sand grains. The field of psychokinesis requires talent, but mana control is all about training. Larzien had mentioned that in his book, but to be honest, mana control also required a lot of talent. The difference between those who have talent and those who did not was significant, especially in terms of the speed at which they achieved the results. However, what Larzien wanted to say was that if people train themselves crazy with hours and hours of practice, there would be at least slight improvements in mana control. The improvements made by those who lacked talent might be made slower than those who had them, but improvements were not impossible to achieve. That was what Larzien wanted to say. However, for wizards who have both the talent and who are willing to put in the effort, psychokinesis is more powerful than any other magic. The strong force from his mana gathered the sand in one place. The sand particles formed a shape like a fist and extended to a rock that sat on one side of the beach by itself. Thump! If the rock and sand collided, anyone would think that the sand formation would break apart, but it did not. Only a handful of grains bounced away. Instead, the rock was actually smashed into pieces. Despite achieving such amazing results, Li Xin was frowning as he was not satisfied. He had trained very hard, without even sleeping this whole time. Tisk. Li Xin clicked his tongue. His whole body was drenched in sweat, which dripped down his nose and chin and made the sand wet. The next moment, Li Xin felt the cool breeze of dawn brushing his skin. Boo-boo! Li Xin looked up as the sound of a horn rang in Li Xin's ears. In the midst of the turbulent waves, a ship was approaching. Hey mister, it's time to go, the captain shouted, looking at Li Xin. 3 days had passed in a flash. Challengers gathered at the port of the marine city. It was almost time for the portal to the next stage to open. Did you manage to find a good ship? What good ship? I'm getting a ride from that medium-sized one over there. Then I guess you won't even be able to move around as you please until you get close to Treasure Island. Yeah, probably. 2 old challengers who were going to the next stage this time grumbled as they turned to one side. At the end of their gaze were other challengers who were busily moving about. Hey there, check the ship properly. Hey, look at this one. Something is off. This is not broken, right? Just hurry up and get on board. We're leaving soon. Most of the challengers who were gathered there were Koreans. Adat Novel bin Adat. Ugh, why are they making such a big deal about it? Vola muttered. Vola shook his head and looked at the large ship that was docked at one side of the port. It was a ship built by Koreans. They had built it with one heart and one mind. Although it had been made for some time, they were only now attempting to set sail. But why are there so many ships? Vola muttered again. There were 3 large ships that could probably hold hundreds of people. It was rare for even one of the large ships to depart at a single stage, but there were 3 this time. Besides, there were countless medium and small-sized ships as well. Yeah, I find it strange too, because they really didn't need to do this, replied a Korean woman who stood next to Vola, shaking her head. Well, there was an alliance because some people did not like the idea that only Korean challengers had gathered together, the woman muttered. After the incident in Isosha, the Korean challengers who climbed to the 20th floor started to exclude all challengers from other dimensions. Koreans had formed groups among themselves and built 2 large ships, as well as numerous medium and small-sized ships. Because Korea was known for its shipbuilding prowess, when they came together, they could build dozens of ships one after another. Besides, it was a well-known fact among Korean challengers that Li Xin always cleared a stage by setting the stage at extreme difficulty. Their approach was not necessarily a bad one. However, the challengers knew that they would suffer a lot while trying to go after something they were not trained for. These Korean challengers knew their positions relative to Li Xin, and in order to avoid too much suffering, these Korean challengers needed sufficient preparation. When the stage on the 20th floor ended, the challengers from other dimensions were moved to a different place than the Korean challengers due to a new timeline. This meant that it was difficult to go after them even if they had betrayed the Korean challengers. As a result, the Korean challengers ended up sticking together with fellow Koreans, excluding challengers from other dimensions. Of course, they accepted a few necessary personnels, but only a few. We have plenty of manpower right now, so there's really no need to accept others. But still, harmony is necessary. Isn't that proof of it? There was an enemy alliance opposed to the Korean alliance. 1 large ship and several medium and small-sized ships belonged to them. These are all meaningless, said a familiar voice. At the sound of a familiar voice, Vola quickly turned his head to look at the person. Without making his presence obvious, Li Xin, who was wearing a mask, stood with his arms crossed, looking out at the ships in the port. Where have you been? Vola asked Li Xin with a surprised look. I was busy, Li Xin replied, looking at Vola. Vola decided not to ask Li Xin any more questions after hearing his brief answer. Vola had a lot to say, but Li Xin's attitude suggested that he would not get the answer he wanted. The woman who had been watching the interaction looked at Li Xin with a doubtful look. Excuse me, are you Mr. Li Xin? The woman asked. The woman's face was full of excitement just like a fan who bumped into a celebrity on the street. Li Xin did not answer her question, but he wondered why people reacted in such a way as if he was someone special. In his past life, there were many people who reacted this way. There was a time when Li Xin felt a little proud, but not anymore. Li Xin knew that he was just an ordinary person no different from anyone else. In the end, Li Xin was also defeated and returned to where he used to be, devastated by the gods. Now he was just a human struggling to avoid making such mistakes again. Wow, I really wanted to meet you in person, the woman exclaimed. As she spoke with excitement, the people around them turned their attention to Li Xin who was wearing a mask. It was already a well-known fact that Li Xin and Vola were working together. The Korean challengers, who had already guessed Li Xin's identity when they saw Vola next to him, started to approach them. Ha, Vola sighed and shook his head. Vola did not even bother to look at Li Xin's reaction, as he already knew that Li Xin did not like this kind of situation. Swoosh! The sound of metal scraping echoed through the air as Vola drew his sword. And the challengers, upon hearing the sound, froze on the spot. Do not bother us, if you want to go up to the next floor, said Vola, glaring at the challengers around them. Vola did not understand why he was doing such a thing. He was not a loyal knight of Li Xin. Just as he was getting annoyed, a large blue portal appeared in the distance above the sea. It was the entrance to go up on the stage. As soon as the challengers noticed that, they frantically started to board the ship. Let's go, said Vola as he put away his sword. Vola moved toward the large ship. That's the ship that we will be boarding, Vola muttered. Even with a quick glance, Li Xin and Vola could tell that hundreds of challengers were already on board. The news that the Koreans were preparing a ship had already spread through the community, but it was not all good news. This is giving me a headache, Li Xin muttered. While a good, large ship was definitely a plus for the upcoming battle, keeping this many people safe was another issue that Li Xin had to worry about. Let's get on, said Li Xin. The next moment, Li Xin and Vola got on board. At the same time, countless eyes were drawn to Li Xin and Vola. We're departing. The view of the stage was vaguely visible beyond the portal. The waves were violent and heavy rain was pouring down. Li Xin groaned quietly, as if anticipating what was to come. As Li Xin moved, the crowd that had gathered around him began to part to either side just like soldiers lined up in front of a general. The ship, moving at a fast speed, entered the portal and arrived on the stage. You have entered the 20th floor. Arriving at the unknown island, find the treasure island that is filled with treasures from a long time ago. The message window for this stage had appeared, but there was no time for Li Xin to think about it. Through the dense fog and pouring rain, hundreds of black silhouettes were seen. Everywhere Li Xin and Vola looked were dark shadows. Pirates? The pirates are everywhere. The captain of the ship shouted with a stiffened expression. What's going on? The challengers, who were isolated on the vast sea, could not hide their confusion. The challengers started to panic, because the pirates whom the challengers thought would encounter later on were waiting to attack the challengers as soon as they emerged from the portal. Once the portal disappeared, the fog would gradually clear, and then hundreds of pirate ships would approach the challengers. Be prepared for bombardment, everyone, Li Xin shouted. Upon hearing Li Xin's words, the Korean challengers quickly regained their composure. Then, they began to inform each other of the current situation. The challengers knew that confusion could only last for a moment and that they had to act quickly. Furthermore, the challengers who had gone through the 19th floor with Li Xin moved more swiftly compared to other challengers. Spread the word to the other ship too, that the pirates are waiting for us, said a challenger on the ship. Would they even listen to us? Another challenger asked. Then do you think it's right to fight among ourselves? If we don't act smart right now, we might as well stick our heads into the shark's mouth. If they have any brains, they will act properly, the challenger shouted. The challengers moved hastily in the pouring rain. The challengers on other ships were the same. When they saw the silhouettes of the endless pirate ships, they could only tremble. The portal is disappearing. Get prepared. Try to intercept the flying cannonballs as much as possible in the air. The combatants who are trained in similar fields should ride the small ships and destroy them above the sea. While other challengers were looking at the pirate ships in the distance, Li Xin was looking elsewhere. There was someone there. There were scales all over his skin and his eyes were narrow. He had a thick, long tail and sharp claws that were slightly exposed at the sleeves of his robe. Li Xin squinted his eyes at the strange character, who looked like a human-dragon combination. That guy stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the pirate ships calmly before turning his head. His eyes met Li Xin's, and they stared at each other as if they were scanning each other across the sea. Li Xin, who activated his mana, expanded his sensory range and strengthened his dominance over that space to examine his opponent. At the same time, the opponent's mana, which extended towards Li Xin, tried to invade Li Xin's space. Li Xin thought that was an incredibly arrogant move. Unlike Li Xin, who calmly expanded his space little by little, the opponent thrusted his mana directly into Li Xin's space. If the opponent continued on with such a move, he would have no right to complain even if the control of his mana was later taken away by Li Xin. Pizzicato pizzicato? However, at the same time, the mass of concentrated mana had suddenly transformed into a blitz, piercing the gaps in the space and destroying the mana flow. Is he also a wizard from the field of thunderbolts? Li Xin muttered, looking at his opponent. Despite the opponent's sharp attack, Li Xin only made a brief comment. Following the dazzling movements of Li Xin's fingers, the manas within his sensory range began to devour the residual thunderbolt-type energy left by the opponent. Li Xin grabbed the energy, suppressed and then dominated them. Inserting mana into someone else's space was not something a wizard should do recklessly. Moreover, challenging Li Xin with an attack in the field of the thunderbolt was quite insulting to Li Xin. It only took a moment to deprive the opponent of the control of the remnants of the thunderbolt that disturbed Li Xin's mana flow. Pizzicato pizzicato? The remnants of the thunderbolt gathered and rotated before they got absorbed into Li Xin's mana. Blitzgun. Whoosh bomb? With a deafening roar, a golden beam shot through the air. Seeing the opponent's frowning face, Li Xin started to smirk. At the sudden clash between Li Xin and the opponent on the other ship, everyone froze for a moment. Terrifying, blinding flashes and sparks shot out in all directions, causing the already rough waves to surge even higher. The thunderbolt spell that was displayed was one that was several levels higher than Gordon, who was the original maker of this spell. Besides, this spell used even more powerful thunder energy than that of Gordon's. Therefore, its power was beyond measure. The opponent's narrow eyes became even narrower. Despite his distorted expression, the opponent appeared to have suffered no damage. As the opponent's robe fluttered back, his arm, which was covered in thick scales, came into view. The opponent's appearance, his arrogant look, and the mana that was emanating from him were reminiscent of those dragons that Li Xin had known. At novel bin at. Is he a hybrid of a dragon and a human? So a Dragonian? Li Xin never expected he would already encounter such a creature on the 20th floor. Besides, Li Xin's divinity did not even take effect, which meant that the creature had at least divinity stat 2. The probability of the opponent being of divine blood seemed higher now. Is he an apostle of the gods? Li Xin wondered, looking at the creature. Li Xin thought the probability was not high, but he could not completely rule that out. Normally, Li Xin would by now have made the next move as planned, but considering the mana wave that he could feel in the distance, Li Xin could not do that. Wong Wuong? Li Xin wondered whether the Dragonian was thinking the same thing. The uncomfortable look that the Dragonian had been giving Li Xin was now gone, and the Dragonian's eyes were now turned toward the silhouettes beyond the mist. The pirates are coming. Prepare for a battle, everyone. Li Xin stopped examining the Dragonian because now was the time to come up with a workable plan to deal with this enormous energy that was ahead of him. As the mist cleared, an intangible burst cannon flew towards Li Xin and other challengers, emitting a powerful energy. The rippling of the space and the tumultuous waves of the sea as the burst cannon flew past demonstrated its incredible power. It was clear that with just one blast, this large ship could easily be sunk. It had also been clear to the pirates that if they were to fire the blast cannon as a sudden attack, they could easily cause chaos and confusion among their rivals. The damage that one could make from a single blow while their enemies were in disarray and could not respond properly could do a lot more damage. Vula! Li Xin shouted. I got it, Vula replied, looking at Li Xin. There were a total of 3 large ships on Li Xin's side. If the pirates were thinking of incapacitating the enemy with a sudden attack, they would not just aim for this one large ship. They would go after all 3 ships at once. The remaining one large ship was a ship of the opponent alliance. However, with the presence of the Dragonian, they should be able to defend themselves adequately. Steel plate shield. Earlier, Li Xin, who had greatly expanded his sensory range due to the confrontation with the Dragonian, set up the shield as far away as possible. Kaboom! The shield vibrated and made a loud noise, and at the same time, a deafening roar could be heard coming from the middle of the sea. Li Xin's magic level was too high to be affected by a burst cannon of that level. The smoke cleared to reveal hundreds of ships floating on the sea in the background. The next moment, a massive warship appeared from the north. A big man could be seen, screaming from the bow of the ship. He was the one who fired the burst cannon just a while ago, probably upset that their burst cannon had been easily blocked. It was a 180mm Twade burst cannon. It was a type of cannon that Li Xin was familiar with. This cannon was a major cause of headaches for the challengers of the 20th floor, as it was made based on the essence of Hextech. It was a type of weapon that could allow the pirates to sail the seas like outlaws. The actual combat force of the pirates would have played a part, but it was clear that the burst cannon was the main reason why the pirates could dominate the seas. Since that burst cannon had been blocked so easily, the pirates would now have to make their next move. So, what are you going to show us now? Li Xin had no time to be relieved. He was aware that it was inevitable for that many people here to face death or suffer extensive damages. Li Xin could not predict for sure that there would be deaths, but he could not shake the feeling that death would come knocking any moment. So far, there was no evidence that the gods had by now depleted the causality for them to intervene. At the very least, the gods must have leaked information to the pirates so that the navy appeared and divine blood challengers were sent here. One might think that these two alone might be enough to deal with Li Xin. However, Li Xin's heightened senses told him that these were not all. Thud, bomb. Turning his head to the sound of the waves rising up, Li Xin saw the Dragonian confronting the pirate ship. A bright sphere of energy was fired toward the pirate's massive ship, crushing the space and stirring up the sea. A soaring tornado, as if defying gravity, merged with the thunderbolt and struck the ship. When Li Xin saw that, he thought that the pirate ships on the southern part of the sea would have been destroyed with that magic, until Li Xin suddenly felt the distortion of the mana. Coop. Li Xin gasped. Li Xin, who was activating his mana, let out a small groan as his control over mana was cut off. Most wizards generally avoided going to the sea, which is sometimes even called the wizard's grave. Unlike the static atmosphere on the land, the sea was turbulent and rough. Even spells that a wizard usually found easy to cast could fail on the sea. That was why there were wizards who eventually chose to only focus their efforts on operating on the sea. Now is the time. Fire! Kill all those navy bastards. Someone from the pirate ship shouted. Their wizards have been neutralized. Sink their ships. Another person from the pirate ship shouted. Hundreds of challengers who entered this stage were unable to demonstrate their true abilities and skills in this unexpected situation. Bang! Boom! Bam! Under the barrage of cannon firing, ships began to sink one after another. Stop them! Block them all! Move over to that other ship. Which one is the ship that Mr. Li Xin is on? Where do we have to go? You damn bastards! Stop thinking about running away and try to deal with the situation. No matter how talented each individual was, the challengers could not win without joining forces. Yet, the more exceptional an individual's power was, the harder it became to work together as a group. That was because these people ultimately trusted their own abilities, not others. My mana is not working properly. Darn it! Even though we're on the sea, why isn't my mana control working properly? In an instant, the sea turned into chaos. Li Xin clenched his teeth and looked up to the sky, which was looming with dark clouds. Faint wisps of energy flowed through the pouring rain and the clusters of clouds. Was that why he was so confident? It was not just the simple environment of the sea that made it difficult for the challengers to control their mana. Something that was floating in the sky above them was making mana control extremely difficult for the challengers. Li Xin quickly investigated this phenomenon by letting his mana flow into the atmosphere. His mana kept scattering and gathering. Fortunately, the mana did not inflict a major impact within his body, but as soon as his mana extended outward, the control over his mana had decreased drastically. In the face of the enemy's careful preparation, Li Xin laughed and brushed away his hair. Sometimes, when one got past the shocked phase, they could only laugh at the absurdity of the situation. Li Xin suppressed the urge to laugh and spun the mana inside his body vigorously, although he could not figure out what was between those clouds. Crunch. The pirates did not know what kind of people their opponents were. Li Xin, who had clenched his teeth so strongly, gathered his mana and shot it toward the sky. The rapidly shaking mana began to slip away from his control. Li Xin thought that it was still manageable for now. However, he could tell that the external interference with his mana control had been increasing gradually. Perhaps there was a reason why one could not use their full power. However, it was also to hide their presence. Li Xin thought that even if he had to pour out all his mana, he had to stop whatever was in the sky, because once its power was full, there was no way for Li Xin's group to win this battle. Coop. Li Xin gasped. The stream of mana soared up. At the same time, an intangible force attached to Li Xin's mana and tried to pull it down like a zombie. From now on, it was a battle of mental power and willpower. Li Xin's head felt like it was about to explode, and his breathing became labored. Nevertheless, Li Xin was confident in himself. Besides, who could doubt Li Xin's mental power and willpower? In his past life, Li Xin eventually climbed to the top of the tower, even in the worst situation, and he never gave up despite experiencing countless deaths. I think I got it. Li Xin's mana became his eyes and ears, his hands and feet. Li Xin felt the presence of a large mana circle among the clouds. In the center, a sphere that contained enormous energy was slowly releasing its power. I knew it. The energy contained within that sphere was highly unstable, enough to spread its instability to its surroundings. Li Xin's hand that was holding his wand trembled slightly. As Li Xin approached the sphere, it became increasingly difficult to control his mana. Would I be able to break that mana circle with my current power? Even at a glance, the power of the mana circle that surrounded the sphere was great. At the moment, Li Xin was in a state where it was difficult for him to handle his mana properly. Besides, Li Xin knew that, to break through such a mana circle, he would have to exert a considerable amount of effort. I guess I was looked down on, Li Xin muttered. Li Xin was not pleased with getting this kind of a battlefield as a Thundermancer. Although the gods must have acknowledged him as a worthy challenger, Li Xin could sense the disdain they had for him as a human being. Li Xin had no intention of complaining to the gods. Li Xin wanted to simply show them what he had got. Continuing to extend his mana, Li Xin sent it out in all directions toward the thick, dark clouds. The clouds surrounded the mana circle and bright white thunderbolts discharged its energy in various places. Pizzicato pizzicato? Li Xin could not believe that the gods were trying to defeat him in a place such as this filled with dark clouds and by hiding the most important attack in this place. The mana of Li Xin had turned into a light moisture and spread out to the clouds. The moisture ruptured in the atmosphere and created thunderbolts. The clouds that were chock full of thunderbolts released them, and it sounded as if the clouds were roaring with pain. Rumble crack? As the thunder grew louder, Li Xin engraved a strong force in that space once again. Lightning rod. The magic that drew the thunderbolt was engraved on the mana circle. Ba 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 bam. The thick dark clouds that were formed in all directions could not withstand the amount, and all the thunderbolts inside the clouds began to be discharged onto the mana circle. Those on the sea were too busy to pay attention to the repetitive sound of thunder. However, as the sound grew louder and louder, the people on the sea began to raise their heads one by one. What is that? What kind of a lightning bolt is like that? The Dragonian who sank a ship with his magic while everyone was struggling to control the mana, looked up at the sky with a frown and soon lowered his gaze to the bow of the large ship. Since he was also a wizard of the Thunderbolt field, the Dragonian could tell how absurd the events that were happening in those clouds were. Besides, the Dragonian also knew what would happen if those thunderbolts fell down. How can a human? Half of the Dragonian's body was a dragon, while the other half was human, which was considered the weakest among all the species. Because the great blood of the dragon had been mixed with the human blood, the Dragonian had been a target for contempt and humiliation. As a result, he had lived resenting humans all his life. He's only a human though. In a single moment, the Dragonian felt as if all the experiences, emotions, and thoughts he had experienced were being invalidated. His face was distorted like that of a demon. The mana circle could not withstand the waves of thunderbolt and was destroyed. The sphere inside was just a source of power for the mana circle, so when the mana circle disappeared, the unstable magic power that had surrounded it instantly vanished. It felt like people were being released from a suffocating restraint. Due to the excessive thunderbolts, Lightning Rod could no longer withstand it and burst. Then, Li Xin immediately reached out with his mana toward the sphere. Psychokinesis. An intangible hand made of mana grabbed the sphere as Li Xin willed. Hidden stage, Abame Monstra. The sea monster Abame Monstra, who was sealed in the deep sea, lost its second heart due to an unknown force. Abame Monstra is looking for its heart. Take away Abame Monstra's remaining heart and defeat it. Li Xin narrowed his eyes at the sudden message that popped up. This is the monster's heart. Rumble crack? There was no time to think about it for long, as the thunderbolts were still full of energy and could not be controlled. Li Xin pulled Abame's heart out and put it in his subspace pocket. Li Xin then looked around. Rumble? Crack? At the thunderbolts that struck downward mercilessly, not sparing anyone, both the challengers and pirates started to panic. It's collapsing. Lower the sail? No, just break the mast. Are you crazy? Why would you break the mast? Then do you want to get hit by that thunderbolt? Can't you say that? A ship was split in two by a single lightning strike. Damn it. What kind of force is? If you're not going to do it, then move aside. Try to at least block it. Li Xin knew that this kind of chaos would happen. I guess I should be the one fixing what I did, Li Xin muttered as he watched the chaotic scene. The thunderbolts flickered among the clouds, splitting into hundreds of branches and spreading out in all directions. Rumble crack? Boom? Bam? The next moment, the thunderbolt and lightning struck the mast violently. Li Xin felt a sense of guilt for releasing the thunderbolts irresponsibly. He felt a burden to capture all the thunderbolts and lightning that had run amok. Li Xin's mana had already been all warmed up, and it immediately shot into the sky. Swoosh! Li Xin began to capture the fragments of white thunderbolts one by one with a mesh net, pulling them in. This skill was an application of the principle of Lightning Rod. Li Xin had shot his mana to where the thunderbolts were and absorbed them and pulled them together into one place. When the thunderbolts were gathered into a circular shape and emitted a loud thunder, another wave of thunderbolts were detected in Li Xin's mana senses. This strong power of thunderbolt burst past the challengers and rushed toward Li Xin. Thunderbolt. From the moment Li Xin detected the thunderbolt shot by the Dragonian, Li Xin changed the flow of his mana and summoned all his thunderbolts and stuck them down onto the Dragonion's thunderbolts. Bayam! Boom! A massive collision occurred above the sea, and as a result of the violent shockwave, the sea was pushed apart in all directions. Most of the ships around them were swept away by the impact and capsized, and many people were injured by the fragments of the thunderbolts that were scattered around after the collision. Due to the great skill gap between Li Xin and Vola from other challengers around them, the damage was not limited to just that. The damage was becoming uncontrollable due to the limitations on the sea. Everyone, try to move toward the large ship as much as possible. Don't get caught up in their fight. That would be impossible. If we move this way, we'll be attacked by those pirates over there. Hey you idiot! Don't you think it would be safer to stay next to the pirates more than staying next to those two? Yes sir, understood. One side was crowded with pirates who were shouting that they were the navy, trying to sink the challengers' ships. On the other side, the two challengers from different dimensions, Li Xin and the Dragonian, were fighting like crazy, not paying attention to what was going on in their surroundings. Ugh, why do they both have to be Thundermancers? Vola blocked the incoming pirate cannonballs and muttered as he was hit by a sudden surge of water. Vola wondered where this monster species came from. Just by sensing the Dragonion's mana, it was clear to Vola that he was several levels above him in terms of ability and skills. Vola wondered if he would be able to withstand the Dragonian to some extent if he used the Berserker's ability. Just the sight of them and the thought of fighting the Dragonian were enough to make him feel pressured. Still, Vola's gaze then shifted from the Dragonian to Li Xin. No matter how much of a monster the Dragonian was, Vola did not think that he would be able to beat Li Xin. Swoosh, thud, Vola, who had just cut off the cannonballs coming in from the east, activated his mana, setting aside his brief thoughts. I just have to take care of these pirates. Vola said to himself that he should at least be able to avoid hearing any complaints from Li Xin when he returned after ending the fight with the Dragonian. Bring the ship closer to that pirate ship. We are going to switch our strategy to hand-to-hand combat. Vola shouted at the challengers who were on the ship. Yeah, who? Vola, who had become the leader of the remaining large ship, shouted and the crew cheered in return. Li Xin found himself getting a little excited by the battle that was unfolding before him. That was because Li Xin considered this battle with the Dragonian a fierce one, something he had not experienced for a long time. Even when Li Xin encountered the master of the gold magic tower on the 15th floor, he was not too excited or nervous. Even though the master of the gold magic tower was once Li Xin's master, that relationship had ended a long time ago. Therefore, besides the fact that he was meeting his old master after a long time, there was nothing interesting or surprising, especially not in terms of the magic used. However, things were different now. It had been a while since Li Xin had fought against such a powerful Thundermancer. Unlike the initial psychological warfare to suss out the level of the opponent, the Dragonian was now wholeheartedly engaged in this battle. Lightning Chain. Li Xin's thunderbolt extended like a chain and bound the Dragonion's arms, but the thunderbolt that lay within the Dragonion's claws was able to cut through the lightning chain as if it were nothing. Is his physical ability also exceptional? Even so, it did not matter to Li Xin. It was something that Li Xin had already been expecting, upon noticing that the opponent had the blood of a dragon. The Dragonian jumped onto the deck of the ship and began to suck in the surrounding thunderbolt vigorously by stretching out both of his arms. The lightning energy gathered into a sphere in the middle of the deck, and it did not take long to reach a radius of several meters. Shadow space. As soon as Li Xin saw the magic of the Dragonian, he called out 4 of his trusted subordinates. Engine, and Decan, rescue anyone who has fallen into the sea, whether they are humans or other species. That does not matter, Li Xin ordered. The 2 subordinates nodded and disappeared. Worry, keep an eye on the pirates, said Li Xin, looking at Worry. Yes sir, Worry replied. Mei, you protect this ship, said Li Xin, looking at Mei. I got it. Mei replied. This massive vessel had to be protected at all costs. Even if Li Xin and his group managed to defeat the Dragonian, they needed a ship for everyone to survive on the open sea. They still had to find the treasure island, but there was no way they could take this many people on just any ship. They needed a big one. Psychokinesis. When Li Xin extended his arm, the part of the mast where the Dragonian was standing crumpled and broke apart. Li Xin did not want to let the Dragonian take his time gathering his lightning energy. He swung the broken mast around, toward the Dragonian. Piz. However, due to the Dragonion's compressed lightning energy, the mast melted away into nothing. Even though Li Xin's attack had failed, he was not disappointed. Li Xin's attack was enough to distract the Dragonian for a moment. Thunderbolt explosion. The Dragonion's thunderbolt exploded without any warning. The aftermath of the clashes of series of thunderbolts between the 2 challengers created residual lightning energy that permeated through the atmosphere. Li Xin tried to mix the residual lightning energy into the air as it exploded to disrupt the Dragonion's concentration. Bomb! At novel bin at. Pizzicato. The expression on the Dragonion's face changed momentarily due to the explosion that occurred in front of him. The lightning energy he had gathered also dispersed due to the explosion. Although the Dragonian acted like Li Xin's attack was not a big deal, it was easy to tell from his expression that Li Xin's attempt had succeeded. You're showing off some cute skills, the Dragonian said, looking at Li Xin. Well, that's too bad if you consider this some cute skills, Li Xin replied. Li Xin smirked and activated his black mana. At the same time, the sphere of lightning energy, which had stopped growing, began to rotate, devouring Thunderstrike. The jaws of the onlooking challengers dropped as they witnessed this scene. It was as if the sun was brought closer to them. "If you can block this, I'll acknowledge you," said the Dragonian, looking at Li Xin. With those words, the Dragonian threw the lightning energy sphere at Li Xin. Li Xin found his words ridiculous. What was he to acknowledge Li Xin? Besides, Li Xin did not come all the way here just to get the acknowledgement of such a guy. Pizzicato, black energy currents started to flow through Li Xin's body and shot up into the sky. The devouring Thunderstrike was a shot that could be seen as a legacy of the god of destruction, capable of destroying and swallowing up everything that stood in its way. To be honest, Li Xin knew that it was foolish to confront such magic head-on. If Li Xin were to avoid direct confrontation, he could evade the magic with minimal damage, but Li Xin did not want to do so. Perhaps the opponent knew that Li Xin would not avoid it. The sphere of lightning energy was shot toward Li Xin in a straight line. At the moment Li Xin saw the thunderbolt that sought destruction, Li Xin could sense the opponent's will and determination. The Dragonian had been, all this while, forging ahead step by step, unshaken even by numerous setbacks. His footsteps were not in vain. Li Xin could feel the Dragonian's despair, along with his will to survive from his lightning energy sphere. If Li Xin were to avoid that will and determination, he could easily be victorious, but he would be doing so not with a sense of relief for Li Xin, but regret. Li Xin thought that if the Dragonian were to give his full power, it would only be polite as an opponent to do the same. Dark Thunder. The Dark Thunder was the most powerful magic that Li Xin could manifest at the moment. On this battlefield that was filled with negative emotions such as pain and despair, and the suffering of countless people, it was even more powerful. Crack, bomb, boom. Amidst the thunderbolts constantly flashing above the dark sea, a black lightning bolt appeared. The next moment, the black lightning struck down upon the sea. Crack, bomb, boom. The black lightning bolt was so marvelous that it felt unreal, otherworldly. It was both magnificent and subtle, grand, and yet mysterious. Upon seeing the manifestation of his own magic, Li Xin could not help but smile in satisfaction. It was a collision of two outstanding magic spells, a collision between an intense accumulation of lightning energy with a spectacular thunderbolt. The collision was so powerful that the resulting sound of thunder almost shattered the eardrums of everyone present. Li Xin was aware that if he was distracted for even a moment, he would die. If he hesitated even once, his whole body would be engulfed in that lightning energy and burned to death. However, such a thought thrilled Li Xin. As Li Xin watched his opponent's thunderbolt magic, it seemed like the inspiration that had been sleeping in Li Xin's mind awakened one by one. This feeling was something that Li Xin had not experienced in a long time. It was as if the vitality that had been forgotten while Li Xin was cultivating other abilities had come back to life, and the Dragonian probably felt the same way as well. The next moment, black cannonballs rained down from the sky. Li Xin felt a thrill running through his body. It was a movement that awakened Li Xin's senses that had been stagnant for a while. The fact that the magic the Dragonian had cast with desperate will and determination was shattered was no longer important. Li Xin waited in anticipation for the next attack that would further ignite his racing heart. Li Xin's mana surged toward the surrounding ships. Psychokinesis. Moments ago, the shockwave from the collision of the two great manifestations of magic was so intense that almost all the ships capsized. Only 3 large ships managed to withstand the impact, and even the ship where Li Xin was on the verge of sinking. Crack creak K. Li Xin held the surrounding ships together with his psychokinesis so strongly that his hands started to tremble. He pulled the large tilting ship and the smaller ships nearby toward one another using his psychokinesis. Li Xin was thankful that Mei's magic had cushioned the impact, otherwise, the deck of the ship could have fallen into pieces a long time ago. Crunch. Li Xin clenched his teeth hard and exerted all his strength on his jaw, to the extent that the veins on his forehead popped up. Holding dozens of ships around him and balancing this giant ship was an incredibly difficult task that would cause one's head to throb. If Li Xin could go back in time to just a minute ago, he would for sure. Arg. It's gonna fall. We're all going to fall. No, please don't. Please. Mr. Li Xin. Despite the desperate cries of the challengers around him, it was not easy for the ship to regain its balance and the ship was about to tip over. Darn it. Was it too much? Considering how rapidly his mana was depleting, it was probably best to give up at this point. However, at that moment, the seawater on the side where the ship was about to sink suddenly surged into the sky, and the ship regained its balance in the opposite direction. Whoosh bomb? What was that? Why did an explosion suddenly happen in the sea? The surge of seawater subsided and a familiar face of a challenger with a slightly complex expression stood on the railing. You displayed that kind of magic just a while ago and then put on a shameful performance after, huh, said the Dragonian, looking at Li Xin. Huh? What are you doing? Li Xin asked with a confused look. The Dragonian had come to the other side of the ship without making it obvious and used his magic to raise the waves and adjust the balance of the ship. Even while using psychokinesis, Li Xin had remained vigilant of his surroundings. However, the Dragonian did not attack. If the Dragonian had launched another attack with all his might, it would have been impossible for Li Xin to save all the challengers. For the first time, Li Xin saw the Dragonian up close and realized that the Dragonian was much larger than Li Xin had thought. The Dragonian was easily 1.5 times the size of Li Xin. The sharp eyes of the Dragonian scanned Li Xin. My name is Endo de Verrier Maltaria Forskirianta, but you can just call me Endo. Endo, the Dragonian, introduced himself to Li Xin. My name is Li Xin. Li Xin introduced himself as well. Yes, I already know. A wizard who handles both death and thunderbolts. You're the first human who can handle thunderbolts to the extent of being my equal. No, wait, you're the first from the entire species, said Endo. Endo's tone of voice was pretty stiff, but his words were sincere. Weren't you here to kill me? Li Xin asked Endo. At first, yes. And that thought still hasn't changed, Endo replied, looking at Li Xin. Then why didn't you? It was a perfect opportunity to kill me just now, said Li Xin with a confused look. It was just a gesture of respect for a skilled thundermancer. I won't be so kind next time, said Endo. After saying those words, Endo turned his body. Did the gods order it? Li Xin asked, looking at Endo. Endo's footsteps stopped at Li Xin's question. No, it's my will, Endo replied. Did Endo's voice contain hesitation? Li Xin's gaze followed Endo's back as he returned to his ship. During this time, many pirate ships had escaped. Although a few of the remaining ships could still be seen, they were mostly damaged and so they were unable to escape. However, the damage on Li Xin's side was also significant. What are we going to do now? Vula asked. Vula was upset that he was not able to capture the leader of the Eastern Pirate Fleet and bring his head to Li Xin. We have to clear this stage, of course, Li Xin replied, smiling at Vula. The second heart of a Bame Monstra. Hashtag the heart has unstable energy. Hashtag possessing it increases the probability of a Bame Monstra approaching. Li Xin was lost in thought as he stared at the palm-sized heart. Since only a few challengers had seen a Bame Monstra on the 12th floor, the information on it was scarce. The only available information came from people who lived in the 20th floor city in the form of legends and police sketches drawn with the help of people who had encountered the monster of the deep sea. The stories people had heard were all absurd, saying that eating the heart would allow one to neither age nor become sick for a lifetime. Some even believed that eating the heart would grant them infinite power. When Li Xin had seen the installment of the wide-scale mana circle that disrupted mana control using the heart, he felt certain that the gods had intervened. If so, was it the gods' design for it to break and for a Bame monster to appear? Stealing a Bame monster's heart to do this was a serious stage intervention. Li Xin wondered how much karma the gods had sacrificed to do this. Was the god of destruction really that great of a god? Or, was the creature, referred to as the dream-eating dragon, the one great one? Li Xin knew that if he crashed this heart and threw it into the sea, the danger of a Bame monstra approaching them would decrease, and the other variables associated with its arrival would also disappear. But, Li Xin looked at the purple energy rippling inside the bead in the heart. Holding it, he felt a similar but inexplicable sensation. To clear his mind, Li Xin shook his head and put a Bame monster's second heart in his subspace pocket. He then raised his head and gazed at the endless horizon. It had been raining cats and dogs a moment ago. Now, the sky looked absolutely clear. On the peaceful sea, scattered were destroyed ships that spoke of a battle lost but survived. These were the only ships that the battle between Li Xin and Endo had not utterly destroyed. Li Xin's psychokinesis had stopped these ships from being swallowed by the tidal waves at the last minute. All the other ships had sunk, and only 2 large and 8 medium-sized ships remained. Do we have to wander around aimlessly like this to find Treasure Island? Vola asked Li Xin. Well, if we don't know anything, that's probably what we have to do, Li Xin replied. Li Xin pointed upward with his chin. Vola followed Li Xin's gaze and noticed the captain instructing his crew to scan the vast sea for something. What are they searching for so desperately here? Vola asked Li Xin. They're looking for pirates, Li Xin replied, looking at Vola. Pirates? Why are they looking for those damn bastards? Vola asked Li Xin as if he could not understand. Vola wondered if there was any need for them to face and fight pirates. Well, we need the marine compass the pirates have. Li Xin explained. Why is that? Vola asked with his eyes open wide. The compass knows the location of Treasure Island, said Li Xin. Oh, I see, Vola replied. It wouldn't give us the precise location, but we can figure out which way to go, Li Xin added. Li Xin and the challengers should have captured at least one of the 4 pirate captains and gotten the compass from them. However, Li Xin's thunderbolt had significantly damaged the pirates' ships, so they must have realized by now that these challengers were not the navy. Furthermore, having witnessed the colossal battle between Li Xin and Endo, the probability of the pirates revealing themselves was very low. They would likely run away if they encountered Li Xin and the challengers. And this fact annoyed Li Xin a bit. We must find the compass before the pirates finish their preparations, said Li Xin. Boo boo. A crew member scanning the sea with a telescope from the masthead had blown the horn loudly. Captain. I spy something at about 40 degrees ahead, the crewmate shouted. Li Xin and Vola turned their heads to look there. The object was still too far away to be seen clearly, looking like a dot. It was too far even to spread the mana wave. Therefore, Li Xin had no choice but to go there to check it out. Just tell them I'll be borrowing it for a moment, said Li Xin, without even looking at Vola. What? Vola asked Li Xin with his eyes wide open. Psychokinesis. Crack? The abrupt statement bewildered Vola. The next second, the deck behind him fell. Vola was startled by the flying deck that brushed past his head and watched it disappear with a stunned expression. Li Xin had jumped onto the floating deck, flying off into the sea. As Li Xin grew smaller and smaller in the distance, Vola and the others watched the scene blankly, failing to respond appropriately. Wow, said the people on the ship. Li Xin remained oblivious to the challengers' reactions on the ship and focused on the rapidly approaching target, unleashing one spell after another. Adhesion. Hawkeye. With his bare feet sticking to the steel deck, Li Xin looked at the object far away on the sea using a telescope. Was it just a ship? Li Xin muttered. He had come out quite far, but the object was still indiscernible to Li Xin's naked eye. However, he could now see the figures of the guys on the ship a bit. After looking closely, he realized one large ship and dozens of medium-sized vessels were moving together, and their flag indicated that they were pirates who had met the challengers earlier. Is that the guy who fought Vula? The pirates' ship was also badly damaged and covered in cracks. The pirates on board all seemed busy with whatever they were doing. Li Xin discovered the distance between the floating deck and the water surface had begun decreasing. Rin, Li Xin called out to the spirit of water. Splash! The water rose, and Rin, who Li Xin had contracted with on the previous floor, appeared. As if Li Xin was surfing, he rode the waves that lifted the deck onto the sea surface. Although he had never surfed before, he easily adapted to it thanks to his excellent physical abilities and psychokinesis. Li Xin was lost in thought. Li Xin had planned on taking a quick look at the object and leaving. Let's go over there, said Li Xin, changing his mind. Since he was already here, Li Xin thought it would be nice to deal with the pirates. If Li Xin had tried to follow the pirates with the ship the challengers were on, the pirates would have noticed the challengers and run away. Yes, sir. Rin replied. Swoosh, splash, the small waves moved at high speed. So far, the pirates had been too busy to notice Li Xin. However, he was aware that they would soon notice him. Damn it. The weather is too good. Tisk. It would have been nice if it rained, as it would have become easier for Li Xin to hide. Sadly, that was not the case, so Li Xin clicked his tongue and approached the pirates as fast as possible, holding his breath. Boo boo. At that moment, a loud horn came from the pirates' ship. Damn it. It was inevitable for Li Xin to get caught because he was alone in the vast ocean, riding the waves. With only seawater around him, Li Xin couldn't hide. Increase the speed to the maximum, Li Xin commanded Rin. Yes, sir. Rin replied. The pirates seemingly couldn't comprehend the situation, as they did not react immediately. When a pirate spotted Li Xin and informed the captain, annoyed, snatched the binoculars. As the captain looked through the binoculars and saw Li Xin, his face rapidly turned pale. The ship's bow quickly turned in the direction opposite of Li Xin, and the cannons began firing toward Li Xin. You're too late. Bam, 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 splash, splash. Li Xin dodged the cannonballs with Rin's fantastic movements. He approached the pirate ship, released the adhesion spell, and leaped from the deck. Stop him, shoot him, throw him into the sea. The captain started shouting. Li Xin had gotten quite close to the big pirate ship, so he could hear the pirates' voices. Psychokinesis. Li Xin's intangible hand reached into the air and grabbed the large mast. Crunch, thud. The bottom of the mast was destroyed, and when the pirates saw the falling mast, they quickly moved out of the way. Thud. Impede web. A sticky mesh of mana grabbed one end of the falling mast and pulled Li Xin toward it. Once safely anchored to the mast, Li Xin sent Rin away before jumping onto the ship. Li Xin stood among the chaotic pirates with an indifferent expression. The pirate captain, whose face had distorted at the sight of Li Xin, cautiously attempted to converse with Li Xin. Why did you come here? Did you come alone? Asked the pirate captain nervously. Don't you know you should introduce yourself before asking a question? Or did you not learn that? Or maybe you just never learned anything. Li Xin provoked the captain. The pirate captain's face turned red with embarrassment, but he suppressed his anger knowing Li Xin's power. My name is Maldarayan. Ahem, and who are you? The captain of the pirates, named Maldarayan, introduced himself to Li Xin. You don't need to know, Li Xin replied coldly. Maldarayan gritted his teeth at Li Xin's dismissive attitude. Where is the captain's room? Li Xin asked, without even looking at Maldarayan. Since this pirate ship was twice the size of the ship the challengers were on, Li Xin thought it would take too long to explore this place alone. Why are you looking for the captain's room? Maldarayan asked Li Xin. Maldarayan's face was about to burst with anger. I heard that you guys have the marine compass. Where is it? Li Xin demanded. Li Xin acted like he was here to take his property. Maldarayan wondered if, between the two of them, he was really the pirate. We don't have it. Looks like you came to the wrong place, said Maldarayan. Oh, yeah, Li Xin asked. Yeah. Since you're already here, would you like to stay to rest for a while and then leave? I mean, if you're busy, just get lost. No, I mean you may go, said Maldarayan. Are you telling me to get lost? Li Xin said. Hey, when did I say that? I just mean it's okay for you to leave, said Maldarayan. The pirates found it unbelievable yet understandable that Maldarayan, one of the 4 infamous pirate captains, behaved like this in front of Li Xin. Every time Li Xin took a step, the hundreds of pirates on board stepped back. Li Xin sneered at their reaction. Li Xin did not plan to spend much time here. He wanted to finish what he needed to do quickly and get going since the other guys were waiting for him. Hey Maldarayan, said Li Xin. WW what? Maldarayan replied with cold sweat dripping down his face. It isn't the time for jokes. I'll ask one last time. Where's the marine compass? Li Xin demanded. Gulp. Maldarayan gulped and was lost in his thoughts. He could not tell whether this guy was certain that they had the marine compass or if he was just making a guess. Normally, Maldarayan would have boldly answered no, but he was hesitant this time. Ugh, should I just give it to him? Since the marine compass could lead anyone to Treasure Island, it was too valuable to just give away like that. I've spent years trying to find this. Pirates have pride too. The opponent, Li Xin, was here alone, but he had hundreds of pirates on his side. Whoosh. Eventually, Maldarayan drew his sword, and so did his hundreds of pirate crew members. You fucking bastard! Who do you think you are, making us look like fools? Maldarayan shouted in anger. Maldarayan, one of the 4 infamous pirate captains on the seas and renowned for his strength, couldn't believe the audacity of Li Xin. The more Maldarayan thought about it, the more his anger rose. He quickly covered his sword with mana. Even if our ship sinks, shoot him. The one who kills this damn bastard will get the vacant executive position. Maldarayan shouted. Huh? An executive position. Nice. If we're lucky enough to hit this guy with our sword, we might be rewarded. Besides, we have hundreds on our side. So what can one person even do? Having long forgotten the fear that they had felt when they saw Li Xin's magic just a while ago, the pirates only imagined the reward they would get from killing the wizard in front of them. Watching this sight, Li Xin clicked his tongue. Well, they do say sailors are all idiots, but I never knew that they would be this stupid. As Li Xin shook his head, hundreds of pirates rushed toward him. Kill him. He's mine. Get out of the way. Ha ha ha. Eat this napalm bomb. A napalm bomb exploded over the shield surrounding Li Xin. Bullets also bounced off the shield. Despite their weapons having no effect, the pirates continued to charge forward recklessly. Suddenly, a shadow space opened up in front of the pirates. Bomb! A giant club shot up from the ground and struck a pirate's jaw. The blow was so powerful that the pirate could only look around in confusion after. What was that? The pirate muttered. It's called the psychic energy blast, said a skeleton. As the skeleton with a gleaming skull fired another burst of mana, dozens of pirates were pushed into the sea. Where did these skeletons come from all of a sudden? Ah, stay away from me. Ugh, these monsters. Go away. These underlings of death had abruptly appeared. The pirates, who had thought they could easily deal with the wizard, were terrified by the skeletons surrounding them and froze. The mere sight of these black mana-emitting skeletons made the pirates shiver. Wait. A pirate shouted. Swoosh. Thud. At novel bin at. The pirate bravely swung his axe at Wari, only to have his throat slit and collapse. The sight of that crewmate's corpse turning into a skeleton was so surprising and eerie that the pirates' morale plummeted instantly. Maldarayan had been watching the fight between his crew members and Li Xin. He froze on the spot with his mouth hanging open. Why are those skeleton bastards so strong? Facing just one wizard was overwhelming enough, but each skeleton had skills comparable to his. Maldarayan dropped his sword in shock. Haha, it was just a joke. Maldarayan could not even finish his sentence. Wuong Pizzicato? A thunderbolt passed over Maldarayan's head, leaving him no time to react. As he brought his trembling hand to his head, Maldarayan could feel the bare skin on his skull. I'm just joking around too. Can I do that again? Li Xin asked. Li Xin smiled, but his cold tone made Maldarayan tremble and forcibly put on a smile. It had been 10 minutes since Li Xin left, so the challengers on the boat began to get restless. Could it be that Mr. Li Xin fell into the sea? Oh, that's nonsense. He can't even fly. If he hasn't returned yet, he must have fallen. You think Li Xin abruptly went out to sea alone and fell? Do you really think that would happen to him? Are you his anti-fan? You bastard. Geez, no. I just tried to be logical here. What on earth was happening? Li Xin had taken off at high speed and had quickly turned into a dot. And then there was the other dot in the distance, which they assumed was a pirate ship. Therefore, they became even more worried. Huh? Look over there, shouted a crew. Something was approaching the challengers quickly, and its speed was still increasing. The probability of it being a pirate ship was high. As it got closer, the challengers' anxiety increased. If Li Xin had boarded that ship, there might have been some chaos, but it seemed peaceful and was sailing toward them peacefully. This meant that Li Xin either could not get on the ship or was caught by the pirates. Could it be that he really fell into the sea? Would Li Xin have made it on that ship? Then, that must be Li Xin bringing the pirate ship here, said Vula. Vula decided to go inside, convinced Li Xin was on the approaching ship. He thought that there was nothing more to see and no need to wait for anything. Didn't Li Xin say that the pirates have a clue about Treasure Island? Even if Li Xin had to confront someone on the sea, they were most likely pirates or the Dragonian from earlier. As the ship got closer, it became clear that it was a pirate ship and that Li Xin had robbed that ship alone. Vula had known that there was no chance Li Xin would have fallen into the sea or gotten caught by the pirates. Mr. Vula? Where are you going? One of the crew asked. I'm going to get some sleep, Vula replied. What? Mr. Li Xin hasn't even come back yet, said the crew. Rather than worrying about that guy, you should worry about those damn pirates, said Vula. But the crew did not know what to say. Seemingly annoyed, Vula waved his hands and went into the cabin. Some challengers nodded and returned to their positions, but most waited for the approaching ship. Prepare for combat just in case, said the captain. If Li Xin was not on that ship, the crew and the challengers needed to be prepared for combat. And if Li Xin was there but in a bad situation, they had to help him. With that in mind, the captain waited with his eyes wide open. I think it's that pirate ship from earlier. Maldarayan of the East, a crewmate shouted. The challengers tensed up when they heard that. Something is flying toward us, the crew shouted. It flew toward them at an incredible speed and soon landed on the deck. Mr. Li Xin, exclaimed a crewmate. Li Xin had returned to the ship, riding the deck he had left on. He reattached the deck to its original spot with psychokinesis and then approached the captain. I have obtained the compass from the Maldarayan pirates, said Li Xin. Li Xin handed the compass to the captain. Ah, thank you, said the captain. Wang Ilhan, who had stayed on the 20th floor for quite some time and thoroughly mastered navigation skills, received the compass proudly. Wait, but why did those pirates? The captain wondered why the pirates had come with Li Xin. Well, I couldn't leave them there. You can think of them as loot, Li Xin explained. Sorry, the captain asked. Just use them as you please. If they don't listen to you well, just call me, said Li Xin. Wang Ilhan, who had suddenly received management authority over the pirates, became confused, and his head filled with a jumble of thoughts. Would the notorious Maldarayan pirate gang really listen to him? Despite what Li Xin had said, facing the pirates was daunting for Wang Ilhan. Even so, it's still. Wang Ilhan muttered. Well, or you can just send them back, said Li Xin. What? But, if we just send them back, they will retaliate with greater force, Wang Ilhan said. I don't think they will. Li Xin muttered. Li Xin's voice trailed off as he noticed the Maldarayan pirate ship approaching. When Maldarayan caught his gaze, he quickly averted his eyes and feigned busyness. Yeah, I agree with Wang Ilhan. I don't think I can trust them. Li Xin thought for a second about what to do with the pirates and finally decided. Well, then let's just sink it, Li Xin concluded. What did you just say? Wang Ilhan asked Li Xin. How many times would Wang Ilhan say what? Wang Ilhan realized that he was repeating the word an awful lot, but that was the only thing that came to his mind. Wang Ilhan looked at Maldarayan with a bewildered expression. Seeing Maldarayan's pale appearance, Wang Ilhan could somewhat assume what kind of suffering he had endured from Li Xin. Seeing Maldarayan like that also filled him with pity. Let me think for a moment. Wang Ilhan could not finish his sentence. Wait a moment. Maldarayan shouted urgently. Maldarayan suddenly leaped from his ship and landed next to Li Xin and Wang Ilhan. Who do you think you are to jump onto our ship? Li Xin said to Maldarayan. Li Xin's cold voice made Maldarayan tremble and kneel. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I mean, please don't sink our boat. Maldarayan's head was pressed against the ground in apology. Wang Ilhan found Maldarayan's behavior very strange. Was this the infamous Maldarayan? The compassion that he felt toward Maldarayan only increased after seeing this. Wang Ilhan is worried you might betray us. But if we destroy your ship, you won't be able to, said Li Xin. No, I don't have any intention of betraying you. I'm not that crazy. How could I betray a wizard? Maldarayan explained. Mr. Li Xin, I'll reconsider it, said Wang Ilhan. From how things looked, it could be said that Maldarayan wouldn't backstab Li Xin's group. Wang Ilhan knew that Li Xin would surrender the pirates to the mighty ocean if he asked. However, he just couldn't choose to sacrifice hundreds of humans. How about we just let them go? I don't think they will retaliate, Wang Ilhan said, looking at Li Xin. Oh, my goodness, Mr. Captain. You are absolutely right. We won't even dare think about retaliating. Cross my heart, said Maldarayan. All right, just remember this. Don't let us see you again. And don't scheme with others either, said Li Xin, looking at Maldarayan. Yes, of course. Maldarayan replied with excitement. Take this with you. Li Xin took out a small device and handed it to Maldarayan. What is this? Maldarayan asked. This is a location tracker. If you get too far away, it won't respond, but we can check each other's location in real time. Put it on your ship, said Li Xin. Yes, sir. Maldarayan replied. If Maldarayan had this on his ship, Li Xin thought that at least Wang Ilhan's worries would lessen. If you get caught doing something else, it'll be the end, Li Xin warned Maldarayan again. Of course? Never? That won't happen, said Maldarayan. Maldarayan bowed repeatedly, jumped over the railing, and crossed over to his ship. He has good ears indeed, Li Xin muttered. Maldarayan and his pirates quickly vanished from sight, worried that Li Xin might change his mind again. Next, Wang Ilhan navigated the ship using the compass. From the beginning of the stage, battles had raged without a moment's rest, but in truth, it was rare for anything to happen on the vast sea. Most of the time, the challengers just repeated the monotonous voyage. Even though they had sailed for a full day, they had not seen a single island or ship. Splash! The waves are getting stronger, Vula muttered. That's strange. Looking at the weather, there shouldn't be such strong waves, one of the crew members replied. Is that so? Vula asked. Vula had just woken up, and his entire day was ruined by the news that Maldarayan had been set free. And then, the ship started shaking non-stop due to the waves, further increasing his irritation. I'm about to lose my temper again, said Vula. Crazy guy, Li Xin muttered. Did you just call me a crazy guy? Vula was upset to hear Li Xin's words. Li Xin sighed as he looked at Vula, who did not seem to understand why Li Xin was calling him crazy. Was it really a good idea to awaken the berserker talent in that guy? Li Xin was starting to worry that Vula was turning into an ignorant orc who only wanted to fight as the days passed. Nothing. If you're that irritated, use your sword at least, Li Xin said. What do you mean? Where should I use my sword? Those guys over there aren't even worth fighting. Vula could not finish his sentence. The wind roared as a massive water column suddenly arose from the sea. Amidst the pouring water, a huge monster emerged. Use it over there, Li Xin pointed to the monster. After seeing the monster, Vula drew his sword and smiled. This is perfect for me to vent my frustration, Vula muttered. Vula charged at the monster, so the big fish-like creature fixed its gaze on Vula. Dio Vula could not finish his sentence again because the monster had shot multiple water streams at him. Coop! Vula gasped. Li Xin used his psychokinesis to catch Vula mid-air, preventing him from being thrown off the ship. With a thud, Vula landed back on the deck. TT thank you, Vula whispered. With embarrassment, Vula expressed his gratitude to Li Xin, but his eyes turned red. Ugh, you fish head! Vula shouted in anger. With rage building up inside him, Vula enveloped his sword in blazing mana power. The monster, nearly half the size of a large ship, emerged from the water and began gathering water in its mouth again. I'll split you in half, said Vula, glaring at the monster. Qua? Once again, a water stream shot him down. Wave-cutting sword. In response to the monster's attack, one of Vula's admirable performances, the wave-cutting sword, exerted fierce mana power and charged ahead. Swoosh! Ba-ba-ba-bam! The sword aura of wave-cutting sword split the water stream in half, eventually cleaving the monster. The monster could not comprehend what had happened and met its demise with a bewildered expression without even screaming. Qua? The sword aura of wave-cutting sword split the water stream and the monster. However, it didn't stop there. It exerted its force on the sea, creating a huge storm before disappearing. Wow, Mr. Vula is really amazing too. I can't believe he killed a sea monster with just one strike. Wow, this is the power of Li Xin's #1 swordsman. What are you talking about? Li Xin's #1 swordsman is Baek Hyun. Hey, no, that's not right. Li Xin's right-hand man is Park Ju-hyuk. Where did you hear such nonsense? Li Xin cherishes Park Hyun the most. There's even talk about their engagement in the future. Li Xin's face distorted when he heard all that nonsense. Hey, that's no. Li Xin was about to intervene in their conversation. Hey, what the hell are you talking about? Why would I be Li Xin's #1 swordsman? Do you think I'm some kind of servant of that monster, Li Xin? Upon hearing their words, Vula approached the challengers and the crew members on the ship with an incredulous expression. Huh? Oh, is that not true? Yeah? What's with this talk about Mr. Vula being Li Xin's #1 swordsman? He's just one of Li Xin's colleagues. Yeah, that's right. You're right. The challengers hastily tried to explain themselves in the face of Vula's fierce reaction. However, they still failed to calm him down. And why are you even mentioning the others? Do you think I'm inferior to them? Huh. Vula was upset and was glaring at the challengers. No, it's not like THA. Please just calm down a little. Don't tell me to calm down. Except for monsters like Li Xin, no one can beat M. Well, except for that guy, Endo, or Enjoy or whatever his name was. But other than these two, I can win against anyone. You understand? Vula shouted at the challengers and the crew members. Even after killing the giant sea monster earlier, Vula's excitement and anger had not subsided. He continued to lash out at the people on the ship. Li Xin watched the scene for a bit before ignoring the challengers signaling for help and went to Wang Ilhan, who was lost in thought. This is strange, Wang Ilhan muttered, looking at the monster's corpse floating on the sea. What do you mean? Li Xin asked, looking at Wang Ilhan. As Li Xin approached Wang Ilhan, he explained what he had said. These monsters don't usually come up to the surface. They don't like sunlight, Wang Ilhan explained to Li Xin. You know much about these monsters? Li Xin asked. I know a little. They live deep down in the sea. They inhabit places so deep that they're hard for humans to see, Wang Ilhan continued. Wang Ilhan was right. Besides, if such giant fish were roaming beneath their ship, the pirates would not be able to navigate the waters easily. Suddenly, the nearby currents started to gather around the monster's corpse. However, compared to the giant monster, the currents looked insignificant. This isn't a good sign. Whenever strange things happen at sea, bad things tend to follow, said Wang Ilhan, looking troubled. Wang Ilhan was certain that something bad was going to happen. Do you happen to know about a Bame Monstra? Li Xin abruptly asked Wang Ilhan. Adat novel bin adat. Wang Ilhan's eyes widened when he heard the name. No way, Wang Ilhan muttered. Wang Ilhan did not think Li Xin would mention the name without reason. Do you know something about it? Li Xin asked Wang Ilhan again. I don't know much either, but I've heard stories about the monster of the deep sea, a Bame Monstra. That creature can dominate the entire sea, Wang Ilhan explained. All right, Li Xin replied. Wang Ilhan had little significant information. Do you expect a Bame monster to appear? Wang Ilhan asked Li Xin nervously. Li Xin wanted to keep this from the other challengers. It would only increase their anxiety. However, Li Xin felt that it was appropriate to inform Wang Ilhan, the ship's captain, now that it had come to this. I'm not expecting it, Li Xin replied. Then, Wang Ilhan asked Li Xin nervously. It will definitely appear. But don't tell anyone else because I can handle it, Li Xin said. Wang Ilhan's pupils shook rapidly. I'll leave the ship to you, Li Xin said calmly. Li Xin's request sounded like a death sentence to Wang Ilhan. The ship followed the compass direction, eventually bringing Li Xin and his group to a small island. It feels eerie for some reason, Vula muttered. Let's rest here today, Wang Ilhan suggested. At Wang Ailhan's instruction, all the ships anchored on one side of the island. The night sky is beautiful, said Wang Ailhan, who was relatively older than the other challengers. This old man is more sentimental than I thought, Vola muttered, looking at Wang Ailhan. Wang Ailhan chuckled at Vola's straightforward words. That's right. I didn't know I would climb the tower at this age. Amazingly, I've come this far, but I didn't expect to take on this challenge again, haha, said Wang Ailhan. Wang Ailhan thoroughly enjoyed the journey, finding it both interesting and exciting. For the first time since settling on the 20th floor 5 years ago, he was experiencing genuine excitement. Every moment felt like a thrilling adventure to Wang Ailhan. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Vola asked Wang Ailhan. You may or may not know Mr. Vola, but there was an incident with our Korean challengers 2 years ago. There was a time when Korean challengers could not come up from the first floor, said Wang Ailhan. Wang Ailhan turned to see Li Xin standing alone in the distance. Vola also looked at Li Xin and nodded, seemingly aware of the incident. So you know about the incident. Anyway, I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw that at the time. I was grateful that I had not entered the tower then. Watching that incident made me feel more comfortable settling on the 20th floor. I reminded myself that the tower was a very dangerous place, said Wang Ailhan. That's also true, Vola said. Ha ha ha, I thought you were going to say something, said Wang Ailhan. Wang Ailhan continued with a bitter smile. After more than a year, challengers from the first floor began to climb up. Besides, all of them were making remarkable achievements, and that was when I first realized. Wang Ailhan paused for a second. The chilly night wind brushed past Wang Ailhan and Vola. Wang Ailhan savored the saltiness of the sea carried by the wind, reminiscing about the exhilarating events of the past few days. I realized that I also wanted to climb the tower. I promised myself that if I didn't give up, I would see the light again someday. Being over 50 made me forget why I started climbing the tower in the first place. I think I worried about getting old too much. You're just a bit over 50, what's the big deal? Vola muttered, looking at Wang Ailhan. Vola appeared much younger than Wang Ailhan on the surface, but the elf had lived twice as long. Wang Ailhan knew this and just nodded his head with a smile. Haha, compared to you, Mr. Vola, it's not much. But each of my decisions is a bit heavier at my age, said Wang Ailhan. Wang Ailhan knew that Vola did not mean to criticize him and was just bad at expressing his ideas and thoughts. Furthermore, Wang Ailhan felt relieved after expressing his feelings. I know what you mean. Even if we live the same number of years, we feel and understand things differently. Ask me if you need anything. I can easily help you, said Vola, looking at Wang Ailhan. Thank you, Wang Ailhan replied. Wang Ailhan realized Vola was much kinder than he had expected. In the meanwhile, the other challengers were busy spending time on their own, and Li Xin was investigating the strange mana he had felt in the ocean earlier. This is the residue of mana that controls people's emotions. Such traces remained in parts of this island. Li Xin looked at the other challengers around him. They all seemed lost in thought for some reason. Clearly, they were under this mana's influence. Since the island wasn't very big, Li Xin could examine it by just spreading his mana. He realized that none of the creatures on this island had this kind of mana. That means something moved inside the sea. From Li Xin's fingertips, several strands of mana spiraled out and penetrated the ocean. The mana flowed into the seawater, reaching the ocean floor and spreading further. Detect. Finding the mana he had felt before with just its residue was no easy task. Compared to land, water bodies had a more complex mana flow. Well, it seems like I can't get anything more here. Li Xin collected his mana and walked to Wang Ailhan. Li Xin could have erased all the residues of that mana on the island, but he had decided against it. Most of the challengers, including Wang Ailhan and Vola, were in a good mood thanks to that mana. Moreover, everyone already had their drinks out and was having a great time. Hi, Mr. Li Xin, you're here, Wang Ailhan greeted Li Xin. Did you get bored talking to yourself? Vola made fun of Li Xin. Be quiet, man, said Li Xin, looking at Vola. Li Xin sat beside Wang Ailhan and looked at the calm sea. Do you know about Siren? Li Xin asked Wang Ailhan. Of course I do. People say sirens appear when Treasure Island appears, Wang Ailhan replied. Why do you ask? Have you seen Siren or something? Vola asked Li Xin. No, Li Xin replied. Li Xin took out 3 bottles of an alcoholic beverage from his subspace pocket and handed them to the two. Oh, isn't this 100-year-old green tea and alcohol? Wang Ailhan looked surprised. Man, I didn't know you had such good taste, said Vola, looking at the bottles. Wang Ailhan and Vola looked at the bottles with admiration on their faces. Let's lighten up the mood a bit, said Li Xin. Li Xin wasn't particularly fond of consuming alcohol and spending time leisurely, but he believed that it was okay to indulge in such activities occasionally. Perhaps it was because he was also affected by Siren's mana. However, it was a good feeling, so the 3 of them raised their glasses and drank. This tastes so good. Wonder how long it has been since I had a drink. Vola muttered. Thank you so much, Mr. Li Xin. This is a drink I cannot afford. It's just so darn expensive, said Wang Ailhan. Do you like alcohol? Li Xin asked Wang Ailhan. Well, yes. I used to live with a bottle in my hand, but I quit drinking when I started climbing the tower. I didn't have the luxury for it anymore, said Wang Ailhan. I used to be the best drinker in my tribe, Vola muttered. Vola boasted about his drinking capacity, gulping down his alcohol. Have you heard that Siren likes to drink too? Wang Ilhan asked. I've never heard of that. Do those creatures even know how to drink? Vola asked Wang Ilhan. I'm not sure, Wang Ilhan replied. Vola had a look of disappointment and took another sip of his drink. By the way, we must find Siren to get to Treasure Island. Based on what you said earlier, I'm assuming you found some traces of them here. Is that true? Wang Ilhan asked, looking at Li Xin. Yes, there were traces of their mana. It doesn't seem like they left too long ago, Li Xin replied. Why do we need sirens to get to Treasure Island? Vola asked Li Xin. Wang Ilhan could tell that Vola really did not know anything, even after climbing the tower. If Vola did not know such basic information, nothing was left to say. Before entering Treasure Island, we will experience a phenomenon called God's Wrath in the sea. Sirens consider this a sign from the gods and sing their songs accordingly, Wang Ilhan explained to Vola. Oh, so if sirens sing, we will know God's wrath is approaching, Vola muttered. Yeah, that's correct. Sirens sing near the phenomenon, so all we have to do is find them, Wang Ilhan continued. Don't we have the compass? Vola asked Wang Ilhan again. The compass only tells you the direction, not the timing. Also, the compass won't work well near where God's wrath occurs. So, it's difficult to locate the exact position, Wang Ilhan answered Vola. Vola nodded. Is there a way to find them? Li Xin asked, looking at Wang Ilhan. I'm not sure if it will work out, but there is a way, Wang Ilhan said. Li Xin nodded with a satisfied smile after hearing Wang Ilhan's solution. Great. Then let's just relax and enjoy tonight, Li Xin replied. Maldarayan, who had fled as if Li Xin was still chasing him, frowned at the sight of a distant fleet. Ugh, the ocean is so vast, so why am I encountering unpleasant fellows so often? Maldarayan muttered. I know, that's what I'm saying. What should we do? One of the pirates asked. Let's just go back before we get involved. No, wait a minute, said Maldarayan. Suddenly, a brilliant idea popped up in Maldarayan's mind, and he smirked. Well, it will be annoying if only we suffer, don't you think? Maldarayan said with a smirk. What are you talking about? Asked the pirate again. You idiot? I'm talking about that damn wizard. If we're the only ones who suffer, it will be freaking annoying, don't you think so? Maldarayan shouted in anger. Why yes, of course. That's right. They should suffer just like us, said the pirate. Yeah, this is actually an opportunity. Hectos isn't the type of guy to take anything lying down, said Maldarayan. Exactly. He. The crew member laughed. Hey, you guys, turn the ship around. We'll meet Hectos. Maldarayan shouted. Maldarian's pirate ships turned toward Hectos' fleet. They faced Hectos' pirate fleet with no intention of fighting. What's going on? Hectos muttered. Hectos was not in a great mood. Li Xin's thunderbolt had ruined his ship and him. I have some great news you'll like, said Maldarayan. What kind of bullshit are you trying to sell? Hectos did not seem interested. You know that Thunderman's Maldarayan could not finish his sentence. At novel bin at. Woong crack? Hectos had drawn his sword and smashed the chair next to him. Don't you dare mention that bastard's name in front of me, said Hectos, furious. Maldarayan was slightly startled by Hectos' reaction. It was much more intense than he had expected. What's wrong with this guy? Maldarayan whispered to one of his pirates standing beside him. I heard that Hectos' twid bomb cannon was struck by the thunderbolt and fell into the sea. What? Seriously? All of them? No, there are still 3 left, but they have lost 2. Maldarayan quickly understood the situation after hearing the reason and nodded his head, hiding his expression. Surely you must be angry about this. But listen to me for a moment, even though you're angry, said Maldarayan. If you talk nonsense, don't even think about getting out of here alive, Hectos replied. Hectos' cold words made the atmosphere inside the cabin tense in an instant. Nevertheless, Maldarayan calmly spoke up. As you already know, I'm also pretty annoyed by those bastards' actions. So I'm looking for ways to get back at them, said Maldarayan. So what is it that you want to tell me? Hectos asked Maldarayan. Don't you want revenge against that Thundermancer? I know their location, said Maldarayan. Maldarayan knew only idiots revealed their hands quickly. He had to ramp up the tension gradually. So what? What can we do with their location? Revenge is impossible as long as that wizard is around, said Hectos. Hey, do you think I don't know that? Maldarayan smirked as he spoke. Don't dawdle, just tell me quickly, said Hectos. When Maldarayan heard the impatience in Hector's voice, he knew his plan would succeed. I've found out why those guys are here. They are here for a marine creature. They're looking for a monster that lives deep inside the sea, said Maldarayan. A monster in the deep sea? Why are they looking for that? Hectos asked. People say that that wizard is after that monster's heart. Think about it. With a wizard of that power, wouldn't it be possible? Maldarayan asked, looking at Hectos. Hectos was lost in his thought. Hectos thought that it was possible but felt uneasy for some reason. And we got information that the wizard found the monster of the deep sea a few hours ago. So, that wizard is not with his fleet right now, Maldarayan said. Are you sure about that? Hectos asked Maldarayan again. If Maldarian's words were actual, this would be the best opportunity to take revenge on that wizard. No matter how great that wizard was, surviving in the middle of the sea was impossible without a ship. Yeah, if you're still uneasy, send a scout to the location I'm talking about. The wizard's ship will be there, said Maldarayan. Go check it out. Hectos ordered a crew member on his ship. Yes sir, the crew member replied. Hectos sent a scout to the location that Maldarayan had mentioned because he felt that Maldarayan would not lie to this extent. All right, let's give it a try, Hectos said. When Hectos said that, Maldarayan cheered on the inside. He just prayed that things would not go wrong anymore. You guys probably thought the same, but let's approach the wizard's ship from different directions like last time. Because I'm assuming that it would be uncomfortable for us to get too close to each other, isn't it? Said Maldarayan. I agree with that too, said Hectos. The waves were particularly rough today. Wang Ilhan could sense something bad was approaching. Captain? Pirate fleets ahead and behind, shouted a crew member. What did you just say? Could that be Maldarayan? Wang Ilhan replied with nervousness. Wang Ilhan knew the Maldarayan fleet was getting closer to their ship because of the location tracker. However, Wang Ilhan expected the pirates to do nothing because Li Xin was on this ship. However, the appearance of the pirate fleets in the front and the back indicated the pirates' intentions. Prepare for combat everyone. Report the current situation to Mr. Li Xin and Mr. Vula. Wang Ilhan, the captain, ordered. They already know, one of the crew members shouted. Good, Wang Ilhan replied. A sense of stability was felt due to the presence of one person, Li Xin. Even with the pirate fleets surrounding them, Wang Ilhan was not worried at all. This is why we shouldn't show kindness to pirates, Wang Ilhan muttered. Meanwhile, Hectos was excited with thoughts of revenge. Ha ha ha, let those damn guys sink in the sea. Kill them all. Maldarayan shouted with anger. Sweep away those who dare to disrespect Hectos' pirate gang. Hectos shouted again. Show the terror of the sea. Maldarayan shouted. Fire the burst cannon, sink their ships. Hectos ordered. Hectos and his crew sharpened their blades for revenge, unaware of what awaited ahead. Li Xin found the sight of the pirate ship rushing toward his ship ridiculous. Are they really out of their minds? Li Xin thought that Maldarayan would know that defeating the challenger's ship would be impossible, even if Maldarayan and Hectos used their combined might. Soon, Li Xin realized that Maldarayan was trying to use him to eliminate Hectos. If Maldarayan had brought all 4 pirate gangs, Li Xin might have considered that those pirates were trying to win against him, but with only 2, it was impossible. Ha, Li Xin sighed. And that was why one shouldn't let pirates go free. Things like these occasionally happened when pirates tried to use their rusty brains. Pizzicato. A thunderbolt had materialized from Li Xin's fingertips and was now dancing on his palm. Normally, Li Xin would not have been so annoyed, but the timing was just terrible. The sea was tumultuous and raging, and Li Xin could feel the intense energy of death from below. Li Xin knew that he had to resolve this situation quickly. Li Xin shot the thunderbolt on his palm to the sky. The calm sky vibrated. Clouds with lightning crackling inside gathered in the sky. Rumble crack. Hectos was about to shoot the burst cannon, but his face turned pale when he noticed the climate change. Ugh, this bastard. Although Maldarayan had said that the Thundermancer was not here, Hectos had carefully scouted the ship just in case. He hadn't found the wizard then. Li Xin might have been inside the cabin, but since that could not be confirmed, Hectos had deemed that Li Xin wasn't there. Moreover, since Maldarayan's pirate gang was also within the wizard's attack range, Hectos had no choice but to believe Maldarayan's words. However, Hectos just realized that the Thundermancer was on board. That meant that either Maldarayan was a spy or also got the wrong information. Since Hectos thought that there was no way Maldarayan would be on Li Xin's side, Maldarayan must have also gotten the wrong information. Ugh, that idiot. Hectos blamed himself for believing the words of that idiot and gritted his teeth. Now that it had come to this, Hectos had to attack the ship somehow and take advantage of the confusion to escape. Fire quickly, aim for that ship. Hectos ordered his crews on the ship. Yes, sir, one of the crew members replied. Energy began to gather in the burst cannon. The Twid bomb, which had the maximum output with the addition of the monostone, rotated fiercely and was fired. Bam, bam, bam. The 3 burst cannons in the front had fired simultaneously, spewing flames. Thunderbolt. Rumble crack, crock, crack. At the same time, a thunderbolt from the sky struck the Twid bomb directly, causing a massive explosion over the sea. Boom, piz. The simultaneous detonation of 3 Twid bombs was devastating. In an instant, the sea was split, pushing seawater in all directions. The surrounding ships even started to sink, unable to stand the massive waves. Ugh, hold on tight. Hectos shouted. Abandon the sunken ships. Hectos shouted again. Try to get on board on your own, you idiots. Hectos shouted for the 3rd time. Hectos held onto the ship's railing and tried to balance himself on the swaying ship. He had never imagined being hit by cannonballs detonated by magic. And it was worse than anything he could have imagined because 3 Twid bomb cannons had exploded simultaneously. To be more accurate, Hectos refused to even imagine the unpleasant event. And the wizard responsible for such an event was Hectos' enemy. Fire, keep firing. Hectos ordered. No, we can't do that anymore. The waves are too strong and high, a crew member shouted. It's difficult to maintain balance, another crew member shouted. The power of the waves and the time their peak lasted made it hard to believe an explosion created them. What's going on? Hectos sensed something and an eerie object began surfacing from the ghoulish depths of the ocean at the same time. The ocean was bottomless, so even if that explosion had split it, was it really possible to see its base? A dark shadow emerged from the blue ocean, followed by sudden and violent fluctuations. At the same time, the southern part of the sea, where Maldarian's pirate ship was, started to surge greatly, and waves massive enough to engulf the large ship rushed in. Shit. As soon as the twid bomb exploded, Li Xin regretted it. He should have aimed for the creature emerging from the sea, not the twid bomb. Everyone, get inside the ship right now, Wang Ilhan shouted to everyone on the ship. Captain, shouted a crewmate. We're doing our best to get inside, shouted another. A powerful mana wave more dangerous than anything they had encountered before streamed fiercely toward the challengers from the sea. Wang Ilhan gritted his teeth and struggled to keep the ship from capsizing, but that seemingly could happen any second. When Vola noticed the large wave, at least 3 times higher than the challenger's large ship, he brought his sword close to his body. Coop! Vola gasped in pain. Vola realized it would be impossible to survive this danger unscathed, so he intentionally wounded himself. Then, his pupils turned red, and his mana became much stronger. Vola, barely managing to keep his mind straight, poured his fierce mana into his sword. Wave-cutting sword. Vola swung his blade and cut the wave. Such skill was the most fundamental idea of this swordsmanship. Swoosh! Vola exerted his mana to the extreme, swiftly spinning and splitting the approaching waves in half. The center of the wave was cut, causing the remaining waves to break apart and crash onto the sea. Qua! If the waves had collided as they were, the ship would have been destroyed and hundreds of challengers would have lost their lives. The challengers had witnessed Vola performing the feat and felt their hearts skip a beat. Shit. The tower I was climbing wasn't really a tower. Did this feel unreal because it was far too removed from reality? Despite almost dying just now, the challengers could not determine if this was a dream or reality. Ugh. Coop. As the ship suddenly bounced up into the sky, challengers who had not made it inside were thrown out of the ship. Psychokinesis. Li Xin caught the challengers flying off in all directions, threw them into the ship, and scattered his mana. If Li Xin acted passively, the monster would just drag him around. Rin. Li Xin called out. Yes, did you, call me? Rin replied. Although she appeared at Li Xin's call, she was shaking, seemingly frightened. I'm sorry, but can you help those who fell into the sea? Li Xin asked Rin. Sure, Rin replied. When the waves had risen, the monster's tail had come into view. The tail was so massive that the monster could destroy a large ship by just shaking it a bit. And the black shadow under the sea seemed boundless, so Li Xin was sure it was a Bame Monstra. Did a Bame Monstra follow the mana left behind after I put its heart into the subspace? Since the monster's second heart was already in the subspace, it could not find its location. That was why the monster did not swallow Li Xin with the ship. The monster was trying to find its heart. Okay, then I will need some bait. Li Xin opened the shadow space, called out his subordinates, and ordered them to protect the ship. Then, he flew over to Hecto's ship with psychokinesis. Although Hecto's ship was twice as big as Li Xin's, it was about to tip over. Safely arriving on the ship, Li Xin immediately took out the second heart of a Bame Monstra from the subspace pocket. Wong. As soon as that unstable energy appeared, the sea reacted. Watch out! There's a whirlpool. It's sucking us in. Evacuate! Get out of here quickly. A huge whirlpool materialized under the pirate ship. Li Xin immediately gathered all of his mana. He had to properly execute this attack even if it cost him the 300,000 mana stored in his silver tree wand. Quaya! As the raging whirlpool rose, the head of the huge monster began to appear. The people on the ship were drenched in seawater, which was rushing in from all sides, decreasing their stamina in real time. It felt like their minds were going blank just being near the monster, probably due to how much mana the creature possessed. It was difficult to keep their minds straight without biting their lips till they started bleeding. Now Li Xin could finally understand why the gods had come out so arrogantly and confidently. Endo was only an appetizer compared to this creature. Swish. The black mana consumed the negative emotions in the surrounding and soared toward the sky. Dark Thunder. Despite climbing the tower numerous times, Li Xin had never used the Dark Thunder with full force before, not even once. He had used it before on the 3rd floor and during his recent fight with Endo, but not at full force. As a wizard, Li Xin always tried to solve a situation in the most efficient way. Since this was how he had lived until now, Li Xin had naturally used the appropriate amount of power without even thinking about it. However, now things were different. He who knows death was speaking to Li Xin, warning him that he could really die this time. This was unlike being in danger of death due to carelessness or mistakes. If Li Xin did not pour everything he had into this no, even if he did pour everything, he could still die if luck was not on his side. Furthermore, Li Xin could sense the silver tree wand's pain. Strike down. Li Xin ordered. Quaya, rumble crack, crack, bomb, boom. The black lightning struck down from the sky, and a single black flash struck the monster instantly and repeatedly. Cry. Li Xin frowned when he heard an agonized scream from the depths of the sea. Due to the instinctive mana wave that a Bame Monstra emitted, Li Xin was momentarily distracted, and Dark Thunder disappeared. Crack, thud. A Bame Monstra, screaming in agony, swallowed Hecto's pirate fleet and disappeared into the deep sea. No, cried Vola and the Korean challengers. Damn it, other Korean challengers shouted. Vola and the Korean challengers had screamed because they had known Li Xin was on Hector's ship. It was clear that even if it was Li Xin, the chance of his survival was extremely low now that the monster had swallowed him. The turbulent seawater finally became silent as if nothing had happened. The black silhouette of the monster also suddenly disappeared. Is your master okay? Vula asked Mei. The mana flow is still there. If our master dies, we'll lose mana and collapse, Mei explained to Vula. Since there was no expression on Mei's face, Vula could not tell what Mei was thinking, which frustrated him. Aren't you even worried about your master? Vula asked, looking at Mei. I'm more worried than you, so shut up, Mei replied. What did you say? Vula shouted at Mei. At novel bin at. The situation became tense, and Vula and Mei became sensitive and aggressive toward each other. Therefore, Wari intervened to mediate. If you two fight each other, the master will suffer. So stop it, said Wari. Every second we remain summoned, we are consuming more of our master's mana, said Engine. After hearing Engine's words, the two started calming down. Staying calm is the only way we can help our master right now, said Lakers. Lakers, you're probably not even worried about our master, said Mei, looking at Lakers. Mei sighed as he watched Lakers calmly leaning against one side of the ship. I, too, acknowledged our master and have become his subordinate. So, please refrain from saying such things. Becoming our master's subordinate before me doesn't make you stronger than me, Lakers replied. I might as well crush you here so that our master doesn't have to waste any more of his precious mana, said Mei, mad. You're being foolish, said Lakers. Just as the fight was about to move from Vula and Mei to Lakers and Mei, Wang Ilhan shouted at them with a stern face. Stop it, all of you. Wang Ilhan shouted at the undead. When Mei noticed Wang Ilhan's trembling hands, he became calmer. Mei could not tell if Wang Ilhan was afraid of dealing with monsters he could not even defeat or if he was worried about Li Xin. However, Mei at least knew that Wang Ilhan could be more helpful to Li Xin than him. I'm sorry, Mei apologized to Wang Ilhan and suppressed his anger. All we can do right now is pray for our master's safety. Wari let out a sigh mixed with a lament as he looked out at the calm sea. The inside of a Bame Monstra was filled with darkness. Walking on the sticky ground, Li Xin cast the light magic. The floating light ball illuminated the surroundings. This is, Li Xin muttered, looking at the monster's body. Was he really inside the monster's body? The space inside was too wide to think so. From afar, Li Xin could see the flag of Hecto's pirate ship. However, only a part of it remained, hanging somewhere. That was one of many things. Remnants of broken ships and the corpses of various monsters and marine species were scattered around. The message that said Li Xin had cleared the hidden stage had not yet appeared, meaning a Bame Monstra was not dead yet. Did I fail to kill the monster even with Dark Thunder at full force? This was the first time Li Xin could not kill someone or something, even after giving his all. Even though Dark Thunder was cut off in the middle, he felt that the result wouldn't have changed even if that hadn't happened. Nevertheless, Li Xin was confident that he had caused considerable damage to the monster. The monster seemed to be in recovery mode or just quiet, but no one knew when he would move again. Considering the source of that tremendous mana, the monster would recover quickly. Therefore, Li Xin had to find the bastard's heart as soon as possible. Being inside a Bame Monstra was like being inside a seemingly endless and enormous cave. And frustratingly, the diverse marine creatures inside it kept blocking Li Xin's path. Flare. The flames from Li Xin's fingertips burned the spider-like monsters. While the creatures inside posed little to no threat to Li Xin, they were abundant and continually assailed him, leaving him no respite. This place didn't seem like a monster's innards. There was a whole ecosystem here with its own animals and all, making it more like a new world. Keek. Wind cutter. Li Xin's wind blade sliced the screaming and screeching monsters in his path. It looked like he could easily handle the monsters with a simple spell, but that was not the case. No one knew how deep in the ocean a Bame Monstra lived, but the mana flow inside differed from the outside. Using a single spell demanded significant mental power, as the massive flow was in a constant state of flux. Li Xin realized that he would fail to manifest a spell if he made even one mistake. Something's not right. If Li Xin were to attack a Bame Monstra from within, its immune system would get activated and attack him immediately. Therefore, acting too hastily would most likely result in disaster for him. Besides, Li Xin did not even know how deep in the sea a Bame Monstra was, so getting out of the monster wasn't his only problem. Li Xin knew that he had to find the first heart of a Bame Monstra and destroy it to kill the monster. However, the flow of mana was so strong that Li Xin couldn't spread his mana waves to find the heart. If the heart were close, Li Xin could have done it, but it was too much for Li Xin's current physical state to spread mana waves over a long distance. Li Xin thought that he might find a way if he took out the second heart from the subspace pocket, but he could not risk it because he did not know how a Bame Monstra would react. Buzz. Suddenly, Li Xin felt the floor vibrate. No, wait, it's not just the floor. Something is coming. The resounding noise of rushing water flooded the vast space as water filled a Bame Monstra. Impede web. Li Xin shot up a sticky slime, which adhered to the ceiling, and pulled him up. Quiaa! The seawater rushed in violently under Li Xin's feet. The seawater the monster consumed seemed to flow through this passageway. Am I in his esophagus? Monsters occasionally appeared in the rushing seawater. Splash! Suddenly, a monster jumped out of the seawater and tried to swallow Li Xin. Air bomb. The air in front of the monster exploded, pushing it back into the water. Ugh, it's annoying how I can't predict when or where an attack will come from. When all the water was gone, Li Xin came back down and saw a small hole. Where would that lead to? Although it was difficult to see from a distance, it was definitely large enough for a person to enter. Therefore, Li Xin immediately used impede web and entered the hole. As he stepped on the turbulent ground and continued inside, a new space appeared before him. What is this place? If the last place was like a long cave, this place was an even bigger chamber. As Li Xin landed on the ground, he immediately spread his magic to push away the pungent smell. This is poison. Li Xin had illuminated the space and noticed the fog permeating it. Although the fog had already touched Li Xin, he was not poisoned by it yet. He thought he just had to keep it out of his body, so he looked around with ease. SSSHHH. Li Xin abruptly heard something slithering on the ground. Since he could not see the ground too well due to the fog, Li Xin immediately scattered his mana toward the ground. 1, 2, tisk. Li Xin frowned, having given up on counting the monster on the ground. That something was a snake-like monster that had camouflaged as the pink ground. It jumped toward Li Xin and opened its mouth wide. Damn, the dreaded moment had come. Li Xin was about to tear the creature's mouth apart with wind cutter but failed to cast his magic after being hit by the creature's intangible ultrasound. Psychokinesis. Li Xin barely caught the snake that had come close to his neck with psychokinesis. Crack. Li Xin grabbed its head and tail and chopped off the creature before throwing the corpse on the ground. I never imagined that it would shoot an ultrasound from there. The monsters of the deep sea had unique abilities as their living environment differed greatly from those in shallow waters or on land. People assumed that the deep sea monsters feared light, but it was only partly true. Swish swish. Keek. More snake-like monsters screamed and rushed toward Li Xin. These monsters were trying to read the wave of mana. Li Xin again used impede web to fly to the next place with a hole, leaving the snake monsters behind. These monsters couldn't fly, so they couldn't follow Li Xin. They also could not climb on the wall to chase Li Xin. Instead, these creatures simply moved back and forth in the same spot. And since these creatures had adapted to living in places with no light and strong mana currents, they have developed a keen sense of mana. They attacked the light source by sensing the mana waves. Not using light could be risky for Li Xin. On the other hand, using light could attract all the monsters' attention. This is a dire situation. Li Xin didn't have enough mana available. Therefore, at this point, quick thinking was necessary. The next moment, Li Xin took out the second heart of a Bame Monstra from his subspace pocket. Li Xin did not want to take the heart out as much as possible, but he had no choice now. Wung wung. As soon as Li Xin took it out, the heart reacted. The mana around Li Xin began to move in one direction. Li Xin returned to a Bame Monstra's esophagus and ran along the flow. Thud thump. The ground began to shake, and the walls began to move. It seemed like a Bame Monstra had sensed the existence of the heart and was moving. Then, tentacle-like stems protruded from the walls and began to attack Li Xin. Shadow space. Shun, Decan. Fortunately, he could summon them here since he hadn't summoned them on the ship. Protect me, said Li Xin. Yes, sir. Shun replied. I got it, Decan replied. Shun's wand shot a stream of water that struck a Bame Monstra's tentacles, while Decan's thorns tore apart the approaching monsters, helping Li Xin. After running for a while, a new space appeared. And in this larger space, there were tentacles, and some kind of white liquid was sprouting out. Squelch, squelch. It was digestive acid coming from the ceiling and walls. The acid began disintegrating the corpses and debris scattered around. Li Xin darted away while appropriately spreading his shield to block the acid, and then something familiar caught his eyes. He had seen a pretty big human with a shaggy beard, Hectos. He was crawling on the ground as his lower body had completely melted away, and around him were the melted remains of his pirate crew. Li Xin felt sick after seeing their grotesque appearance and tried to ignore them and run away. Wizard. Hectos muttered with great effort. Hectos was missing his lower half but wasn't dead yet, so he slowly uttered those words. Li Xin, who had decided to just pass by, activated his mana after clicking his tongue. Fireball. The fireball created at the tip of Li Xin's wand hit Hectos. Kapah, Hectos screamed, but his screams of pain were a little off. As Hectos' torso began to burn quickly, something elongated burst out of his head. As expected, an ordinary human could not survive in such a state. It turned out that a parasite had entered Hectos' body and was controlling him. Swoosh. When Li Xin gave Shun a signal, Shun cast a spell to chop up the parasite. Let's get going, said Li Xin. Unlike before, the mana waves from a Bame Monstra's second heart began to intensify. Should I go in here? Li Xin muttered. The entrance was getting narrower as if intentionally trying to protect something inside. The writhing inner walls were slowly swelling and trying to block the entrance, but Li Xin was not planning on leaving it like that. Deep flare. Intense black flames burned the swelling inner walls. With deep flare, which was several times hotter than usual flare, the bulging inner walls started to reduce in size again. Meanwhile, Li Xin, who had managed to get inside, confronted the furiously beating first heart of a Bame Monstra. Since the second heart of a Bame Monstra looked like a small bead, Li Xin had thought the first one would be similar, but it was different. The first heart had a diameter of at least 100 meters. And seeing the writhing veins on its surface, Li Xin strongly felt that destroying it would not be easy. Shun, you block the monsters coming here from the entrance, and Decan, protect me by blocking the ones attacking me, Li Xin ordered his two subordinates. Yes, sir. Shun replied. Leave it to me, said Decan. Li Xin felt a strong mana wriggling inside the heart. The second heart of a Bame Monstra in his hand resonated with the first heart in front of him. A powerful flow began to surge. The energy inside the first heart was highly compressed, and it was beyond Li Xin's current capabilities. The two hearts resonated with each other, complementing each other's weaknesses as their energy flows weaved together. So, this was it. Li Xin had once been a great wizard, still, the heart seemed like a formidable foe to him. Finding and manipulating the precise essence of the energy amid such a chaotic and overwhelming energy flow was also a difficult task for Li Xin. If the two hearts had been together, handling them in such a short time would have been impossible. However, the second heart was in Li Xin's hands, and the flow the two hearts were creating would break as soon as Li Xin returned it to the subspace pocket. Master! Shun cried out. It's getting more and more difficult to stop them. Dekan shouted. Hundreds no, thousands of Abame monsters' tentacles sensed the danger and shot out. Shun and Dekan alone couldn't block them all, but Li Xin did not have the time to pay attention to the tentacles. With time running short, Li Xin needed to remain highly focused and find the correct moment to return the second heart of Abame monstra to his subspace pocket. He had to be precise in piercing the core of the first heart when the flow between the two connected hearts was severed, causing chaos. At novel bin at. Li Xin had to scatter his mana and connect the flow. Furthermore, he had to read the vast and complex flow without missing anything. Therefore, he stretched his hand holding the silver tree wand tightly. Li Xin's mana absorbed the complex flow and reached him. The small mana particles acted like grains of sand and followed the vast flow. The task was exceedingly difficult, to the point that it could only be accomplished when several crucial conditions were met. Suddenly, Li Xin put the second heart back in his subspace pocket. Wung wung. The massive flow had transformed into a violent current, like a waterfall crashing down, and began to rush heavily. Within that vast and tumultuous flow, Li Xin had to find a single stream and pour all of his mana toward it. He had no time to hesitate. Li Xin had to move with the flow, using his mana accordingly. He had to compress and then pierce with his mana. Good fortune occurs due to the necklace of the guardian of the forest. Li Xin managed to find the stream and grab it. Ba 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 bam, quaya. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air, causing one's ears to ring. Then, the tentacles threatening to pierce Li Xin suddenly ceased all movement. You have beaten the odds. You have acquired a stat, luck. Ha, ha. Li Xin was out of breath. Li Xin's head started to throb, and he saw that his hands were trembling and covered in blood. Also, Silver Tree Wand had used all the mana at once and had gotten destroyed because it couldn't withstand all that power. The wand's thorns dug into Li Xin's flesh, but he didn't feel the pain. All he felt was bittersweet feelings for the wand, his longtime companion. Li Xin's mana was running very low. Therefore, Shun and Dekan, who had been protecting Li Xin, collapsed on the ground like marionettes without strings. Give me a moment, Li Xin said, looking at his two subordinates on the ground. You have cleared the hidden stage. You have obtained the first heart of a Bame Monstra. The massive first heart had disappeared, and only a small bead, which used to be inside the heart, with blue energy swirling inside remained. Li Xin retrieved the second heart from the subspace pocket, and the two hearts began to resonate. The nature of the mana emitted from each heart perfectly blended like the cogs of a machine. This is. As the two hearts came together, they merged as they touched. Fragment of Chaos. This is a fragment that contains the speck of a forgotten god. Hashtag upon consumption, you will gain the power of chaos. Hashtag upon consumption, you will gain mana. Hashtag upon consumption, you will gain the qualification of unknown. When Li Xin saw a purple piece in his hands, his heart began to beat like crazy. I finally understand why I felt a familiar sensation when I saw the second heart. It was because the second heart contained the power of chaos. Did that mean chaos was the power of a forgotten god? The Immortal Sphere. This is a marble that contains a speck of the forgotten gods. Hashtag we don't forget. The Immortal Sphere's power had made Li Xin who he was now. The Immortal Sphere was also a speck of the forgotten god. Did someone other than Li Xin also have a speck of the forgotten god? Or was it just a coincidence that happened to him only? While Li Xin fixated on the fragment of chaos, his body instinctively responded to its presence, seemingly beyond his control. Normally, Li Xin would have hated being swayed by such things, but he had no choice but to take the fragment if he wanted to survive in this place. Li Xin's mana was depleted, and since his silver tree wand had broken, he could not even summon the spirit of water. Gulp. Li Xin put the small purple piece in his mouth and swallowed it. And Li Xin could feel the piece quickly go down his esophagus and disappear like melting snow. Checking the power of chaos. The power of chaos that spread throughout him instantly reactivated his destroyed mana veins. Your mana is rising. Your mana class has reached LV4. An additional level of your body seal is unlocked. You have acquired a skill, Summoning of Golem. Li Xin felt an overflowing amount of mana. And then there was the vast amount of mana flowing around him. Li Xin quickly absorbed the mana the deceased Abame Monstra had left behind. Everything in Li Xin's sight seemed to move slower than a moment ago. Li Xin felt confident and arrogant, feeling like everything was below him. You have acquired a title, Qualification of an Adversary. The power of chaos has been strengthened. The stat chaos has increased by 1. Summoning of Golem. Hashtag summons a golem with appropriate attributes to the carrier. Seal, unlock level 3. Hashtag default stats plus 100. Hashtag dominance plus 150. Li Xin's ability had skyrocketed. He had never imagined that he could unlock the seal of Jin's body there. Since he hadn't known how to progress from unlock level 3, he had assumed that he could only gain more abilities by climbing the tower. With the seal unlocked, Li Xin's mana level had gone to level 4, and his mana class had also risen. As a result, he could now use the magic of 6th order or higher. Even his mana was now over 500,000 because he had just gained 150,000 mana at once. Considering the massive mana that the first heart possessed, 150,000 mana felt a little disappointing to Li Xin, though. These are the real goodies. Li Xin was referring to the chaos and luck stats and the qualification of an adversary. Chaos. The power created by the failure of all forces to harmonize and eventually disintegrate. Reject and accept everything concomitantly. Hashtag resistance to all elements plus 20%. Hashtag random amount of stat extortion at a low chance from the stat in the opponent's possession when hit. Hashtag random amount of stat extortion at a low chance from the stat in the opponent's possession when attacking. The resistance of all elements had increased by 10%, and the chances of stat extortion had gone from very low to low. Even when there was a very low probability, Li Xin had acquired some good stats. However, now that the probability had increased, thinking about using it more actively seemed appropriate. I never expected to find the power of chaos here. Li Xin now had to consider the relationship between chaos and the forgotten god. Furthermore, the power of chaos was found on a Bane Monstra on the 20th floor and the waiting room on the 1st floor. That meant more remnants of the power of chaos were out there in such obscure places, waiting to be found. From now on, Li Xin needed to keep in mind the power of chaos as he moved. The luck stat was also just as unexpected as the power of chaos. Chaos or divinity class were legendary, and while the luck stat was a level or 2 below them, it was still a rare stat. The way to obtain the luck stat was really absurd, and not many wanted to jump through those flaming hoops. I was just fortunate this time. Having more luck than others was a much more significant advantage than one could ever imagine, and Li Xin was well aware of that fact. So, he was as happy about receiving the luck stat as he was about obtaining the power of chaos. However, acquiring the qualification of an adversary was what pleased him the most. Qualification of an adversary. For those who dare to go against the gods. Hashtag you are taking one step closer to transcendence. Hashtag your transcendence will increase if you defeat someone with a divinity class of 5 or higher. The qualification of an adversary was a class of transcendence. It was a level that Li Xin could not even achieve in his previous life. It was unbelievable that Li Xin could step toward that level just on the 20th floor. In his previous life, he could only take that one step after reaching the 90th floor. To approach transcendence meant living in a world different from the rest. It also meant that one could stand in a position equal to that of a god. That was why it was the happiest news for Li Xin. Acquiring the qualification of an adversary was utterly different from acquiring the divinity class. If achieving the divinity class was about getting closer to the existence of a god, obtaining the transcending class meant that the rank of the existence itself had risen. Beings with a divinity class of 5 or higher, Li Xin already had a target, the one he had planned to defeat. And now, Li Xin had a more definite motivation. Crack, thud, the space began to shake, maybe because a Bane monster's corpse was sinking deeper into the ocean. Or maybe the ocean equivalent of hyenas, once terrified of the monster, were approaching it after its death. When Li Xin extended his mana to Shun and Dekan, who had collapsed, his two subordinates' eyes began to glow again. Why, am I? Shun asked. Did I faint? Dekan muttered. The two were bewildered, unaware of what was happening. Li Xin roughly explained the situation and then returned them to the shadow space. Li Xin's heart was pounding, feeling the power he had lost. He extracted and condensed his mana that was smoothly flowing. He was still deep in the ocean, but his mana control was stable now. Ice wave. He shot an ice wave toward the ceiling. An ice spike was formed and flew to the target, freezing the seawater along the trajectory and pierced through a Bane monster's skin. There were no signs of the seawater disappearing despite them having traveled for quite a distance. Just how deep had they descended? Li Xin read the mana flow with the ice remnants. As they continued up further, he could sense a more familiar flow. Swoosh! The ice wave finally reached the surface and generated ice spikes on the surface. Li Xin, who had measured his current location and distance, stopped using the ice wave and sealed the hole. Harpness! Li Xin called out. At Li Xin's call, a reaper, seemingly just a big clump of black fog, appeared before Li Xin. Did you call me? Make a Bane Monstra into an undead, Li Xin ordered. It's a powerful being. It will still be uncontrollable, with the power of he who knows death. It's fine. Just do it, said Li Xin. All right. Harpness, a big clump of black fog, spread and spread until it was large enough to cover a Bane Monstra. Li Xin could feel a strong sense of death. With his ability as he who knows death, Li Xin had seen the death of this creature. Born as a normal monster, a Bane Monstra had eaten a piece of the forgotten god by chance and lived for hundreds of years. Was it because a Bane Monstra had held on to the power of chaos for so long? Through a Bane Monstra, Li Xin realized that even ordinary beings could become powerful. With his eyes half open, Li Xin felt the death energy fluttering around. Whoosh! As if something massive had passed him, Li Xin felt a gust of wind. Opening his eyes, he saw a huge soul writhing and wandering around the area. Cuckoo. The aura of death began to bloom in a Bane Monstra's lifeless body. Li Xin touched the creature and injected his black mana. The black mana is attempting to dominate a Bame Monstra. A Bame Monstra resisted the black mana. Your dominance is increased due to the effect of Death Ruler. A Bame Monstra fears you. A Bame Monstra's flesh and skin gradually decayed and rotted away. It began to move and convulse in agony, struggling. Before it turned into an undead, liquid trickled down from the holes created by the rot. Therefore, Li Xin injected black mana once again. At novel bin at. A Bame Monstra had failed to resist the black mana. The black mana forcibly dominates a Bame Monstra. Your dominance has increased by 1. Your dominance has increased. Your dominance. Good. In the end, a Bame Monstra would break free, but a short period of dominance was enough for now. Despite having a high dominance stat, the title of Death Ruler, and black mana, a Bame Monstra had still resisted Li Xin's subjugation. Excluding Lillian, this was the first time that perfect dominance over the undead had failed. Li Xin had somewhat expected it but did not know it would be this difficult. Even with a Bame Monstra under his forced authority, Li Xin could still feel the monster resisting. Rise up! Li Xin's strong will was transmitted to a Bame Monstra. Gurgle. Li Xin heard the sound of water being parted. The decay of its flesh accelerated, and its thick rib bones became visible, making way for seawater to rush in. So, Li Xin quickly grabbed the creature's rib bones and anchored himself to not fall off. Other deep-sea monsters around, coveting the creature's corpse, were startled and fled. Li Xin was moving so fast that the hits from the water current were draining his health points. In the darkness of the deep sea, a Bame Monstra's corpse, which was close to several kilometers long, was so shrouded in darkness that its end was not visible. And every time that monster moved, it created such a huge wave that it changed the direction of the current. Quaaa, the currents in the path were destroyed and scattered around. How great it would be if there were more undead like this one. Sadly, Li Xin found dealing with this one alone overwhelming, despite using all his dominance. Although he knew it was impossible, he still wanted a Bame Monstra as his subordinate, so he had a bitter smile. Whoosh! Soon, a Bame Monstra broke through the ocean surface and soared into the air. Simultaneously, Li Xin exhaled a breath he had been holding and took a refreshing breath he hadn't had in a long time. Looking around, he couldn't see the Challenger's ships. Detect. Immediately, Li Xin spread his mana and searched for the Challenger's mana. His detect skill now had a completely different range and scale from before. His mana wave, which had spread over several kilometers, instantly found the faint traces of their mana. Let's head over there, said Li Xin. The chilly sea breeze brushed against the Challenger's skin. Wang Ilhan had been staring at the sea for hours, while Vula continued to massacre the hapless sea creatures as they bobbed up and down in the sea. Well, I think it's time for us to get going, Wang Ilhan whispered, looking at Vula. At Wang Ilhan's words, Vula pounded the railing angrily with his fist. You want to leave like this? Vula shouted at Wang Ilhan. If it were just me, I would have waited for days, Wang Ilhan muttered, looking at Vula. Wang Ilhan did not want to leave like this either. However, there were hundreds of challengers on the ship. None were attached to Li Xin enough to give up their progress or achievement to wait for him. They had to quickly follow the sirens or the compass to locate the entrance to the treasure island. Otherwise, they would miss the opportunity and fail the stage. If there were a high probability that Li Xin was still alive, the challengers would have waited longer. However, a Bame Monstra had devoured Li Xin and then had dove into the sea. His mana connection to his subordinates was also gone, which had made them act like marionettes without strings. It was, therefore, difficult to believe that Li Xin was still alive, even though he was so powerful. Since Vula could also understand how the other challengers were feeling, he had to give in at the end. All right, Vula muttered. As Wang Ilhan nodded with a sigh in response and turned to leave, Vula's voice stopped him. But, I'll take a small boat, said Vula. What? Are you serious? Wang Ilhan asked, looking at Vula. At least I should wait here, said Vula, looking at Wang Ilhan. But, it's impossible to make it through the God's Wrath and get to Treasure Island in just a small boat. Going anywhere far with it will be impossible, actually, Wang Ilhan explained to Vula. Well, then I'll have to aim for the next stage. I really don't feel comfortable leaving Li Xin behind, Vula said. Vula's attitude was firm, so Wang Ilhan did not ask any more questions. He prepared to depart and dropped a small boat into the sea for Vula. He had wanted to give Vula a larger boat but couldn't because a Bame Monstra's appearance had destroyed most of them. We'll put boys up regularly. They may be swept away by the waves, but it's better than nothing, said Wang Ilhan. Thank you, Vula replied. Please come back with Li Xin safely, said Wang Ilhan. Vula nodded, put Li Xin's subordinates on the small boat, and went on the boat. Wang Ilhan bowed his head in farewell and started sailing away. Vula stared at the calm waves for a while. How long had it been? Being in the open sea with nothing around him, his sense of time became increasingly vague. Now it looks like I'm seeing things. What kind of wave is that? Vula muttered. He saw a giant wave far away. Vula rubbed his eyes and looked at it again, but it was still there. Could it be? Vula muttered, thinking about Li Xin. The only monster that could cause such a wave was a Bame Monstra. Whether Li Xin was there or not, Vula thought that he could get a clue about Li Xin. Nervous, Vula gulped and drew his sword. He now had to face a monster that Li Xin could not defeat. The self-doubt lingered and distracted Vula. It's coming? The wave was so massive that it could have easily annihilated Vula's dinghy. Vula activated his mana but hesitated to cast it after seeing something strange in the wave. Bones. Vula muttered, staring at a Bame Monstra. However, before Vula could even express his astonishment, something even stranger happened. Gurgle, whoosh. In the distance, the waves gradually faded as if they had crashed into something. It gave rise to smaller, non-threatening waves which overturned Vula's boat. So, he and the undead fell into the sea. Poha. Vula spat out some water and gaped at the undead in front of him. The undead was massive. Its size alone was enough to overwhelm Vula. On top of the undead was Li Xin. Only a part of Li Xin's head was visible above the sea, so Vula had to lift his head up to see him. He didn't say anything, still befuddled by the monster's size. Why are you here alone? Li Xin asked, looking at Vula. Driving a Bame Monstra into the sea, Li Xin adjusted his gaze to meet Vula's and asked him a question. Well, don't you think you're a little late? Vula said to Li Xin. Well, I guess, Li Xin muttered. Li Xin looked around but failed to spot Mei, Wari, Lakers, or Jin. He quickly sent his mana into the sea and found them drowning. He let out a shallow sigh and used psychokinesis to pull them up and put them in the shadow space. Hey, can you bring me up too? Vula asked Li Xin. Vula, who had risen to the sea's surface, climbed onto a Bame Monstra's head. How long has it been since they left? Li Xin asked Vula. I don't know, but it hasn't been that long, Vula replied. That should be enough, Li Xin muttered. Li Xin immediately spread his mana and looked in the direction the Challenger's ship had left. They haven't gotten that far. Let's go, said Li Xin, looking at Vula. A Bame Monstra began to move at Li Xin's command. Vula, riding the monster for the first time, grabbed something sticking out of a Bame Monstra's head with a startled look. Be careful, or else you'll fall, said Li Xin. As soon as Li Xin said that, Vula found their stead moving at a truly insane velocity. Vula spent that trip screaming continuously. Captain, we have located the sirens, a crewmate shouted excitedly. Good, it looks like the alcohol worked, said Wang Ilhan. Wang Ilhan had attracted the sirens by dropping the Gretian alcohol Li Xin had given him earlier. Sirens had an unexpected love for alcohol, especially the expensive ones humans considered a luxury. The Gretian alcohol proved that point. Phew, Wang Ilhan sighed. Wang Ilhan sighed as he gazed at the calm sea. Since the sirens had appeared, God's wrath wasn't too far away, the treasure island's entrance would appear soon too. Most of the challengers here, including Wang Ilhan, had come to climb up with Li Xin. They had decided to move forward without Li Xin, but they could not hide their regret. The marine compass had lost its direction and just kept spinning. All phenomena showed that God's wrath was about to come. It's not too late yet. As Wang Ilhan closed his eyes to pray, he heard the surprised scream of the crew. Hey, look over there, a crewmate shouted. What's wrong? What happened? Wang Ilhan asked with nervousness. It's the pirate fleet. The fleets of Suyak and Zhang are approaching. What? Wang Ilhan realized that something big was about to happen. Ha ha ha, there they are? So you were all hiding over there, you bastards. Suyak laughed as he saw the Challenger's ship. But Captain, what if that wizard is around? What will we do then? A pirate asked Suyak. The sea monster ate him, so why are you still afraid of him? Do you really think he is still alive? The captain replied. Well, you never know, do you? The pirate replied. Ugh, you foolish idiot. If there were a wizard so powerful that they could return alive after being eaten by a Bame Monstra, we would have all been dead by now, Suyak explained to the pirate, seemingly annoyed. Oh, is that so? The crew member asked Suyak. Yeah, of course. And look at those scaredy cats scurrying around at the sight of us. Would they act like this if that wizard was still alive and on that ship with them? Suyak brought up a good point. Ah, I see. You're right, Captain, the crew member replied. Suyak lowered his binoculars and laughed loudly. The legendary monster Bame Monstra had killed Muldarian and Hectos. Suyak had heard that one of the two Thundermancers had also been eaten by a Bame Monstra while confronting it. He believed that because the story's source was a survivor of Maldarian's pirate ship. Now, the Suyak pirates and the Zhang pirates could monopolize the sea, and anyone who tried to interfere with that would have to be killed. Load the cannons? Our target is the large ship anchored on Ludari Island, Suyak ordered. At his command, the crew members quickly began to load the cannons. As the cannons started to heat up, Suyak turned his head to look at the neighboring pirate ship. The Zhang pirates were also loading their cannons. Suyak recognized that the enemy challengers without the wizard were still skilled fighters, but that was only during a massive battle and hand-to-hand combat. However, fighting on the sea was a whole new ballgame. We're ready, Captain, said a pirate from Suyak's ship. All right, then fur. Kiaoug. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated, sending shivers down the pirate and his crew's spines. Upon hearing it, everyone froze as if under a petrification spell. Feeling the vibration, it almost seemed like the sea itself had let out a scream. Was it the instinct of a beast? The pirates' hearts thumped like drums. Suyak's pupils shook strongly. As if they were communicating telepathically, Suyak and Zhang looked at each other. Then they both looked away. Whoosh! Something emerged from the sea, splitting the sea and creating a fierce storm. The size of the storm made it impossible to guess the size of what was inside it. Fuck! Suyak muttered. Suyak cursed, failing to come up with his next step. Zhang was also in a similar position, and they both just stared at the approaching waves. The pirates could do nothing about this phenomenon. After all, how could man stop a natural disaster? The waves overturned numerous pirate ships, including Suyak and Jiang's ships. Kiaof, shouted a pirate. Please help em, pleaded another pirate. The seawater drowned out the screams of the pirates, and hundreds of pirates were swept away by the waves and thrown into the sea. As the waves gradually subsided, a giant skeleton emerged. The Korean challengers, who had seen everything, reacted like the pirates. The Korean challengers were also standing there with their mouths wide open, frozen in place. Sorry, we're late, said Li Xin and Vola. Li Xin and Vola jumped off a Bame monster's head and got on their ship. Mr. Li Xin. Wang Ilhan greeted Li Xin with tears. Li Xin wondered why this man was acting like this, but Wang Ilhan kept repeating millions of thanks that Li Xin and Vola had returned safely. I think I'm getting more emotional as I age, Wang Ilhan muttered, looking at Li Xin and Vola. That's all right. Thanks for waiting for us, said Li Xin, looking at Wang Ilhan. So you weren't waiting for me? Vola asked Wang Ilhan. Haha, of course, I also waited for you, Mr. Vola, said Wang Ilhan. After exchanging greetings with the challengers, Li Xin briefly explained what had happened to him. I see, Wang Ilhan nodded. But, if sirens have appeared, that means, Li Xin muttered. Yes, that's right. We just have to wait here now. God's wrath will appear as soon as they start singing. Regardless of where it happens, we can see it from here, Wang Ilhan explained to Li Xin. When do you think it will happen? Li Xin asked Wang Ilhan. Well, I think it will happen within 2 days. But, it could even happen tonight, said Wang Ilhan, looking at Li Xin. All right, let's wait and see, Li Xin replied to Wang Ilhan. The next night, Li Xin and the challengers waiting on Luteri Island witnessed the sirens singing on the shore. It's starting, said Wang Ilhan. Sirens sang to appease the wrath of the gods. The massive sea current began to twist and turn, and the peaceful weather suddenly changed. Rumble crack. Dark clouds began to gather, and lightning struck through them. The fierce wind brushed past the challengers' skin. They had to rush into the opening as soon as God's wrath began, so none of the challengers let their guard down for even a moment. A Bame Monstra had already been sent to the world of death, and Li Xin had to exert tremendous concentration to control a Bame Monstra. As for the mana consumption, it was equally massive. Li Xin was sure that a Bame Monstra could survive in the world of death, so he decided to summon the beast next when he could handle it properly. Boo! The challenger's large ship set off with the horn resonating around the entire vessel. They were currently experiencing the calm before the storm. The challengers had become acutely aware of the greatness of nature, more so than ever before, as they had experienced its power in full force over the past few days. The swirling waves continued to hit the ship's side, making it shake like a leaf in a storm. Consequently, the challengers' breaths were short and labored. Li Xin saw a familiar ship in the distance. Is he here finally? Li Xin wondered where Endo and his crew had been hiding all this time. Were they moving around busily, trying to find the entrance alone? It was only after the god's wrath that Li Xin and Endo finally met face to face. The Dragonian, standing at the bow, let his ship approach Li Xin's ship while staring at him. Endo, Li Xin muttered. The two Thundermancers regarded each other as equals. Upon seeing Endo, Li Xin let out a sigh. He remembered how Endo had told him that he wouldn't go easy on Li Xin in their next match. Thinking about that, Li Xin felt regret and disappointment. He used to relish the fights with Endo, a fellow Thundermancer, as they exchanged mana skills and verbal attacks. The extreme concentration required, the thrill that came from the tension of possibly dying, and the sense of accomplishment that came from winning such a hard battle used to fill Li Xin with excitement. Endo was the only one who could make him feel those emotions. Until not too long ago, Li Xin had been excited about fighting Endo next. However, he now felt disappointed because he could not feel that pleasure due to their skill gap. Tisk. Endo suddenly revealed the wings hidden on his back, which were densely covered with thick scales, and flew in front of Li Xin. I'm here for our final battle. This time, I'll give it my all, said Endo. I'm sorry, Li Xin apologized when he heard Endo's words. Adat novel bin adat. The Thundermancer's unexpected response and apology disappointed Endo, making his face distorted. Are you scared or something? Endo asked Li Xin. The disappointment on Endo's face was obvious, but Li Xin continued to stare at him calmly. I meant to say that I'm sorry to disappoint you. I know you were expecting more, said Li Xin, looking at Endo. What do you mean? Endo asked Li Xin with a confused look. Feel it for yourself, Li Xin replied. Instead of saying more, Li Xin activated his mana, expressing his determination. Wizards did not show their pride with words but with their mana and magic skills. They demonstrated their power with the outcome. Endo finally understood Li Xin's intention and also activated his mana immediately. Lightning strike. Endo's hands, which had turned into thunderbolts, sliced through the air, sending fragments of lightning racing toward Li Xin. Air catch. Air gathered in the area to form a clump, and the clump exploded after catching the thunderbolt. And with a single horizontal sweep of his hand, Li Xin detonated dozens of thunderbolts coming directly toward him. The magic Endo was using was relatively light compared to his other skills since it was for exploration purposes, but the power of lightning strike could not be taken lightly. Despite this, Li Xin easily blocked all of Endo's attacks, making his opponent uneasy. Endo knew that something had changed. To better understand this change, Endo activated his mana once again. See if you can block this one. Dragon Thunder Spear. A blue thunderbolt spear materialized in Endo's right hand. When Li Xin looked closer at Endo's hand, he realized it was a spear-shaped dragon. Skiaeok. The dragon thunder spear produced a spine-tingling sound as it was hurled forward, distorting the space around it. Estimating how many thunderbolts were contained within this spear in compressed form was impossible. The blue dragon charged forward, ready to devour Li Xin. Steel plate shield. 100 shields materialized in the air, and each one was further strengthened by steel. Bong! With a deafening explosion, Li Xin's steel shield and Endo's dragon thunder spear collided. The steel warped inward, and the shield, which had been supporting it, crumbled. However, the thunderbolts that failed to penetrate the barrier bounced off in all directions and scattered. Li Xin and Endo looked at each other, seemingly reading each other's minds, and unleashed their manas. It was a battle over who could perfectly control the mana. Li Xin knew that he had to catch the remnants of the thunderbolt within the dragon thunder spear before they scattered. For the first time, Li Xin's hands moved quickly, like a conductor directing an orchestra. Following Li Xin's splendid hand movements, the mana moved like particles, blocked Endo's mana, and captured the remnants of the thunderbolt. Endo frowned because he had been completely pushed back in the battle of mana control. Before Li Xin had consumed the fragment of chaos, the power difference between the two had been negligible. However, Endo was no match for Li Xin now. As the thunderbolt from Dragon Thunder Spear flew toward Li Xin, he felt Endo's determination and desire contained within it the will to defeat his opponent and prove himself. But, the very next moment, Li Xin noticed Endo looking bewildered. Thunder Prison. The scattered thunderbolts interlocked with each other, creating a massive prison. It was the first time that Endo, a Thundermancer, had his mana control rights taken away by another wizard, let alone a Thundermancer. Therefore, Endo was nonplussed. Endo desperately tried to regain control over his flow of mana and create more thunderbolts, but it was all for naught. The Thunder Prison hindered his mana flow, so his thunderbolts kept dispersing. This doesn't even make any sense. Endo muttered as he started to panic. Endo had a lifetime of experience with mana, but he still couldn't comprehend the situation. That kind of mana control simply defied common sense. Being a proud Dragonian, he had always been confident in his abilities, believing only his father could defeat him. Yet, his first defeat was staring him right in the face. Endo stood there, dumbfounded, as Li Xin's thunderbolt struck him. Crackle! As the thunderbolt waves surged, Endo trembled and lost consciousness, collapsing. Li Xin caught Endo with psychokinesis and gently returned him to his ship. Wow, what did I just see? Is he really a challenger like us? Only on the 20th floor like us. The tower was not fair, and the challengers knew that all too well. Despite that, what the challengers had just seen was an awe-inspiring mana spectacle. The door is opening. The sea became increasingly tumultuous as a massive tornado spiraled into the sky, and whirlpools churned violently below. A massive dimensional transport array appeared in the sea, creating massive mana reflux and an abnormal climate in the area. To get to Treasure Island, Li Xin and the challengers had to avoid the tornado and the waves and enter the whirlpool. One simply couldn't attempt something like that without spending every moment thinking about their chances of survival and death. We're going in. Wang Ailhan shouted. Wang Ailhan turned the wheel roughly and headed toward the largest whirlpool, avoiding the tornado. Hold on tight. Wang Ailhan shouted again. If you feel like you are going to fall, go inside the ship, shouted a crewmate. The ship shook like crazy, and the tornado shattered one of the ship's railings easily. To the right? To the right. The ship barely managed to avoid the tornado, performing moves close to acrobatic maneuvers, and reached the whirlpool. Li Xin looked back and noticed that the enemy's alliance ship had also somehow managed to avoid the tornado and come here. Endo was still unconscious, lying down. Would he seek revenge after coming to his senses? Or would he thank Li Xin for saving him? Either way, it would be alright. Endo was not the type to give up and stop there. He would work hard and grow to overcome his weakness. If he worked for it and challenged Li Xin again, Li Xin would be willing to accept. The same would apply if he just thanked Li Xin. Li Xin shifted his gaze to the center of the whirlpool, putting aside his thoughts about Endo. There was a faint light visible there. Gurgle! As the ship sank into the sea, a new space appeared. Thud! Gurgle! The large ship seemed to have fallen from the sky and landed in another sea. Is that Treasure Island? They were here Treasure Island. A place ostensibly full of long-forgotten treasures. A system message popped up as the challengers docked their ship on the seemingly unremarkable island and disembarked. You have cleared the 20th floor. Your achievements will be recorded. You have made an achievement that will go down in history. Many gods are paying attention to you. The timeline of the 20th floor stage has changed. You have achieved 381,200 points. You have received 381,200 points. Your health point has increased by 15,120. Your mana has increased by 23,000. Your strength has increased by 11. Your agility has increased by 13. Your intelligence has increased by 25. Your dominance has increased by 16. Your luck has increased by 1. You have acquired a title, Predator of the Sea. Predator of the Sea. You, who caught the Predator of the Sea, are the true Predator of the Sea? Hashtag you can breathe underwater for 10 minutes. The timer resets upon coming up from the water. Hashtag your resistance to water increases by 20%. Li Xin had gained a lot from this stage. This title was particularly useful if he were to encounter another stage that was set in the sea. Being able to breathe underwater for 10 minutes and having a 20% increase in resistance to water could increase a challenger's magical efficiency by several times. The majority of the gods request to speak with you. Will you accept? Ignoring the message window that appeared once again, Li Xin approached Vola. Are we parting ways now? Vola asked Li Xin. You remember, right? Wait for me on the 30th floor, all right. Li Xin reminded Vola. Got it. Don't be late, Vola replied. Okay, good work on this stage, Li Xin said, looking at Vola. Li Xin had been on a journey with Vola though short, it was enough time to get a sense of him as an individual. After bidding farewell to the challengers, Vola disappeared. Mr. Li Xin, Wang Ilhan called Li Xin and approached him. Behind Wang Ilhan, Li Xin could see hundreds of challengers waiting for Li Xin to speak. Even though the 20th stage was over, the challengers still seemed nervous, fidgeting or fiddling with their clothes in anxiety. Are you ALR? Li Xin could not finish his sentence. The gods invited you. Suddenly, a message window popped up, and at the same time, Li Xin's expression became stiff. Swoosh. With this sound, Li Xin realized that he was in a new place all of a sudden. What was happening? He was now inside of a massive temple, where hundreds of figures floated around him. Some figures were clear, while others were so faint that it was hard to tell if they really existed. Tisk. Li Xin expected some kind of intervention from the gods after this stage was over, but Li Xin never thought that he would be forcibly brought to them. With a cold look, Li Xin looked at the figures of the gods. Li Xin felt displeased about what was going on. The gods were always above the challengers. Li Xin hated how the gods would move to make the challengers look up at them. He could not help but make a disgusted smile. Challenger, Li Xin. A voice echoed in Li Xin's ears. It did not seem like the sound was transmitted through the air, but rather, it was being created right in his ears. The eerie yet mystical sound, as if someone turned on a mechanical noise, prompted Li Xin to respond. Yes. Li Xin replied to the gods. Here, dozens of gods were revealing their true selves. Therefore, there was no need for Li Xin to show hostility from the beginning. Many gods are watching your every move. Yes, I'm aware, Li Xin replied to the gods. Perhaps because Li Xin had taken a step closer to the class of transcendence, Li Xin could feel the gods' power even more intensely. You have the qualifications to receive our baptism. As those words were spoken, a system message window appeared. The gods want to appoint you as an apostle. Will you accept? Li Xin barely managed to suppress the frown on his face. If Li Xin were to take an openly hostile stance here, he would be more likely to face harsher oppression in the upcoming stages. According to what Li Xin had heard from the previous administrator, most of the gods still wanted to make him an apostle rather than constrain him. Li Xin could also tell from the number of gods present. Li Xin had been convinced that his reckless behavior up until now was somewhat acceptable, but that was not the case anymore. Having the qualification of an adversary alone put Li Xin at a crossroads, because having this title implied the potential to threaten the gods. Which god's apostle will I become if I accept? Li Xin asked the gods. You will become the apostle of the god you choose. Not all gods want me, do they? Li Xin asked. Once again. You will find out after the baptism. Li Xin tried for a while to gain some more information, but the gods did not tell him anything. Disappointed, Li Xin stood still in silence. The next moment, Li Xin felt a strong, indescribable pressure that was pressing on him. It reminded him of the time when he had reached the 100th floor. This feeling is similar to that time. The pressure to become an apostle, and the gods' arrogance in thinking that they would get what they wanted if they were to just use force, was no different from back then. However, that had been the experience on the 100th floor, and now Li Xin was only on the 20th floor. No, thank you, Li Xin replied to the gods. As Li Xin spoke, a powerful force exploded toward him. Li Xin felt like he was about to suffocate, and his whole body trembled. Coop, Li Xin gasped. It was only a moment, but for the target, it felt like an eternity. Every moment, Li Xin barely held back the urge to kneel and collapse. No matter how much pressure was applied to Li Xin by the gods, he did not want to show any signs of submission to gods. How insolent. Were the gods feeling the same way? Or was it just their opinion on Li Xin's refusal of becoming an apostle? Though no tangible form could be seen, Li Xin sensed that the faces of the gods who kept speaking to him were contorting. Are you sure you won't regret it? Hearing that voice, Li Xin tried not to laugh out loud. The gods who were just about to kill Li Xin were now threatening Li Xin because they could not break the will and determination of a challenger. No matter how much the gods could intervene in the tower, the lower the floor, the more the causalities. There was nothing these beings could do to Li Xin anymore. Yup, no regrets, Li Xin said. Li Xin had given up on even trying to be respectful. It was absurd to be respectful to these beings, calling them gods. Although every god had a different class, Li Xin was sure that there were no high-class gods among those in this place. Do you believe in the god of death? Are they thinking that I have something with the god of death? These gods did not represent all the gods, meaning they would not represent the high-class gods, one of whom was the god of death. Since Li Xin had been dealing with death from the early stages of the tower, it was not strange to believe that the god of death was behind Li Xin. At least Li Xin was now sure that there was no god of death among them. Well, it's kind of funny to think that the god of death is among these guys. Li Xin laughed openly in response. If so, Li Xin asked the gods. Since Li Xin had come this far, Li Xin decided to drop the name of the god of death, hoping that other gods would not step forward out of fear of the name. You're acting recklessly. Why would the gods even ask him anything, if they were not going to believe what he said? Li Xin could feel that the end of this frustrating time was approaching. It is not a wise thing for you to make gods as your enemy. A voice different from before was heard in Li Xin's ear. Who's this? Li Xin looked around, but he could not figure out who this was. Once again, the original voice of the god echoed as before. I will say it again. Receive baptism. Get lost, said Li Xin. With Li Xin's response, the background shattered like broken glass and Li Xin returned to his original location. When Li Xin regained his senses, Wang Ailhan was standing in front of him, just like before. Judging from the reactions of others, it seemed that only Li Xin's mind had been transported, not his body. Was it just my mind? Even the duration probably was not that long, because other challengers including Wang Ailhan did not notice anything was off. Mr. Li Xin. Wang Ailhan said it again. Oh, sorry, Li Xin replied, looking at Wang Ailhan. Hundreds of Korean challengers were in Li Xin's view, and neither the challengers nor Li Xin knew anything about the situation in Isosha. Even if the top rankers had climbed up to Isosha, the situation could not have been good. It was no wonder that those challengers felt uneasy. Let's go to the 21st floor, said Li Xin. Li Xin did not worry, because he knew that change was the only constant around here. The ship that poured out the essence of Lanton's hexstack had arrived on the continent's land. We have finally arrived, said Kahei as he got off the ship. I never want to do this crazy thing again, said Miura Kanoko. Miura Kanoko adjusted her glasses while shaking her head, got off the ship and set her foot on the ground. It had been at most a week since she had last stood on solid ground, but given her experience in that week, it felt like it had been more than a month. Merton wouldn't even imagine that we broke through the demon realm and got here by crossing the sea, said Kahei. Still, be careful. It's not like challengers completely abandoned this area, said Miura Kanoko. I know, Kahei replied. As Miura Kanoko said so, she manipulated the ship's controls and hid the ship between the large rocks. We won't get caught, will we? Kahei asked. They won't bother to search this far. But, we still have to move quickly, because there's a lot to do, Kanoko replied. Okay, Kahei said. After saying that, Kanoko placed her palm on the ground and released her mana. Mana detection. After a while of detection, Kanoko narrowed her eyes and stood up. Someone is coming this way, Kanoko said urgently. Did someone notice we're here? Kahei asked. I don't think the newly resurrected Merton would have noticed, but, just in case, we need to keep an eye out, Kanoko replied. The two of them hid behind a nearby tree and waited for people to approach them. Thud, 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 thud. Two knights walked calmly toward them. Looking at the eagle emblem on their armor, they were clearly knights of Merton. Well, they're not challengers, Kahei said. SHH. Kanoko covered Kahei's mouth with her index finger and signaled to hold his breath. The knights who had been walking along the coast stopped in their tracks. I'm sure I heard a sound from this direction. But there's nothing here. It's weird, it sounded like water parting and a ship moving. Maybe a big fish moved. Everything beyond this place is the origin demon realm, so what ship would come here? Yeah, that's true. We just need to keep an eye on if any demons come out of this place or not. Right, let's go. After the knights left, Kanoko, with a look of confusion, looked in the direction they had disappeared. What the hell? How did they hear the sound of water parting? Are they some kind of superhuman or something? Kanoko said in confusion. They probably have that kind of ability at least. Don't worry about it, replied Kahei. We almost got caught right after we got here. We shouldn't mess with the Knights of Merton if possible, said Kanoko. I know, but can we take care of the ones coming up here now? Kahei asked. Yeah, it's not like those would be affiliated with Merton so. Plus, it would be better to take care of them before we get the pattern, replied Kanoko. After saying that, Kanoko took out a map from the bag Kahei was carrying and unfolded it. Kanoko was lost in thought. Terrain detection. Kanoko's magic swept across a radius of dozens of meters along the surface of the land. After scanning the surrounding terrain perfectly, Kanoko slowly nodded her head and looked at the map again. There's a starting point for Korean challengers around here, said Kanoko. It would be quite nice if a few of them made it up here, replied Kahei. Well, it would be nice to get rid of them, but we must not forget our mission. We have to monitor Merton's movement, gather information, and assassinate if the opportunity arises. Kanoko said with determination. And also confirming the existence of Li Xin, Kahei added. When the name Li Xin was mentioned, the expressions of the two people quickly hardened. That's right. Actually, that's the most important thing, because the challenger named Li Xin is the reason for the closure of Isosha, said Kanoko. But, I still don't understand. How can a newcomer who just arrived on the lower floor cause such a stir? Kahei asked. At novel bin at. Kanoko sighed at the triumph shown on Kahei's face. Some people ignore him, and some people simply regard him as having no chance against a crowd, but my opinion is different, said Kanoko. After learning about the incident in Korea and discovering the existence of a person named Li Xin at the center of the controversy, Kanoko had been researching and collecting information about him. A challenger cannot win against the majority alone. I agree with that, but Li Xin is not alone. You can tell just by looking at the many top-ranked challengers that he had created. All the Korean challengers who are causing a stir on the Isosha continent right now are his work, Kanoko explained. But those guys are just candles in the wind now, said Kahei. But the real problem is that these candles are still not extinguished yet. They should have gone out a long time ago. And now, when Li Xin comes up, what do you think will happen? Kanoko asked. At Kanoko's words, Kahei had nothing to say, so he shut his mouth without saying anything more. The reason why major powers are joining forces to attack Korea is because they feel a sense of crisis. But even that alliance is unstable at the moment, Kanoko explained. So that's why we came here, isn't it? Kahei asked, looking at Kanoko. Yeah, that's right. So, even if we see Li Xin, forget about the desire to compete, alright? If we can capture him, Japan will be able to catch up to the United States in a heartbeat, Kanoko explained. However, after saying that, Kanoko suddenly stopped walking. Why? What's wrong? Kahei asked. I sense multiple mana powers, said Kanoko. What? Are challengers coming or something? Kahei asked with a nervous look on her face. I think so. Kanoko replied with nervousness. As Kanoko confirmed the number of challengers through her mana detection, her expression quickly stiffened. There are too many challengers here, said Kanoko. How many are there? Kahei asked. 100. No wait, actually, more than 200. Kanoko explained. Although Kahei's expression also stiffened at such a high number, he wondered if this event was that serious to make Kanoko's expression stiff. There are quite a lot. It will be difficult to deal with them, even if they don't have any patterns yet. It will be impossible with such a number, Kanoko muttered. Kanoko's face trembled slightly. She gritted her teeth and activated her mana power. We need to stay out of this first, Kanoko said, as she made up her mind. What? Why? But they don't even know about us. We're so far away from them, Kahei muttered. Don't you get it yet? The challengers who haven't come up for a while have all come up together. Kanoko shouted at Kahei. What's the problem with that? Kahei still could not understand what was going on. Without even knowing what Kanoko was talking about, Kahei followed Kanoko for now. It's Li Xin. He's here. That's why the challengers who were too scared to come up are now coming up together. Kanoko shouted at Kahei. The distance between the Korean challengers and the two was about 300 meters. In terms of the mana detection skill, there were only a few challengers who could keep up with Kanoko, but Kanoko could not help but assume that the monster named Li Xin had a detection range as wide as hers. You worry too much, Kahei said, looking at Kanoko. In Kahei's eyes, Kanoko seemed to be overreacting, but Kanoko could not shake off the sudden feeling of unease. Well, there's nothing bad about being CA. Kanoko could not finish her sentence. Kanoko was silenced by a sudden lightning bolt. A large tree was hit by the lightning bolt and fell in front of the two, blocking their path. This is insane, Kanoko muttered. The two froze in place just like statues, sensing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Adat novel bin adat. Kanoko mulled over the absurd situation and clenched her teeth. As soon as the Korean challengers set foot on the content of Isosha, their presence was picked up by her mana detection. They were almost 200 meters away. As Kanoko started to run away based on her instant judgment, the distance quickly increased to nearly 500 meters. Even if Li Xin had spread out his mana as soon as he arrived, he would have needed to cover a distance of nearly 300 meters to find Kanoko and Kahei. Besides, for every moment that passed, Li Xin had to activate his detection for a much wider range to find them. Does this even make sense? Even though Li Xin had not yet appeared, Kanoko was convinced that the lightning came from Li Xin. It's too early to give up right now. Kanoko thought that this incident could become a chance to turn the situation around. Kanoko had always wanted to meet Li Xin at least once, no matter what. Gulp. In front of the burning tree that was struck by lightning, the two of them gulped. Even though they had not run very far, they were out of breath and very nervous at the same time. Damn it. Why am I? Kahei clenched his fists, in disbelief that he was afraid of an enemy that he had not even faced yet. The rustling of leaves could be heard, accompanied by the sound of footsteps growing louder, which made their bodies tense up. They are coming. A silhouette slowly emerged into their field of vision, someone with keen eyes and purple hair, exuding an inexplicable aura that made the two uneasy. You sure he is a challenger without any pattern? Guess what? It was a baseless rumor, and a very wrong one. In that short amount of time, the two already knew that it was impossible to win against Li Xin. It was easy for them to tell that their classes were vastly different from Li Xin's. I was wondering what you would be, because you were running away all of the sudden. But I guess you were just agents who infiltrated the homeland, Li Xin said in a cold voice. Hearing Li Xin's cold voice, the two gulped once again. Kanoko, who had noticed the flow of mana in Li Xin's palm, was startled and quickly signaled with both hands that she had no intention of fighting. Wait a second. My name is Miura Kanoko. Kanoko shouted. Li Xin remained speechless. Huh? What are you doing? Kahei could not understand what Kanoko was doing. When Kanoko poked Kahei with her elbow, he too, hurriedly introduced herself. I'm Tadashi Kahei, Kahei introduced himself. So, you guys are from Japan? Li Xin muttered. No, wait. Could you please listen to me for a moment? Kanoko asked desperately. Kaneko had a strong feeling that she had to bring Li Xin to her side, especially now that she had faced him directly. Are you Li Xin? Kaneko asked, looking at Li Xin. Judging by the ability that this person had just demonstrated, he could not be anyone other than Li Xin. I heard that Li Xin carries the martyr and a silver wand. This person who was standing in front of Kanako did have a sword around his waist, but since it was in its sheath, she could not confirm that the sword was martyr. Besides, there was no sign of a wand. Well, what if I am? Li Xin asked coldly, looking at Kanako. Japan wants to have a friendly relationship with you, Li Xin, rather than an antagonistic one, Kanako explained. Says the ones who closed off Isosha and attacked Merton. Li Xin asked. It's a misunderstanding? Japan did not participate in the attack on Merton, said Kanako. Then which country did it? Li Xin asked, looking at Kanako. It was not supposed to be known to people outside that Merton was being isolated by other countries. However, there were always variables, and the situation became more complicated due to the betrayal of those who left Merton, who had known the secret. Even so, Kanako thought that there would be no change in the overall situation for now. It was still her priority to get through to the person in front of her. Well, if you join forces with our country Kanako could not even finish her sentence. I think you are mistaken here, Li Xin muttered. Li Xin's eyes, which had turned cold, looked at Kanako. Li Xin twisted his lips and gave an incredulous expression. He reached out his hand, grabbing the air. Arg! Kanako gasped in pain. Kanako was caught at the neck by Li Xin's psychokinesis. She gasped for breath as she hung in the air. You bastard! Kahei exclaimed, drawing his sword in anger. Kahei, who could not stand watching Kanako in pain, tried to attack Li Xin. Kanako tried to stop Kahei, but since the psychokinesis held her body captive, Kanako was unable to move. And don't ugh! Kanako gasped. Kanako opened her eyes wide, realizing that Li Xin had intentionally restrained her from provoking Kahei. Sword drawing. Kahei swung his sharp sword through the air, revealing the sword energy to Li Xin. At the same time, Kanako activated her mana and broke free from Li Xin's psychokinesis, pulling a blue capsule out of her pocket. It's do or die now. Based on Li Xin's attitude, Kanako knew that it seemed impossible to leave this place without a fight. She decided to take a step back in order to advance later. Therefore, she threw an anti-mana bomb at Li Xin, hoping to freeze his mana and make a quick escape. Kanako thought that she would be able to escape faster from Li Xin if she could freeze his mana. Wong. The anti-mana bomb began to fly slowly toward Li Xin. Li Xin formed a shield with one hand to block Kahei's sword drawing, while extending his other hand with mana to the anti-mana bomb to neutralize it. There were only 1 or 2 seconds left, until the bomb exploded. However, for Li Xin, who had moved a step closer to the class of transcendence, it was enough time. Mana particles expanded in an instant, freezing the mana in the air and stopping the flow of mana within the body. The complexity of how the mana moved within this skill was beyond description. However, Li Xin was able to detect an even greater flow of mana. Compared to the first heart of a Bame Monstra, this was a level that was easy for Li Xin. Mana energy was moving at a rapid pace along the circuitry that was intricately intertwined inside. Hextech LV1. The Hextech skill that Li Xin had obtained on the 5th floor had helped him get through these processes. For the anti-mana bomb, Li Xin had to sever dozens of strands of mana at once for the energy to lose its strength and dissipate. The control of high-density particles was Li Xin's expertise, so he dug in persistently and severed those strands. Wong chop? Hissing like the sound of a gust of wind, the anti-mana bomb lost its light and dropped to the ground. You have acquired skill, Hextech LV2. Wait a second. Something is not right, muttered Kahei. Kahei, who was about to put away his sword thinking about the mana that was soon to be frozen, stopped. As he looked at Kanoko with a puzzled look, he noticed that her eyes were wavering. Tisk. Li Xin clicked his tongue. Li Xin pressed down on the 2 with his psychokinesis. Ugh. Kanako and Kahei gasped in pain. Thump. As if the failure of the anti-mana bomb had lowered their morale, the 2 immediately fell to their knees in front of Li Xin. Is it possible for the anti-mana bomb to fail? Despite knowing the apparent answer, Kanako had to ask. As Kanako spoke, she quickly realized the reality of the situation and shook her head. Ah, never mind. You won't let us go free, right? Kanako asked. Kanako had given up on escaping from Li Xin and relaxed her tense body before she asked. Having given up, Kanako could more easily ask Li Xin some questions. You're giving up already? Li Xin asked with a smirk. What else can I do? Didn't you just neutralize the anti-mana bomb? I mean, how can you neutralize that in 1 or 2 seconds while it was flying? Does that even make sense? I've never heard of any instances, Kanako said. Stop it, Kahei said. Kahei, who was sighing beside her, stopped Kanako. Kanako was usually cold-hearted, but she sometimes spoke recklessly when she got emotional. Kahei knew that it would not be good to provoke Li Xin, so he could not understand why Kanako was acting that way. Kahei thought that he needed to step in to clear up the situation. We'll give you everything we have. Please spare our lives, said Kahei, looking at Li Xin. But, I could still get everything of yours if I were to kill you, no? Li Xin asked. We'll also tell you everything we know, said Kahei. How can I believe you? Li Xin asked. I can prove it. I know several of WOFP's current plans, said Kahei. Kahei. Kanako shouted urgently. The desperate Kanako shouted, not expecting him to reveal all the cards like this. Okay then. For now, we'll go together, said Li Xin. With a snap of his finger, Li Xin's shadow extended, and Wari and Mei appeared beside him. Take all their belongings and tie them up, Li Xin ordered. Yes sir, Mei replied. Got it, said Worry. Worry swaggered toward Kahei like a gangster and crouched down, extending his hand out toward him. If you don't want to get hurt, hand over everything you have, said Worry. What? Kahei said. Feeling irritated at the idea of being taunted by someone as insignificant as a skeleton, Koa glared at Worry without handing him anything. Ha, this little punk, Worry muttered. Worry glared at Kahei with his squinty eyes and pushed his skull against Kahei's head. Clank! However, instead of giving in, Kahei pushed back even harder, exerting more force with his head. Suddenly, it was a fight between the two to protect their pride. Their heads were pushing against each other until they groaned in pain, but they finally stepped back after getting hit by Mei's wand. You bastards with only shit in your heads. Aren't you going to hurry? Mei demanded. As Worry gritted his teeth, glancing at Li Xin, he snatched Kahei's bag and pulled out handcuffs to tie them up. He, stay still. Worry yelled at Kahei. Gore. Kahei tried to resist against Worry, who enjoyed restraining him. Mei and Kaneko watched them and shook their heads. The challengers waiting for Li Xin, who suddenly disappeared, looked puzzled seeing Li Xin come back with Kahei and Kaneko. Mr. Li Xin, who are those people? Merton's knight, who was waiting with the challengers, asked Li Xin. These are Lanton's spies, Li Xin replied. We're not spies, Kahei tried to explain, but he could not. Shut up, said Li Xin. The knight looked at them with a sharp gaze. Are you saying you captured these two alone? These people have blue patterns though, said the knight, looking puzzled. Li Xin laughed awkwardly as the knight looked at Li Xin incredulously. So, these are the challengers from Japan, said Wang Ilhan. Wang Ilhan shot a curious look at the two of them. It was a hopeful gaze, that they might know more about the current situation in Isosha. Are you going to do some sort of torture now? Because that's what we do to prisoners and… Wang Ilhan started to speak, but as he felt the cold glares from the two, he paused and shut his mouth. I was just asking. Well, we'll have to see, Li Xin replied. What do you mean by you'll see? We said we would tell you everything. Kaneko shouted. Kaneko shouted in defiance at the word torture, but it was no use. It's human nature to reveal one's true self when faced with death, said Li Xin. You can reveal your true self even if it's not just before you die, said Kaneko. That's for me to judge, said Li Xin. As they exchanged useless remarks, everyone headed toward Merton. A black mist had blocked their path, and only a certain area was covered, making the demon realm seem unreal. The challengers gulped at the creepiness that emanated from the demon realm, which they were facing for the first time. This is a false demon realm. The demon realm that was in front of them was a fake one. The term false demon realm referred to a demon realm that disappeared when its nucleus was destroyed. Well, you guys are lucky that the false demon realm appeared at this time, Kaneko muttered as if she was annoyed. Why are you making that face? Isn't it a bad sign if the demon realm appears? Mei asked, as he heard her muttering. Well, if you penetrate the false demon realm, you can acquire the pattern right away. Your master is already strong, but how much stronger would he become if he could acquire the pattern right away, said Kaneko. Our master is already strong enough without that pattern, said Mei. Tisk. I know that much, Kaneko said. As someone who had faced Li Xin directly, Kaneko sensed that if Li Xin were to receive the pattern, there would be no way for her to defeat him. Thump 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 thump. They had no time to stop, but kept walking. The path inside the demon realm was difficult to navigate because it was covered in black fog. The challengers had to move cautiously because they could not tell when a demon might jump out and attack them. Bang, crack, thud. However, the demons lurking in the demon realm died on the spot, unable to even approach Li Xin. This is insane, Kaneko muttered. Was this really the power of a challenger who had just set foot on this continent? Kaneko and Kahei watched the scene in astonishment, their jaws hanging open. The other challengers simply followed Li Xin, not doing anything else. At best, the other challengers could only deal with the ambush of the demonic beasts that occurred after Li Xin had passed by. The knights who accompanied the challengers to safely escort them to Merton were no different. These people seemed to be quite good too. One could tell the level of skill just by watching the challengers fight against the demonic beast. Feeling the increase in the average power of Korean challengers, Kaneko's face had hardened. Kuros roared. Kuros appeared, howling. He was a demonic beast with two heads and guarded the nucleus of the demon realm. For ordinary challengers, he was different from other demonic beasts, but for Li Xin, he was as easy to handle as all the others. Swoosh, thump, Worry, who had cut off Kuros's head in an instant, sharpened his sword and returned to Kahei's side. Did he just do that in one strike? Kahei started to laugh as he watched the scene. He could also have cut off Kuros's head with one strike. However, that skeleton had no pattern, and he was just one of Li Xin's summoned creatures. Of course, Worry could have been the stronger subordinate among the rest, but Kahei could not help feeling helpless. Am I only at the same level as one of Li Xin's summoned creatures? While Kahei fell into sudden distress, Li Xin destroyed the nucleus of the demon realm that was in front of his eyes. The nucleus of the demon realm has been destroyed. The demon realm in some areas has disappeared. Your merit points are being calculated. The top two challengers will obtain the red pattern. First, Li Xin, 5,400 points. Second, Park Tae-yoon, 380 points. You have acquired the red pattern. Red pattern. You have received a qualification to go to the next stage. Hashtag the health point and mana increases by 3%. Hashtag the overall stats increase by 5%. The red pattern was engraved on the back of Li Xin's hand. This pattern, which increased the stats, gave Li Xin a higher efficiency than any of the abilities he had gained before. Nice. As Li Xin let out a short exclamation while looking at the pattern on the back of his hand, a cry of joy was heard from behind him. Wow, it's a pattern? I got a pattern. Park Tae-yoon shouted in joy. Park Tae-yoon had only killed a few demonic beasts that were approaching, but he had gotten second place and acquired the pattern. The challengers looked at him enviously, and Li Xin chuckled and started moving again. The challengers, including Li Xin, walked toward the giant citadel city that could be seen in the distance. The pattern was one of the systems that was applicable throughout this world. There were 9 different colors of the pattern, including red, orange, yellow, green, blue, black, white, and so on. The 9 patterns amplified one's ability based on one's merit points. Additionally, the world was divided into areas and given names by color, such as the red zone and orange zone, and one could not proceed to that area without the corresponding pattern. The challengers who set foot on this area, Isosha, the 21st floor, for the first time had no patterns, but they could go to the first city of each country they arrived at because this city was a colorless zone where patterns were not required. It's been a while. As Li Xin looked at Merton beyond the castle gate, old memories came to his mind, and before he knew it, the challengers had also reached the castle gate. When Li Xin and the challengers all gathered, the chief guard who was positioned at the gate greeted them. You must be the qualified ones who just arrived, said the chief guard. Yes, that's right. And this person here is Li Xin. The knight who accompanied the challengers the entire time introduced Li Xin to the chief guard. What? Is he that Mr. Li Xin? The chief guard was surprised. Yes, that's right. Also, can you see these guys? Mr. Li Xin captured them as soon as he arrived. The knight proudly dragged Kanoko and Kahei forward for the chief guard to see. Are you perhaps the qualified ones? How did you get here anyway? The chief guard asked. It seems like they sneaked in. Look over here, said the knight. At Novel bin at. The eyes of the chief guard widened with surprise as he saw the patterns on Kanoko's neck and Kahei's hand. These people have blue patterns? Are you saying that Mr. Li Xin had captured someone with that level of skill as well as the ability to sneak across the border? The chief guard asked. You bet. Mr. Li Xin is truly remarkable, replied the knight, who had become a fan of Li Xin after seeing his divine status in the demon realm. Oh my, I apologize for the delay in greeting you. I am the chief guard Heron. Heron, the chief guard, suddenly introduced himself, and his attitude changed. He now sounded very polite. Let's get going, said the knight, looking at Li Xin. Following the knight's friendly guidance, Li Xin and the challengers entered the building. The qualified of Isosha will be provided with a separate lodging that we have arranged in our country, the knight explained. It seems like this city has developed quite well, Li Xin said, slightly surprised by the state of the city. It's thanks to the help of the qualified individuals who came before you, replied the knight. As there was a big group of hundreds of challengers following the knight, Li Xin and the challengers realized that they were drawing a lot of attention from the citizens. It's surprisingly peaceful here, one of the challengers remarked. Yeah, did we overreact? Another one asked. The challengers walked around like newcomers in the city. Once they arrived at the inner city, the knight guarding the place saluted them and opened the door for them. Tell the people inside that Mr. Li Xin has arrived, said the knight that was leading the way for Li Xin's group. Oh really? The Mr. Li Xin that we talked about? Asked the knight who was guarding the inner city. Yes, that's right. He is Li Xin. The qualified people had been talking about him, said the knight. All right, will do, replied the knight who was guarding the inner city. They walked past the knight of the inner city gate and entered inside. A man who wore glasses and had his long hair pulled back in a ponytail greeted the challengers. Welcome, everyone. I'm Leiden, said Leiden, introducing himself. He is the Minister of Defense, said the knight who was standing beside Li Xin. Li Xin had known that already but pretended not to. My name is Li Xin, Li Xin introduced himself. Oh my, you are Mr. Li Xin? We have heard a lot about you, said Leiden. By any chance, are those people in Merton still? Li Xin asked Leiden, thinking about Kim Kong-chun and his group. They are not there at the moment. We are short on staff, you see, said Leiden. Leiden, the Minister of Defense, expressed his frustration with the lack of manpower, but Li Xin did not react to that. Ahem, anyway, the king wishes to meet you, Mr. Li Xin, said Leiden, looking at Li Xin. All right, let's get going, Li Xin replied. Leiden took only Li Xin with him and went inside the castle, and the other challengers followed the knight. Lately, the king has been more worried than ever, but with you here, the king will be less worried. Finally, Leiden said. I've heard a lot of talk about me here, said Li Xin. That's right. The saviors who had revived Merton often talked about you. Besides, you are quite famous, aren't you, Mr. Li Xin? Leiden asked. Where are those guys? Li Xin asked Leiden. Well, about that. Leiden muttered. When Li Xin asked that question, Leiden did not seem comfortable. The king will tell you more about that, said Leiden. Suddenly, they arrived at the throne room. The magnificent doors opened, revealing the king, who was seated on his throne. King Adolf. Li Xin was happy to see King Adolf, even though he looked different from how he did in Li Xin's past life. It's an honor to meet you, Your Majesty, Li Xin said. Kneeling on one knee and bowing his head toward the king, Li Xin presented himself in a perfectly composed and respectful stance. The knight commander standing next to the king and the minister of defense, who came in with Li Xin, were amazed by Li Xin's understanding of etiquette. Generally, even those who were referred to as the qualified did not know about the royal etiquette, and even if they had been taught, they did not follow the royal etiquette. However, Li Xin had shown perfect etiquette as soon as he arrived, which caused Adolf to first be surprised, but a moment later, he smiled contentedly. Rise. Are you Li Xin? King Adolf asked, looking at Li Xin. Yes, I am Li Xin, Li Xin replied. Nice to meet you. My name is Adolf Jin de Murtis. And did you learn the royal etiquette somewhere by any chance? King Adolf asked Li Xin. I learned it before coming here, because I thought it would be necessary, Li Xin replied. I see. The saviors of Merton talked about you all the time, said King Adolf. Li Xin had already expected that, because everyone he had met here so far had reacted in the same way. Since you're here, they will be contacted soon, said King Adolf. Thank you, Li Xin replied. Also, I've heard that you've brought in the captives. And were they too qualified with blue patterns? This is quite impressive. Do you have any reward in mind? King Adolf asked Li Xin. I don't have anything that I want at the moment. But would it be possible for me to let you know later on? Li Xin asked the king. Li Xin's such request made the surrounding officials uncomfortable, but King Adolf laughed heartily and accepted the request. Ha ha ha, sure. Let me know when you think of something. King Adolf laughed and replied. Thank you, Li Xin replied. Also, sorry to bother you right after arriving, but do you mind if I make a request? King Adolf asked Li Xin. Please, tell me whatever it is, Li Xin replied. Li Xin did not expect King Adolf to assign a mission right after he had arrived. Li Xin could tell that the situation in the kingdom seemed worse than he had expected, just like Leiden had mentioned earlier. I heard that a battalion dispatched to the border near Tetir has gone missing. I will provide you with military power, so will you be able to investigate this for me? King Adolf asked Li Xin, desperate. As soon as King Adolf said that, Li Xin opened up the map in his mind. The border near Tetir was adjacent to the red and orange zones. As soon as the battalion crossed to the orange zone, it would be impossible for Li Xin to investigate, because Li Xin only had the red pattern as of now. However, as if he could read Li Xin's mind, Leiden spoke up next to Li Xin. I understand your concerns, but we lost contact with the battalion within the red zone. Also, their mission was only within the red zone, so they wouldn't have gone to the orange zone, Leiden explained. All right, Li Xin replied. I heard that you and the saviors have a special relationship. Is that true? Continued the king, who gulped. Yes, that's correct, Li Xin replied. Mr. Kim Kong-chun and Ji Ian-ju are being held captive in Tetir, Mr. Li Xin, said Leiden. After listening to Leiden's words, Li Xin's eyes widened the most since arriving here. Shin Hanul and Kong Ji-hoon are being treated for their wounds, Leiden added on. With these consecutive reports, Li Xin's head suddenly turned numb. In a way, these were because of Li Xin. Therefore, Li Xin could not be at ease. I will take care of it, Li Xin replied. Kanoko arrived at the underground prison of Merton. Get in there, a soldier said. Ah! Kanoko screamed. The soldier in charge put Kanoko in a cell. Kanoko tried to wriggle out of the handcuffs, but eventually, she got tired and slumped to the ground, leaning against the wall. I never thought this would happen as soon as I stepped on the land of Merton. As Kanoko let out a deep sigh and lifted her head, she saw a very familiar face in the opposite cell. A man who was lying down in a very relaxed manner, with both hands untied, was looking at her. Master, Inuokogo. Kanoko was surprised to see him here. At Kanoko's voice, Inuokogo, who was picking his ears, looked at Kanoko. Huh? Is that you, Miura? Inuokogo asked, looking at Kanoko. Inuokogo, who looked more bewildered than Kanoko, came closer to the cell bars and stared at her. Oh man, this is crazy. Why are you here? Inuokogo asked Kanoko. I was caught, Kanoko replied. Ha, how did that happen? Inuokogo sighed and asked. With a desolate expression, Kanoko looked up at the ceiling of the cell. I was caught by Li Xin, said Kanoko. Li Xin? Li Xin? That Li Xin that I know. Inuokogo could not believe that. Yeah, that Li Xin. That monstrous creature, Kanoko replied. He's here. Inuokogo asked nervously. Yes, Kanoko replied. Damn it, how is that bastard? It's because of him that I'm in this mess, said Inuokogo. In fact, WOFP was formed as an alliance and as a cartel because of Li Xin. As a result, Inuokogo was sent on a mission as part of WOFP and was captured in Merton. Well, but you don't look too bad, master. I thought you would be a wreck after being ruthlessly tortured, said Kanoko. I don't know if these guys are soft-hearted or just stupid, but anyway, they're not treating me too badly. Inuokogo shrugged as if he could not understand either. But, I guess you didn't ask for political asylum. Kanoko asked. Asylum? What are you saying? How could I abandon my country? Inuokogo replied. At Inuokogo's words, Kanoko seemed to be lost in thought. She rolled her eyes and gestured to Kogo to come closer to the bars. What is it? Inuokogo asked her. There's something I need to tell you, said Kanoko. Kanoko was speaking in a hushed tone as if she was trying to make sure no one could hear their conversation, ignoring how Inuokogo thought she was being too sensitive since no one was around. Well, to be honest, I was considering whether to apply for asylum, Kanoko said. What? How can you think that right after being caught? Do you have no sense of patriotism? Inuokogo criticized her. When Inuokogo shouted at her angrily, she raised her index finger to cover his mouth with a surprised face. SHH, please be quiet. Kanoko hushed Inuokogo. Tisk. Inuokogo clicked his tongue. Earlier, you asked me how Li Xin was. Quite some time ago, you fought against the top rankers of Korea here, no? What was he like? Kanoko asked. At Kanoko's question, Inuokogo sighed, with a look of disgust on his face. That's an unpleasant story that I don't even want to remember, said Inuokogo. No, tell me. Kanoko insisted. I was surprised. It was miserable and I felt a sense of crisis. If those guys without any patterns were already this strong, I wondered how they would change when they acquired patterns. Besides, I thought that if we don't step on them now, Korea will become the most powerful country of all, Inuokogo explained. Kanoko nodded at Inuokogo's words. It's already been a few months since then. And Merton, which we thought could be quickly crushed, is still alive. Although, the situation isn't too good. Kanoko muttered. Yeah, but no matter what, one hand can't beat 10. Merton will eventually fall apart, said Inuokogo. As Inuokogo said that, he murmured, will I be released soon? And laid down on the floor with a thud. Thinking back to that moment made his head hurt. Those top rankers don't have multiple lives. Eventually, they'll all die, one by one. Then, Merton will also come to an end, said Inuokogo. That's right. Kim Kong-chun and Ji Eun-ju were captured by Tetir last time. We thought the same thing then, that Merton would soon fall apart, said Kanoko. Did you just say we? Inuokogo asked. Oh right. I forgot to tell you that Kahei was also captured, together with me, said Kanoko. What? That guy too? Huh. What kind of mission were you guys doing? Inuokogo asked. Inuokogo stopped thinking. With the two promising challengers from Japan being captured, it was clear to him, without even looking, that Japan was in a difficult situation. We had to pass through the demon realm of the Southern Sea to get to Merton, said Kanoko. What? You did something crazy like that? Inuokogo could not believe her. Well, it was pretty doable. Anyways, we succeeded and made it near Merton. But then Li Xin came up at the same time, said Kanoko. Then what happened? Inuokogo asked again. Then, Li Xin captured us. We tried to run away, but... Kanoko muttered. You did? That Li Xin guy must have great detection skills, said Inuokogo. It wasn't just that. Anyway, Kahei and I fought Li Xin. And do you know what I realized? Kanoko asked. Inuokogo had a rough idea of what her response would be like. He thought that it would be a story of being shocked and frustrated by an opponent who was too strong. Inuokogo thought that the girl must have felt the same way he did. I realized that that was why the Korean challengers did not give up and withstood so stubbornly. This is how I felt, said Kanoko. What are you talking about? You're saying that they were able to withstand everything just because of Li Xin? Inuokogo could not believe what he was hearing from her. Yes, that's right. Honestly, I think that one person can change the course of everything, said Kanoko. Did you get hit out of your mind by Li Xin? Inuokogo shouted. He didn't hit me even once, Kanoko replied. What are you talking about? Inuokogo could not understand. Inuokogo shook his head as he listened to the girl ramble on. You're just out of your mind, I think, Inuokogo muttered, looking at Kanoko. No, I'm not. Kanoko shouted. Then what is it? You keep talking nonsense, said Inuokogo. Everyone thinks like you. That's why it's more dangerous. You don't even know what kind of person Li Xin is, said Kanoko. Inuokogo listened silently to see how long the girl would go on, talking about Li Xin. While going up to the 20th floor, Li Xin strictly controlled the information that went out about him and leaked only fragments of information. That way, he was able to make people even more complacent toward him. I think he deliberately created this kind of situation, Kanoko explained. You're such a conspiracy theorist, Inuokogo said, looking at Kanoko. Now, Inuokogo looked at her with pity in his eyes. In the past, one hero used to change the world. Isn't it time for that to happen again? Kanoko asked, thinking about Li Xin. And you think Li Xin is that hero? Have you been brainwashed or something? Inuokogo massaged his temple and spoke. I'm serious? What do you think of Park Ju-hyuk's combat power? Kanoko asked Inuokogo. Honestly, if Kuichien had the blue pattern, he might have won, said Inuokogo. Oh, is that so? Kanoko asked. Inuokogo tilted his head at Kanoko's serious expression. What about Li Xin? What do you think about his combat power? Inuokogo asked. I think Kuichien with the blue pattern is equivalent to Kahei or below him with the blue pattern, said Kanoko. Really? Has he become that strong? Inuokogo asked. Yes, but even if we have Kahei, we will not be able to defeat Li Xin, said Kanoko. Inuokogo furrowed his eyebrows as if all these were nonsense. Well, if there were 100 Kahei, I think we could win by making Li Xin get tired, said Kanoko. Inuokogo could not tell if she was being serious or not. Is this the place? Li Xin muttered. Li Xin looked toward the border near Tetir that was enveloped by the origin demon realm, and spread his mana. The wave of mana that spread in an instant began to search for the missing battalion's mana. Li Xin was lost in his thoughts. Can you find anything? A knight asked Li Xin. 3 knights came with Li Xin. Among them was the knight who had guided Li Xin to Merton. No, it's nothing, Li Xin replied. The wave of mana extended for several kilometers for the simple purpose of detection. Li Xin had never stopped his mana detection so far. However, if he did not pick up anything yet, that probably meant that there were no knights on the ground. Varen, Li Xin called out. Yes, Mr. Li Xin, Varen replied. You have been sure to guard the border, right? Li Xin asked Varen to clarify. Yes, we have not seen the battalion, the enemies, or even any shadows, said Varen. That meant that the battalion was still in this red zone. Li Xin looked up at the sky. Except for the occasionally floating clouds, nothing could be seen except for the sun. Unless the missing battalion had risen into the sky, the only place left was the underground. When the black mana flowing over Li Xin's hand permeated into the ground, the earth began to shake as if there was an earthquake. Li Xin had been feeling an unusual feeling of death, which was bothering him since he had arrived here. The scent of death that rose from the ground told Li Xin that something was here, under the ground. Summoning of Golem. The earth and rocks on the ground began to gather, forming a giant figure. The figure was at least 5 meters tall. The knights' jaws dropped as they witnessed the scene. They could not take their eyes off the massive hole that appeared in the ground as the golem was formed. SSSS. They could hear the sound of dirt falling through the hole. What is happening? One of the knights muttered, puzzled. Bang, bang, bang. The giant golem began to pound its fist toward a spot with a small hole. As the golem started pounding, cracks started to form. The knights noticed the cracks and looked around in surprise. A man, who was covered with dirt, stood on the exposed, overturned earth in the ground. Who dares to mess with my barrier without fear? The man's voice was full of anger. Half of his face was covered in burns, and one of his eyes had a strange white pupil. Is that an artificial eye? As Li Xin looked at the man with a furrowed brow, the man swept back his white hair and his eyes scanned the battalion and Li Xin. Whoa, the test subjects have come here on their own. The man smiled wickedly and rose from the ground. As if not only his skin, but even his vocal cords had melted, the man's voice was even gruffer than the orcs' voices. The battalion sensed the incoming danger and immediately drew their swords. All 3 knights were official knights of Merton, and among them, Varen was particularly skilled. These knights were qualified people with at least a green pattern. The fact that they were getting nervous showed that their opponent's skill level was at least a blue pattern or higher. Indeed, is that relaxed attitude a sign of confidence? The white-haired man scanned them slowly as if he were searching for appetizing food. Are you guys at the same level as the knights I encountered last time? You look delicious, said the white-haired man as he licked his lips. At the same time, Li Xin, who sensed the mana emanating from the man's body, glared at the man. The feeling that Li Xin was getting from this man was similar to a premonition of death. Was he a dark wizard or another type of skilled person? Inside the laboratory, there were corpses of knights from battalions and monsters scattered here and there. Dealing with death was not an easy task, and it seemed like the man had contemplated and dealt with the deaths of many. How many beings had this man killed and done research on? Perhaps I might be able to obtain a sample of his research. As Li Xin was thinking about acquiring the research material that the white-haired man had, the knights made their first move. A strong mana extended from their swords toward the enemy. The distinct swordsmanship of Merton was fully revealed in these knights' strikes. The knight swung down at the man, but the white-haired man easily caught the sword with one hand. The knight's eyes flew wide open in astonishment. The next moment, another knight reached out with his sword to pierce the opponent's side, but the man easily caught it with his other hand. This can't be real. While the 2 knights panicked as they were unable to free their swords from the man's grip, Varen swung his sword at the man's neck. Die! Varen shouted. However, blackish red mana flowed out and repelled Varen's sword strike. Then, the mana grabbed Varen's neck and lifted him up. Coop! Varen gasped. The 3 knights were subdued, unable to do anything, just staring at the man in shock. On the other hand, even while dealing with 3 of them on his own, the white-haired man appeared calm. Kauyag! Varen gasped again. He was being choked by the blackish red mana, and his own mana began to be absorbed by the man. So that's how it is. Li Xin, who had immediately grasped the nature of the man's source of power, used his mana to cut off the man's. What the hell? The man looked startled. The man's face twisted, perhaps not expecting his mana to be cut off so easily. His reaction was totally understandable, because what he had been using was not simple magic, but divine power. Who would think that some challenger from a low floor could easily cut off the power of a deity? Ha, ha. Varen, who had escaped the man's grasp, breathed heavily. The 2 knights had also been thrown aside. The white-haired man looked only at Li Xin now, because he realized that he did not have the luxury of caring about anything else. How did you do that? The man asked Li Xin. I didn't do anything special. Don't you think it's ridiculous for you to act so smugly just because you got some cheap power? Li Xin laughed at the man. The man's power was not from the god of death, but from a lesser god who had grown up devouring the death energy of others. This type of god only used specks of power from monsters that had failed to reach divinity. What are you trying to do with the power of monsters that reside in the world of death? What can you do with such cheap power that only desires and consumes? Li Xin criticized the man. Hey, do you know what you're saying? Asked the man. I know enough just by looking at you. You've been so consumed by power that your self-control is no longer functioning. Were you craving power that much? Li Xin said. The man's face distorted as he listened to Li Xin's words, resembling a demon more and more. What do you know? Don't act so smugly, the man shouted. The blackish red mana soared up and rushed toward Li Xin with a roar, filled with the will to take away all the power that Li Xin had. Ha! Li Xin laughed at the man and emitted his black mana. The man's blackish red mana, which was trying to swallow up Li Xin, trembled in fear and stopped in its tracks, unable to even come close to Li Xin's black mana. What's going on? How can this be? The man started to panic. Hyenas are nothing but frightened little mice in front of a lion, said Li Xin. The death element of Li Xin's black mana was on another level compared to the man's. A gluttonous monster that gained power by consuming specks of death energy would not dare to oppose the very origin of death energy. Get on your knees, Li Xin demanded. Thud. Huh? What are you doing to me? The man could not understand what was going on. The man's own mana turned against him, crushing him in spite of his will. What is your name? Li Xin asked. It's Victor, replied the man. Are you Russian? Li Xin asked. Yes, Victor replied. Someone as skilled as Victor would not have been left alone in Russia. Even if this man was consumed by power and lost his mind, the Russians were the sort of people who would do their best to make use of him regardless. Why are you here? Li Xin asked again. I came to destroy Merton before the closure of Isosha, Victor replied. Then why are you here? Li Xin asked. I ate my fill while destroying Merton. It was delicious. Kek, then I felt like I wanted to eat the people next to them. So I killed them all and ate them all. Even now, I can't forget that time. Victor muttered. You crazy bastard, Li Xin said. As Victor explained himself, Li Xin could see that tragedy replaying in front of his eyes. He could finally understand why Victor had been hiding here even after all this time. The power of the gluttonous monster grew by devouring the power of others, so it was not strange that Victor had slaughtered everyone else. Li Xin thought that Russia would still be obsessed with finding Victor, but since he had committed such a heinous crime, he could not apply for asylum in another country. Therefore, death was certain no matter where he went. Perhaps the reason why Merton was still alive was, in fact, Victor's influence. What were you doing here? Li Xin asked Victor. I was trying to create a chimera. I haven't succeeded yet, though, Victor replied. Li Xin had a rough idea of what the man was doing based on what he could see inside the laboratory, but he hadn't expected that the man would really be making a chimera. And in the meantime, you were sucking up the vitality of the battalions? Li Xin asked. Victor did not reply. Instead, he lowered his head at the sound of Li Xin's cold voice. Tisk. Li Xin clicked his tongue. Li Xin shot his mana into the sky. At the same time, lightning bolts struck down. Crack. Bam. Krayok. Kraya. Victor let out a hoarse scream. Victor's eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. Since Li Xin had adjusted the power of the spell appropriately, he was not dead. Tie him up and take him. And investigate this place, Li Xin ordered. Yes, sir, the knights replied. Together with the knights, Li Xin entered the laboratory. Once inside, they could see that the laboratory was, in fact, much larger than it looked from the outside. Here, there are the bodies of the missing battalions, shouted a knight. The bodies were dismembered, their heads, torsos, arms, and legs were stored in a strange liquid. Witnessing this sight, even the knights felt nauseous, and their complexions turned pale. Collect all the bodies of the knights and go tell the border guards to contact Eltsa, Li Xin ordered. Yes, sir, the knights responded. Li Xin thought that they would be able to arrive at the Eltsa castle in the red zone in half a day. Li Xin pondered. Even after scouring the entire laboratory, they could not find any significant research data. There was some research data related to chimeras, but the work had reaped little success, and even the most successful one was not helpful for Li Xin. After skimming through all the data once, Li Xin tried to hide his disappointment and disposed of all the data. It's better not to have this kind of data. Besides, dealing with death was much more difficult than one might think. If there had been a few more years, Victor might have achieved significant results, but the number of lives sacrificed in the process would have been enormous. It was not necessary to conduct research to that extent. After surveying the entire laboratory, Li Xin left together with the knights, who had blocked the entrance, and went to the soldiers guarding the border. The view of the border that was covered with the origin demon realm for tens of kilometers was truly magnificent. Li Xin almost thought that it was not necessary for the soldiers to guard that place so closely, because it was almost impossible for anyone to cross the border and avoid the demons that could appear at any moment in the vast area. Besides, the path was very difficult to see due to the black mist when the challengers entered the demon realm. Therefore, the soldiers guarding the border were only deployed to prevent occasional waves of demons from breaking out of the demon realm. You're back. A soldier greeted Li Xin and the knights. Did you contact Eltsa? Li Xin asked the soldier. Yes, they're sending their soldiers here right away, said the soldier. I want to contact Merton, Li Xin said. Please wait a moment, replied the soldier. A soldier rushed off at Li Xin's request and contacted someone. Then, the soldier called Li Xin over. The screen installed inside a small building showed Leiden. When Leiden saw Li Xin, he greeted Li Xin with a happy face. Mr. Li Xin, is there anything you need? Please let me know if you need anything. No, there's nothing I need. I contacted you to give a report, Li Xin said. Oh, I see. You can report after the mission is over. The mission is over, said Li Xin. Really? Oh wait, so you also concluded that it's difficult to find, right? But if you could just look a little more. That's not it. I found them, Li Xin said. Really? What happened to them? The knights are all Sappho, I can tell from your expression. Lydon, who seemed excited for a second, then nodded as he saw Li Xin's expression because he could already tell what had happened to the battalions. And, in the process, I also captured a qualified from Amon, said Li Xin. Oh, Amon? How did he get in? He seems to have been here for quite some time. Anyway, I'll send this captive too. It will be useful for negotiating with Amon, said Li Xin. Okay, so, are you coming back now? Yes, I should be going back now, Li Xin replied. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. Lydon bowed and disappeared. As Li Xin began to prepare to return, a loud warning sound rang from the border checkpoint. What's that? Li Xin was surprised. Sir, the enemy has appeared, shouted a soldier. What did you say? Li Xin could not believe it. Why was it that they were suddenly being attacked? Li Xin was bewildered, but he put that aside for the time being and hurried toward the source of the alarm. I'll go first. The rest of the soldiers stay back, because we don't know where another enemy might pop up from, Li Xin said. Li Xin let out his own mana, feeling around for the challengers' mana. There were 5 of them, and a quick assessment revealed that they were undoubtedly highly skilled. Bong! With a deafening explosion, the border wall collapsed. The border wall and the checkpoint that surrounded the source of the demon realm crumbled, and the soldiers blocking the enemy's path were stabbed in the heart by the enemy swords. Swoosh! Cough! Screaming and spitting out blood, the soldiers fell to the ground. As they were lying there, dying, they saw Li Xin arrive. At Novel bin at. Mr. Li Xin, please, help us. Mr. Li Xin. The invaders' eyes narrowed at the sound of the soldiers' voices. Li Xin. No way. Only when they heard the name did they realize who the new arrival was, and they took a step back in fear. Pizzicato? Seeing the approaching lightning whip, they tried to dodge, but one challenger who could not escape on time was caught in its grip and electrocuted. Kaoyug? The challenger screamed. Others, perhaps to avoid revealing their voices, refrained from talking to each other. They just exchanged glances and connected to each other's mana, surrounding Li Xin. Is this their combat formation? With their mana interconnected, they blocked Li Xin from all directions. A combat formation was a tactic that allowed them to complement each other and avoid redundant movement in order to focus their strength on strategic points. Their flow of attack and synchronization seemed very natural, as if it was water, showing that they had been practicing as a group for a long time. High up, the biggest of the 4 men swung his dagger and charged at Li Xin. Clang! His upward slash was blocked by Li Xin's shield, but as if the man had already anticipated it, the man changed direction and launched consecutive attacks. Wuong bomb! At the same time, someone had pulled out a cannon, and a big cannonball flew at Li Xin's back. Creak! Then, a vine that sprouted from underground grabbed Li Xin's ankle. This is quite nice. It was a smoothly coordinated attack, as if they had practiced countless times to catch a humanoid boss. As Li Xin muttered to himself in surprise, the coordinated attack continued. Clang! Clang! Bomb! The challenger expected to be unable to pierce Li Xin's shield with the first cannonball and so immediately switched to a shock cannon. They fixed the shock cannon on the ground and fired consecutive shock cannonballs at Li Xin, who had become a human target. The shock cannonballs were optimized for breaking shields. With these, the challengers were able to make cracks on Li Xin's shield. As one shock cannonball after another landed square on the shield, more vines shot up from underground and bound Li Xin's entire body. A dagger flew at Li Xin's neck, threatening to pierce him through. However, Li Xin's gaze remained as calm as ever. Is it not yet? Li Xin's eyebrows twitched. He activated all of the mana that he had been suppressing. Piss piss. The electricity that surged around Li Xin burned all the vines that had been imprisoning him. Li Xin clenched his fist in the air, and his psychokinesis caught the man who was charging at him, throwing him right back at his companion who had been manipulating the vines. Coop. The man gasped. As the man was thrown aside, another shock cannonball flew at Li Xin. The strength of the impact was clearly different from before, and the damage kept piling up until, eventually, the shield shattered into pieces. Clang! A bullet flew through the shards of the broken shield, aimed at Li Xin's neck. The sniper had calculated the perfect timing to hit Li Xin right before the shield regenerated. However, Li Xin had been paying attention to the sniper from the beginning. Wung pizzicato. A bubble of compressed air exploded right next to the bullet, shifting the bullet's trajectory. The bullet missed Li Xin's neck by the slightest of margins, flying off into the distance. Then, Li Xin smiled at the sniper as if saying, "Is this all you've got?" Suddenly, a white bullet appeared from thin air, right in front of Li Xin's forehead. The sniper's eyes narrowed as she met Li Xin's gaze. It was a fierce fight. Both Li Xin and the sniper were aiming for a surefire hit, the kind that would not let their opponent escape. The sniper was confident that Li Xin would not be able to block her attack this time. Blob. However, the next moment, the sniper shouted in frustration as she saw her bullet disappear, absorbed by a cloud of bloody mist that had suddenly appeared in front of Li Xin's head. "What the hell is that?" the sniper muttered. A cute bat that came out from the bloody mist perched on Li Xin's shoulder. "Why aren't you calling me these days? It's not that burdensome for you now, is it?" Lillian asked, looking at Li Xin. "As you can see, I'm quite busy right now," Li Xin replied. The bat, who was annoyed by Li Xin's attitude, transformed into a beautiful woman. With a captivating smile, Lillian let her purple hair down. Then, she looked at the challengers with a cold gaze. "Wung crack?" Lillian caught the bullet flying toward her face and crushed it into dust, scattering it on the ground. Then, she produced a bloody whip, which she wrapped around the sniper, picking her up like a baby chicken. Ack. The sniper gasped, unable to breathe. It's been a while, so can I have some fun, master? Lillian asked, looking at Li Xin. With the arrival of Lillian, the battle quickly came to an end. Li Xin brushed his fringe aside and let out a sigh. Li Xin could have ended it much earlier if he wanted. However, Li Xin had been dragging the battle out to gather more information about the enemy. Well, at least I got something. One of the challengers came into Li Xin's view. The last shot that Li Xin had confronted was somewhat threatening. Even someone like Li Xin could have received considerable damage. Thankfully, he had felt the distortion in space and summoned Lillian in time. The combat strategy of the enemy had been planned down to the second, and was executed perfectly by skillful individuals who possessed unique abilities that could deliver critical blows. I never thought I would meet a person who is skilled in space distortion here. Since Li Xin had discovered a great skilled person here, he could not help but smile. It feels good to have some fresh air after all this time, Lillian muttered. Yeah, sorry I don't call you out more often, Li Xin said. I know, I won't be going in for a while, so deal with it, Lillian replied. Due to the strain on Li Xin's mana, Li Xin had not summoned Lillian for a long time, which made her really want to come out. With Li Xin's level of mana and dominance increasing, it became relatively easy for Li Xin to take Lillian around in her bat form. However, there was another problem. Mr. Li Xin, who is that person? Wow, I never knew there was such a beautiful person in this world. She must be the most beautiful woman in Merton. And don't forget to mention her powerful abilities. She has everything, doesn't she? Not only the soldiers but also the knights were captivated by Lillian's beauty. Lillian's appearance alone was enough to draw attention, but with her charm, it was even more so. If people found out that she was a vampire queen, she could become even more attention-grabbing and things would be more troublesome, so Li Xin did not want to reveal her true form if possible. Tisk. There's nothing I can do. Li Xin turned Lillian back into her bat form and walked toward the captives. They were unable to fight back like before because they were wearing mana-blocking handcuffs. Take off their masks, Li Xin ordered. Yes sir, the soldier replied. As their masks were removed one by one, a slight smile appeared on Li Xin's face and then disappeared. Who are you? Li Xin asked. They did not answer. How did you break through the demon realm? Li Xin asked. There was still no response from those challengers. Are you going to keep ignoring me? Li Xin asked again. The 5 challengers remained silent, although Li Xin kept asking questions. Seeing their behavior, Li Xin laughed and started to walk away. All right then, said Li Xin. What should we do? The soldier asked. Well, I don't know if they can still keep their mouths sealed when they see their comrade die, said Li Xin. At Li Xin's words, the challengers' faces instantly froze. Li Xin noticed that and tried hard not to laugh. Rip. Li Xin tore the sleeve on one of the challengers' arms and saw the pattern underneath. A navy pattern, Li Xin muttered. Rip. Another navy, said Li Xin. Li Xin tore the clothes of the next person and checked everyone's patterns, one by one. Navy, another navy, and purple, Li Xin muttered. The female challenger who could threaten Li Xin's life and had pointed a gun at Lillian was the only one with a purple pattern. Are you the leader of this group? Li Xin asked. But of course, she did not answer again. No answer again. Li Xin said. Li Xin stretched out his hand to the soldier who was standing next to him. Hand me the sword, said Li Xin. Ah, here it is, the knight replied. Li Xin received the sword from the knight and swung at her. No, wait, shouted another challenger. The sword stopped right in front of her neck. Her body was shaking. What is it? Li Xin asked. The man who had shouted just now glared at Li Xin and gritted his teeth. Is it okay to kill the captives like this? The man asked. The man tried to speak calmly, but they were in a situation where they were at the mercy of Li Xin. Seeing the challenger trying desperately to save this woman, Li Xin could only laugh. Well, if I don't kill the captives, is your country going to help Merton or something? Li Xin asked back in a cold voice. Well, we could at least negotiate, said the man. Many countries have already formed a cartel to crush Korea. What kind of negotiation can I have with them? Li Xin asked. Don't make rash judgments, said the man. Then answer my question so that I don't make rash judgments, Li Xin replied. Swish. Li Xin threw the sword behind him and approached the man, looking into his eyes. The look on the challenger's face was cold. He could not tell what Li Xin was thinking. First of all, where are you from? Li Xin asked. The challenger still did not answer. As Li Xin watched him, determined to keep silent until the end, a corner of Li Xin's lips lifted, smirking. At the same time, Li Xin lifted and clenched his left hand, and then, the female challenger with the purple pattern, who was on her knees, began to choke. No, the man shouted urgently. I'm asking you for the last time, okay? This is the last time I'll ask nicely. Li Xin's low voice penetrated the man's ears. How did you break through the demon realm? Li Xin asked the man. Eltse was the name of a castle in the country of Merton, which was located in the red zone. This castle had seen a great deal of development, just like Merton had. Wow, they've used a lot of merit points. Each lord of the castle could visit the store with the merit points they had. In this world, not only the challengers but also lords could use the point system, so they could develop the castle and the country with merit points. I can tell how much the Korean challengers would have struggled. Since Merton was once destroyed and then reactivated, the castles had not managed to gather many merit points. All the developments in the 10 or 20 years before the destruction of Merton were nowhere to be seen now. If there were any notable developments at all, it would be solely the work of the challengers who came up this time. Li Xin, who had followed the flat road leading to the castle of Eltsa, was able to meet the Lord of Eltsa. "You are Li Xin, aren't you?" the Lord of the Eltsa castle asked, looking at Li Xin. "Yes, that's right," Li Xin replied. "I'm Jaden Compton. I've heard of you. You almost got into big trouble, didn't you?" Jaden asked. Li Xin, who was sitting in the reception room, looked at Jaden. When Li Xin first encountered Jaden Compton in his previous life, Li Xin felt an immense sense of intimidation, but the current Jaden was far below that level. It was probably because Jaden had already died once and it had not been long since he started to grow as Eltsa was reactivated again. The growth of these beings also had its limits, but it seemed that Jaden had not yet reached that state yet. "They were the qualified from Wilds," Li Xin said. "Yes, I've heard that. They were all exceptionally skilled people. It seems Wilds had invested a lot, seeing that there's even a qualified with the purple pattern," Jaden said. "That's correct. I heard that not only Wilds, but also Tetir and Amon had supported them with troops. They poured in manpower to forcibly break through the demon realm, where many people struggled to find their way. This is a method that would be impossible under normal circumstances," Li Xin explained. Wilds of Germany, Tetir of France, and Amon of Russia, the three countries that were closest to Merton's red and orange zones, had poured in their troops to break through the demon realm. They probably thought that if even just one team could enter, it could deal a fatal blow to Merton during such a chaotic situation. At Novel bin Adat. Nardan Castle is still under attack. Durem is supporting Nardan, but if the same situation occurs in the orange zone, there will still be problems with that support, said Jaden. "I think we will need to strengthen the border guards. I think there are still a lot of enemies wandering around the demon realm even now," Li Xin suggested. "That's right. But we can't invest a lot of personnel on something that is not very likely to happen. Unfortunately, we don't have such a luxury right now." Li Xin was also aware that the country Merton was just a candle in the wind. Due to the forced activation of Windsor Castle in the blue zone, the whole battle line was extended and the number of troops required increased rapidly. However, activating Windsor was not the wrong choice. If they had not done so, Merton would have remained trapped and suffocated. Activating Windsor was arguably the best option as there was no other way to significantly increase the national power. "What is the current overall situation?" Li Xin asked. "Windsor is under attack by Bylone, Stan, Cormer, and Amon, and Nardan is under attack by Wilds and Tetir. If necessary, we can abandon Windsor, but the problem is that there are many saviors there," Jaden explained. Saviors were the ones who first activated Merton and, from Li Xin's perspective, they were the ones who needed to be saved more than anyone else. As their names were mentioned, even Li Xin had difficulty controlling his expression. Going to support Windsor in the situation where Adarta had fallen was a very difficult task, and it was also difficult to bring out only the key figures from there. "Why did the Adarta castle fall like that?" Li Xin asked. "There was a traitor. They were betrayed due to the deactivation of the coordinate interference mana circle. And that was how Kim Kong-chun, Ji Ianju, Kong Ji-hoon, and Shin Ha-nul were hit," Jaden explained. Kim Kong-chun and Ji Ianju were imprisoned in Tetir, and Kong Ji-hoon and Shin Ha-nul were deployed to the defense team because they were suffering from the injuries they had sustained at Nardan. "Is there no way to rescue Windsor?" Li Xin asked. "To be honest, there is no way unless you take action yourself," Jaden said. At those words, Li Xin gulped, trying to hide his disappointment. Only if he had just the pattern, he would have gone to protect Windsor himself. However, obtaining the blue pattern required a considerable amount of time, making it practically difficult for Li Xin. "How long do you think it will take for Windsor Castle to fall?" Li Xin asked. "I don't think it will fall that easily. We've still invested quite a lot in Windsor. Maybe it might take a month." "No wait, I think 3 weeks at most," said Jaden. Li Xin was lost in thought and touched his lips. About 3 weeks. The enemy attacking Nardan was Wilds and Tetir. They were two countries adjacent to Merton. If Li Xin could stop those two countries, he might be able to aim for Adarta's recapture from Nardan. "Which country has captured Adarta?" Li Xin asked. "It's Amon," Jaden replied. To recapture Adarta, Li Xin would have to break through Russia. Ultimately, Li Xin had to capture France, Germany, and Russia in order to save Windsor. After pondering for a while, Li Xin had made up his mind. "Contact Wilds immediately. Tell them that if they don't withdraw their troops immediately, we will kill all the captives," Li Xin said. "We're going to kill all the captives? I think that's too severe. It could lead to an extremely hostile relationship with other enemy countries," Jaden said, looking worried. "We won't actually kill them," said Li Xin. "But Wilds won't do anything foolish like withdrawing his troops because of such a threat," said Jaden. "I don't think so. Wilds will definitely withdraw his troops," said Li Xin, smiling. At Li Xin's confidence, Jaden frowned for a second. "What do you mean?" Jaden asked Li Xin. "Because there is a key figure from Wilds among the captives that we have captured this time," Li Xin said. There was Natasha Polly among the captives. Natasha Polly was the daughter of the chief of the German intelligence agency and a member of KSK, the elite special forces of Germany. Besides, she had an incredible unique ability of space distortion. Therefore, from Germany's perspective, they could not afford to lose her under any circumstances. It was easy for Li Xin to tell that she was a person who could not be lost, given her remarkable achievements in Li Xin's past life. Since the Wilds would think that they had already won the battle with Merton, they would not think that stepping out of this battle would lead to a complete reversal of the situation. Please treat the qualified with the purple pattern very well. She will be our secret trump card in this negotiation, Li Xin said, looking at Jaden. Windsor Castle was located in the blue zone. The lord of the castle, Juan Byron, turned to the saviors, a face full of worry. The situation is very serious right now. We can't even predict when and how the enemies will attack, said Juan. Now, a defensive play seems to be inevitable, Park Ju-hyuk said. No matter how many we kill off, the enemy forces never seem to be decreasing. Damn it. Park Hae-won barely held back her urge to swear again. Ever since she came to Merton, she felt like swearing all the time. We have reduced the number of soldiers of Stan and Bailon on the front line to the minimum, but that became meaningless because of the reinforcements from Kormer and Amon, Park Ju-hyuk explained. If we embark on a defensive strategy like this, the downfall of Windsor will only be a matter of time, said Juan. Even the Void Shield has its limits. We need reinforcements. The wizard responsible for the protection of Windsor Castle's shield had a gloomy expression as he spoke. I will assassinate the commander of Bailon, said Park Ju-hyuk with determination. Don't be foolish, said Juan. Juan shook his head at Park Ju-hyuk's ridiculous proposal. Juan knew why Ju-hyuk had made such a reckless suggestion. There was no other way to recover from the loss if their original, foolish plan failed, and so, Ju-hyuk was willing to sacrifice himself. If only it weren't for these chains that bound me, I would like to step forward, Juan said. No, don't say that. You should be protecting the Stone of Life. No, Baek Hyun replied. Juan gave a bitter smile at Baek Hyun's words. Do you know how the previous Juan Byron was? The current Juan Byron was asking about the Juan Byron who had lived for a long time before the destruction of Merton. I've heard that he was capable of holding off 1,000 soldiers alone, said Baek Hyun. It's a pity that I don't have that kind of power now, Juan said, looking discouraged. The high-ranking humans who were created by the system here knew their fate. Each lord of the castles had to protect the Stone of Life, which was considered the source of the castle. If it was destroyed, everyone associated with the castle would disappear, and they could not leave the castle. They were born with such a destiny. We will get through this, Ju-hyuk said. That was all Ju-hyuk could say. They all knew that Windsor Castle would eventually fall, and the current Juan Byron would not live long. It was something that not only he but the others could also sense. At that moment, they heard a knocking sound on the door of the conference room. I am here. I have some urgent news to deliver, said a soldier. As the soldier came in, everyone in the conference room turned toward him. If the soldier had entered midway in a meeting, it must have been something very important. What is it? Juan asked the soldier. Mr. Li Xin has arrived, said the soldier. Huh, Mr. Li Xin came. Oh my gosh, our master came. Holy. The 4 people who were referred to as saviors were louder than anyone in the conference room. Damn it, why did our master come so late? Park Hae-won shouted. Now, we will finally put an end to this tedious war, said Baek Hyun. Heh, I've told him not to make this old man wait long, Wang Kong-won muttered. Yes? We'll have a way now, Park Ju-hyuk muttered. Park Hae-won, Baek Hyun, and even Wang Kong-won finally looked relieved. Park Ju-hyuk clenched his fist, as if he had finally found a way to resolve the issue. Meanwhile, Juan was curious about Li Xin as he had heard a lot about him from these saviors. If these people who had such great prowess were showing such an attitude toward Li Xin, how great was Li Xin? However, such thoughts did not last long, and he eventually reached the conclusion that even his appearance was meaningless. After all, Li Xin was just one human being. Even when such great individuals gathered, they could not resolve this war. How big of a miracle would this qualified called Li Xin create alone? One's expression darkened as he thought that perhaps these people referred to as saviors relied too much on the guy named Li Xin. Even if Li Xin comes, nothing will change dramatically, Juan said coldly. The atmosphere in the meeting room, which had been heated, suddenly cooled down with Juan's cold words. Sorry, I think I made you guys dejected, Juan muttered. Ha ha ha, it's okay. Well, that's a realistic response, isn't it? Park Ju-hyuk started to laugh. Juan looked at Park Ju-hyuk with a bewildered expression as Ju-hyuk laughed for no reason. You guys are putting too much emphasis on that Li Xin guy. He's just a human after all, said Juan. Lord, do you know about the one-man army? Baek Hyun asked Juan. When Juan saw Baek Hyun's serious face, Juan was a little surprised. There was no hint of doubt in Baek Hyun's eyes about Li Xin. It was a reaction that could only come from blind faith. The one-man army. Juan clarified. Yes, that's right. Earlier, we said that the previous Juan Byron could face 1,000 soldiers on his own, right? Baek Hyun said, looking at Juan. Yes, that's right, Juan replied. I think this man, Li Xin, can face 1,000 knights, or maybe even more, said Baek Hyun with confidence. Juan thought it was absurd. He thought that was too much of an exaggeration. 1,000 knights were a number that could be considered a national force, so how could one individual face an entire country? If others had said it, it wouldn't be strange to send them to prison, but because of the achievements these saviors had made so far, their opinions could not be easily dismissed. Do you really think so? Juan asked. Yes. So, we will need to change our plan, said Park Ju-hyuk. Change the plan? Won asked, with his eyes widened. Park Ju-hyuk smiled at Won's question. Let's hold out as long as possible until reinforcements arrive at the castle. That's all we have to do, said Park Ju-hyuk. What did you just say? Won could not believe what he just heard. We'll fight to the end without moving from the castle until the reinforcements come. That's all we need to do, said Park Ju-hyuk. Li Xin, who had returned to Murden, went to meet Leiden right away. Thank you for your hard work, Li Xin, said Leiden. No problem. Is the king here? I would like to talk to him, replied Li Xin. Yes, he is waiting for you. Please come this way, said Leiden. As Li Xin and Leiden entered the throne room, the king greeted Li Xin warmly. I've completed my mission and returned, Your Highness, Li Xin said, looking at King Adolf. I can't help but admire your abilities. You have resolved an issue that no one else could for very long, remarked King Adolf. Please don't mention it. Li Xin smiled. I should give you a reward. Will you choose to claim it later again? King Adolf asked Li Xin. If there is an artifact that can increase my mana regeneration rate, I would like to receive it, Li Xin replied. Let me see. What would increase the mana regeneration rate? Oh, I think I have something that suits you, King Adolf said. A soldier went out on King Adolf's orders and returned shortly with a small chest. Open it, said King Adolf. The chest slowly opened to reveal a blue earring inside. Inside the tear-shaped earring that shone like a jewel was white powder. Check this out, said King Adolf. Germeric's bone dust earring. This is an earring made from the bone dust of Germeric, which lives in the deep sea. Hashtag 20% increase in mana regeneration rate. Hashtag 10% increase in mana absorption rate. This is, Li Xin muttered. Li Xin's eyes widened. The reward was better than what he had expected. An artifact like this, with both a high mana regeneration rate as well as mana absorption rate, was very rare. I think you like it, said King Adolf. You're right. This is awesome, Li Xin muttered. I've heard that you were able to bite wilds in Narden, said King Adolf. I was lucky to be able to capture one of Wild's key figures, Li Xin explained. King Adolf, who had been smiling at Li Xin, interjected. If you manage to break through the ranks of Tetir and Amon, and reclaim Aderta, this reward may not be enough. No, Your Highness, this is more than enough, said Li Xin. I'm curious if you have a plan in mind, said King Adolf. I will tell you, Li Xin said. Li Xin was about to tell King Adolf about his plan that would shake the balance of power in the continent of Isosha. Get in there? And don't make a fuss. Someone who wants to see you is coming, a soldier shouted. Tadashi Kahei, Miura Kanoko, and Inuokogo, each with special handcuffs on their hands and feet, entered the meeting room and sat down. Who called us again? I hope it'll be over soon so we can leave. Tisk, it's probably some ridiculous request for us to join them again. As they were chatting, the door opened, and a familiar face appeared. Is that you, Li Xin? What? That person is Li Xin. Inuokogo looked surprised. Upon meeting Li Xin for the first time, Inuokogo scrutinized Li Xin as if he was looking at an animal in a zoo. Feeling his gaze, Li Xin felt uncomfortable and sat down opposite them. Wilds has come over to our side, Li Xin said. Li Xin started the conversation with such a statement after calling for them out of the blue. How could they believe that Wilds had betrayed them with only Li Xin's words? Although none of the three trusted Li Xin's words, there was a difference in the degree of disbelief. Why are you lying about something that cannot be true? Inuokogo did not believe Li Xin at all. Even if the betrayal is true, don't you think you've gone too far to say it was Wilds who joined you guys? Kahei thought that he could have believed Li Xin if he had mentioned another country, not Wilds. No way. You're lying, right? Kanoko was skeptical. Do I look like I'm lying right now? Li Xin asked them once again. Li Xin did not really care whether these challengers believed him or not, and the Japanese challengers were more frustrated by Li Xin's reaction. It was a hard-to-believe story, but since it was Li Xin, they could not easily dismiss it. Inuokogo thought that this story was irrational, but he could not shake the nagging thought of what if. The person who had caused all the disturbance in the tower up until now was the man standing in front of Inuokogo. It was the same person who brought together the major powers of the world to crush Korea for the first time. The suspicion inside Inuokogo began to grow even more. Why did you say that? Kanoko asked Li Xin with a serious look. Even though the Japanese challengers tried to rush him into an answer, Li Xin took his time sipping his tea. This should have been enough time for them to think. The reason why Li Xin had brought up the story about Wilds at first was to take control of the conversation and create an atmosphere that benefited him. Li Xin wanted to leave a strong impression and arouse their interest. Then, through silence, Li Xin was trying to give space for their imagination to run wild. All that Li Xin wanted to do was to trigger the thought of what if, in these Japanese challengers' minds. That was the most important thing for Li Xin at the moment. Li Xin was aware that in fights that involved many countries, negotiation tables always appeared, and the direction of the negotiation changed depending on the style of conversation. The next moment, Li Xin looked at the three people's expressions and smirked, realizing that things were going the way he had wanted. Is Japan still hostile toward Korea? Li Xin asked the Japanese challengers. Li Xin threw another question at them instead of answering their question. Although Li Xin did not get the response that he wanted, the challengers could not help but think about their answer to Li Xin's question. So what if that's the case? One of the Japanese challengers asked. Don't you understand why Merton is looking after the captives? Li Xin asked back. Are you trying to say that Lanton should also abandon the Union and join Merton? Inuokogo asked Li Xin. Ha, do you think Lanton would do that? Kanoko replied to Inuokogo. Inuokogo snorted in response to Kanoko's question and said, Lanton exists on an island that is far apart from the continent. Without the cooperation with Merton, they cannot survive in the end. No, but WOFP decided to hand over Merton to Lanton, Kanoko said, causing Li Xin to chuckle. Haha, that's just superficial. Doesn't Japan know better? That's why you two came here to meet me. Am I wrong? Li Xin asked, looking at Kanoko and Kahei. Kanoko and Kahei's eyes quivered for a moment at Li Xin's words because Li Xin knew their intentions very well. I don't want both of you to be exiled because there's a penalty for that. However, I want a reliable alliance with Lanton, Li Xin said. That's impossible, one of the Japanese challengers replied. Don't you know that most of the demon's territory is already taken up by the United States and China? Do you really think that WOFP can last long? Li Xin asked, looking at the challenger.s. Well, at least as long as you're alive. One of the challengers replied. No, I told you earlier that Wilds will come over and join us, Li Xin said. That's a lie, said one of the challengers. And Turkey and India will join us too, Li Xin added on. What? The Japanese challengers looked confused now. If Wilds, as well as Deer and Tashira formed an alliance with Merton just like Li Xin had mentioned, they could be a credible force that could stand up against WOFP. Assuming that everything Li Xin had been saying was true, the three of them started to look worried. But Merton would not have had the time to contact Deer and Tashira though, no. Kanoko asked Li Xin. Li Xin flinched inwardly at Kanoko's sharp question, but he did not let it show on his face. Just because you don't know about it doesn't mean that it is not true, said Li Xin. After saying his last sentence, Li Xin rose from his seat, because he did not want them to realize some of what he had just said was wrong. Think hard about it. I get that you wouldn't want to abandon your country, but you wouldn't want to die either. So, think about it carefully, Li Xin said. As Li Xin was about to leave the room, Li Xin suddenly stopped and said, Oh, and if you're curious whether what I said is true or not, come follow me. What? Where? Kanoko asked. However, Li Xin had left the room without answering her question. Therefore, the three of them looked at each other, confused, and got up from their seats. Should we follow him first? Li Xin headed straight out of the castle. It went better than I expected. To be honest, Li Xin did not think it would be easy to persuade the Japanese challengers. Li Xin had not shown anything to them yet, and Merton was not in a condition good enough for them to visit. At Novel bin at. That was why Li Xin had lied to them about Wilds, Deer, and Tashira joining them. It was technically false for now, but it was not entirely a lie either. Li Xin believed it would actually happen according to his plan. As long as everything goes according to my plan, we should be good. Besides, his time with King Adolf had also come to an end. It was time for Li Xin to move on with the next step in his plan. Wang, Lillian, who appeared from a cloud of bloody mist, settled on Li Xin's shoulder in the form of a bat. Master, are we finally going to taste someone else's blood? Lillian asked Li Xin with excitement. What are you saying? Li Xin replied. Li Xin reached into his subspace pocket and took out the Germeric's bone dust earring, which he had received as a reward from the king earlier, and put it on. The speed at which his mana rose became noticeably faster. Due to the increased absorption rate of mana, the efficiency of converting the mana in the air into his own mana also increased. And now, Li Xin could finally afford to keep Lillian summoned without any worry. Finally, I get to move more freely, Lillian muttered. But, you're still not allowed to exert power in your true form. Do you understand, Lillian? Li Xin asked. I know. Ha, when will that body be completely unsealed? Lillian asked Li Xin with little annoyance. I don't know either, Li Xin replied. It was not bad to have a conversation with Lillian while traveling. As they were waiting outside the castle, Li Xin and the challengers heard the sound of a carriage rattling. It's here, Li Xin muttered. Are those the kids that you carry around like your luggage? A knight asked Li Xin. Yes, Li Xin replied. As the carriage arrived in front of Li Xin, three familiar faces got off from it. Where are we going? Wow, are we finally out of the castle? How long has it been? Where are you trying to take us? The knight who had dropped off the three Japanese challengers bowed to Li Xin and left 3 bags behind before leaving. The moment Li Xin saw the qualified of Wilds pass through the Origin Demon Realm and cross over to the Red Zone, Li Xin had a thought. If the opponents did it, why couldn't we? Just then, the faces of those who had made it through even more challenging places and had closed in on him popped into Li Xin's mind. Li Xin knew exactly what to do with them. Kanoko, what did you say your class was again? Li Xin asked. Huh? Why are you asking that all of the sudden? I'm an explorer, sir, Kanoko replied. As she spoke, Kanoko trembled with anxiety. That was because she noticed a faint smile on Li Xin's lips. We're going to break through the Origin Demon Realm and head to Tetir, Li Xin said. What? Kanoko could not believe what Li Xin just said. That's a nonsensical thing to say. Why are you taking us with you? Not only Kanoko, but the other 2 challengers were also flustered and they began to stutter. Well, you're the ones who followed me here, said Li Xin. You didn't say anything like this before. Do you know how vast that place is? It's over hundreds of kilometers. And you're going to cross it barehanded without any equipment? You might encounter not only demons but also enemy soldiers. I'll handle the enemies, Li Xin said calmly. How are you going to find the way? You might get lost in the origin demon realm and be missing forever. As if he had been waiting for those words, Li Xin smiled and looked at Kanoko and Kahei. You have already come through the origin demon realm by the sea, haven't you? Li Xin asked them with a smirk. Li Xin remembered them saying that it only took them a week to break through. While they had utilized the latest hackstack equipment, it was only possible for them to get through because they also had the skills. Li Xin had planned to use their abilities to cross to Tetir. Wow, infiltrating the enemy country barehanded? You are indeed my lord, said Lillian. The three Japanese challengers pointed at Lillian, the bat who spoke like it was natural. Since when was the bat here with us? Kahei asked. Oh my, how cute. You can even talk. Kanoko shouted in excitement. What is that? Kogo muttered. The three challengers had been so confused by the series of unexpected events that they had not even noticed Lillian. She's my subordinate. Be careful how you treat her, or you will be sorry. Anyway, let's go as planned. Pick up the bags from over there. Li Xin looked at the bags left by the knight. No, I don't want to go. No way, I'm not going. Kogo screamed. As Inu Kogo continued screaming that Li Xin's suggestion was nonsense and lay down on the ground, Li Xin frowned. The faces of the other two challengers had turned white. The next moment, Li Xin's mana soared into the sky. Crack, rumble, pizzicato piz. A sharp thunderbolt struck right above Inu Kogo's head. Even after the thunderbolt had disappeared, the crackling sound of electricity remained in the air, indicating just how powerful the thunderbolt was. I'll ask you one more time. Only those who want to come with me should follow. I won't force you, Li Xin said. After saying that, Li Xin moved forward without looking back. Kanoko and Kahei, who were watching his back, picked up their bags and followed him. Kogo, who had been frozen in place, was startled by the thunderous sound coming from the sky and hastily picked up his bag to follow him. Just because you don't say I'm forcing you, it doesn't mean you're not forcing me, Kogo grumbled. Just be quiet. Do you want to get struck by the thunderbolt again? Kanoko said. Why can't I even say anything? Besides, I wasn't struck by it yet, you know, Kogo muttered. At Kanoko's shout, Kogo walked weakly, his shoulders slumped. Ugh, it smells really bad, Lillian said. What smell? Li Xin asked. When they came out of the citadel, Lillian frowned at the sight of the surrounding demon realm. This pungent smell covers the entire world, said Lillian. Are you talking about the smell of demons? Li Xin asked Lillian. Yeah, and it's really terrible, Lillian replied. Even Li Xin's expression had turned cold at Lillian's words. It could possibly be that Lillian was sensing great danger before anyone else could even notice. What kind of smell is she talking about? I don't smell anything, Kogo grumbled. Right? I don't smell anything either, Kanoko replied. What are you talking about? Please just be quiet and let's go, Kahei shouted. After walking for a while, the challengers, Li Xin and Lillian, had arrived at the red zone. The sky from a while ago was bright, but it got darker as they approached the demon realm, and the demon realm was becoming one with the darkness. The soldiers guarding the border saluted Li Xin and escorted them to the barrier surrounding the demon realm. Wow, are we actually going to go in? Are you sure this is the right thing? Kanoko looked worried. As they stood in front of the demon realm, the three of them froze and could not move their feet. Get in there, Li Xin ordered. Even at Li Xin's order, the three were still hesitant to go in and none of them took a step forward. This place itself was already too dangerous, but due to the handcuffs, these Japanese challenges could not use their mana. Besides, their physical abilities had deteriorated so much that they could not resist even if they wanted to. Therefore, if Li Xin did not protect them, their lives would be in danger even if they encountered just one low-rank demonic beast. Tisk. Li Xin clicked his tongue. Li Xin could guess what they were thinking. Li Xin activated his mana. Psychokinesis. Arg. Cook. Ignoring their screams, Li Xin used his psychokinesis to lift and throw them into the demon realm and Li Xin slowly followed them inside. You have entered the demon realm. The entire demon realm was engulfed in a thick black fog, obscuring everything. The fog, made up of demon power, twisted and disrupted mana flow, making it incredibly difficult for challengers to channel their mana outside their bodies. Unless one had mana control and intelligence rivaling Li Xin, sending one's mana far away was impossible. The more I think about it, the more absurd it becomes. Li Xin remembered the days when incompetent commanders pushed soldiers into the demon realm without any strategy, causing countless deaths. How many soldiers had died in the demon realm? Evidently, many had sacrificed themselves to enter this place and step on enemy soil. After thinking that, Li Xin could feel the death energy here more clearly than before. Wow, I really can't see anything, Lillian muttered. Lillian, a first-time visitor to the demon realm, flew around with great enthusiasm, seemingly fascinated by the place. Oh my, Lillian, what are you doing? You might get lost here. Please stay close to Mr. Li Xin, Kanoko said, looking at Lillian. Kanoko, unaware of Lillian's identity, kept an eye on Lillian. She was worried, so she tried to prevent Lillian from getting lost in the unfamiliar territory. What a cute child. I think you should worry about yourself first, Lillian muttered. Oh my, what are you? Please just stay still. I feel like you're gonna get in big trouble, said Kanoko. Lillian did not react negatively to Kanoko's concerns, likely because she could sense the genuine care behind them. I guess we'll need your abilities from here, Kanoko, Li Xin said. Li Xin snapped his fingers. Almost immediately, Mei, Wari, and Engine appeared from the ground. Mei will take care of Kanoko. Wari and Engine will take care of Kahei and Kogo, Li Xin ordered. Li Xin's 3 subordinates moved to their respective positions, and Kanoko approached him and stood beside him. Click, thump. Li Xin unlocked Kanoko's handcuffs with his key, and the heavy handcuffs fell to the ground. Wow, this feels so nice, Kanoko muttered. The handcuffs were preventing her from using her mana. After the handcuffs were gone, she felt like her heavy body had instantly become weightless. The sense of liberation made her feel like she could do anything now. You're so lucky, Kogo muttered, looking enviously at Kanoko. I agree, Kahei replied. The handcuffs had effectively kept Kogo's mana sealed for several months. Although he had become quite used to it by now, he could not help but feel envious when he saw Kanoko without handcuffs. Let's begin, Li Xin ordered, looking at Kanoko. Kanoko took a deep breath and unleashed her abilities, the class skill of an explorer. Terrain detection. Even in the demon realm, Kanoko's class skill allowed her to read the surrounding terrain precisely. Her mana swept the ground instantly, scanning the surrounding terrain's build and feeding the information to Kanoko. Show me the map, Kanoko demanded confidently. At novel bin at. Li Xin handed her the map that he was holding. Where is our destination? Kanoko asked. We're going to Dilbet Castle in the red zone, Li Xin replied. If we go about 35 degrees to the right from the direction we're facing here, there will be a high mountain. We need to go there, said Kanoko. All right, Li Xin replied. The group moved quickly, with Kanoko at the lead. And they stopped when the said mountain was in sight. There are enemies here, Li Xin said. What? But how did you know that? Kanoko was surprised. Kanoko was amazed because Li Xin had detected the enemies before her mana detection skill had. It could have been possible outside, as Challenger's detection range would be wider there, but they were inside the demon realm. Such a mana detection range, with only mana control and not some unique ability, was astonishing. Is this happening for real? Kanoko found it hard to believe that Li Xin could detect the enemies faster than her mana detection skill, which covered a 100-meter radius. We can continue walking since we're still far from encountering them, said Li Xin. They're far away. Kanoko was surprised once again. Even though Kanoko had been walking for a while now, her mana detection still hadn't detected the enemy. Looking at Li Xin's face, she realized he wasn't lying. Besides, there was no reason for him to lie to her. It looks like 40 of them, said Li Xin. 40 people? That's crazy. Wait, how long has it been since we entered the demon realm? I'm not sure, but not too long ago. No way. And we already have such a large enemy force ahead of us? How did they come all the way here? While others talked about the enemy, Li Xin focused more on his mana control. They are closer than I thought. That either meant that they had luckily gotten this far or had trained specifically to break through the demon realm. Either way, Li Xin was in luck, as he could deal with them before they set foot on Merton. Oh my, I guess it was real, Kanoko muttered. A bit after Li Xin had announced the enemy's presence, her mana detection also caught them. Close to 100 humans were crossing the mountain right now. I wondered why the demons did not appear, but it seems like these people have already taken care of them, Kahei said. Damn it, don't we have to run away? Why are we going toward them? Kogo seemed very worried. Unlike Kanoko and Kahei, Kogo remained restless and looked around nervously. There are about 10 knights and 1 knight commander. The rest are ordinary soldiers, Li Xin said. 10 knights and 1 knight commander? Are you crazy? We can't do this. We should definitely go somewhere else. Why are we still here? Kogo started shouting, his anxiety peaking. Annoyed with Kogo's constant worry, Li Xin gestured to Engine. Engine understood what Li Xin meant, so he nodded and approached Kogo. This is really not good, UHP. Engine covered Kogo's mouth with his hand. Be quiet and follow me, Engine said. UHP. Kogo could not say anything anymore. After seeing Kogo's action, Kahei approached Kanoko and asked, has he always been like that? Kahei asked Kanoko. I knew there was something weird about him, but I didn't know he was this weird, Kanoko said to Kahei. Kanoko looked at Kogo with contempt, but then her expression suddenly stiffened. Why? What's wrong? Kahei asked Kanoko. I think the enemies have also noticed us, said Kanoko. What? Kahei was shocked. Stay here quietly, Li Xin ordered. After warning them, Li Xin dashed forward. The distance between them and the enemies was now only about 20 meters. It was a short distance, so even the enemies could pinpoint the location of Li Xin's group. The one who noticed us must be someone skillful, like the Knight Commander. Then, can they also notice this? Thunderbolt. Li Xin wondered if the enemies would be able to block a sudden lightning bolt from the darkness. The lightning bolt illuminated the mountain shrouded in black fog, striking the enemies' heads. Kriok. The deafening sound of thunder followed as a thick lightning bolt struck the 2 knights, spreading electric arcs in all directions. Krok. It's the enemy? There's a wizard? Be careful. However, it was already too late for Li Xin's opponents to react. You have defeated Knighthausen of Tetir. Your merit points have increased by 780. You have defeated Knight Judkal of Tetir. Your merit points have increased by 630. You have defeated a soldier of Tetir. Your merit points have increased by. As Li Xin watched the merit points pile up, he could not help but smile with satisfaction. His real purpose for coming to the demon realm was to accumulate as many merit points as possible to acquire the pattern he needed quickly. Li Xin had to either clear the false demon realm or collect merit points to get that pattern. But since there were only a few false demon realms, the only way to upgrade his pattern was to collect merit points. Furthermore, soldiers and knights from other countries were the perfect prey for collecting merit points for Li Xin, even in the red zone. I had no choice but to enter this demon realm. As Li Xin dodged the incoming sword strikes, he scattered his mana on the ground. Crack! The land turned into an ice rink in an instant. Moreover, the soldiers collapsed, unable to move properly because the ground was slanted. As a result, their formation fell apart. Amidst this chaos, the Knight Commander approached, breaking the frozen ground with his mana. Although his face was not visible in the darkness, Li Xin could feel his anger. "Reveal yourself," roared the Knight Commander angrily. The roar was loud enough to shake the entire mountain. However, Li Xin simply ignored the Knight Commander's shout and seized control of the space with his mana. Who would have thought that a wizard could possess such command over mana control in the demon realm? Thunder explosion. Zap! A thunderbolt exploded suddenly in front of the charging Knight Commander. Even though he barely managed to dodge it, another thunderbolt exploded where he had escaped. Coop! The Knight Commander gasped. Crackle! Zap! After being hit by a few thunderbolts consecutively, the Knight Commander collapsed and started to crawl. Noticing that the Knight Commander could no longer fight, Li Xin shifted his attention to the other surviving soldiers. Then, Li Xin's wave of mana started to flow out. Thunderbolt! Rumble crack! Not a single soldier could dodge the lightning that flashed from the darkness and struck them. The successive lightning strikes wiped out the enemy soldiers and knights quickly, and message windows announcing the rewards appeared continually before Li Xin. Li Xin ambled toward the Knight Commander. Ugh. The Knight Commander was in terrible pain. He slowly looked up at Li Xin in astonishment. Who are you? The Knight Commander asked. I'm Li Xin, Li Xin replied. The Knight Commander's pupils shook wildly, but it was no longer a surprise to Li Xin. As surely, the decisions, made by the gods, were not wrong, said the Knight Commander. Martin, the Knight of Tetir, has been defeated. Your merit points have increased by 2,100. After Martin closed his eyes, Li Xin turned Martin into an undead and put him in the shadow space. A few seconds later, the Japanese challengers finally arrived there. Did you kill them all already? Kanoko asked. Wow. Kahei was surprised. This is insane. Was he really a Knight Commander? Kogo asked. The challengers had seen how easily Li Xin had dealt with all the soldiers and knights. When they had realized how strong he was, they had gotten goosebumps. However, their heads began to throb when they saw the Knight Commander's corpse. Did you really handle all of them alone? And alone in the demon realm? Kahei could not believe what was before his eyes. It took you less than 5 minutes to defeat them all. Kanoko asked Li Xin. Man, does that even make sense? Kogo muttered. Kogo finally understood why Li Xin moved so confidently and why Kanoko and Kahei had spoken so highly of him. Kogo was not the only one who was shocked. Kanoko and Kahei had seen Li Xin's ability once before, but they had only now seen his true strength in its entirety. Dozens of soldiers and 10 knights, along with the Knight Commander leading them, were all defeated in less than 5 minutes. Besides, it did not seem like Li Xin had exerted much effort. He wasn't even sweating. Where did this guy even come from? The more Kanoko got to know Li Xin, the more she was confused. We have no time to waste. Kanoko, take the lead. Li Xin ordered. Yes, sir. Kanoko replied. A second ago, the trio had been thinking about how they should escape, but after witnessing Li Xin's strength, all those thoughts had disappeared in an instant. I hope the rest of our journey goes just as smoothly. Kogo sighed. They had been moving for hours, fighting Tetirayan soldiers and demons that occasionally popped up. There was nothing to look at, and no worthwhile enemies appeared, so it was incredibly boring for the challengers. Ugh, I wish something would appear. Anything. Kogo said. Hey, what are you saying? Kanoko said, looking at Kogo. You can't even fight in those handcuffs. So why would you say things like that? Kahei said to Kogo. Who cares? That guy will defeat everything. It's all so boring now, we'll at least get a show to watch then, Kogo said. Ugh, don't say such things. Words have weight. Kanoko shouted. Kanoko smacked Kogo's arm and warned him. Exhausting themselves wasn't a wise decision, especially when they had no idea how long they would be stuck in this situation. Despite feeling bored, Kanoko appreciated this moment of calmness, considering the dangers they could face in the future. As they approached the enemy countries, the probability of encountering more enemies increased dramatically. So, Kogo only grumbled after, looking annoyed, instead of saying stuff he might end up regretting. What do you mean words have weight? It's not like enemies would magically appear just because I talked about th. Swoosh? Crack? Kogo couldn't finish his sentence because of the arrows flying toward his head. Engine pulled his collar at the last moment, narrowly preventing his head from having a new pointy accessory. Kogo broke out in cold sweat. Kogo thought about the arrow that his head had barely dodged and froze on the spot. From there, he just rolled his eyes to see what was happening. What's that? Kogo asked. It's the enemy, Li Xin replied. Li Xin had been aware of the enemy's location for a while. They are the qualified. The enemies had seemingly predicted their location from Kogo's voice and then shot an arrow. This idea turned into a fact when the next arrow did not come. Ugh, I told you that your words have way. Swish, clang. Kanako couldn't finish her sentence either, as Wari had precisely cleaved an arrow whooshing toward Kanako. Thump. The enemies shot arrows when they hear sounds. The Japanese challengers quickly noticed that and covered their mouths. There's no need for that, Li Xin said. They felt a powerful mana wave when Li Xin opened his mouth. He directed his mana toward where he had felt the wave. He then strangled one of the attackers with his psychokinesis. Li Xin pulled the enemy toward him and threw them in a surprise attack in front of the Japanese challengers. Kup. The enemy gasped. The enemy challenger had somehow survived being strangled and looked at Li Xin with trembling pupils, aghast. Are you Korean? Li Xin asked when their eyes met. However, the blue pattern on his neck was not that of Merton's but Tetir's. The Korean challenger realized the gap between their strengths and tried to run away, but there was no running from Li Xin. Kup. The Korean challenger gasped. A stone fist broke out of the ground and hit the challenger. He rolled on the ground for a while before struggling to get up. Why are you running away? Li Xin asked. Tui. The Korean challenger spat out blood and glared at Li Xin. Who are you? Are you from Merton? Asked the Korean challenger. If you're asking about my identity, my name is Li Xin, and I come from Merton, Li Xin replied. What? What did you say? You're Li Xin. The challenger looked surprised. The man's eyes widened, as he had heard Li Xin's name countless times while climbing the tower. He was the monster that had surpassed the lower floor rankings and raised the top rankers. Finally, the man realized how Li Xin could use such an incredible spell before. He understood that Li Xin's reputation wasn't just for show. My name is Kim Chansu. I am also a Korean challenger. I really wanted to meet you, Mr. Li Xin, said the Korean man, Kim Chansu. Upon recognizing that his opponent was a Korean challenger, Li Xin felt slightly calmer. Li Xin felt a sense of remorse for the Korean challengers who had been active on the continent of Isosha before. Because of Li Xin's actions, other countries targeted and attacked many Korean challengers. When Merton had fallen, they were left with few options: become captives or refugees, or die. Li Xin felt that Kim Chansu was one of those people. Guilty, he sighed and approached Kim Chansu. I apologize for what you had to go through, Li Xin muttered. Kim Chansu hadn't expected Li Xin to apologize and was momentarily surprised. He smiled brightly and reached out his hand to Li Xin. It's okay. There was nothing you could have done, said Kim Chansu. As soon as Li Xin held Kim Chansu's hand, Kim Chansu smirked. His mana quickly latched onto Li Xin. Serpent's binding spell. Kim Chansu's binding spell had firmly entrapped Li Xin. Yes, I got him. When a challenger was under Serpent's binding spell, they could not move for at least 10 seconds. It was a complicated binding spell, so few people could easily use it. This spell required eye contact with the opponent for more than 3 seconds and physical contact. This spell was difficult to use against vigilant enemies, but it could be easily used against allies who were not on guard. If Kim Chansu could defeat Li Xin, he could finally get rid of the rumor about him betraying his fellow team members. Kim Chansu could finally overcome the guilt of betraying Merton and seeking refuge in Tetir. He didn't let go of Li Xin's hand even after using the spell, as the spell would break if he lost physical contact with the target. Begin! Kim Chansu shouted. At the same time, 3 other qualified individuals sprang out of the black mist. No! Kanoko shouted. Kanoko had realized that something was wrong as soon as she saw Kim Chansu's smile and activated her mana. She had no idea that Li Xin couldn't move currently, she just leaped in front of him out of pure reflex. Kanoko raised her hand and used her mana to block one of the qualified individual's swords. She had blocked 1 attack, but 2 more remained. If Kanoko could use her main skills, she could have bought some time, but she had no weapons to use. Mana detection. Kanoko did not even know why she had used this skill. Perhaps she just wanted to see that Li Xin's mana was in motion. Phew. Kanoko learned that Li Xin's mana was indeed moving. The mana chain continued to tighten itself around Li Xin, and he just let his opponent empty their arsenal. After noticing that, Kanoko realized that she had worried about nothing. Huh. At the same time, Kim Chansu also realized his mistake. Thunderbolt. Rumble crack. A mana beam exploded and summoned thunderbolts from the sky, which struck the approaching qualified individuals. When they saw the bright flash, they instinctively closed their eyes, utterly unaware of what was happening. Kim Chansu failed to comprehend the situation and tried to release Li Xin's hand. However, the endeavor ended with him babbling like a fool and Li Xin now firmly holding Kim Chansu's hand. Sorcery, eh? Li Xin muttered. Compared to Lizardman Chief's wizardry from the 2nd floor, Kim Chansu's sorcery was far lacking. Kim Chansu couldn't cut off and stop Li Xin's mana with his lacking mana control, which the system actually controlled. Sadly, the challengers had not yet realized that power without essence was a mere facade. Thud. As soon as Li Xin let go of him, Kim Chansu stumbled backward and fell on his ass, looking up at Li Xin with a pale face. No, no way. I'm on your side too. I couldn't help it. AHH. Kim Chansu muttered. Li Xin strangled him with psychokinesis, lifting Kim Chansu into the air and bringing him closer. Have you betrayed other Korean challengers like this too? Li Xin accused Kim Chansu. No. Kim Chansu could not say much. Kim Chansu's attempts to make excuses were in vain, as Li Xin's mana was squeezing his larynx, leaving him speechless. Despite his efforts to squeeze out some words, it was all for naught. Li Xin also had no intention of listening to his excuses. The soul of the qualified individual Li Xin's thunderbolt had killed a second ago appeared behind Kim Chansu. Filled with injustice and anger, the soul had become a demon soul. He is a betrayer. He survived by betraying others. With death, those with a lower class lost many things. Therefore, Li Xin could not hear the entire story, but he had heard enough of what he wanted to hear. A coward like you would not have held out until the end, Li Xin said. KK, kook. Kim Chansu could not breathe anymore. Li Xin started to squeeze his neck even harder. And not long after, a cracking sound came from Kim Chansu's throat, and he died. The battle had started abruptly, so afterward, only silence was left. The three Japanese challengers and Lillian moved away from Li Xin to Kanoko's head when she felt the cold atmosphere around Li Xin that was much different from before. I've never seen our master's mood so down before, Lillian muttered. Your first time too, Lillian? Maybe it's because he met a Korean challenger, said Kanoko. I can't even talk to him, said Lillian. At times like this, we should just be quiet. A chilling breeze blew. After regaining his memories as the first floor's boss, Li Xin had never killed a Korean challenger even once. Tisk. Li Xin didn't feel guilty about killing Kim Chansu. Instead, he felt remorse for those who had sacrificed themselves in this tragedy. Be it his previous life or the current one, Li Xin had never climbed the tower for his own sake. He thought he represented the humans of Earth, so he felt it was his duty to shoulder all their burdens. The consequent changes and aftermaths were bound to bring suffering to some. Sacrificing a handful to save the rest of the world was, in plain terms, actually a beneficial deal. And Li Xin was well aware of these facts, but his guilt just wouldn't let him accept it. Am I too weak? Li Xin couldn't help but feel tormented by the conflict between his ideals and the harsh reality of the tower. Mr. Li Xin, Kanoko called Li Xin. Li Xin turned his head toward the warm voice's source. There was concern in the speaker's gaze, gesture, and expression. Li Xin realized that he had become too depressed, so he tried to relax. I'm sorry. Li Xin apologized to Kanoko. No, it's okay. It seemed like you had something on your mind, Kanoko muttered. But why did you help me? Li Xin asked. Sorry. Kanoko asked back. Had I been caught by those qualified individuals, you could have escaped. The war will end too, Li Xin explained. Ah, that's. Kanoko muttered. Why did Kanoko do that? Was it because she trusted Li Xin more than those qualified individuals? Or was it because of their past relationship? Kanoko could not understand her emotions at that moment. She was used to making decisions using cold judgment and a broad understanding of the situation. However, this time, there was a lack of a clear reason for her actions. I don't really know, Kanoko said. Li Xin looked at her and chuckled before turning away. Let's get moving again. Kahung, roared a demonic beast. Engine landed a powerful blow on the charging monster, and Kogo just nonchalantly walked behind him, picking his ears as if nothing had happened. Swish, thump, ba-ba-ba-bam. A quick yet deadly connection of spells slaughtered all the approaching demonic beasts. And Li Xin's subordinates quickly dealt with any monsters that managed to slip through. Kogo and Kahei were initially nervous, as their abilities were limited, but all their tension and fear had disappeared. As long as Li Xin was there with them, they were confident that nothing in the red zone could even harm a hair on their bodies. I'm hungry. Yeah, it's about time for us to eat. But what happens if we run out of food? Well, Merton provided us with a lot of food, but it'll probably only last us about 10 days, said Li Xin. Really? It's already been 2 days. No, wait, I'm not even sure how long it has been. Anyway, we've already eaten 4 days worth of food. Even if we ration the rest, it'll only last us a week, Kanoko said with a sigh, looking at Li Xin, who was sitting calmly. Kanoko could not understand why Li Xin was silently letting Kogo and Kahei, the ones responsible for inhaling their food like air, get away with it. Does Li Xin have another plan or something? Frustrated, Kanoko hit Kogo's back. Stop eating, Kanoko shouted. Ah, okay, Kogo replied. Ugh. Kanoko sighed and looked at Li Xin. Li Xin was now butchering a demonic beast corpse on the ground. What is he doing? No way. Is he trying to eat that or something? I don't think so. How can you eat a demonic beast? It's filled with demonic power. We don't even have a high-ranking priest with us. Li Xin butchered the beast, seemingly unaffected by the murmurs, with a sword while listening to martyrs nagging. At novel bin at. Master, are you doing this again? Oh no, there's demon power all over this demonic beast's body. I'll purify everything. Oh my, the blood is full of demonic power. Just shut up, said Li Xin. Martyr could destroy evil. That power was the perfect antithesis of demons and devils. Martyr could destroy demon power and make negative energy disappear. In a way, finding an item as efficient as Martyr in this place might be challenging. Every time the sharp white edge of the sword touched the flesh of the demonic beast, its black demonic power evaporated like mist. Oh, wow, is that Martyr? Is this Martyr's intended use? The 3 Japanese challengers watched the butchering as if they were watching a fascinating trick. After roughly cutting the meat apart, Li Xin finished butchering the beast and gathered the meat in one place. The beast's dark demonic power had disappeared, leaving only the fresh meat behind. Initially, the trio had been disgusted at the thought of eating the demonic beast's meat. However, they were now drooling over it. Click, swish, Li Xin flicked his finger and lighted up the logs gathered together. He then used psychokinesis to make the meat hover over the flames to cook it. I can't wait. What does the demonic beast meat taste like? I haven't seen such fresh meat in 10 years. He then cut the meat further into easy-to-eat pieces and skewered it onto wooden sticks, ready to be eaten. We have plenty of food, so don't worry and eat, Li Xin said. Thank you for the food. Thanks for the wonderful experience. What can you not do, Mr. Li Xin? Li Xin laughed when he saw the three challengers acting like children. He sliced off a piece of meat and chewed it. The trio saw Li Xin eat first and then put the meat into their mouths. The meat melted in their mouths, and its fantastic juices exploded at the same time. Even though there was no seasoning, the meat alone was just perfect. Wow, man. This is awesome. This is the most delicious meat I've ever had. The initial concern about the safety of eating demonic beast meat had long dissipated. They were now more worried about who would get the last piece. It's delicious. Even demonic beast meat can be this good. Lillian, who was eating the meat beside Li Xin, was also satisfied with the meal. Tuck, tuck. An abrupt sound interrupted their happy mealtime, and the faces of the three challengers froze. What kind of crazy people are starting a fire and cooking meat here? The newcomer, a qualified individual who had appeared from the black mist, saw the party of 4 humans, 3 skeletons, and 1 bat and laughed maliciously. Next, the clanking of armor spread in the area as more than a dozen people, a rough estimate, appeared behind the newcomer. Not Tetir people and not the wilds either. Are you from Murden? Asked the man. Ignoring his question, Li Xin and his group returned to eating their meal. Annoyed, the man knocked down the firewood and the food. These crazy bastards. How dare you ignore me and eat the meat? The man shouted. Well, I don't know who the crazy bastard here is. Do you know what you just did? You ruined the precious meat. The 3 Japanese challengers glared at the man, their attitude utterly different now. Release these damn handcuffs right now, I'll burn them all to death. Yes, he's right. If you release the handcuffs, I'll do it immediately. Huh? Are you sneakily trying to get rid of the handcuffs? Li Xin pushed the 2 of them aside and stepped forward. Step back. They're all mine, said Li Xin. The red pattern on the back of Li Xin's hand shone. The Russian challenger sneered after seeing it. What a bastard. You're quite brave, huh, said the Russian challenger. A purple pattern appeared on his cheek, and 30 knights surrounded the qualified individual. Despite the obvious disadvantage, there was no fear on Li Xin's face. Bring it on. I'll deal with all of you alone, Li Xin muttered. Li Xin's thunderbolts had turned the grass and the trees in the area into ash. One could see pools of blood and viscera all around, to say nothing of the soldiers' corpses strewn everywhere. Swish, thump, the blade of wind sliced through the last knight's neck and vanished. You have defeated the Knight Reem of Amon. Your merit points have increased by 1,500. You have used 50,000 merit points. You have acquired the orange pattern. Orange pattern. You have received the qualification to enter the orange zone. Hashtag your health and mana points increase by 6%. Hashtag your overall stats increase by 10%. The red light on Li Xin's hand faded, replaced by an orange glow. Li Xin had acquired the next pattern even faster than he had expected. At this rate, I will soon have the yellow pattern. Murden was the ultimate place for growth. With endless opportunities to fight enemy soldiers and earn merit points, any challenger with ability could thrive. For Li Xin, it was the perfect situation. On the other hand, the enemies will have less room for growth because of me. Murden could take on multiple countries together, but most countries could only fight against one country Murden. And then they also had to divide the rewards among themselves. Furthermore, catching demons to earn merit points wasn't easy, as the US and China occupied the most demon territories starting from the Navy zone. Consequently, the other countries grew slowly. Li Xin grabbed the neck of the qualified person with the purple pattern on the cold ground. Why was such a skilled person wasting his talents in this desolate demon realm? Most qualified people with the purple pattern were either facing demons on the front lines or waiting to deter the United States and China. It did not seem like this guy's goal was to invade Murden by breaking through the demon realm. Was your goal to catch soldiers from other countries? Li Xin asked. Kook, yeah. My goal was to weaken the forces of Tetir and Wilds and grow stronger. But I guess it's all meaningless now, the challenger replied. Well, I can tell how much trust there is between alliances, Li Xin said. Li Xin twisted the challenger's neck and threw him away. Apart from Murden, the WOFP alliance was also in a precarious situation, as it could dissolve anytime. Kanoko, how far have we come? Li Xin asked Kanoko. I think we've come about halfway, Kanoko replied, looking at Li Xin. Li Xin remembered that Kim Kongchun and Ji Ianju were trapped in Tetir. I'm on my way to save you, so please don't die. Cook, Kim Kongchun was out of breath. Thump. Kim Kongchun looked battered and was thrown into prison. Appa. Ji Ianju cried out. Ji Ianju was also inside the prison, so she hurriedly supported Kim Kongchun and looked after him. He was covered with rough wounds and burn marks. How much torture had he endured? Ji Ianju could hear him breathing faintly, but she couldn't see a single muscle on his body even twitching. She was also a mess, but her condition wasn't as bad as Kim Kongchun's. Adat novel bin adat. Sob. Ji Eunju knew that she could not have endured the torture that Kim Kong-chun had suffered. Therefore, she had passed on most of the information she knew, ensuring she wouldn't be harmed. "Appa, you'll die if we don't do anything," said Ji Eunju looking at Kim Kong-chun with worry. Taetir had asked Ji Eunju and Kim Kong-chun to join their country as refugees. Ji Eunju had thought about it to escape this hellish situation, but she could not do it because of Kim Kong-chun's vehement refusal. Every day was full of tears for Ji Eunju. She could not think of a way out of this situation, so she spent every day in fear and terror. "Maybe it'll be easier if I just die." Ji Eunju kept having extreme thoughts, but she did not dare to act on them, so spending the day crying had become her routine. Sob, Ji Eunju started crying. Thud, thud. She looked at the unconscious Kim Kong-chun as tears welled in her eyes. She heard the sound of approaching footsteps of a guard and lifted her head. The guard came, opened the door, and helped the two of them up. "Follow me," ordered the guard. Supporting Kim Kong-chun, Ji Eunju followed the guard to a mobile prison and went inside it. "Where are we going?" Ji Eunju asked. "We're going to Nardan," the guard replied. "What?" Ji Eunju was shocked. Ji Eunju looked at the knight with surprise. The other knights laughed, finding her reaction hilarious. A challenger left the group of knights, approached their prison cell, and grabbed one of the iron bars. "I'll use the information you gave me well, and in return, I will spare your life. But, not the life of your friends." "Okay," said the challenger with a smirk. It seemed like the challenger wasn't entirely sane. Then he shifted his gaze to Kim Kong-chun on the floor. "The same goes for him," said the challenger. Again, his unfocused pupils turned to Ji Eunju. "And I won't be sparing the lives of those who would come to save you." Ji Eunju's heart sank at his last words, and she had an emotional breakdown. Li Xin and the challengers could no longer tell how many days they had been in the demon realm. Even Li Xin had begun to feel mentally exhausted. "Stay here for a moment. I'll look around the area for a bit and come back," Li Xin said. After giving them a short break, Li Xin moved far away and searched for enemies. The number of soldiers he had defeated so far easily surpassed 3 digits. With this many killed already, it would be difficult for the enemies to break through the demon realm and reach Merton. "Man, when will this demon realm end?" Kogo muttered. As soon as Li Xin left the group, Kogo started walking around, feeling frustrated. "Master, don't just wander off like that. You have no energy to waste," Kanoko shouted, looking at Kogo. "It's all right. Engine is watching over Emak." Kogo gasped abruptly. A tree stem had abruptly shot out from the ground, grabbed Kogo's foot, and thrown him into a tunnel behind the tree. "Darn it!" Engine shouted. Engine quickly swung his fist and cut the tree stem, but Kogo was already airborne and wailing like a banshee. "Help me!" Kogo screamed. Kogo's voice was getting further and further away, so Engine kicked the ground and rushed toward him. "Gosh, I knew he would get in trouble," Kanoko muttered as she quickly followed Engine. Kogo and Engine entered the tunnel, which seemed terrifyingly deep, and then its entrance was blocked, and a demonic wood beast emerged to guard it. Mei had followed Kanoko here and used magic to burn the wooden demonic beast. Kanoko then used mana detection over the area where the tunnel was located. "I don't feel their mana," Kanoko muttered with a serious expression. Moving portals occasionally appeared in the demon realm, and Kanoko had no way of knowing their destination. She couldn't follow them into the tunnel, and she couldn't track them to provide support. "Don't worry too much," Engine followed him, Mei said. "But," Kanoko muttered. "Tisk, I can't believe he got trapped now of all time," Mei muttered. Mei was honestly only concerned about hearing his master's complaints rather than Kogo's safety. Engine prattles so much about his training, but he couldn't even protect one idiot, Wari grumbled, seeming annoyed. "If Mr. Li Xin returns now, he'll surely scold them later," Kahei muttered. "Kahei, aren't you worried?" Kanoko asked. "What's there to worry about? Engine is there with him, and our master is not weak enough to get defeated in a place like this," said Kahei. "But his powers are sealed now," Kanoko explained to Kahei, thinking about Kogo. He'll figure something out," Kahei said. Kanoko looked worriedly at Kahei, wondering if Kahei had developed insensitivity to safety. After a while, Li Xin returned, and when he noticed the gloomy atmosphere surrounding the group, he sighed. "I had a feeling, and I guess it turned out to be true," Li Xin muttered. His connection with Engine had suddenly weakened, so Li Xin had expected that Engine had fallen into a trap. Since it was unlikely that Engine was alone, it had been easy to deduce that he had tried to save Kogo from some kind of danger. "Are we going to go find them?" Kanoko asked Li Xin. "Of course," Li Xin replied. As Li Xin's party began to move, Kogo and Njin prepared to fight the demons surrounding them. After entering the tunnel, they had seemingly fallen to the ground from a cliff. If Engine had not caught Kogo, Kogo might have fallen off the cliff, broken his neck, and died. Thinking about that, Kogo broke out in a cold sweat. "Damn it, where are we?" Kogo seemed scared. "Didn't I tell you to be cautious?" Engine seemed annoyed. "I was frustrated, that's why. Damn it, can you even handle all of this?" Kogo asked Engine. Kogo looked at the demons surrounding him. There were demonic beasts that looked like birds, snakes, gnats, monkeys, and bears. These growling demons seemed ready to fight each other to get to their prey first. Even if Engine could capture them all alone, it might be difficult for him to protect Kogo without getting hurt. Kogo gulped at this thought. Don't worry, said Enjin, looking at Kogo. Enjin's calm voice reassured Kogo's anxious heart. From Enjin's thick fingers, black mana began to surge. Psychic energy blast wave. Swish! The attack sounded like a sonic wave and flew straight like an arrow. It easily swept away the monsters hiding in the black mist, leaving behind an echo. Keek! Kea! The demonic beasts rushed toward Kogo and Enjin, roaring. Enjin stepped on a snake-like demonic beast slithering amok on the ground to kill it and covered his legs with mana. It was his newly developed admirable performance in the field of thunder influenced by Lishin. Thunderbolt kick. Enjin kicked the ground, creating a web of lightning that spread in all directions, and jumped into the midst of the demonic beasts. Pizzicato! Thunder boomed every time Enjin kicked, and the thunderbolt evaporated the surrounding demonic beasts. Wow, this is amazing, Kogo muttered. As if watching an incredible magic trick, Kogo exclaimed in admiration. Not before long, the thunderbolts had dealt with all the demonic beasts around them. Clap, clap, clap. Kogo clapped in admiration as Enjin approached him after finishing the fight. Now that it's over, let's wait here, said Enjin. Wait, you want us to stay here? Kogo asked Enjin. We don't know where the master will come from, but since I've used my mana here, the master will likely come here, Enjin explained. Well, I see. Anyway, thanks, Kogo said. The forest had turned into ash. Kogo hugged himself and shuddered as he looked at the corpses of the demonic beasts strewn around them. Kogo finally realized how strong Enjin was after seeing his true abilities. The wizard, Lishin, was unbelievably strong, but his subordinates were also powerful. Aren't their skills beyond comprehension? After seeing Enjin's strength, Kago gave up on using their desperate situation as an excuse to get out of the cuffs. When will I get free of these damn handcuffs? Kogo muttered. Someone's coming, said Enjin. Huh? Won't that be Lishin? Kogo asked Enjin. No, it's not the master, Enjin replied. Thump 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 thump. They heard a series of footsteps, and since demonic beasts couldn't make that sound, the newcomers had to be human. And if it was not Lishin's party, it had to be enemies. Damn it, Enjin muttered. Their tension skyrocketed. Even by rough estimate, it sounded like a party of 10. Kogo clenched his teeth. What is that? Is he a necromancer? A challenger from that party asked, looking at Enjin. No, look over there. That one is wearing handcuffs, said another challenger, pointing at Kogo. Huh? Oh wait. Then what about that skeleton? Is the skeleton guarding that guy? No, wait. Another challenger from the group felt that something was odd, so they narrowed their eyes and stared at Kogo. Isn't he Inua Kogo? Said the challenger, who had been staring at Kogo. What, really? Shouldn't he be in some prison in Merton? Why would he be here? No, wait. I've heard that Lishin has climbed up. Did Kogo betray them and join Lishin or something? But then why is he wearing handcuffs? Maybe he hasn't gained Lishin's trust yet. These challengers had never thought that they would find Inua Kogo here, so conflicting opinions arose among them. Watching their reaction, Kogo tried to think on his feet. It seems like they know Lishin has come up. Does that mean they haven't been in the demon realm for that long? By now, through the upper floor community, Lishin's information should have reached other countries. Kogo thought that the challengers on the 20th floor must have come up to the 21st floor and informed others that Lishin was on the 21st floor now. Wait, I escaped. Lishin dragged me here against my will, and I barely got away. Kogo shouted. What? Lishin is here? Then is that skeleton Lishin's subordinate? Yes, as you can see, his subordinate used up all his strength in the fight with the demonic beasts earlier, so he can't move, said Kogo. Kogo glanced at Enjin, hoping that Enjin understood what he meant. If you're smart, you would stay quiet and follow my lead. Fortunately, Enjin understood Kogo's plan and sat still as if he were dead. If he's right and Lishin is here, we must go back and tell everyone. Well, that's true. But, what about Inua Kogo? We'll take him with us. We can negotiate using him when talking to Lantern. Kogo's expression stiffened after hearing that. I can't let them take me like this. Even if Kogo were transferred to Tetir, he would remain captive. Moreover, Kogo felt that being by Lishin's side was more advantageous than being in Tetir. Wait a minute. Why don't we defeat Lishin instead of going like this? That guy is exhausted right now, Kogo suggested. Defeat Lishin? Asked another challenger, seemingly seeking clarification. Yay, Lishin is weaker than you think. He only has an orange pattern right now. He actually ran like a mouse earlier after encountering a few challengers with blue patterns, Kogo said, desperately lying to them. Please be fooled. However, unlike what Kogo had hoped for, the challengers began frowning. Are you telling us to believe that? One of the challengers asked. What a bastard? People have told me that Lishin caught a Bame Monstra on the 20th floor. And you dare say he ran away from a few blue pattern guys, another challenger said. Wow, this Inua Kogo guy is already a Korean dog, another challenger muttered. Well, isn't he in this state because he couldn't perform a single mission properly? His reputation was all a lie. I should have taken that mission back then. What did you say? Kogo was furious. Kogo's strategy of taking these challengers to Lishin had failed, but that seemed inconsequential to him now. How dare a few orange and yellow pattern challengers scoff at him? They used to fear him a few months ago, now, they were questioning his prowess. His pride was hurt. Why do you care? You worthless bastard, said a challenger, glaring at Kogo. Wong bang? Kogo gasped. The challenger swiftly kicked Kogo's stomach. Kogo could not breathe properly and looked at them with a red face. Fuck. Only if it weren't for these handcuffs. Kogo's jaw muscles tightened as he gritted his teeth hard and clenched his fists. Suddenly, Kogo felt something hard in his fist. Engine had stood up and grabbed Kogo's fist. Give me your hand, said Engine. What? Kogo was surprised. Thunk, thunk, thud. Engine broke the handcuffs around Kogo's hands and feet, and they fell to the ground. Woong. Kogo instantly felt his mana activating. The mana wave flowing in Kogo awoke something that had been dormant for the past few months. Go ahead and do your best until the master arrives, said Engine. Whoosh! Flames materialized on his palms and grew stronger as they flew around, setting fire to the surrounding grass and trees. Moving flame. The challengers of Tetir were bewildered by the flames that moved like sentient beings. Who did you call worthless? Inuakogo smirked. Cough, cough. Inuakogo, who had been punched, landed near Engine and started coughing. This guy's nothing. He is just full of pride, said a challenger from Tetir. Well, I guess you thought you could win if you got rid of the handcuffs. Inuakogo had made a huge mistake thinking he could regain his former abilities once his mana and physical strength returned. Kogo hadn't used his mana for several months, so he couldn't make up instantly for those months of no practice. As a result, Inuakogo could only burn 1 out of his 10 opponents before he was sent flying. Shit. This is embarrassing. Besides, if it weren't for Engine's help, Kogo would have already been gravely wounded. Do you mind if I step in? Engine asked Kogo. Yeah, please beat the hell out of them, said Kogo. Well, I don't know if that would be possible, but I'll try my best, Engine replied. Engine stepped forward and seemed completely different from before, exuding a powerful aura. When they sensed the dark mana within Engine, the challengers found their muscles tightening in anticipation. Is that Li Shin's subordinate? At novel bin at. When these challengers had seen Kogo's flame spell, they had felt afraid momentarily, but the spell was not as strong as they had expected. So, they thought that Engine's spell would be the same. Let's take care of them before Li Shin arrives and get out of here. All right, the leader of the challengers commanded. The rest of the challengers immediately activated their mana. Rumble crack, pizzicato. Dozens of falling thunderbolts had abruptly struck the challengers. The thunderbolt baptism instantly overturned the battlefield's flow, relieving Inuakogo's tension. Were you struggling against these guys? Li Shin said, looking at Kogo. Inuakogo was surprised to find Li Shin's emotionless voice strangely comforting. I went easy on them, said Kogo. Oh my, senior, your handcuffs are gone? Did you break them? Kanoko asked, looking at Kogo. Yeah, but it wasn't any help, Kogo muttered. Kanoko and Kahei looked at Inuakogo with pity after hearing his meek reply. He was prideful even when he had been in jail, so they wondered what could humble someone like him. Cook, kek, shit. It's Li Shin. Please forgive me. The 10 challengers from Tetir met death quickly, and Inuakogo felt pathetic that he could not handle such opponents properly. Wow, senior, you're really not kidding, are you? Kanoko said, looking at Kogo. What? Kogo said, frowning at Kanoko. Aren't you feeling ashamed after seeing Mr. Li Shin's magic? Kanoko asked, looking at Kogo. And you are not? Kogo replied. Of course not. Do you think we are on the same level as Mr. Li Shin? It's not a fair comparison. Think conversely. Do you think he's on the same level as you? Kanoko said, looking at Kogo. What nonsense? I also have eyes. Kogo shouted. Exactly, so don't worry about things that don't matter. That person is a crazy human being beyond comparison, said Kanoko. After listening to Kanoko's words, Kogo chuckled and accepted reality. Yes, she's right. I just have to return to where I was before. Kahei approached Kogo, having just witnessed Li Shin's battle while gaping like a fish. Wow, the more I see of you, the more amazing I find you, Mr. Li Shin, said Kahei. I know, right? Even when he's facing 10 challengers, he is still great. Last time, he defeated 30 knights and a challenger with a purple pattern. So, this is nothing for Li Shin. Is it because we're in the demon realm? Everyone else seems to have weakened, but Li Shin seems perfectly fine. I really want to know what Li Shin is thinking. Li Shin heard what had happened to them from Engine and nodded. I plan on putting the handcuffs back on. I'm not trying to get away or anything, okay? Kogo said, looking at Li Shin. Laughing at Kogo, who had said that because he felt guilty, Li Shin smirked. There's no point in cuffing someone who can't even deal with those weaklings. Just follow along since we're almost there, said Li Shin. All right then, Kogo replied. Wow, the master is also free of handcuffs now. What about me? I want to take these off too, Kahei said. Clang thump. Li Shin, who had been walking ahead, threw a bunch of keys behind. Figure it out on your own, Li Shin said. The 3 Japanese challengers were in disbelief, finding it hard to accept that Li Shin would give them the keys so easily. They suspected that this might be a trap, but that thought did not last long. Kahei picked up the keys and unlocked the handcuffs on his hands and feet. Wow, it feels so nice, Kahei exclaimed. It was just a few days of wearing handcuffs, so don't overreact. It was like being in hell for a few days. Anyway, we're all free from our restraints now, right? Said Kahei. And the trio abruptly stopped walking with that. They had entered the demon realm because Li Xin had forced them to come along to prove that he was right. All of this was done to make Lantern ally with Merton. The Japanese challengers were now certain that Li Xin's words were not lies. Merton already had a solid stepping stone because Li Xin was with it. He was like a springboard to take off from. No, not just a springboard. It's almost like getting wings. Inuokogo's mindset had completely flipped compared to before. We have to cooperate with Merton no matter what. Kanoko and Kahei were also thinking the same. If things continue like this, Mr. Li Xin might also end up destroying Tetir. Li Xin is as strong as a country, no? Stronger? The idea of allying with Li Xin had taken root in the minds of all the Japanese challengers, just as he had intended. Jaden Compton, the Castellan of Eltsat, sat in the telecommunications room, tapping his fingers on the desk, looking tense. Tap, 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 tap. The sound echoed throughout the telecommunications room, showing how nervous he was. It's time, said David Eden. Tap. At the words of the foreign minister, Jaden stopped his incessant tapping. I will start the communication channel. As the Minister of Magic infused mana into the crystal ball, the faces of the Ministers of Wilds appeared on the wall. Long time no see, Alan, said Jaden. Alan received Jaden's greeting with a stiff face. Yeah, I don't think we're here to exchange pleasantries, Alan replied. That's right. Did our message get through? Your expression tells me it did, said Jaden. Jaden's nervousness and tension from before starting the communication had disappeared. He now seemed relaxed. There's no need for a long talk. We want our qualified individuals returned. We'll provide 200,000 merit points for each of the 5 qualified individuals. With 1 million units, Merton would be up. Haha. Jaden started laughing, interrupting Alan. Alan's face crumpled instantly. Ha ha ha. Oh, sorry, I heard something funny, said Jaden. Do you even want to have this conversation, Jaden? Or are you out of your mind because you just came back to life? Alan said. I don't know how the previous guy named Jaden acted, but I'm not an idiot, Alan, Jaden replied. 200,000 merit points per captive is not a small amount. 1 million, Jaden said, interrupting Alan again. What? Alan could not believe what he had just heard. 1 million per captive, and as for the person with the purple pattern, the team leader, it's 2 million, said Jaden. Are you kidding me right now? Alan was shocked. Alan, looking like he had just heard something extraordinarily absurd, laughed and gestured to the surrounding ministers. I guess there will be no negotiation, said Alan. Despite Alan's strong response, Jaden's smile didn't drop. All right. We'll say there was no negotiation and just kill all the captives, said Jaden. Are you trying to threaten the entire country with just a few dem-qualified individuals? Alan shouted. Did you just say a few dem-qualified individuals? If you really think so, why are we still talking? It wouldn't have been strange with your personality if you had already closed the communication channel, said Jaden. Seeing Jaden maintain his composure throughout, Alan felt something was off. It felt like Jaden had all the aces. When one sat at a negotiation table, one could sense the atmosphere. And the atmosphere around Jaden's party suggested they were ahead of the game. And they weren't even trying to hide it. I see. I should have noticed this when you suggested we negotiate. Then let's start again. 1 million, don't you think it's a bit too much? Alan asked. Alan's face conveyed that it was indeed a troubling amount. It was the perfect performance that no stranger could deem an act. However, Alan's performance was a joke for Jaden, who had heard all the facts from Li Xin. Well, I don't know what to say to you if you think this is too much, Jaden said. What do you mean? Alan asked. That amount. I have already lowered it because of my next condition, said Jaden. There are more conditions? Are you crazy? Alan shouted. Yeah, I'm crazy. I was crazy to think that Merton was dangerous before, said Alan. You're really going crazy. People say someone named Li Xin has come up. But, well, what can one person change? Alan said. When Jaden heard that, his smile grew even brighter. Actually, Alan, one is enough to change a lot. And a lot has changed recently, won't you say, Alan? Jaden asked. Your opponent's ease was directly proportional to your anxiety. Alan still hoped for the best, but when he heard Alan's condition, he could say for sure that Jaden indeed had all the cards. What's the next condition? Alan asked Jaden. The military forces attacking Nardan will have to retreat. And all soldiers currently stationed in Tetir will return to their home country. Jaden demanded. Crunch. Alan gritted his teeth at the ridiculous condition. The fact that he could not immediately ignore Jaden's proposal and end the communication irritated him. So, Li Xin was right. Alan could tell that Li Xin's words were true when he saw Alan's reaction. And despite his ridiculous proposal, the negotiation was still on. Alan, that's just our first condition, said Jaden. What do you mean it's the first condition? There are more. Alan asked. Yes. I, personally, hope that you accept our second condition, said Jaden with a meaningful smile. As the black fog dissipated, Li Xin and his party were welcomed by the bright sky and warm sunlight. Ah, it's blinding. I can't even open my eyes. How many days had they spent in the demon realm? The sunlight now seemed unfamiliar to them. A strange voice reached their ears. They turned toward the voice's source and saw a soldier wearing armor engraved with Tetir's emblem standing on top of the wall, looking at them. Li Xin, who had activated the Transcendent class, straight off used psychokinesis to pull the soldier down from the wall, killing him. Thump. What the hell? He didn't even have the time to react. What a monster. Holy cow. When the Japanese challengers heard the gruesome sound, they turned to see the soldier's corpse splayed before them. It was an awe-inspiring skill, and these challengers just couldn't get used to it even after seeing it in action numerous times. Luckily, it seems like only one soldier was patrolling here. Let's enter quickly before we get caught, Li Xin ordered. Li Xin jumped to get on top of the wall, and the trio just watched him, startled for the nth time. The wall was at least 15 meters high and made the walls at Merton look insignificant by comparison. How are we going to get past this? Ugh. Arg. Li Xin seemed to have read their minds as he used psychokinesis to lift them up onto the wall. They would never have imagined that someone would invade by breaking through the demon realm, said Li Xin. As Li Xin jumped down from the wall, Lillian fluttered her wings and landed on Li Xin's shoulder. But didn't these kiddos invade Merton that way? Lillian asked Li Xin. I'm not sure about the vampires, but humans tend to overestimate themselves, Li Xin replied. So, you think you can do this, but others can't? Lillian asked. Well, it's similar, Li Xin replied. Li Xin used psychokinesis again to bring the trio down and quickly scanned the area. His monowave detected fewer soldiers than he had anticipated. Even if there's no need to pour resources into the border, there are still too few soldiers here. Li Xin felt that there must be a reason why the Tet-tier soldiers had been moved somewhere else. Let's enter quickly, Li Xin ordered. Are we really going to Dilbet Castle? Yes, Li Xin replied. They were about to start an infiltration mission in the enemy's citadel. Although Kogo had previously infiltrated Merton's castle, that was only when it was already in ruins. Infiltrating an actively functioning enemy castle was an entirely different matter. Gulp. The three individuals nervously stood next to Li Xin, gulping. They saw the vast field spread beneath the hill and occasionally saw Tet-tier soldiers. With determination and interest, Li Xin proclaimed, "We will destroy Dilbet."